The story begins at the wing of the Demon Sage, where a young warrior named Jin Sohan came to have an important conversation with his teachers. The two venerable elders met their student and asked him if he was really firm in his decision to leave them. Jin Sohan, looking at the teachers with a determined look, confirmed his intention. The poison demon, one of the teachers, tried to reason with the young man, reminding him that in the past 10 years, the dancing sword school where he had studied before might have already ceased to exist. The immortal healer supported his brother, adding that the followers of the dark path were unlikely to leave the school alone. Jin Sohan understood the rightness of his mentors and inwardly agreed with their arguments. However, the demon was still puzzled as to what motivated his disciple to return. The reason was deep gratitude. The school had taken him in as an orphan, and it was there that he had spent the first 14 years of his life. Now he felt the need to repay the kindness and make amends for any possible offense. The student's words caused a slight chuckle to appear on the poison demon's face, as if he was puzzled as to what kind of offense he could be talking about. Taking a serious look, the teacher reminded him that Jin Sohan's art was still imperfect and asked how he would retaliate in such a case. The young man recognized the imperfections in his skill that the teacher had mentioned, but was confident that the poison demon and immortal sealer's disciple need not be alarmed. In response to these words, the poison demon only smiled slyly, accustomed to his disciple's resourcefulness. He turned to his brother, the immortal seer, for an opinion. Although the young man's eloquence was not news to him, the immortal sorcerer could only sigh sadly. He reminded his brother that they had always known that this day would inevitably come. Seeing no other way out, he suggested that the poison demon let Jin Sohan go. Accepting the inevitable, Demon Poison placed 2 excellent blades and scabbards on the table. Jin Sohan immediately recognized the legendary Moonmaster blades. Out of surprise and embarrassment, he bowed low to his teachers, feeling unworthy of such a precious gift. But the poison demon insisted on his decision, explaining that he didn't need the blades himself, but his student would certainly need them. After thinking for a moment, the immortal healer also decided not to leave his apprentice without a gift. He took out his ash fan and, placing it on the table, asked him to take it with him as a helper in the upcoming wanderings. The young man looked at the precious gifts in silence, realizing their significance and value. His mentors warned him of the dangers of Jianghu, where even the strongest warriors find their death, and urged caution. Bowing down in a deep bow, Jin Sohan made a promise to take care of himself. In parting, his teachers wished him good luck, expressing their hope to soon hear of his glorious deeds throughout Jianghu. Ending their farewells with warm glances, the mentors vanished into thin air. Left alone at the gazebo, the hero looked sadly at the place where his teachers had just stood. Gathering his courage, he made a deep bow of gratitude, sincerely appreciating everything the masters had done for him. The long journey brought him to a dark western road, which he followed with determination, despite the night and his fatigue. Soon, the Moon Disk Pavilion, the former location of the Dancing Sword School, appeared before him. Memories of his childhood came flooding back, his peers playing and practicing, the atmosphere of family warmth and care. Thinking of his friends and mentors, he hoped for their well-being, though he didn't know where everyone had gone. Looking around, he noted how much things had changed over the years. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the lighted windows of a nearby building. It was the Crest Inn, which seemed to be the only thing that had survived from the old days. Jin Sohan decided to start his search with this inn. Once inside, he was pleased to see that the interior was almost unchanged and hoped to meet the previous owner. His appearance was met with a wary, unfriendly look. Without giving it much thought, he made his way to the nearest available table. Once seated, he calmly removed his baggage and hat, which obstructed his view, and surveyed the room. Noticing the multitude of bandits scrutinizing him, he remained unperturbed. This caused him to smile slightly as the atmosphere of the place remained the same. At this moment, the innkeeper approached him to take his order. Jin Sohan recognized him immediately. It was Dogon. However, it was clear from the surprised look on his face that he didn't recognize his longtime visitor, which was not surprising after all these years. Not wanting to delay Dogon, Jin Sohan ordered chicken noodle soup, and the owner hurried to fulfill the order. As he left, he noted with curiosity the unusual clothing of his guest. Most of all, the host was worried about the premonition of an impending fight, and he only hoped that it would happen outside his establishment. Soon, the bandit at a neighboring table noticed that not only the clothes of the guest, but also the scabbard of his sword were black. Glaring harshly at the guy, he decided to see if he understood what the color meant. When he didn't wait for an answer, he patiently explained that the color black meant a challenge to a duel. After these words, the hero hesitated for a short while, but soon explained that he had meant nothing of the kind and had only one set of clothes. He asked the innkeepers to ignore him. Even that answer seemed like real arrogance to the locals, and, standing up, the bandit ordered to make eye contact when talking to someone. But at this moment the bandit was stopped by his elder, who asked his friend to cool down and not to make a scandal on an empty place. He then turned to the hero himself, wanting to know what he wanted here, since he obviously knew what the color black meant and had come in this form anyway. Jin Sohan explained that he had no particular purpose. He had come back here after many years because it was his hometown. But the man certainly couldn't remember the guy's face, so he decided to find out where he lived. Without hiding, the man explained that he lived right across the street from this hotel. Turning their gazes, they realized that he was referring to the Moon Disc Pavilion, which only caused a chuckle. The bandit even thought that Jin Sohan was from a brothel, though the view indicated otherwise. The other bandit only laughed at the guy who still dared to show off despite his lineage. But he calmly explained that it was not a brothel, but rather the Crescent Moon Dancing Sword School. After thinking about the name, the bandit only remembered the school of Crescent Moon dancers, which made the hero angry. He sternly repeated that it was not a dancer's school, but a serious school. His tone even embarrassed the bandits for a while, and their faces grew serious. But soon, still mocking, the man explained that he didn't care what the place was like. The only thing that mattered was that he hadn't heard from any of those people lately. The hero was interested in what the man had said, so he decided to find out how much he knew about the Dancing Sword School. The man only mockingly explained that he knew so much that he was even starting to miss them. Once the conversation got going, despite his said phrases, the hero decided to even buy the man alcohol. This surprised him. But the guy without any intention pointed to the seat opposite himself, suggesting that the bandit sit down with him. Calmly called the owner of the establishment and asked to bring a bottle of good wine. At this time, the bandits tried to warn the guy in charge not to sit at the table, but he saw no problem, so, quickly drawing his sword, he stood up. Walking away from the company, he explained that in the warrior world, it was not customary to refuse an offered drink. As he approached, he carefully placed his sword so that its dimensions were clearly visible to the hero. From his reaction, one could easily conclude that the sight of the weapon did not intimidate him. He kept quite cool. The bandit even suspected that maybe there was someone more serious behind this guy, so he decided to be more careful. He was the first to start a conversation and decided to find out where Jin Sohan came from, as he could tell from his appearance that he was a disciple of some prominent sect. He was very surprised by the answer that the hero was not affiliated with any school or specific place. But he realized that this was a great sacrifice, for it meant that the guy was a simple wanderer without any patrons. Without giving any sign, he merely addressed the owner of the establishment, rushing him to bring the drinks faster. He addressed him as Dogon, which confirmed the hero's hunch. As soon as the bottle was on the table, the hero immediately decided to pour the first cup to the interlocutor, asking him to consider it as payment for his stories. Interested in such payment, the man decided to ask the hero what he wanted to hear. The question was still the same. He wanted to know about the School of the Dancing Sword. But before answering, the man wanted to know what the school had to do with the hero. Without saying anything specific, the man explained that the school used to be quite famous on the Western Dark Road, and he was curious to know where and how they disappeared to. After the explanation, the man realized that based on the guy's story, he was indeed from there. He explained that he hadn't heard of the Crescent Moon Dancing Sword School for a long time, and decided to see if the guy knew about the Blood Whirlwind clan. Surprised, the hero remembered that the Blood Vortex clan was one of the criminal sects that had been operating in the area 10 years ago. As it turned out, they had their eyes on the Dancing Sword School because the women there were really beautiful. Now the power was in the hands of the clan, but that wasn't the case before. Dancing Sword tried to avoid direct confrontation, but Blood Whirlwind came up with a reason to attack them. They poisoned their own subordinate and blamed it on Dancing Sword School. So a battle began, and the Crescent Moon Sword School was eventually defeated. Then the boy wondered what had happened to the students. Had they all died? But it turned out that the clan leader had taken the women he had his eye on. But no one knew if they were alive now. These words caused serious anger in the guy's eyes. Even the interlocutor felt that something in his aura had changed, so he made the decision that he needed to hurriedly remove himself. He immediately pushed back his chair to leave, for he had already finished his food. But at this moment, Jin Sohan's imperious voice made him stop. The guy only asked one question. Did this man belong to the Blood Whirlwind clan? This caused the three men to be startled. The head frighteningly thought that Jin Sohan might have had something to do with that incident, but he tried to pretend he didn't understand what it was about, proving that neither he nor his brothers were members of anything. But to the shock of the chapter, his friends rose up, who did not understand why he was lying and what he was carrying, for he could not stay away when they were so provoked. With a smile, they told Jin Sohan that they knew something about the School of the Dancing Sword, and asked the hero if he knew the girl whose name was Duo Yang. The name alone caused a look of consternation on the leader's face, who ordered the others to be quiet. But they kept at it, and told him that the girl had gone somewhere else on business that day, and was not involved in the battle. Because of this, he and his brothers were able to take her to a secluded place. Unable to bear it, the man even threw his chair, indicating to the two men that they should just shut up. They, on the other hand, didn't understand what had happened to the older brother, and why he was so scared of this man. He promised to explain everything later, but right now he was urging them to just shut their mouths. But it was too late. Jin Sohan spoke up, explaining that he knew personally Du Hyang, who is as beautiful as the light of the sun. After saying this, the face of the eldest of the bandits darkened with fear. His younger brothers did not stop talking about how pretty this girl was, even though they thought that the other girls who were taken by the clan leaders were much prettier. At this point, the atmosphere in the room began to thicken. It became obvious to the elder that things were bad, and very bad at that. He asked the hero not to listen to those two drunks, but they only continued to tease the older brother, proving that they were not drunk and had not drunk a drop today. And in the end, the man was right. They should have shut up. When the hero lost his temper, he killed both men with a slight movement. All their older brother had to do was look up and be shocked to see that their murder had been done with ordinary chopsticks. But he soon suffered the same fate. He was startled to feel a foreign object in his body, and when he looked down, he saw that his huge sword had pierced his own body. The man was eventually killed by the stranger wielding his own sword. After that, the hero calmly picked up and finished his shot of expensive alcohol. He remembered the words of his masters. They were right when they thought that the dancing sword school no longer existed. It was expected, but his rage could not be described towards the bastards of the dark path. The incident at the inn did not go unnoticed. Not only the guests, but the innkeeper himself came out to see what was wrong. When he was in the room, however, his face was contorted with astonishment. Jekyll and his gang had been defeated so lightning fast that no one had time to blink an eye. The owner had assumed that the appearance of the bandits would be the end of his establishment, but things turned out quite differently. At that moment, the hero called Dogon by name, which caused the man serious confusion. He hurriedly approached Sohan, wanting to know how he could help the young man. The hero could clearly see that despite his attempts to appear confident, the man was very frightened. To reassure him, Sohan asked with a smile if Dogon still didn't recognize him. The master's face turned even paler. He confusedly asked Sohan who he was and how he could know him. Though he admitted that the hero's face seemed familiar, it was only unclear where it came from. But the closer he looked at the young man's features, the clearer the image of that boy from his childhood became. True, he had known him by a different name then, Sleepyhead. This nickname brought a smile to the hero's face. Sohan explained to his master that he didn't sleep as much now, which was probably why Dogon didn't recognize him. Dogon's face contorted in surprise at such a change in the hero. He was curious to know where the guy had been disappearing all this time after his sudden disappearance. Everyone thought he might have even died. Dogon was curious as to why Sohan had left without a word, and how his life was turning out. In fact, the secret was that he had literally been through hell with his masters. His teachers kidnapped him, interested in his immunity to poisons, and performed experiments on him. There were a lot of them, but the hero didn't want to admit it, so he only said that he was more or less fine. Dogon was already glad that Sohan was alive, and told how the School of the Dancing Sword had been searching for the hero since his disappearance. Sohan was pleasantly surprised by this news. Dogon told him that they had been willing to turn the world upside down in search of him, and had never given up hope. The search continued until the school was destroyed. These words deeply hurt the hero, causing the owner to apologize worriedly, though the hero did not blame him at all. Instead of anger, Sohan only felt sadness. He shifted his gaze to the bodies of the dead bandits, wanting to know if they were telling the truth about the story of the school's destruction. Despite realizing Sohan's possible reaction, Dogon admitted that the bandits had not lied. The hero's last hopes were shattered by the bitter reality. Soon it was time for Sohan to leave. Laying out a silver bar, he thanked the owner for the food he had provided. Dogon frighteningly did not understand why Sohan had decided to pay so much, but it made sense. The hero wanted to make amends for the mess he had made in the tavern. Dogon excitedly asked the boy not to worry about such trifles, explaining that there were frequent disturbances here. He should understand that. In response, the hero only thanked Dogon for the food and got ready to leave. The man frightenedly tried to stop the guy, explaining that it was already late outside, and he had nowhere to spend the night. As it turned out, the hero was going to find lodging in the Moondisk Pavilion for the night, which seemed crazy. Dogon immediately warned the lad that the Blood Vortex clan now ruled the place. Sohan replied that in that case he should go there all the more. He was going to make the humans pay for what they had done to his home. Dogon doubted Sohan's ability to handle this alone, explaining that the clan was untouchable on the Western Dark Road. Instead of answering, the hero asked Dogon if he remembered the sword dance he had practiced so often. Of course he remembered. Despite his young age, Sohan never missed a day of practice. But the essence of such a question remained unclear to him. The hero made a promise that he would show the man the dance once he had dealt with the clan, and thanked him for his sincere concern. He also expressed his hope to meet Dogon again. Eventually the man calmed down and, smiling, asked Sohan to stop by his inn. He always knew where to find him. Soon the hero traveled to his intended destination. He was met at the entrance by 2 warrior guards. After greeting the guest, they inquired if he was looking for someone in particular. Sohan, posing as a noble lord, asked about Chovel, Yakran, and Wunhu, who were supposedly quite decent girls. The flustered guard only apologized to his guest, explaining that none of the ladies bore such names. The hero realized that in that case, they were not here. So he decided to inquire about other girls that would suit his taste. Then the warriors suggested the guest to go inside. The future performance promised to be interesting. Sohan didn't understand what they were talking about, but the warrior explained that the pavilion was known for its moon disc dance group. That expression alone had already shocked the hero. He was curious to see what it was about. Once inside, he saw 2 girls in light, airy outfits dancing as if they were fighting with swords. The sight made him deeply angry. He realized that the point of the performance was to imitate the school of sword dancing, even though their abilities were just pathetic. Suddenly, he felt someone's presence behind him and turned around. His gaze drifted upward, and the guard, noticing this, hurriedly explained that the owner of the establishment was upstairs. He asked the guest to stop staring so intently, but the hero did not obey, continuing to look at the owner of the Moondisc Pavilion. The one really looked like the director of the establishment and a real bandit. Despite the guard's repeated requests to stop staring at him so blatantly, Sohan, instead of obeying, headed for the stairs, intending to go up to the owner. The guard tried to stop him, explaining that ordinary guests should not go there. Sohan's path was soon blocked by 2 more guards, explaining that going upstairs was not allowed. Sohan lied, saying that he had come to see Mr. Owner. The guards were surprised to learn that the meeting had not been scheduled, and grudgingly explained to the strange young gentleman that one could not just meet the owner at will. The noise of their altercation reached the ears of the captain of the Ghost Sword Squad and the Moon Twilight Wing, who came down to find out what was going on. The bowed guard informed him that the young gentleman wished to see the pavilion owner without an appointment. This explanation brought a look of suspicion to Chu Sahek's face. Such a wish seemed too suspicious. However, as he continued to look at the hero's calm face, he only chuckled. The man had the impression that the hero was drunk, so he suggested that the hero go home, warning him that if he continued to inconvenience the owner-san, he might never return home again. Instead of listening, the hero only asked why he couldn't see the owner of the pavilion. After that, the Ghost Sword Squad captain's face became much more furious. He couldn't tolerate such an incomprehensible guy. But suddenly, the pavilion owner himself intervened and asked his warriors not to make a fuss and let the guy who was so eager to meet him pass. Apparently, he was not going to talk to him in a crowded place, so he ordered to send him to his room. As a result, under the gazes of all the assembled warriors, the hero followed in the indicated direction. When he entered the room, the owner of the pavilion was already waiting for him, surrounded by 2 beautiful girls. Without any invitation, Sohan immediately walked through the room and sat down on one of the available couches. The pavilion owner thought that this was too impudent behavior, which made him suspect that he might be an influential person or someone from a famous clan. He calmly admitted that he didn't know the reason for meeting Sohan, but he offered him a drink to start with. One of the girls accompanying the owner sat down to the hero and then poured him some wine. But as soon as the hero was about to drink wine from the poured cup, the owner offered him his own mug. At first glance, the hero did not have any suspicions. He started drinking the wine, which made the owner think he was a fool. He could not believe that he accepted the wine from strangers without any suspicion. It even made him think that he was really just an inexperienced youngster who didn't know how the world worked. He did not even guess that the hero understood perfectly well. These people added poison to the wine, except that such means were useless against him. The owner of the pavilion only smiled slyly, wanting to know from the hero whether he liked the wine. He smiled slyly in return and thanked the man for the drink, admitting that it was really not bad. This surprised the man even more. The hero even said that he would drink such wine again. The pavilion owner decided that the guy really knows about wines and poured him another cup. Even though he thought the guest was a real idiot, he decided to find out why he had come here. After calmly finishing another cup of wine, the hero explained that he had one thing to do with the man. The man felt that all the hero's behavior was imbued with arrogance, but understood that he would not survive long. But suddenly, the hero turned the conversation in another direction, suggesting to sort something out. He asked how he dared to poison his wine. The man was frightened, not understanding how Sohan had determined that the wine was poisoned, because the poison was colorless and odorless. It didn't matter now, though. The boy would die soon, so he just laughed. But soon, becoming more serious, he decided to find out how the hero had discovered the poison. The answer seemed obvious to him. He had already drunk the wine. It would be strange if he did not feel the poison in it. At this point, the owner couldn't take it anymore and called the hero an arrogant bastard, wanting to see him fake it in heaven. But when the hero's face showed no sign of poisoning, he became more serious. Turning to the girls accompanying him, he ordered them to leave and left them alone. Afterward, he explained to Sohan that he had used poison, as it was necessary to be reassured in troubled times. However, he asked the boy not to worry. He was ready to give out the antidote if he behaved himself. This only caused a sneer on the hero's face. He didn't need any antidote. These words angered the owner, who ordered Sohan to stop fooling around, saying that such a manner would not help him survive. But he explained in the same calm and relaxed manner that he wasn't fooling around at all. He really didn't need the antidote. He then asked the owner if he should make his move now. Immediately after these words, strange sounds were heard outside. The warriors guarding the doors on the other side began to drop dead. The owner of the pavilion immediately jumped at this noise, trying to understand what had happened. The captain of the squad decided to go to figure it out, but in the end he never made it to the door. Like the rest of the warriors, he also abruptly fell to his knees, and his entire throat seized with a spasm. Looking at his subordinate, the terrified owner didn't understand what was going on or why he was acting so strangely. At his last breath, squeezing out the words, the squad captain informed him that he was poisoned. The frightened man didn't understand what nonsense his subordinate was saying, because it was they who poisoned Sohan with poison. But soon the owner himself fell to the ground with a loud cough. Foaming saliva began to drip from his mouth. The hero, however, calmly watched them without a drop of regret, and explained that he was the one who had poisoned them. The owner, whose arms and legs were shaking with spasms, demanded that Sohan repeat his words, but he only asked him to be understanding. He too wanted to be reassured. The man, looking at Sohan's calm face, didn't understand when he had managed to poison them. The boy did not answer his mute question. Instead, he took out his master's fan and calmly stood up. His powerful figure towered over the now captive, who could only beg for help. The pavilion owner didn't understand at all why the hero had poisoned them, why he had done all this. He frightenedly explained that he hadn't done anything wrong to the guy, and didn't understand why he had done this to him. Sohan reminded him that it was the owner who had first tried to poison him. After these words, he didn't know how to justify himself, so he just shamefully shut up. When Sohan came closer, he explained that anyone who dared to poison him would have to pay for it. He didn't understand what he was wrong about, so he invited the man to speak up. The man frightenedly continued to say that Sohan did not understand what would happen to him if he killed him. The clan would not leave him alone. As it turned out, the clan in question was the Blood Whirlwind clan, to which the owner belonged, as did the pavilion itself. He suggested Sohan back off and forget about this misunderstanding, but the hero only stared at the man in silence, not uttering a word. This made the pavilion owner realize that Sohan had come from other lands and did not know the local customs, so he must have been frightened by the mention of the clan. But at this moment, the hero only calmly asked the man about the school of the dancing sword, which caused the man to be startled. The hero, noticing this, asked how long ago the man had heard the name. He didn't understand why the stranger suddenly remembered this school, but the warrior calmly explained that it had been in this place long before the lunar disc pavilion appeared. All this time, their conversation was being carefully watched by the captain of the squad, waiting for the necessary moment. When the hero turned away and did not pay attention to him, he realized, this is the perfect chance to kill him while he does not see anything. For this reason, he accelerated his power from the last strength and made a throw straight towards the guy. But he was waiting for unpleasant news. The hero definitely felt his approach. He managed to block the attack and even pushed the attacker away from himself. Looking at the hero, the captain didn't realize what had just happened. He hadn't even seen Sohan draw his blade. Now, looking at his hand in which he held his sword, he could see it shaking after the sustained attack. He had originally thought that he was out of this guy's sight, but he was mistaken. Apparently, their guest was a martial arts master. If he continued trying to kill him, one wrong move would doom him to death. Suddenly distracted from the pavilion owner, the hero turned to the captain. He praised his technique. It really wasn't bad, but warned that one more attempted attack would end his life. The captain didn't realize how much strength his opponent had, since he had only rated his strongest technique as not a bad result. At that moment, he noticed his commander drew his sword in an attempt to attack the hero. The captain's face contorted with fright. He realized that the Lord might pay for it with his life. At this time, the owner himself was only thanking his subordinate for the unexpected attack. Thanks to this, he had the opportunity to kill this strange guy. So he swung his blade to attack Sohan with a sharp movement, but it was useless. He didn't even notice how his body was cut by the slight movement of the hero's blade. Immediately afterward, the wound began to bleed profusely, and the man began to fall to the ground. The last thing he saw was that his hand was still on the blade. The blade was in the scabbard. So he still didn't understand how this was possible, and how the enemy was able to kill him so easily. The man fell to the ground with a thud, and the hero calmly turned away from him. He was no longer of interest to him. The young warrior turned to the captain of Chusahek's squad, which caused the former fighter to be openly frightened. However, the young master did not seek to intimidate his opponent. He only warned that a second attempt to attack will lead to the same fate that befell his master. Apparently, the desire to live overcame his duty. The experienced captain did not dare to attack again. Satisfied with this submission, the mysterious guest sank back on the couch, while the commander of the guards mentally berated himself for his short-sightedness. How could they have failed to recognize this young man as such a powerful fighter? The poison was powerless, and the insolence and rudeness of his demeanor was more akin to that of a vicious villain than a follower of the righteous path. Soon the ruler of the pavilion's fate announced to the stunned captain that the establishment would henceforth be taken over by him, expressing the hope that he would assist in a peaceful transition of power. The frightened warrior only dared to inquire about his fate. The new master replied that everything depended solely on his obedience. When the former guard inquired about the new master's demands, the answer was very clear: absolute obedience. Broken by the show of force, the warrior immediately bowed in a deep bow. However, this was not enough for the young master. The memory of the treacherous blow was still fresh. Instead of a simple pledge of allegiance, the new master held out a small blue pill to his defeated opponent, telling him to swallow it. Distrusting the mysterious potion, the old warrior rightly suspected that it was a poison. The hero explained that it was a way to ensure his loyalty in the safest way possible. The hesitation was short-lived. Under the victor's heavy gaze, the captain resolutely swallowed the mysterious potion. After making sure that he had carried out his orders, the young ruler of the pavilion explained that the clan of the Blood Vortex would not be able to create an antidote, which meant that the life of his newfound servant was now in his hands. He then demanded the keys, but seeing the confusion on the captain's face, he clarified his point. He was aware of the auctions held here, which meant that the auction items must be stored somewhere. He was interested in the keys to the vault where the previous owners kept their treasures. Realizing the essence of the demand, the captain noted to himself with disbelief that the seizure of the pavilion seemed to be for the sake of money. Nevertheless, he handed over the bunch of keys to his new master without complaint. Once he had them, the mysterious warrior decided to take a look around, telling the captain to put the pavilion in order. Finally, the former guard dared to ask how to address the new master. He majestically announced that from now on he was to be called the head of the Crescent Moon Sword Dancing School, though he could also be addressed as Sir or simply Head. The captain looked at the departing figure of the new lord and turned to the defeated warriors, ordering them to rise immediately. The pavilion had a new master, and it was unwise to delay the fulfillment of his will. Upon reaching the vault, the young lord found a variety of items destined for auction. Most of the goods looked more like flea market items, but what caught his eye was a small box containing a century-old tuberous cabbage. Although it wasn't a remarkable find, it still had a certain value. Therefore, the new master decided to feed on this ancient delicacy. Soon, the pavilion lord settled down in the chosen room and fell into deep meditation. As morning came, his devoted assistant, the former captain, cautiously entered the chambers. Seeing the master in a state of contemplation, he respectfully stood in silence. When the young master finally spoke, he inquired about the time frame in which news of what had happened would reach the Whirlwind clan. When he learned that it would take several days, he gave the unexpected order to gather all the employees and announce a free choice. Everyone could leave the pavilion unhindered. This decision shocked the former captain. To first take over the pavilion and then dismiss the staff seemed pure madness. But even more shocking to him was the demand to pay 10 times the salary of all those who left. The aide was careful to point out that he would have to use the clan's funds to make such payments. This news interested the young ruler, and he demanded details. When he learned that the pavilion was one of the places where the clan's money was kept, he grinned with satisfaction. If it was enemy money, it was all the more reason to use it. He immediately doubled the payout to 20 times the amount. Soon, the new master was watching from the top floor as a multitude of servants gathered their belongings, preparing to leave. His gaze followed each person leaving the pavilion. A loyal aide reported that a safe escort had been arranged for those leaving, but he also expressed his fear. There would surely be a traitor among those leaving, or someone who would inform the Blood Vortex clan of what had happened. The hero realized this himself. His lord's calm reaction to this warning made the former captain think that perhaps that was his intention. Remembering the recent conversation about the Crescent Moon School of Dancing Sword, he began to suspect that all of his new lord's actions were somehow related to this legendary school of martial arts. The aide's assumption brought a wave of irritation to the young warrior. He sharply inquired as to where he had gotten such a hunch from. The former captain, embarrassed, admitted that he remembered a recent conversation with the previous owner of the pavilion. After all, he was right. The young gentleman confirmed that he had grown up within the walls of this school. Guessing that this was the reason for the mysterious master's appearance, the captain listened to the bitter story. It was about how the Blood Whirlwind clan had taken this place away from the Dancing Sword School, turning the martial arts temple into a brothel. After realizing the true reason, the former guard realized Sohan was eager to take revenge on the clan for desecrating his alma mater. With concern in his voice, the captain asked if the young master had any allies. He was shocked to learn of their absence. The young warrior intended to challenge an entire clan on his own. Yes, he had already proved his strength by defeating the former master of the establishment, but to go to war with an entire organization seemed pure madness. After expressing doubts about Sohan's capabilities, the captain was surprised that he was more interested in the fact that the clan had taken over the Western Dark Road during his absence. Realizing that the young master was clearly underestimating the power of the Blood Whirlwind clan, the former guardian decided to clarify the situation. He revealed that the clan owned 14 brothels and fighting halls, 2 trade associations, and a couple of security organizations. They had hundreds of experienced fighters at their disposal. After hearing this, Sohan calmly remarked that there was no need to fight the entire army. Just eliminate the ringleaders, and the organization would crumble like a house of cards. That was how he took over this pavilion. The captain, not understanding how the young master imagined this seizure of power, realized that next to this reckless warrior, only death awaited him. In despair, he contemplated finding an antidote and escaping. As if reading his thoughts, Sohan suddenly turned to him, causing the captain to flinch. But instead of threatening him, the young master simply told him to wait for his men to return and leave with them. This unexpected order caused the captain genuine amazement. He did not understand the meaning of such a decision, especially when Sohan added that he should take the money stored here with him. But the old warrior couldn't just walk away. The memory of the poisoning was too fresh, and he wondered how Sohan himself could have forgotten about it. Noticing the displeasure on the captain's face, the young master assumed that he did not want to leave. But the former guardian only reminded him of the antidote. At that moment, Sohan woke up and remembered that he had forgotten to warn him of the poison's peculiarities. Without a timely antidote, a man becomes a helpless rag doll. The captain flared up, unable to understand how he could forget that he had poisoned a man, and then pretend to be a benefactor by sending him to his death. But then Sohan handed him 2 pills. Overjoyed at the prospect of healing, the captain immediately swallowed one of them. But when he noticed a strange expression on the young gentleman's face, he became wary. Sohan anxiously asked if the captain understood what he had just taken. He replied confidently that it was an antidote, but the young master objected. He never said it was an antidote. The pale captain inquired about the contents of the pills and learned the shocking truth. It was a real poison. It turned out that the first pill given earlier was just an empty pill, a demonstration of what real poison looked like. At that moment, the captain's face took on a livid hue, and he froze in place. Sohan was surprised to note how the man had aged 40 years in an instant. Fury seized the captain. He had thought he was dying from the first pill, but it had been nothing, and now he had actually swallowed the deadly poison. His anger increased when he heard the sound of wine being poured. After all that had happened, the young gentleman calmly sat down in his seat and began to drink as if nothing had happened. Finally losing his temper, Sahek sat down opposite Sohan and demanded the wine, holding out an empty cup. The hero's face remained impenetrably calm, which enraged Sahek even more. He seemed ready to kill the warrior for a simple request for a drink. The captain explained his request simply. Since he was going to die from the poison anyway, he wanted a last drink. This brought a smile to Sohan's face, and he poured wine for the unfortunate man. After draining the cup and setting it down on the table with a clatter, Sahek announced his decision to stay with Sohan. He had nothing to lose. He explained that he preferred to die by blade rather than poison. The plan was simple. They would come to kill Sohan first, and then him. The end would be the same either way, but at least he would see the young warrior fighting for his goal. After such a statement, the captain again needed a drink to ease his soul, so he asked for another round of wine. Seeing Sohan chuckle after his words, Sahek became enraged once again. He inquired about the reason for such merriment. but the hero only silently filled his cup and offered to drink together. During this unusual feast, Sahek suddenly confessed that he was not 40, but only 24 years old, despite his haggard appearance. Meanwhile, in the Blood Whirlwind clan, the head of the clan finally received news of what had happened. He couldn't understand how some loner had managed to take over an entire pavilion. He could think of two possibilities. Either they had put a total loser in charge, or this mysterious invader was one of the real martial artists. From the report of his aides, the head of the clan became aware of the use of poison in the seizure of power in the pavilion. The leader of the Bloody Whirlwind immediately realized how the unknown person had managed to so easily establish his control over the establishment. At that moment, one of his loyal companions, the captain of the Windblade squad, rose up. Kneeling down, he asked the Lord to trust him in this matter. The leader clearly doubted the success of the mission. However, the determination and confidence in the captain's eyes made him give his consent. The only thing he warned was that if there was someone more powerful behind the daring invader, they should be dealt with as well. The grateful captain, whose heart had long been poisoned by his lust for a lucrative brothel, bowed deeply. If everything went according to plan, he would get the pavilion. At the same time, the culprit of the commotion, the young owner of the pavilion, was strolling carelessly through the area, enjoying the local sweets. When he ran out of sweets, he would only reach out to his assistant, demanding more. Sahek, who was accompanying him, only sighed unhappily, serving more and more sweet sticks. The former captain could barely contain his irritation. The young lord had been acting outrageously carefree the last few days, as if he didn't realize that at any moment the wrath of the powerful clan might descend upon them. Sahek could not understand how he could remain so unperturbed in the face of imminent danger. Suddenly, their leisurely walk was disturbed by distant, frightened screams. Turning around at the noise, they saw a group of warriors approaching, led by the captain of the Windblade squadron, Gildo. Sahek immediately reported to the Lord about the arrival of the Blood Whirlwind clan's representatives. The young pavilion master only looked at the approaching squad in surprise, as if he couldn't believe that these people really represented such a formidable organization. Sahek hastened to clarify that they were the elite Windblade unit, notorious for their brutality even by the standards of the Blood Vortex. The very fact of their captain's appearance suggested that the clan had sent their best fighters to deal with Sohan. The mention of the squad's elite status only brought a mocking smile to the young master's lips. Watching the approaching warriors, Sahek quickly realized that they were heading straight for the pavilion. Sohan, like a true master of the place, nonchalantly remarked that he should give his guests a proper welcome, and suggested to his assistant not to hesitate. They leisurely followed the troop, but in spite of all the tension of the moment, the young gentleman seemed more preoccupied with the question of the availability of fruits and berries in the caramel. Meanwhile, Gildo and his warriors stormed into the pavilion. After taking a close look at the room, the squad captain ordered the soldiers to smoke out the imposter at any cost. But at the same time, he reminded them to be vigilant. After all, this man had managed to deal with the previous owner. At his command, the warriors scattered lightning fast around the building in search of the new owner. Gildo himself remained in the center of the pavilion, looking at the interior with satisfaction. The place was even better than he had imagined, and thoughts of future profits were already beginning to fill his imagination. However, his reverie was interrupted by the excited reports of his subordinates. There was no one in the building. Having thoroughly searched the entire pavilion, the warriors returned to their captain empty-handed. One of the aides suggested that the imposter might have been frightened by their arrival and fled, especially since all the money and valuables had been left untouched. This thought put young Gildo in a great mood. He had gotten the pavilion without a fight, and although the lack of bloodshed was a bit disappointing, the main thing had been achieved. But at that very moment, Sohan entered the hall, accompanied by his faithful assistant. All present immediately turned their attention to the strangers. The warriors, in high spirits, condescendingly ordered the visitor to leave, explaining that the place was still closed and only good spirits kept them from taking more drastic measures. The young master looked around calmly and noted with some disappointment that there were far fewer of them than he had expected. This remark seriously hurt the warriors' pride, and they more sharply demanded that he leave immediately so as not to interfere with their important work. Gildo himself tensed. Something about the stranger's appearance and behavior made him wary. His suspicions were confirmed when Sohan, ignoring all demands to leave, asked his assistant to lock the doors so that no one could leave the room. Sahek immediately complied, depriving those present of any hope of escape. At that moment, the captain of the Windblade squadron realized he was facing the very brazen man who had caused a commotion in the pavilion. He was glad that the enemy had not fled as they had anticipated, looking forward to the entertainment. However, Sohan coldly remarked that he saw no reason to flee. After all, this place was his home. to which young Gildo wryly remarked that it was more likely to become his grave, and admitted that it would be better for the stranger to flee after all. Without wasting time on further conversation, the captain of the squad ordered the impertinent young man to be seized. His men, as a single mechanism, rushed to the attack, using a variety of fighting techniques. But for Sohan, it was as if their movements had slowed down. He could read all their techniques with ease, as if a leisurely dance was unfolding in front of him, every movement predictable and understandable. Even the mysterious master's lightest blows had a crushing power that could break the bones of his opponents. Using only his bare hands, he could not only cripple but also kill the enemy. After killing the first of his attackers, the young warrior decided to show mercy to the others. Instead of fatal blows, he methodically incapacitated them, breaking their arms and legs, depriving them of the opportunity to continue the fight. The surviving warriors, watching the suffering of their fallen comrades, who were writhing in pain, pressing their surviving limbs against the broken ones, began to lose confidence, and their adversary, as if mocking them, looked completely unfazed, as if he were warming up for a real fight. Young Gildo, however, gave no order to retreat, and the attack continued. A few desperate fighters took the cunning tactic of trying to surround the enemy from all sides, depriving them of maneuvering space. But even that wasn't a problem for the young master. He swiftly turned to the attackers, and when they came close enough, something incredible happened. A blast of combat energy made the warriors choke on the blood of their own comrades. Even though most of the elite squad had already been defeated, Sohan didn't even seem to break a sweat. Not only young Gildo was in a state of shock, but also Sahek, who couldn't believe his eyes. The famed fighters were scattered like rag dolls. What was particularly striking was that the young lord had not even used his blades. He simply did not need them in this fight. Sahek realized that he was not just a strong warrior, but something beyond the normal understanding of strength. Young Gildo, annoyed that his dreams of easily capturing the pavilion had been shattered, gritted his teeth angrily. Sohan, noticing his condition, mockingly suggested that Sao stop inactivity and do something about it. The squad captain found such arrogance unforgivable, but decided to clarify a few things. He asked what forces this incredible fighter served and what he was trying to accomplish. The answer sounded staggeringly simple. Sohan's target was the entire Blood Vortex clan. This statement threw young Gildo into a state of utter bewilderment. How could one person claim power over an entire clan? Trying to buy time, he offered to arrange a meeting with the clan leader if he could be released with a report. That way he could make it easier for the hero's robot to take over the Blood Whirlwind clan. But Sohan only smiled, making it clear that he would not fall for such an obvious ploy. Realizing the failure of his stratagem, young Gildo gripped the hilt of his sword tighter. It was clear that there would be no peaceful resolution to the conflict. Sohan calmly apologized for disappointing his opponent, but confirmed that he did not negotiate with such people. His equanimity was even more intimidating than his show of force. This man seemed impossible to intimidate or sway. Cornered, the captain of the squad decided to take a last, desperate step. Abandoning all principles, he grabbed the body of one of his fallen subordinates. Then he threw it towards Sohan. He hoped that the young man would be distracted by his defense against this cruel projectile, and open himself for a retaliatory strike. But to his amazement, the young master reacted with lightning speed. With one powerful arm strike, he threw the body straight at young Gildo himself. The captain had underestimated the force of the blow. It was truly inhuman. The body of the projectile slammed into him with such power that it threw him off, breaking the wall. His whole body was covered with wounds and abrasions. He was out of breath. But the scariest thing was that when he tried to look for his opponent, he was no longer there. Like a demon from ancient legends, Sohan materialized beside him. He was concentrating his strength to deliver a crushing kick to his face, a kick that could easily break his neck. But even that wasn't enough for the young master as he finished his cruel game. Soon, young Gildo's body resembled a broken marionette with barely a human shape. The surviving fighters and Sahek watched the massacre in horror. One glance at Sohan convinced them that this was not a man, but a monster with powers beyond comprehension. The warriors froze in a daze, unable to believe that someone could so easily do away with their formidable captain. The warriors were even afraid to breathe as they awaited their fate. However, the monster suddenly showed mercy. Instead of finishing off the remaining men, he told Sahek to open the front doors, and then ordered the survivors to leave, taking the bodies of their fallen comrades with them. The terrified warriors couldn't believe they'd been saved. But that wasn't all. Sohan had a message for the head of the Blood Vortex clan. If he wanted to challenge him, he had to show up in person, not send his toys. Stunned by such audacity, but impressed by the monstrous strength of the new ruler of the pavilion, the surviving fighters bowed down, vowing to pass on his words. After the battle was over, the young lord nonchalantly made his way to his desk. His assistant supervised as the surviving warriors hurriedly carried away their wounded and fallen comrades. When everyone was gone, Sahek wasted no time in joining his lord and asked for wine. Sohan inquired with slight bewilderment how his assistant had earned the right to share the meal with him. He modestly replied that he had completed his task of closing and opening the doors. The young master, smiling sincerely, recognized the justice of such a request. He took his assistant's cup and offered him a drink. Then Sahek dared to ask the reason for such unusual mercy to some opponents. Sohan explained his plan. He had deliberately provoked the conflict, knowing that the sight of maimed subordinates would not leave the clan leader indifferent. Stunned by the cleverness of his lord's plan, Sahek realized that the initial clash with the clan had been carefully planned. Sohan, showing unexpected concern, had warned his aide that it would be dangerous for him to be around when the real battle began. So he asked the man to find a safe haven. The previously irritated Sahek was touched by this care and mentally thanked his master. Then he began to pour wine for him, realizing the ordeal he was about to face. At the same time, the head of the Blood Whirlwind clan was sitting in the residence of the clan. He had summoned all of his cronies for a serious conversation. He was indignant at how they dared to come to report without even finding out who exactly was opposing them. One of the warlords hesitantly reported that according to the survivors of the Windblade squad, an unknown person intended to take over the clan, but this information only angered the leader. Every other upstart had such ambitions. The shamed warrior was embarrassingly silent, and the clan leader ordered to gather all the fighting forces. They could not allow some unknown to get away with it. A show of weakness could be taken by the other clans as a sign of vulnerability. But that wasn't all. The leader also ordered the surviving members of the Windblade squad to be bound. They are to be brought to the square for public execution before the performance. When one of his cronies questioned the need for such cruelty, the leader explained. Their execution would be a clear lesson to all the assembled commanders. There was no choice but to carry out the order. Events moved to the Western Dark Road. An impressive army led by the leader and the commanders was on its way to the pavilion. At this time, Sohan was in deep meditation, stabilizing his power. An anxious Sahek burst into his room. In a trembling voice, he reported the approach of countless warriors. To the hero, it seemed obvious. That was why he had provoked their leader. To the aide, however, it seemed that the lord still didn't realize just how many people were coming his way. The young lord didn't seem the least bit surprised by this development, and only inquired as to who was leading the army. Although Sahek didn't get a good look at the commander, he assumed it was the clan leader himself. At that moment, an imperious voice sounded from outside, demanding Sohan's exit. Before facing his opponents, the young master suddenly changed his white robe to a bright pink garment. The aide realized it was a garment for ceremonial appearances. A puzzled Sahek inquired as to the reason for this choice. Instead of a direct answer, a peaceful smile appeared on Sohan's face. He remembered his childhood, watching the other girls of the school perform in these outfits. And the little boy would look at them and compliment them with admiration. It was a great honor for him to be wearing this costume now. Now, the young master explained that the costume was necessary to highlight the curves of the dancer. This did not give the assistant an understanding of the chosen outfit. But the hero made it clear. He was a student of the Crescent Moon Sword Dancing School, and he wants the fallen warriors of today to know exactly who cut their lives short. Heading for the exit, he asked Sahek to wait for his return. The loyal aide begged to be allowed to accompany his lord. He realized that his own life in any case depended on the outcome of the battle. But Sohan, with a soft smile, asked him to stay safe. There was no choice left, he was too weak to help the hero. At the door, an agitated Sahek called out to his master one last time, begging him not to die. The young warrior firmly promised that he would surely survive. As Sohan stepped out of the pavilion, he saw a huge gathering of warriors. Remaining calm, he walked towards their leader. His unusual attire caused a wave of whispers and ridicule among the gathered warriors. They even began to form theories about the boy's orientation. But all talk instantly died down when the clan leader raised his hand, calling for silence. With a wry smile, the clan leader inquired if this was the same Zasonya he had heard about. It was as if the words had broken a dam, and the previously calm Sohan was instantly transformed. Drawing his blades, he approached his opponent and proudly confirmed. Yes, he was the same Zasonya from the Crescent Moon School of the Dancing Sword. Sohan's mind flashed back to vivid images of his childhood. Endless sword training, frequent injuries, and caring girls always ready to comfort the young warrior. One day, noticing his next failure, they gathered around, worried about possible injuries. One of the mentors, wanting to support the boy. To do so, she decided to demonstrate the proper movements of the sword dance. Young Sohan's eyes widened in amazement with each graceful movement she made. And after only a few days, he was able to repeat the entire dance exactly. Obviously, this drew rapturous applause from the assembled spectators. Everyone was amazed at this rapid progress, calling him a natural talent. The boy only blushed embarrassedly as he accepted the sincere praise for his dancing skills. Now, standing before an army of enemies, he remembered his recent conversation with Dogon. A sense of duty overwhelmed his heart. The school of the dancing sword had been looking for him all this time, never giving up hope. And now, it was time to repay that loyalty. Sohan coldly warned his opponents that from now on, they were all dead men. In the next instant, he disappeared from his seat. Even the clan leader was forced to recognize his incredible speed. Finding himself in the center of the frightened crowd, the young master unleashed a veritable massacre. The warriors fell dead before they could even grab their weapons. There was already a ring of dead bodies around him in the first seconds of the fight. Those who turned around at the sounds of battle were horrified to find only breathless bodies around them. Sohan continued his deadly movement, sparing no one in his path. Many warriors were so paralyzed by fear of his skill that they could not even resist. The clan leader remained motionless, as if waiting for something special. The squad captain tried to stop the growing panic by encouraging the fighters with a reminder that there was only one enemy against them. He ordered all squads to attack simultaneously from all directions. The warriors perked up, realizing their numerical advantage. They rushed to the attack, intent on destroying the impudent enemy. Sohan calmly watched them approach, a slight smile on his lips. They were making it easy for him, gathering into a dense mass. The young master began his deadly spin among the enemies. He turned their bodies into a bloody mincemeat, methodically decapitating them one by one. Watching this spectacle, the leader remembered how he had once wanted to get his hands on that promising boy nicknamed Zasonya, but he had never imagined that he would come back as such a powerful warrior. The techniques of the Crescent Moon Dancing Sword School as he performed them made one question their training. The leader no longer knew if they could defeat such a formidable opponent, even with the entire clan. From the terrace, Sahek watched this incredible fight. Even though he was already familiar with his master's strength, each new display of his skill never ceased to amaze him. The young master's dance of death was both terrifying and mesmerizingly beautiful. Suddenly, Sahek noticed something strange. There was not only a trail of blood following Sohan's movements, but something else as well. It soon became obvious that the young master was using more than just fighting techniques. A deadly poison was spreading between the warriors. By the time the opponents realized it, it was too late. The poison began to affect their organs, and one by one they fell to the ground, unable to breathe. Such doomed opponents were not difficult to deal with. Sohan only had to complete their torment. As if pulling invisible sharp threads, he moved lightning fast between the enemies, leaving no one alive after his touch. Surviving warriors at a distance could not comprehend these inhuman abilities. But as the deadly threat began to close in on them, they found their bodies no longer obeyed commands. All they could do was panic and beg the captain for help, realizing they couldn't do it alone. Finally, the captain turned to the leader, reporting the apparent end of their formation. The clan leader continued to watch the battle in silence. He marveled at how much the little boy Zasonya had changed. It seemed like the old boy had died long ago. In his place, only the vengeful spirit of the dancing sword school had returned. Having disposed of most of his opponents, Sohan wondered with a cold smile if they had exhausted all of their combat potential. The surviving warriors were in a panic, believing him to be a true monster, and not understanding the inaction of their captain and clan leader. The young master remained silent, realizing the complete indifference of commanders to the fate of ordinary soldiers. Deciding to use this to his advantage, he turned to the remaining warriors. The hero ordered them to vacate the road in exchange for their lives. He only wanted the head of the Blood Vortex clan. The other deaths seemed pointless to him. The fighters, frightened by what they saw, could not refuse such an offer, and slowly parted, forming a living corridor to their leader. Sohan moved through the crowd like a celebrity surrounded by respectful admirers. Looking at the approaching death, the leader only smiled. He was proud to note how his dear Zasonya had grown so big and strong. He decided to listen to his former protege's demands. The question seemed ridiculous to Sohan, but the clan leader understood. This whole performance was revenge for the Crescent Moon School of the Dancing Sword. The leader was sure that the young master needed something else. Perhaps he would be interested in the clan's resources. Such an offer seemed the height of foolishness to Sohan. The clan leader, however, did not jump to conclusions. If the young man just wanted revenge, he would have started his revenge from the top. He would not be fooled like the rest of the fools. He understood perfectly well that after his death, Sohan would get nothing, because only he knew the secrets of profitable business. So he invited the young warrior to be honest about his true goals. Sohan replied calmly, "To the Lord Leader." But before the leader could even respond, the young master was one step away from him. With a sizzling glare and clearly losing patience with this useless tirade, the hero ordered him to be silent. At that moment, it was clear to the leader that Sohan was only interested in revenge. The young warrior sternly warned, if the man had nothing more to offer, he would die now. Suddenly, the leader stopped Sohan, hinting that he knew the whereabouts of the students of his school. The hero questioned whether he was talking about the students of the Dancing Sword School for reassurance. The leader fearfully confirmed that he knew where the students of the school were. At this moment, he carefully drew his sword and attempted a surprise strike. However, Sohan easily anticipated the attack and managed to dodge. The man froze in horror, unable to understand how he could have avoided the blow delivered at point-blank range. In the next instant, the hero was behind him. He noted with disdain that scum like the leader were really hard to find. Taking out a second blade, he simultaneously attacked with both swords. The man was lucky. He was able to defend himself with his sword. Even so, blood gushed out of his mouth. It was obvious that with a single touch, Sohan had accelerated his blood flow and disrupted the flow of energy in his body. The hero, on the other hand, was more surprised that someone had managed to repel his attack. With a smile, he realized that the leader had been faking it all along, hiding his true power. The man turned to his frozen commanders in a panic. He ordered them to go into battle and kill this insolent man. Immediately afterward, everyone rushed into the attack, trying to at least delay the enemy. Even though they were masters of their craft and captains of troops, the hero easily deflected their attacks. He decapitated many, and then whirled them in a deadly dance of his daggers. Watching this carnage, the leader realized that the hero would definitely lose in a battle against several captains at the same time. However, Sohan once again employed one of his secret techniques, the use of deadly poison. This only caused the leader to scoff. He shouted to the Zasona that they had an antidote. His poison would not work on them. Then the hero only smiled. Jumping over all the fighters, he landed closer to the leader. He was glad to hear this information. He had been wondering how the warriors had so much confidence. The antidote explained everything. The leader explained with a chuckle that they had heard of Sohan's predilection for poisons. They had bought expensive antidotes, so now he wouldn't be able to attack them head-on. The hero decided to clarify if the man was sure that the poison wouldn't work on them. After that, he spread more poison to test their words. The leader was sure of the antidotes he had bought, and suggested the hero do anything to make sure. But at that moment, he felt something strange in his body. Soon, his blood pressure rose so much that even the capillaries in his eyes began to slowly burst. Soon, not only the leader, but all of his warriors nearby fell to the ground from weakness. The leader didn't understand how this poison could have worked. After all, they had taken every precaution. Sohan only grinned, realizing that they would never be able to find, make, or buy the necessary antidote. He explained that his poison was not like all the others. It was a poison made by the hands of his master. Looking at the warriors scattered on the battlefield, he realized that these people were also the top of the clan. Therefore, he had no reason to have mercy on them. In one leap, he dealt with everyone. Once they were killed or mortally wounded, he summarized their uselessness. They were nothing more than pathetic brats. Now it was the leader's turn, the only one who had managed to survive. Looking fearfully at Sohan's approaching footsteps, he tried to stop him. He realized that with this guy's abilities and his resources, they could form an indestructible tandem. He promised to hand the hero his money, which would definitely come in handy. In that case, not only the Western Dark Road, but the entire country and even the world could fall at his feet. But what struck the hero more was that the man was so arrogant that he was still unable to shut up even before his death. He could not call the man anything other than a laughingstock. It drove the man out of his mind. He couldn't understand how he, the man who held the entire Western Dark Road in his hands, could be a laughingstock. With no choice left, he realized that the only thing Zasona could be interested in was the whereabouts of the dancers of the Dancing Sword School. With a smile, he admitted that Sohan would never find them because he had killed them all. He revealed that he raped the girls one by one, and when he got bored of them, he just got rid of them. Apparently, the hero could no longer tolerate such mockery of the girl's memory. He decided to punish this man. His death was agonizing. The hero struck him with multiple attacks that crippled his body instead of letting him die quickly. The last thing the leader felt was his entire body beginning to slowly fall apart. Soon there was almost nothing left of him but bloody body parts lying on the ground. Sohan, having exacted his revenge, turned his eyes to the remaining warriors whom he had pardoned. They couldn't believe that their head and all the captains were dead. They didn't know what to do. The hero explained that those who wanted to follow their captains and head could dare to attack him. Looking at their horror-distorted faces, obviously no one had any such desire. Watching all this closely was Sahek, who couldn't believe his eyes. Single-handedly, Sohan had indeed managed to destroy the entire Blood Whirlwind clan. But the hero was not interested in his feats. nor was he literally not subject to any laws of nature. The leader's last words about how he had massacred the girls still echoed in his head. He couldn't accept the truth that they were all long dead. Shortly after that battle, in honor of the glory of the past, he opened a new school of the Dancing Sword of the Crescent Moon on the site of the pavilion. Sahek came to report to the Lord that the school's ordered signboard had already been brought in and was being installed. But that didn't seem to interest Sohan much. He had been silent the whole time since then. Sahek also said that they had already spread the word to find people who knew anything about the survivors of the Dancing Sword School, or had met them. The hero only thanked Sahek for his hard work. In fact, the hero hadn't lost faith despite the leader's words. He was sure that one of the girls had then escaped capture and was now living somewhere else. Sahek also explained that all the people of the Western Dark Road were grateful to Sohan for the massacre of the Blood Whirlwind clan. They literally idolized him for it. Except Sohan sincerely couldn't believe his words. Sahek explained that there was nothing strange about it, for the Blood Whirlwind had been atrocious in these parts. Sohan only continued to stare at the man unhappily. He, in turn, did not understand what he had said wrong. Sohan reminded him that although the clan was cruel, Sahek was also part of it, something he seemed to have forgotten. At this point, the man himself froze in fear, fearing the same reprisal. When the hero called out to him by name, he shook with terror. However, the guy had no intention of killing him. Sohan only asked that Sahek make sure he started a new life and would not go back to his old habits. The hero pondered whether it was worth considering that his revenge had been accomplished, because people were already happy to be freed from the oppression of bandits. At that moment, Sahek awkwardly informed Sohan that the receiver of the Western Gold Convoy had requested a meeting with him. It was one of the organizations that Blood Vortex had terrorized. They had been in hiding, but when they found out what had happened, they wanted to find Sohan and thank him. Sohan was even amazed at how many enemies the head of the Blood Clan had. However, there was still a small problem. Blood Whirlwind was extorting money from the Western Gold Convoy to do business in favor of the Wind Convoy organization. The hero then asked Sahek to go and find out what was stolen, and make sure everything was returned to the Golden Convoy. Bowing down, the man got ready to carry out the order. But Sahek was still sad that Sohan was giving away possessions this time too. He thought it would be good if the Lord decided to keep some for himself. Suddenly, another of Sohan's servants came in and reported that the owner of the Crest Inn wanted to see their clan leader. This infuriated Sahek. He didn't understand what this man wanted, but Sohan calmed the assistant down with a word, asking him to bring his childhood friend. Sahek, who had no idea of such connections, only apologized and promised to bring the man. When Dogon arrived, he brought with him a great variety of food. Seeing Sohan's surprise, he explained that he remembered very well how the hero loved dumplings. That was why he had decided to bring them. Obviously, this concern couldn't help but bring a smile to the hero's face. He thanked the man and invited him to sit at the table with him. Sohan admitted that he had already managed to forget about his favorite dishes. He decided to ask Dogon how Uncle Poon was doing. As it turned out, the man had a bad back, so he was mostly lying in bed. The hero was upset that the man was so bad, but Dogon explained that there was no need to worry about it. He believed that the uncle was just faking it because he didn't want to work. Then it became obvious to the hero that the man still hadn't changed in the same way. After that, he decided to make a serious request to Dogon. He wanted the man to join him and help him with the kitchen. He also offered to arrange for Uncle Poon to join him as well. But Dogon didn't understand what to do with the inn in that case. Sohan explained that there were more men in the troop now. They needed somewhere to eat. The kitchen here was as good as his inn, and he would be able to supervise the whole process. However, this offer did not make Dogon particularly happy. The hero did not understand why he was not excited about the idea. It turned out that Dogon was worried that if he cooked here, he might end up getting slaughtered. The hero had absolutely no idea why Dogon had such fears present. The man then admitted that he had seen that fight and knew very well how Sohan fought. In that case, the hero thought that he didn't need to worry, knowing his strength. But it wasn't a matter of worry. Dogon was sure that Sohan's journey would not end here. Even if he didn't want to fight, there were those who wouldn't leave him alone. The hero clearly hadn't thought of that before. To give his answer, Dogon asked the hero to tell him how strong he was. He promised that he would listen to the answer and decide whether he wanted to be a humble cook in an inn or work for Sohan as a chef. But the boy didn't know how to answer that question. It hadn't been long yet since he had gone out into the world. Dogon offered to give an answer based on what clan he was from. Eventually, the hero managed to come up with an answer. He admitted that he doesn't know how powerful he himself is, but the world knows how powerful his teacher is. Dogon happily realized that probably whoever had trained Sohan was highly respected. The hero was silent for a while, unsure if he should tell the truth. After gathering his courage, Sohan said firmly that his teacher was one of the 4 great demons. Dogon's face instantly twisted in fear, as the mere mention of that name was terrifying. In an effort to clarify the situation, the hero calmly explained that his teacher was the lord of an unorthodox faction, one of the 4. There were the factions of madness, lust, sorcery, and poison, and his mentor led one of them. After this revelation, a startled Dogon had to take a volley of a cup of wine to come to his senses. With a nervous smile, he congratulated the lad on surviving such training at all. The hero nodded understandingly. He was well aware of the rumors about his teachers. Trying to defuse the situation, Dogon asked Sohan to warn him if his teacher was going to come. In that case, he would have time to escape as far away as possible. Calming his friend, the hero assured him that wouldn't happen. His teacher was too busy. Being practical, Dogon wondered how many people knew about it. For if it were known to everyone, few would dare to confront Sohan. However, the hero was reluctant to divulge this information, rightly believing that it might backfire. Dogon nodded understandingly. For surely the orthodox way would not have left such a thing alone, and there would have been those who would have blamed his actions under the guise of nobility. In such a situation, it was indeed better to be cautious. Besides, the territory of the unorthodox path was full of groups like the Blood Whirlwind clan. Perhaps now that Sohan had overthrown one clan, others would be willing to try their luck. Being prudent, the hero asked Dogon who to watch out for the most. After brief deliberation, Dogon named the Sword Wolves of the North Wind and the Sun Dragon Alliance in the south as the most dangerous factions. In his opinion, if anyone could kill the head of the Blood Swirl, it would be the leaders of those 2 organizations. With worry in his voice, Dogon expressed his concern. If these 2 clans united and attacked the Western Road, it would be difficult to survive. However, the hero only reassured his comrade with a confident smile. He promised that those who dared to attack them should be the ones to worry. This confidence allowed the man to relax visibly. So Dogon offered a drink. After all, they were doing well now. At this very time, one of the heads had already received a report that a certain young martial artist had returned to his homeland for revenge. The head of the Sun Dragon Union, Lim Hassan, thought it was just a cliché. He was so fed up with such stories that his hair was ready to stand on end. Nevertheless, he decided to ask the aide who dared to kill the head of the Blood Vortex. The frightened counselor admitted that they had yet to find out. No one officially ruled the Western Dark Road after the death of the clan head. Seeing this as an opportunity, Lim Hassan asked the counselor about possible actions. He suggested sending an assassin, despite the high price of his services. In his opinion, the flying invisible dagger would be perfect for this mission. Lim Hassan was surprised at the advisor's caution in sending such a valuable assassin. The advisor explained that it was worth the caution, since this person had managed to take down the Blood Whirlwind clan single-handedly. In addition, given the target's youth, they had decided to send a female assassin. It would be easier to seduce him and accomplish the task. Unaware of the plans being prepared against him, the hero at this time was quietly drinking alcohol in his room. Suddenly, after a knock, unfamiliar warriors entered the door, who, bowing to the Lord, expressed their reverence. Looking at Sahek incomprehensibly, Sohan waited for an explanation. The aide explained. These people were from the Phantom Sword Clan, part of a trade association that operated in the black market. Sahek had been a member of this clan until the Blood Whirlwind clan took over their territory. Now he would like to rebuild this clan and become their leader. After carefully looking over the fighters and his aide, the hero pondered his decision for a long time. In the end, he let Sahek act as he saw fit. After that, the atmosphere changed dramatically. All discussions were over, and the warriors began to disperse. When everyone had left, Sahek reported that the Western Gold Convoy had been settled. He also made sure that Sohan's orders were carried out. Stacked the medicines and poisons in one room, valuables and money in another, and placed the books and documents left by the Blood Whirlwind clan separately. Thanking Sahek for his excellent work, the hero announced that he would occupy the entire 3rd floor from now on. The aide was surprised at this decision, as one room had been enough for Sohan before. Without going into explanations, the hero only asked him to make sure that no one would enter this floor. This rule applied to all rooms on the 3rd floor. An agitated Sahek asked if the gentleman needed an assistant for cleaning. Sohan's answer stunned him. Anyone who went up to the 3rd floor would die choking on their own bloody vomit. It became obvious that Sohan intended to envelop the entire 3rd floor in poisonous fumes. Sahek promised to warn all the workers about it, but showing concern, he inquired who would guard the Lord, even though the hero was convinced that he didn't need guards. Nevertheless, Sahek reminded that the Sword Wolves and the Dragon Clan might try to get rid of him in order to take possession of the Western Dark Road. Therefore, they needed special measures against possible assassins. Thinking about the threat of assassins, the young master remembered to prepare for their possible appearance. There was one important question that bothered him. He didn't know if Sahek's subordinates had been convoys before. Eager to assess the potential of the future entourage, the warrior asked his aide to prepare the fighters to test their strength. Soon, everyone was gathered on the training field. Sohan invited the warriors to attack him without holding back. In turn, he promised to act carefully so that no one would get hurt. Such a condescending attitude clearly hurt the fighters' pride. One of them, showing concern, cautiously inquired whether the young lord was sure of his decision. After all, he was facing professional swordsmen. Sohan only raised an eyebrow in surprise, amazed that these men were actually concerned for his safety. Sahek, watching the scene, noticed how the lord's words further inflamed the anger in the eyes of the assembled warriors. It was obvious that the young master should not show his superiority so openly. However, as if not noticing their irritation, he calmly asked who would be the first to speak. Finally, a determined warrior stepped forward. Clutching his sword tightly, he prepared to attack. Despite his impressive speed, Sohan's movements were truly lightning fast. The moment the blades clashed, the attacker's sword shattered into splinters. True to his word, the young lord did not deliver the fatal blow. Instead, he attacked with the back of his sword, aiming for his opponent's nerve endings. The speed of the blow was such that even the air around the blade slightly smoked. The other warriors, observing such precision and skill, were visibly less confident. Sahek shifted uncomfortably from foot to foot, realizing that his master should have been more gentle with the fighters. Though, considering Sohan could have easily taken their lives, the current outcome could be considered merciful. As if nothing had happened, the young master motioned for the next volunteer to speak. There was silence. There was no one willing to continue the ordeal. Sahek understood this reaction, for it reminded him of his own feelings when he had first encountered Sohan's power. Suddenly, the young lord turned his gaze to his assistant, ordering him to join the training. The frightened Sahek tried to object, for Sohan was well aware of his ability level. But when he met his lord's insistent gaze, he realized he had no choice. Armed with his sword, the aide entered the fray. He was standing there, breathing heavily and barely able to stand. Unlike the rest of his subordinates, who were sprawled on the ground, he at least remained upright. Sohan concluded the training session by announcing that similar sessions would be held every morning from now on. The announcement horrified Sahek. He doubted he would even be able to move by the next day, let alone train again. The young lord firmly stated that this rule was non-negotiable. Even in his absence, the warriors were to train in the same regimen. Noticing the desperation on the aide's face, Sohan softened. Then the aide asked if it would be a problem that the warriors might weaken with such training. After a moment's thought, the hero promised to purchase elixirs for quick recovery from the black market. After such a generous offer, Sahek had no arguments left to object. As the young master headed for the exit, his assistant tried to accompany him, but intense pain stiffened his entire body, causing Sohan to smile derisively. With unexpected seriousness, the master reminded him that warriors of the dark path rarely live to be 30 years old. Judging by Sahek's current level of ability, an even earlier demise awaited him. Sohan stated bluntly that if the assistant wished to share the fate of a typical dark path warrior, he would not interfere. But if he wanted a different fate, he would have to follow his instructions. The young lord noted that neither Sahek nor his men possessed the techniques of internal energy cultivation, or the techniques of the Forbidden Blade. To his great disappointment, they appeared to be quite mediocrely trained. Despite the harshness of these words, Sahek understood that the lord was showing genuine concern. He promised to follow all instructions. Satisfied with this decision, Sohan announced his intention to take a walk. Therefore, he instructed his assistant to search for decent weapons for his subordinates in the black market. Once in the market square, the young master's attention was caught by an unusual pair. A stern warrior with a huge blade and a dwarf with a cart following him. Their gazes met, and the stranger, to Sohan's surprise, immediately greeted him. The man already knew that the man before him was the head of the Crescent Moon Sword Dancing School. The warrior told him that he had come on behalf of the wolves, and asked if Sohan was familiar with the organization. The young master honestly admitted his superficial acquaintance with the wolves of the north, and expressed his willingness to listen to explanations. The stranger told him that they had heard that Sohan had killed the head of the Blood Whirlwind clan, and taken control of the land. As such, they decided to send a letter and a gift to the new ruler. Turning to his aide, the sword-wielding warrior ordered him to hand over everything assigned to Sohan. The dwarf hurriedly ran up to the young master and, bowing respectfully, handed him the scroll. While the messenger was delivering the message, his partner explained that the leader of the northern wolves wished to shake hands with the new ruler of the land. Sohan could visit them himself at any time, he said, or the northern wolf would be willing to visit in person. The aide fidgetily pulled out a letter supposedly containing 100,000 yen from behind his sinus. However, Sohan's experienced eyes instantly caught the trick. Instead of money, there was a deadly blue viper lurking in the envelope. It slid into the young master's hand with lightning speed, injecting venom. The warrior watched the scene with a nonchalant look while the arriving guests only smiled slyly, celebrating, as it seemed to them, the success of their devious plan. The mercenary smugly remarked that since Sohan was familiar with poisons, he must understand the deadliness of the northern viper's bite. He even generously offered to give him the antidote in exchange for leaving the land. However, the young master didn't seem to be bothered by the situation at all. Instead of accepting the offer, he calmly reached out his hand to the snake and coldly plucked out its poisonous fangs. After which, in an imperious tone, he ordered the uninvited guest to leave immediately before his patience ran out. At this moment, the dwarf armed with a small sword attempted to attack Sohan. His partner wasted no time either, lightning fast, snatching up his blade and striking. The young master easily dodged the direct attack, while still keeping track of the dwarf's movements with his throwing knives. Sohan's first setback came when, fending off the flying blades, he let a second opponent get too close. A fierce duel ensued in which both mercenaries showed true skill as they tried to corner their opponent. However, their efforts were in vain. Even as he remained in place and allowed his enemies to circle around him, the young master easily repelled all attacks. The attackers tried to strike simultaneously from both sides, but Sohan blocked both opponents without apparent effort. Realizing that they had seriously underestimated the skill level of their opponent, the mercenaries were forced to retreat to a safe distance. The warrior reluctantly admitted that he now had faith in Sohan's ability to defeat the head of the Blood Whirlwind clan. However, he was certain that the snake's venom should soon take effect. The cocky mercenary offered a deal. If Sohan admits defeat before he loses consciousness, they will give him the antidote. However, the young master only grinned contemptuously, demanding the name of their true employer be revealed. He expressed doubt that the Northern Wolf clan was behind this. The dwarf, irritated by such arrogance, couldn't understand why the opponent was so careless in the face of mortal danger. Determined to end the confrontation, he threw a small bomb at them. As if hovering over Sohan's head, it exploded, enveloping him in a puff of smoke. The little assassin, taking advantage of the cover he had created, rushed to the attack, intending to slash his opponent with his blades. His movements were swift and unpredictable, but even in such a situation, he could not reach the young master. Suddenly, the warrior who was guarding outside the smokescreen heard the distinctive sound of tearing flesh. He grinned at his partner's impatience, thinking he should have played with the victim longer. But his grin was quickly replaced by horror as the smoke began to clear. Instead of the expected silhouette of his small ally, the outline of a tall figure appeared in the puffs of smoke. When the veil finally cleared, the shocked mercenary saw his wounded comrade stretched out on the ground at the feet of the unharmed Sohan. The young master calmly demanded that the remaining enemy reveal the identity of the customer, warning that he would not repeat the question a third time. The warrior, seized by rage, could not understand what was happening. It was as if the bite of the deadly viper had no effect on his opponent. With a slight chuckle, Sohan reminded him that not only the snake was poisoned, but the letter itself was impregnated with poison. The mercenary was completely confused. Not only were both poisons useless, but his opponent was also incredibly strong. Seeing the silence of the warrior, the young master assumed that they had not acted independently. The informant simply had not told the mercenaries about his true abilities. Sohan could see from his opponent's face that he realized that they were being used as expendable material or bait. However, the proud warrior was not going to admit defeat. With a desperate cry, he launched one last attack, hoping to finish off his arrogant opponent. His plan was doomed to failure from the start, but he stubbornly refused to admit it. This time, the young master decided to show no leniency. In one precise movement, he severed the arm that the mercenary had tried to strike with, leaving him helpless. Now the warrior could neither fight nor defend himself. To his horror, the wounded man suddenly realized that he couldn't move, as if his body was paralyzed. A hunch flashed through his clouded mind. The enemy's blade had been smeared with a special poison that spread lightning fast through his veins. Calmly approaching his defeated foe, Sohan wondered with cold irony how famous he needed to become. He was sick and tired of having such fools come to him to die. But, he added, cleansing the world of such filth was also a kind of good deed. Horrified by these words, the mercenary could only ask for a quick death. But the young master, kneeling down beside him, suddenly showed interest in the reasons for such a passionate desire to die. He mentioned that he possessed the art of healing and could heal the wounds of his defeated opponent. Offering one last chance, Sohan once again inquired about the identity of the customer. After a brief hesitation, The dying warrior only managed to whisper that they had been sent by an assassin known as the Invisible Flying Dagger. In the next instant, the young master cut his life short by piercing the bones of his skull with his bare hand. This information was enough. Sohan realized that the Invisible Flying Dagger was an assassin who used others to assess the strength of his potential victim. The young master was certain that the mysterious observer was watching what was happening right now. Quickly looking around the surroundings, Sohan didn't find anyone, which was quite expected. However, he seemed to be amused by the prospect of playing cat and mouse with an unseen opponent. At this time, from the roof of a distant house, a mysterious figure was indeed observing the entire scene through a telescope. The mysterious assassin noted an interesting detail. Initially, Sohan was ready to spare the mercenaries, but in the end, he still took their lives. This fact allowed the Invisible Flying Dagger to draw an important conclusion. This young martial artist had no clear moral boundaries. After meeting with Sahek, the young master unexpectedly inquired about ways to lure the leader of the Silver Wolf clan out of the Sun Dragon Association. At first, the assistant didn't even believe his ears. But when he saw the serious expression on his master's face, he realized that this was no joke. With concern in his voice, Sahek cautiously inquired what made his lord resort to such extreme measures. Sohan calmly explained that assassins had already been sent for him. The worried assistant immediately rushed to check if the young master was injured. He only laughed, joking that he had died in the square long ago and that his ghost was now talking to Sahek. Realizing the absurdity of his concern, the assistant returned to the original question. After a short thought, an idea ripened in his mind. It immediately piqued Sohan's interest. Sahek spoke of once existing meetings between the heads of organizations that the young lord had never heard of. The aide explained that although these meetings had now ceased, they used to be held annually. They were attended by all factions of the Dark Path, accompanied by martial artists. By who showed up to the meeting and who ignored the invitation, the most dangerous factions could be identified. Sohan had listened carefully to Sahek's suggestion to revive this tradition and found the idea very promising. His assistant immediately volunteered to take care of the organizational matters, and the young gentleman plunged into thinking about the details of the upcoming meeting. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a loud knock at the door. As it turned out, it was Dogon with a treat. Sohan noted with warmth that all this time he had been wondering when his old friend would appear. Noticing this, Sahek respectfully tried to bow out so as not to disturb their meeting, but he was stopped by the gentleman's unexpected offer to share a meal with them. The aide's face contorted with genuine amazement. With his incomprehension, he forced Sohan to repeat the invitation. Sahek, still not believing his ears, thought it inexcusable to share a meal with the lord. The young master didn't seem to understand his embarrassment, and only asked Dogon if there was enough food for 3. His friend assured him that there was more than enough food, and he had also brought some excellent wine. When everyone was seated at the table, Sahek still cast uncertain glances at the lord. Dogon and Sohan waited patiently for him to relax. After the invitation to the meal, the conversation dragged on until late into the night. All the while, the conversation was spiced with Dogon's hilarious stories. None of the revelers suspected that their merriment was being closely watched by the very same assassin. It seemed strange to him that a man who had recently been assassinated was spending his time so carelessly, like a madman. Even more disturbing was the suspicion that Sohan was well aware of the surveillance, and was deliberately acting so defiantly. But the mercenary wrote it off as a foolishness of purpose, and decided that today, as ordered, he would send him to the underworld. After dinner, the young master took Dogon out into the open, intending to fulfill a long-standing promise. His friend begged him to put it off until tomorrow, but Sohan reminded him of his promise to show the dance after he had defeated the clan. Dogon admitted with a smile that in the hustle and bustle of events, he had forgotten all about it. The warrior stopped and listened to the silence of the night, enjoying the peaceful singing of the crickets. Then he asked his friend if he remembered the movements of the dance. Dogon confirmed that he knew every step, but doubted Sohan's ability to perform it while drunk. The young master, however, was confident in his abilities. Taking out his blade, he promised to perform the best drunken dance of the night blade. Spinning in a dance, he began to draw fanciful patterns with his sword. He remembered his teacher's admonishments of smooth movements. Their voices echoing in his memory brought a nostalgic smile to his face. With each passing second, the movements became faster and more precise. Sohan followed all the instructions exactly as if he was hearing them right now. The dance began smoothly, gradually picking up speed with each step. The final move required a change of stance, and the young master performed this maneuver with the same ease as when he was a child. Even with his eyes closed, he could feel every movement flawlessly, imagining in his heart that he was dancing with his mentor. The final pose, with the dancers pointing their blades at each other's necks without taking the final step, completed the performance. Following tradition, The dancer bowed in a bow, showing respect to his imaginary partner. At that moment, the illusion created by the young master's mind, clouded by alcohol, began to dissipate. His mentor's last words were sincere praise. Her pupil had surpassed even her skill in performing the dance. The image of his teacher melted away, allowing Sohan to open his eyes, and a longing immediately swept over his soul. His thoughts turned involuntarily to his dear family and friends whose fate remained unknown. Dogon, who had been watching the performance all this time, froze with his mouth open in amazement. He began to praise his friend enthusiastically, noting that he had repeated every movement of the ancient dance. It seemed incredible. The sincere praise brought a peaceful smile to the warrior's face. As the night air grew cooler, Dogon suggested they return to the outhouse. Sohan agreed, but asked his friend to go first. He wanted to be alone with the night sky for a while longer. After the cook left, the young master stretched out serenely on the ground, gazing up into the clear, cloudless sky. He thought about his mentors and family, cherishing the hope of their well-being. The assassin had grown weary of his strange target, who kept muttering something incomprehensible. In addition, Sohan reeked of alcohol, so much so that the odor could be smelled even from afar. Now the drunken warrior was just lying there, as if he was deliberately setting himself up for a blow. The assassin decided not to miss this opportunity. The mercenary was sure that the metal knives would catch up with the target before the drunken enemy could react. However, it turned out that even in his inebriated state, Sohan was able to spot the attack. Dropping to the ground, the assassin realized with horror that there was no one at the spot where the blades had fallen. Looking up, the mercenary saw his target on the roof. The young master was watching him closely. This choice seemed foolish to the assassin. Instead of taking cover, the enemy had driven himself into a trap. There was no escaping him in the air. The mercenary had a special weapon, a sword in the shape of a poisonous snake. With his hand raised to attack, the assassin brought his weapon into action. The more he swung the blade, the more deadly blades flew out from the holes in the sword, flying towards the target. Sohan didn't even try to dodge as he calmly watched the approaching attack. At the same time, he leisurely pulled out a fan that had been given to him by one of his teachers. Spinning in the air, the young master performed the immortal wind flash strike technique. At first, it seemed ridiculous to the assassin that a simple fan could resist his attack, but all the blades that were knocked off course by the wind flow fell harmlessly to the ground. Sohan himself landed as well, scrutinizing an opponent he considered weak. For the first time during the hunt, the mercenary felt uneasy, not realizing what was wrong with his target. Despite the impressive bounty, the opponent was incredibly strong. Now, the assassin suspected that he had greatly misjudged the target. Perhaps his employer himself didn't realize who he was dealing with. As the assassin frantically clutched the hilt of his sword, preparing for defense, the young master calmly folded his fan. Looking at his long-awaited opponent with obvious disdain, he wryly remarked that he had long wanted to see the rat that had been sent for his soul. Such an insult only inflamed the murderer's rage. Nothing could now deter him from attacking with redoubled vigor. At last, the mercenary was still unable to reach his target. Sohan continued to retreat, deflecting the blows of the heavy weapons with his seemingly fragile fan. With each collision, the assassin could feel the monstrous force that filled his opponent's body, as the hand holding the sword convulsed in pain. Not wanting to retreat, the mercenary attacked more and more furiously, hoping to find a weak spot in the enemy's defense. But all his efforts were in vain. He was only wasting his strength. It soon became obvious that the difference in their internal energy was too great. Sohan's body shuddered with every parry. Looking at the hero's peaceful face, he realized he had to keep fighting. Stopping even for a moment would mean his instant death. He no longer cared whether he survived or died. The task had to be accomplished at any cost. Putting all his remaining strength into his final blow, he brought his sword down on his opponent's fan. A hurricane wind rose from the force of the collision. Not only the leaves and branches of the trees bent, even heavy chairs, barrels, and crates flew apart. However, the young master remained unperturbed. He had already realized all the possibilities of his opponent. The mercenary couldn't believe his eyes. It seemed that Sohan was repelling his attacks without even taking the fight seriously. Now, looking at the young master with his fan, the mercenary realized that his opponent had finally become serious. With one powerful move, Sohan sent his enemy flying. It obviously ended in a collision with the wall. The force of the impact was so great that even the killer's internal organs were damaged, as evidenced by the blood gushing from his mouth. While still conscious, the defeated mercenary watched the approach of the one he was supposed to kill. It was obvious that this warrior would have the strength to finish him off at any moment. When Sohan lowered himself to the ground and threw the fan away, the assassin realized that everything that had happened before was just a trick, a test of his victim's abilities. As if nothing had happened, The young master threw his head back, exposing his face to the night wind. Then he calmly asked the mercenary if he could demonstrate something more interesting. At that moment, the assassin finally realized the incredible strength of his opponent. He wanted to escape, but his legs treacherously trembled after the blow. Escape was impossible. Seeing no other way out, the mercenary resorted to the last resort: betrayal. He offered his help in exchange for mercy, but the young master was clearly not interested in such a deal. Sohan noticed with a cold smile that such an offer had come too late. The assassin wondered why his opponent had not dealt with him from the start, but as it turned out, the young warrior had his own questions. Realizing that this was his only chance for salvation, the mercenary threw away his weapon as a sign of surrender. Dropping to his knees, he vowed to obey any orders. He was even willing to become a loyal dog if the Lord so desired. Sohan indifferently remarked that he had no need for dogs. There was such a threat in his words that fear gripped the mercenary's body. Staring into the face of approaching death, he decided to reveal the whole truth for the sake of a ghostly chance of survival. Stammering with fear, the assassin confessed that he had been sent by the head of the Sun Dragon with the promise of 10,000 nyang for completing the task. Sohan's wounding would be rewarded with an additional 5,000, and killing him with another 10,000. After these words, it was clear to the young master that his main enemy was the head of the Sun Dragon clan. With hope in his eyes, the mercenary asked about the possibility of pardon after such a frank confession. In response, Sohan only kicked his opponent's sword closer to his hands. While the assassin stared at the weapon in bewilderment, the young master explained that the reward for a quick response had already been determined. In his case, it was a painless death at his own hands. Looking hatefully at the man who had come for his life, Sohan ordered him to die under the oppression of his inner strength. The mercenary immediately grabbed his sword and plunged it into his stomach. Bleeding, he asked for only one thing: to know the name of his victor. The young master gave his real name, and with that name on his lips, the assassin drew his last breath. News of the defeat of the head of the assassin squad quickly reached Lim Hassan. The advisor reported to the Lord that the payment for the failed mission had been returned, adding that Sohan was not interested in beauties, so it was pointless to send a female assassin. Moreover, it turned out that not only the mission had failed, Sohan had already managed to deal with the flying dagger. The counselor explained that the dancing sword school had hastily buried the body. But when the squad investigated, they discovered a strange detail. Lim Hassan assumed that the assassin had ingested poison, but the counselor clarified: the assassin had been killed by his own sword. It wasn't like an ordinary suicide to keep the secret. Rather, he was forced to end up like that. After saying that, Lim Hassan realized how dangerous their opponent was. The advisor suggested calling a meeting of the criminal organizations. Noting that Sohan had not yet had time to connect with them, he suggested teaming up with the other leaders to eliminate the common threat. Lim Hassan agreed, ordering him to prepare everything necessary for the meeting. After that, the advisor quickly left to carry out his orders. All the while, one of Lim Hassan's maidservants named Mio was nearby. The master asked her what she knew about the girls from the dancing sword school. Mio recalled with a smile that the great demoness had taken one of them as her apprentice. Hearing this, Lim Hassan turned cold with fear. The thought of someone from the school becoming a disciple of the great demoness herself was terrifying. It was obvious that blackmailing Sohan using this girl would not work. It was unlikely that they would be able to wrest her from the hands of such a powerful patroness. Suddenly, Sohan received news that forced him to immediately summon an aide for an important conversation. It turned out that the head of the Sun Dragon, Lim Hassan, had sent an invitation to the leaders' meeting. This news caused genuine amazement on Sahek's face, as he could hardly believe what he was hearing. The young master calmly explained the details. The meeting was scheduled at the Crescent Moon School of the Dancing Sword, and each organization was allowed to bring up to 10 people. The aide frowned, not understanding the intent of the organizers of the meeting, but noted the need to be prepared for any development. Suddenly, Sahek remembered the disturbing fact that the chapter that had called the first such meeting had died the same day. He wondered why, despite such an ominous precedent, such meetings were still held. Sohan explained that it was the nature of the Dark Path, where rivals preferred death to loss of influence. Hearing this, the young master finally understood the reason why most followers of the Dark Path didn't live to be 30 years old. After saying that, the assistant awkwardly fell silent. Sohan looked at him questioningly, waiting for an explanation. Sahak, gathering his courage, asked his master not to say such gloomy things. Realizing that he had hurt his assistant's feelings, the young master nodded with a smile, but immediately grew serious. He asked an unexpected question. What would Sahak do if he met an opponent he could not defeat? Caught off guard, the aide didn't immediately come up with an answer, but in the end he suggested that he would try to fight. Sohan shook his head. explaining that in such a situation one should run away without looking back, grow stronger, and only then fight. Sahek asked how to proceed if running away was not possible. The Lord's answer was harsh. Then you would have to fight, forgetting the differences in strength, energy, and combat skills. Fighting with the sole purpose of tearing the enemy apart with your bare hands. The cruel advice made the age shudder, but he understood the meaning behind those words. Taking a serious look, Sahek vowed to memorize the admonition and follow it. Shortly after this conversation, Sohan ordered all the fighters to assemble for an important announcement. After making sure that all the warriors were assembled, the young lord looked them over with an attentive gaze. There was a look of determination in their eyes, but Sohan suddenly announced that he had not gathered them for training, but to drink together. He noted that they deserved it after their grueling training. At the mention of training, the fighters visibly tensed up. As if not noticing their reactions, the young master opened a bottle of expensive wine and asked them to raise their bowls. He personally went around to each warrior, filling their glasses. In the process, he calmly warned of the leaders' meeting tomorrow, and warned that within their walls would gather all the elite of the Dark Path. Sohan said bluntly, "The enemy has not come to negotiate. That means the 6 fighters will face a serious test." Seeing the excitement on the faces of the warriors, the young lord asked them not to worry. Filling his cup, he joined the guards at the table. He explained that the meeting would be attended by the heads of the organizations, so the number of attendants did not matter. The only thing he demanded was that all warriors do their best to survive. Noticing the concern on their faces, Sohan assured them that he would take care of the rest. By doing so, he made it clear he would ensure the safety of the people and the house. Grateful smiles lit up the faces of the fighters, and everyone raised their bowls, sharing the wine with the Lord. The next day, warriors began to gather near their home under the banners of their organizations. At the gates of the Crescent Moon Sword Dancing School, all the heads gathered. The already famous Lim Hassan of the Sun Dragon Union, the head of the North Wind Sword Wolves, the captain of the 5 Poisons organization, the leaders of the Dark Spirit Clan, and the Eagle Clan. After making sure that everyone was gathered, Lim Hassan, addressing the head of the Sword Wolves, invited them to come inside. However, he reminded them of the condition. Only 10 people from each organization. The rest should wait at the gate. The captain of the Sword Wolves was the first to agree. By doing so, he showed his willingness to come forward. Lim Hassan turned to the head of the 5 Poisons and asked him to lead the procession. The men and their warriors began to ascend the steps to the pavilion. There they were met by Sahek, who bowed in greeting. He introduced himself to the guests as the captain of the Phantom Squad of the School of the Dancing Sword. Sahek explained that the meeting would take place on the 2nd floor, where a room for 6 people had already been prepared. It was immediately obvious to the clan leaders that Sohan's intention was to leave the entourage downstairs, allowing only the leaders into the room. The aide, realizing their dissatisfaction with this decision, insisted on his own way, suggesting that they be escorted to the designated room and the others wait outside. No one argued, and the heads followed Sahek in silence. The aide was clearly pleased that his master's plans had worked perfectly. But when the tall guests entered the room, their faces contorted in shock as the room was completely empty. The heads looked at each other in confusion, not understanding why Sohan was absent, as they had expected to see him here. Looking at their bewildered faces, Sahek nonchalantly offered to take their seats, promising that he would go and fetch his master. Lim Hassan could barely contain his fury at the fact that Sahek was only now going to call for his master. It was obvious. The young master had decided to appear last to impress. This audacity had clearly exceeded the expectations of those present. The head of the Poison Clan, skillfully hiding his irritation, invited his comrades to take their seats with a smile. In fact, he was no less furious at this insolence than the other heads, but there was no choice. Eventually, everyone settled down and silently waited for Sohan to appear. Finally, the young lord himself appeared and greeted the guests and thanked them for coming. The heads were truly amazed to see this young man, and could not even believe that Sohan was the one in front of them. The reason for their surprise was simple. He looked much younger than they had assumed. To dispel any doubts, the young master stood in front of the heads and called out his name himself. It seemed to be the norm of propriety, but it only made the senior leaders more angry, who did not understand how this small upstart could speak to them as if they were equals. Not paying attention to their displeasure, Sohan sat down on the only empty seat left. He looked around at the heads of the clan as if waiting for them to start talking. The first to speak was the leader of the Poison Clan, who congratulated Sohan for killing the leader of the Western Dark Road and taking his place. The young lord made it clear that he was not proud of the deed, and there was nothing to congratulate him for. However, the elder discreetly remarked that Sohan had still managed to appropriate all of the previous master's lands for himself. The young master confirmed his words, but the elder immediately made it clear that it was naive to believe that he had actually gotten all the lands. The hero obviously did not understand why the elder said something like that, so he just remained silent, waiting for the continuation. Then he explained, "If a guy wants to take over this land, he needs to be strong enough to control it." But as far as the elder knew, Sohan had dissolved the Blood Whirlwind clan, and the supply of oblivion grass that the clan was running had been suspended. The Poison clan was the largest buyer of this commodity, and they were clearly not happy about losing their supplier. Besides, Blood Vortex had periodically bought poisons from them, and again, it wasn't too good to lose a customer. Sohan realized where the former leader of the Blood Vortex was getting all these antidotes from, but he didn't let on. The elder explained to Sohan that although their organizations had often been in competition with each other, they must now unite into a single society for the common good. That was what they had gathered for. He said all this so that the young lord would understand. The herb market could be organized by the Poison clan. Looking slyly at Sohan, he decided to ask him what he thought of his idea. After listening carefully to the elder, the young master could no longer keep his composure, and only smiled. He then discreetly summarized that the Poison clan head's wish was simply to seize a part of his domain. At this moment, another one of the clan heads flared up and loudly slapped his hand on the table, ordering Sohan to show some respect, as he was just a puppy compared to them. The head of the Dark Spirit clan angrily questioned who gave the young man the right to speak to his elders in such a manner. The young master almost laughed when he heard that he needed some right. He calmly made it clear that this man clearly had no right to teach him manners. Sohan suggested that those gathered stop sitting around idly, and instead get down to business. His gaze and speech were so serious that even the other clan heads were silenced by the resulting awkwardness. In the end, when no one spoke first, the young lord concluded that although they were heads, they were not very brave guys. So he decided to start first and calmly made it clear to those gathered that they had only two choices. Either they would all obey him, or he would kill them all. He generously offered to attack him if they were confident in their abilities. Such an offer clearly alarmed, and perhaps even frightened the clan heads. Looking at the young master's face, they could see that he was not joking, and was as serious as possible. The first to break the silence was the head of the Northwind Swordwolves, noting with a chuckle that Sohan had given them no choice. He specified whether they could attack the young master all at once, or one at a time, but reminded them that according to the traditions of the Dark Path factions, the winner takes all, and the losers must submit. The captain of the Swordwolves directly told the hero that in case of a joint attack, he could not win. But Sohan, determined, calmly said that if they attacked in a crowd, he would kill them all. After these words, an oppressive silence reigned in the room. Soon the young master confessed that he had certain expectations from the meeting. He really hoped that after such a proposal they would attack all at once. In the heads of the heads, the same question arose. Where did this young man get so much courage that he really expects to defeat them all? In the end, the captain of the Northwind Swordwolves couldn't bear the tension and laughed loudly. Rising up, he drew his sword and stood in front of Sohan. After the warrior introduced himself, he announced his desire to fight one-on-one. The young lord, not the least bit intimidated by such a formidable opponent, calmly rose from his seat and motioned for him to come closer. At last, the two opponents found themselves facing each other. At this moment, the swordsman Wolf's face became much more serious, and he immediately grabbed his sword and began to attack, drawing deadly movements. The hero, who didn't even have a weapon at hand, lightning quickly armed himself with his own blades, and despite the impressive speed of the attack, he was able to easily repel it. When the smoke from the strike cleared, all the clan heads froze in amazement, marveling at the incredible sword speed Sohan was displaying. However, the young master didn't care about their attention. He was completely focused on the fight. After performing the first test attack, he realized which fighting style was best to choose. His subsequent strikes became light and precise, while he dodged his opponent's attacks in parallel. The wolf swordsman did not understand how this was possible and what was happening. In addition, at some point he realized that his sword had become unnaturally heavy. At the same time, he understood perfectly well. The hero had a weapon that was too light, and it was even difficult to repel powerful attacks with it. This meant only one thing. The opponent was much stronger than him. In the end, everyone witnessed how the wolf swordsman gradually began to be squeezed in battle. The head of the Dark Spirit clan also realized, if the swordsman wolf couldn't handle it, then he would certainly lose. However, now was their chance to overpower Sohan while the swordsman distracted him. He gently glanced over to the rest of the captains, signaling that he was about to join the fight. At this point, the swordsman began to get seriously worried, realizing that he was losing. It was obvious that if the fight continued at this pace, he wouldn't last long. So he used all of his sixth sense trying to find at least some vulnerability of his opponent. All he could come up with was an attack strong enough to force Sohan to retreat. When the young master had moved far enough away, the wolf swordsman, the dark spirit captain, and the captain of the Five Poisons clan realized that the moment had come. All three of them attacked at the same time. The swordsman wolf with an amplified swing, the dark spirit with phantom threads, and the elder with a poison volley. However, the hero easily recognized their attack, and at that moment, the clan heads who hadn't joined the battle noticed something strange. Despite the fact that there were now 3 opponents against him, Sohan did not show the slightest fear. He even smiled. The young master's first blows hit the wolf swordsman, causing his body to convulse and he was unable to fight. Next, the head of the Dark Spirit clan suffered the same horrifying fate. Only, unlike the wolf swordsman who received a simple blow, this man was cut in 2 by the hero. Both halves of his body fell to the ground with a distinctive sound. Noticing the poisonous attack coming his way, Sohan easily repelled it with his sword, but some of the poison particles still reached the target. At this moment, the Five Poisons clan head realized that the hero must have fallen for his ploy. Everyone else noticed how a bloody stain began to blur on the hero's chest, on his white robe, blood gradually dripping onto the ground. Looking at this, the satisfied head of the Five Poisons clan laughed slyly. He recognized that Sohan was quite strong, but now found himself poisoned by the Five Poisons. So he advised him to give up, as he wouldn't last long under their effects. However, at that moment the hero's previously clouded gaze suddenly became clearer. He calmly turned to the leader of the Sun Dragon Alliance and the head of the Eagle clan, asking if the two had made their decision. He needed an answer whether they were going to attack or obey him. At that moment, both men realized in horror. All this time, the hero hadn't even been fighting at full strength. It was obvious by his internal energy that this guy was much stronger than he seemed. That meant that he had only been testing them all this time to see how they would behave. The first to surrender under Sohan's confident gaze was the captain of the Eagle clan. Kneeling down, he swore that the Eagle clan would faithfully serve the young master. Following him, the head of the Sun Dragon Union knelt down. He turned to Sohan and apologized for the attempted assassination by the mercenaries and expressed his willingness to accept any punishment. The wolf swordsman of the North Wind, while admitting his defeat in the battle, also vowed to serve the hero. Observing what was happening, the Five Poisons clan chief could not understand the actions of the other leaders. He persistently reminded them that Sohan was still poisoned by his poisons. Tired of his idle chatter, the young master turned to the heads of the Sun Dragon Union, Eagle clan, and Sword Wolves. They immediately responded to the new master's call, awaiting his first order. The order turned out to be simple: kill the head of the Five Poisons clan. At that moment, the elder realized that his potions must have clouded Sohan's mind. He tried to appeal to the hero's reason, claiming that they would not follow the orders of a dying man. However, to his horror, all the captains agreed to carry out the order and began to gradually surround him. The head of the Five Poisons desperately pleaded with his comrades to pull themselves together, assuring them that Sohan was about to die. But the clan heads only drew their swords, causing the elder to angrily call them weak-minded idiots. Now he could only watch helplessly as his death approached in the face of the 3 heads, not realizing how everything had come to this. The young lord watched his fear with satisfaction, realizing that the man must pay for his words. In a desperate attempt to save himself, the head of the Five Poisons clan made one last attempt to explain to the others that Sohan had been poisoned by the Five Poisons and would soon die. Even Lim Hassan, realizing the possibility of poisoning, had his doubts. How could a fatally poisoned person look so horrifying? The young master looked more like a demon ready to devour them if they didn't do his bidding. All 3 of them took up their weapons and began to attack the elder. Tom had to defend himself with his poison control ability, dodging multiple attacks. Each time he dodged, he found it harder and harder to dodge. Losing his composure, the Five Poisons head begged the heads to stop, calling them idiots. However, Lim Hassan realized that this old man was the one who was a fool who didn't realize what was happening. Sohan wasn't poisoned at all. He was only testing their abilities. If they couldn't prove their usefulness now, the outcome would be obvious: death for anyone who failed him. The situation was especially serious for Lim Hassan. If he, who had sent an assassin for Sohan's soul, wanted to survive, he had to kill the Five Poisons clan leader himself. So he prepared to use his strongest technique, the Sun Dragon's killing blow to the enemy's heart. The elder was unable to defend himself and only put his arm out in an attempt to slow down the blow. His limb was instantly severed, and while he was in unbearable pain, the other 2 heads came too close. The result was obvious as the 2 heads stabbed him with their swords. Choking on blood, the head of the Five Poisons accepted his fate, and it was Lim Hassan who delivered the final blow. He cut off the elder's head, which rolled right to Sohan's feet. The young lord remained unperturbed the whole time, Watching the battle and waiting for the men's next actions, all three bowed before him in a respectful bow. Lim Hasun was the only one who spoke and reported the execution of the order. Sohan then calmly turned to the head of the union, who had been waiting fearfully for his words. The young master recalled that Lim Hasun was the one who was supposed to die at this meeting. He was sure that the man was well aware of the misdemeanor for which he should have paid with his life. Hearing those words, the head of the union was gripped by terror. He collapsed to his knees, once again begging Sohan for forgiveness. The hero decided to show mercy, but warned him that he would watch his every move carefully. For Lim Hasan, even this was a great comfort. Bowing down, he thanked the Lord for his mercy. Sohan then approached the heads of the Wolf and Eagle clans, who waited attentively for his words. The young lord ordered them to call back the men they had come with and share a cup of wine with him. They immediately bowed gratefully, honored by this opportunity. The hero went forward to conduct his guests. Lim Hasan had to remain in the room alone, feeling humiliated and rejected. However, at that moment, Sohan suddenly turned to the dragon head as well. Although the man was frightened at first, the young lord only invited him to join the others for a cup of wine. Lim Hasan, unable to believe his happiness, immediately rose from his knees and thanked the Lord for such a favor. When everyone had gathered for a meal together, only Sohan himself was drinking. Unnoticeably, he spread his poison throughout the room, causing all four men to fall into a deep sleep, finally recognizing his power over them. Unlike the Ghost Sword clan, these warriors had submitted to force rather than goodwill. The young lord pondered their fate, to destroy every last one of them, or to try to turn them to serve himself. Looking at his defeated opponents, he decided to show mercy to assess their potential usefulness in the future. Removing his poison from the room, Sohan waited patiently for the men to begin to regain consciousness. When they awoke and met the young master's gaze, they realized that they had been in a deep sleep the entire time and had fallen asleep at the same time. This was clearly not an accident or a consequence of excessive drinking. The wolf swordsman and the head of the Sun Dragon Union were the first to realize that they had been deliberately drugged. The young lord remarked with a faint chuckle that their sleep was so sound that he did not dare to disturb them. Lim Hasun, realizing the situation, hurriedly apologized for his undignified behavior. The swordsman wolf also did the same. However, everyone knew that if Sohan had wished them dead, they wouldn't have woken up. The last to come to his senses was the head of the dragon clan, who, stammering fearfully, began to apologize for his weakness. But the young master magnanimously brushed off the apology. He knew perfectly well that all three of them had already realized that their lives were now entirely in his power. The young master offered to return to the interrupted conversation, reminding the Sun Dragon of the unfinished thought. Lim Hasan spoke of a survivor of the Dancing Crescent School. The young master stepped forward interestedly. The warrior continued. The girl was a little-known, low-ranked martial artist, until the great demoness herself chose her to be her apprentice. The hero had already heard about the demoness, and decided to find out what the girl's name was. Lim Hasan knew for sure that that girl used a pseudonym, but unfortunately, it slipped his mind. After a short silence, the hero asked why the head of the Sun Dragon Union had told him about it. He suspected that the man was expecting him to participate in the battle with the great demoness. When Lim Hasan told this information, he only explained that he had previously heard about Sohan's quest. He assured that if he decided to fight the great demoness, he would have the full support of the Union. After calming down, the hero decided to see if anyone knew the current whereabouts of the great demoness. Lim Hasan promised to give orders to track her down, and the wolf swordsman shared a rumor that she was somewhere in the territory of the Shannon Dark faction. She could be found in no time. Sohan knew very well that the great demoness only takes beautiful virgin girls as her apprentices. It is said that she kills apprentices who have lost their innocence. But even meeting high standards of beauty did not guarantee safety. No one could predict who she would spare and who she would kill. Even a divinely beautiful girl could be killed for the slightest rudeness, because this woman had no limits. That's why she was called a demoness. She was a real madwoman. Great, however, she was called for her incredible strength. However, the hero warned that Channon would stop calling her Great Demoness in the near future. In fact, Sohan realized that these girls were only formally considered students. The demoness didn't teach them how to fight. She simply nurtured their internal energy to a certain level, and then absorbed it, preserving their youth. He didn't know who exactly became her apprentice, but he was obliged to save this girl. Shortly after the meeting, the hero went to his warriors at the training ground. He wanted to get their opinion of yesterday's clan leaders, but none of the warriors dared to answer, only hiding their eyes. Sohan then asked if the warriors understood why they needed to become stronger. All of them unanimously confirmed the Lord's words, showing that they understood his message. Sohan asked them not to be discouraged. The dark factions do not rely on individual abilities, but on interaction with each other. So there was a special role for each of them. The warriors immediately responded gratefully to the Lord's words. However, the hero wanted to warn them that they obeyed only him and not the other leaders. Of course, they were to respect them as holding their positions, but not to forget that. The warriors bowed, assuring the Lord that they understood his words. The most important thing left to report was Sohan announcing plans to meet with the demoness. At that moment, the faces of all the warriors contorted with surprise. Sahek looked especially frightened and asked hopefully if the Lord was referring to the demoness of the 4 great demons. But she was the one the hero was going to meet. Upon hearing this, all the warriors looked extremely anxious, worried about their lord's well-being. Sohan decided to find out the reason for their concern. Sahek confessed that although he did not doubt his lord's strength, the 4 great demons were creatures that even the pure faction could not catch. The hero knew very well that the 4 great demons were indeed very dangerous creatures. But it was only a name, and he promised that it would soon turn into 3 great demons after he found the demoness. The story moves to the Shannon faction, to the Azure Plum Coast Pavilion. There, on one of the upper floors, the hero sat quietly, sipping wine and pondering. His mind was still reeling from his conversation with Sahek, who had reported that the great demoness had been seen in the territory of the Unorthodox faction. According to the Sun Dragon Head's message, he had traveled here, but after a month, he still hadn't found anyone. According to his teacher, the great demoness absorbs the life energy of her female disciples to prolong their youth and become stronger. Therefore, he needed to save these girls as soon as possible. At this moment, a girl approached the master. She inquired why he was here alone and offered to have a drink together. But the hero politely asked her to leave. When this did not work, it only made him angry. He already rudely ordered the girl to go away. She clearly did not expect such a response, blushed with shame and embarrassment, and then immediately ran away. She was amazed at how such a handsome young master could be so rude. Sohan was already annoyed that the girls were hanging on to him even though he had only come to fulfill his mission. At this time, another girl nearby was talking restlessly with her older sister, glancing at Sohan. She was amazed that he had rejected another girl. She couldn't even count how many had tried to keep him company. However, the older sister asked the girl not to worry about such nonsense and just enjoy her drink. The reason for her concern was that she just couldn't take her eyes off this guy. He was indeed very good-looking. Even the older sister recognized his beauty, finding him quite attractive. These words pleased the younger sister. She was glad that she and her older sister looked at things the same way. Suddenly, the older sister's face darkened, and she quickly drained her cup of alcohol. The younger sister noticed the change. The older sister was behaving unusually. What could have happened? She suddenly said she didn't want to go back, and was drinking so much despite always saying never to try alcohol. After a little silence, the older sister turned to the younger sister with a question. She wondered if she had ever seen other older sisters die. The younger sister had never seen it. The younger one explained that according to the teacher, they were either taken by a demon, one of the 4 great demons, or killed by the pure ones. Those words seemed like lies to the older one, but the younger sister knew they were most likely true. The only thing that was true was that none of them had ever seen an older sister die. She suspected that perhaps it was the teacher herself who was killing them. At that moment, another older sister suddenly approached them, and she grudgingly remarked that she had finally found the 2 of them. The dark-haired girl immediately recognized the second student of their master. The younger sister rose from her seat to show respect. The second eldest calmly explained that the master had been looking for her all this time. But the oldest of the sisters promised that she would come as soon as she sorted out the drinks, and even offered the girl a seat with them. But the green-eyed girl made it clear that she had to hurry. The teacher was in a real rage. The older sister was seriously pissed off, even hitting the wine bottle on the table. She turned to the younger one and ordered her to drink. Either the good way or the bad way. She made it clear that the wine had to be finished either way, and wanted to know what decision she would make. The younger one, realizing that it was useless to argue with the girl, just calmly exhaled and sat down. The red-eyed girl was glad that she obeyed. The girl was amazed that she could not find common ground with her second older sister. Perhaps it was because she was found in some asshole sect. Hearing this, the other girl was amazed that her sister could express herself like that. The hero, who was listening closely to their conversation, noticed the mention of asshole sect. At this time, the younger sister was bantering about how the other older sister's face always expressed the same displeasure. At this moment, a man unexpectedly approached them with a desire to join them. He stood quietly, waiting for permission to sit down. The older sister only smiled at such a trivial question. The young female student awkwardly informed that the teacher forbade them to socialize with men. The only one who didn't respond was the green-eyed second student who simply ignored his appearance. Sohan originally thought that the asshole sect was the Sun Dragon Alliance. Since their master had forbidden them from associating with men, there was a good chance that they were disciples of the great demoness. They looked quite young. Sohan wondered which of the girls had been taken from the school of the dancing sword during his kidnapping. However, it wasn't that important. He had to rescue one of the dancing sword disciples anyway. At this moment, the red-eyed girl noticed that Sohan was interested in the second elder sister, and offered him a seat. The second elder sister herself had lost her temper after such an offer. Sohan rejoiced at the invitation and explained that he would pay for any drinks, asking them to help themselves. Determined at heart, the older sister pointed out that she could take care of herself, letting the hero know that she didn't need his handouts. With a smile, Sohan explained that in that case, he would let her take care of him herself. She smiled slyly, for she wasn't willing to agree to such terms either. First, she decided to find out who Sohan was, because he acted as if he knew who they were. The fact that he had come here for a woman made her very angry. She thought that Sohan had mistaken them for girls of easy virtue. In response, he explained that he was looking for the girl that the Sun Dragon Union had disguised as a man. At this moment, the second demoness apprentice's face contorted in fright. The red-eyed girl didn't understand how the hero knew this. Then he realized that, in all likelihood, he was right. He announced that he had come from the Crescent Moon Dancing Sword School, and, turning to the green-eyed girl, asked if she remembered the name Zasonia. At this moment, the girl looked at the man anxiously. She couldn't believe it. Was he really that boy from her childhood? The girl herself had already heard about him. The hero asked her name. Her name was Dam Wool, which translated to moon. The hero froze in amazement, realizing that he didn't know any girl with that name. She told him that she had come to the school of the dancing sword after Sohan went missing. Si Wool, who had taken care of her, had often told her about Sohan. He constantly remembered him, and said he wished he could see him again. Thinking of this person, the hero's face lit up with a joyful smile. If this person cared for Damwool, then he could proudly consider her his friend. The girl's face flushed with embarrassment. After all, they had just met, and he was already calling her a friend. She happily realized that he was indeed as he had been described at school. With tears of happiness in her eyes, she thanked Sohan for considering her a friend. The younger sister and the first older sister froze in amazement when they saw her crying. Growing more and more serious, the second sister warned that the hero needed to leave. If her mistress found out that Sohan was with them, trouble would await him. Dum Wul turned to her first elder sister with a plea. She asked for something that made the girl's face look surprised and even frightened. It had never happened before. Dam Wul asked that her sister not tell her mistress what had happened. This request from her younger sister to her older sister made the girl freeze in amazement. This is no queen was now asking for her help. She even fell silent, unable to believe what was happening. But soon, when she came to her senses, she agreed, realizing that if Dam Wul had asked her, the request was really important. Sohan, on the other hand, asked Dam Wul if the great demoness was her teacher. He realized that if right, her cultivation technique must be a golden mystic jade art. The teacher must have told them that only virgin girls who had no connection with men could quickly accumulate internal energy with a true refining art. The hero turned out to be right, as the youngest sister excitedly asked Sohan how he knew this. But his answer wasn't that important. He knew that the girls weren't aware of the great demoness absorbing the energy of virgins. At that moment, the faces of the youngest and oldest sister contorted with fright. The hero continued to explain that their master was absorbing not only their internal energy, but also their core energy. The technique was originally called True Demonic Purification Art. The youngest girl frightenedly started to ask why the mistress was doing such a thing to them. The two older sisters only remained silent without raising their gaze, for they seemed to guess the reason. Seeing their faces, the younger one immediately asked the first sister for an explanation. She couldn't accept that this person was slandering her mistress like this. But the first sister still didn't dare to raise her gaze. She only frowned, not knowing what to answer, then turned her attention to Dam Wul, who also didn't look surprised. Suspecting that the girl had also guessed it, Dam Wul admitted that it wasn't quite true. She didn't know absolutely all the details, so she could hardly consider herself an initiate. But she honestly admitted that she had been thinking about how strange it was that Madame hadn't aged at all over the years. The younger sister, after paying attention to Dam Wul, couldn't believe that this literally confirmed the truthfulness of the words of the guy who had come. Dam Wul didn't know how to confess this to her younger sister, so she only awkwardly and guiltily kept silent. At this moment, the loud voice of the mistress, who was furious that she couldn't find her students, could be heard throughout the area. The eyes of all the girls went wide with fright as they realized what awaited them. Dam Wul, turning to Sohan, explained that Madame had already come here and asked that he hide as soon as possible. But not only was Sohan not going to hide, he didn't even move. as if waiting for the inevitable encounter. The calmness of a man ready to face the storm was evident in his posture. The first sister, whose voice trembled with excitement, also pleaded with him to heed Damwol's words, for even a moment's delay could cost him his life. Instead of answering, the hero only leisurely lifted the cup of wine, admiring its ruby hue in the light of the lamps. With the same equanimity, he poured himself another, as if the events around him did not concern him at all. Damwol, whose face was pale with anxiety, tried to explain to Sohan that this was not a good time for a leisurely tea party, but he just calmly finished his cup and explained that it was too late to run away. At that moment, they all heard footsteps approaching, the clear, measured thump of high heels on the wooden floor, which seemed to shake the air itself. Soon she appeared in the pavilion, the great demoness, one of the 4 great demons. Hiro could not hide the sincere surprise that such a powerful person condescended to personally search for her students. As soon as she saw the lady, all the students instantly knelt down on their knees, expressing the deepest respect. The great demoness looked at them with an attentive, almost predatory gaze, not allowing them to rise. Then her gaze settled on the stranger who sat so boldly at their table. Her voice, cold as ice, demanded an explanation of what was happening. The first sister, trying to remain calm, explained that the man had unexpectedly decided to join their table, bringing alcohol with him. They had asked him to leave, but he had remained deaf to their pleas. She begged her mistress to ignore him, but her words only brought a chilling smile to the demoness's face. She was curious and in disbelief that someone could be so bold as to want to share a meal with her students. The punishment for such a daredevil was simple and unavoidable. She ordered the girls to kill him. At these words, the faces of all 3 of them contorted with horror. The first sister, trying to save the day, awkwardly explained to Madame that this man belonged to the Dark Path faction, hinting that killing him might be a rash move. However, the Grand Demoness merely brushed aside these concerns, assuring her that there would be no punishment for doing so, and demanded that the order be carried out immediately. Realizing that it will not be possible to avoid the implementation of the order, the girl only bowed even lower before the mistress. The great demoness literally burned her with a look, wondering how she dared to show stubbornness in recent days. However, she found it unsurprising. People often became too arrogant when studying the mystical arts. The first student realized with horror that the mistress had already noticed the change in her mood. The great demoness decided to test what her first apprentice had accomplished, thinking that a battle with someone from the Shannon faction would be perfect for the purpose. She promised to forgive today's disobedience if the apprentice cleansed her heart by killing the stranger. Here, the hero finally raised his voice, expressing genuine surprise at how easily a teacher could order his student to kill an innocent person. These words clearly struck a nerve with the woman. Turning her attention back to the man, she was amazed to note his complete calmness. Damwol, glancing fearfully at Sohan, couldn't tell if he was in his right mind to challenge the demoness herself. Intrigued by his audacity, the great demoness wondered if the young man realized who he was dealing with. Clearly weary of her arrogance, Sohan set the bowl on the table with a clatter. Then he told the woman to get away, complaining that she stank so badly that he couldn't enjoy his wine in peace. From such unheard of rudeness, students literally petrified, and the great demoness for a moment lost the power of speech. However, quickly coping with herself, she burst out laughing, deciding that in front of her either insane or a fool. She removed the mask from her face and approached the hero, leaning toward him as if she were studying a strange insect. She asked gently, almost affectionately, how best to kill him to appease her anger. The great demoness knew men like him. They reacted the same way to her beauty until their very last breath, so she was sure he wouldn't even realize the moment of his death. However, Sohan only smiled back and demanded that she get away with her stench far away. In passing, he even remembered to ask if she had any hearing problems. His equanimity and complete indifference to her charms caused the demoness to have a fit of uncontrollable rage. Realizing that her usual tricks did not work, she decided to kill the insolent man with her bare hands, Sohan instantly grasping her intentions. Therefore, he prepared to meet the blow by putting out a palm filled with internal energy. When their hands came into contact, there was an explosion so powerful that the entire pavilion seemed ready to be blown apart. The hero not only withstood this monstrous attack, but also managed to jump back to a safe distance. Apparently, the demoness was having a hard time as well, which only fueled her anger more. She began to wield her whip, trying to catch Sohan in midair, but he dodged each blow with surprising ease, as if dancing between deadly attacks. When none of them reached their target, he landed calmly on the roof of one of the houses, eliciting a collective sigh of amazement from the students. It was the first time they had ever seen a man able to stand so confidently against their formidable mentor. Even the demoness herself couldn't contain her praise of Sohan's skill. Guessing that he had deliberately gotten close to her students to meet her, she demanded to know where such an unusual guest had come from. Instead of answering, the hero lightning fast snatched up 2 blades and lunged straight at the woman. The moment she caught a glimpse of his weapons, her eyes widened in amazement. She couldn't believe that the legendary moonblades were in front of her. Suddenly, everything fell into place. This young man was a disciple of the poison demon himself. His confident smile left no doubt about it. He didn't even try to hide it. Hearing this revelation, the disciples froze in a daze. In front of them stood a disciple of the poison demon himself, one of the 4 great ones. Damwol couldn't believe that Sohan was in the hands of such a monster. Even the great demoness, who had been wondering about the old demon's fate all this time, now realized that he was preparing a successor. With a scornful curve of her lips, she noticed how low the poison demon had fallen by taking a mere boy as an apprentice, and demanded that the old man come out of hiding immediately. Sohan only grinned, explaining that his teacher was not here. He had come alone. His words only further inflamed the demoness's rage, who didn't understand why the boy had such insolence in the absence of his mentor. The hero's answer sounded like a thunderclap. He doesn't need a teacher to deal with her. Such insolence finally threw the woman off balance. She rushed forward, intent on punishing the insolent man who dared to enter her domain. A fierce fight ensued. Sohan dodged with feline grace the deadly whip that could destroy everything in its path. Each blow could have been his last, but the hero seemed to vanish into thin air before each attack. The demoness even dropped a pile of debris on him, thinking he had cornered him. However, he used his inner strength to slip out unharmed, after which he landed in the open, challenging his opponent. The demoness understood perfectly well. The young man couldn't have come alone. She was sure that it was worth cornering the disciple, as the poison demon himself would appear. As she continued to attack, she tested Sohan's stamina, seeing how long he could hold out. The hero methodically shortened his distance, but the demoness figured out his plan. The woman quickly realized his plan. He wanted to get closer to deprive her of her weapon. So when he got closer, she launched a frontal attack. Sohan avoided the fatal blow, but the whip still split his face, staining his skin with bloody streaks. He met the next attack with his blades, but the force of the blow was such that it forced him to slow down using his blades. Even so, he drove his blades across the ground, leaving deep furrows in the concrete. The enraged hero threw caution aside. His movements became lightning fast. It was as if he was dissolving into thin air, appearing in a new place. The demoness mockingly watched his desperate maneuvers. She considered her opponent a reckless child, even though he was a disciple of the poison demon. Determined to teach him a lesson, she modified her whip. A sharp metal sting appeared on its end, capable of piercing through any defense. The insidious blow was aimed at Sohan's back, but he managed to react by twisting in midair. Still, the point grazed the hand holding the blade. This small victory clearly pleased the demoness. She remained unharmed, while her opponent had already received several wounds. The fight was getting more and more fierce. The hero couldn't attack, he had to dodge, getting more and more wounds, but he did not allow himself to retreat. He had to win at all costs. The demoness was surprised to note the persistence of the enemy. She guessed that he was trying to shorten the distance for the poison. Deciding not to give him such an opportunity, she unleashed a powerful attack. The power of the attack could be compared to a huge explosion. After it, the entire battlefield was covered by a dense veil of smoke. The 3 frightened female disciples peered into the puffs of smoke, trying to discern Sohan's fate. As the smoke began to clear, the demoness saw her opponent. The hero, though wounded, was still on his feet. The demoness paid tribute to his resilience, but Sohan only remained silent in response to her barbs. He grudgingly recognized that this woman was strong. She not only prevented him from getting close, but also prevented him from using poisons. However, despite his wounds, his eyes burned with excitement. He found this fight exciting. His smile only reinforced the demoness's opinion of his madness, the same as his mentor's. Determined to entertain such an unusual opponent, she transformed her whip, now adorning it with sharp spikes, preparing to show its full power. As the whips flew towards the hero, he met them readily. He prepared to fend off the blow with his trusty blades. But this time the blows were so powerful that the blades literally bounced out of Sohan's hands. Quickly realizing his bearings, he began to fend off the countless attacks coming at him from all directions. Each blow had such destructive power that any part of the pavilion that was in the path of the whip would instantly turn into rubble. Noticing the destruction of the pavilion, a devious idea flashed through the demoness's mind. She lightning fast tied her whip to the nearest massive column, and gathering all her strength, sharply yanked it. The hero, completely absorbed in the reflection of other attacks, which the demoness continued to shower him with, too late to notice the danger. The debris was already hanging over him when he noticed it. The fall was accompanied by a deafening explosion. From such a display of their mistress's strength, the first elder sister and the youngest froze in amazement. Dame Vol anxiously gazed at where the debris had fallen, trying to discern Sohan's fate. But this time, unlike previous attacks, there was no sign of movement. Only a dense veil of smoke enveloped the collapsed site. The demoness stood quietly, thinking about how much effort the poison demon had put into training Sohan, and how those efforts had been in vain. However, suddenly, from within the puffs of smoke, she sensed a strange movement in her direction. Only at the last moment did she realize it was a poisonous energy that she couldn't immediately recognize. Her attempt to defend herself with her whip was too late. The poisonous particles flew through the air, and the force of the blow was so colossal that it threw her backwards. The demoness did not expect Sohan to be able to control such a powerful poison energy. As she gazed forward, she finally discerned a silhouette illuminated by an ominous, gloomy light. It was the hero, but now he didn't look haggard from the battle. On the contrary, his appearance radiated absolute confidence. This couldn't help but frighten the demoness, who already considered the battle won. The hero, determined to finish the battle here and now, rushed at her. Still in shock, the woman realized too late the rapid approach of the enemy. Therefore, she didn't have time to prepare a decent response to his attack. Sohan began to attack with poison energy, forcing the demoness to retreat. Taking a defensive stance, she used the spinning whip technique. Her whip turned into a kind of hurricane that repelled all attacks. But suddenly, she noticed a strange reaction when the whip collided with the hero's attacks. All of her equipment rapidly began to disintegrate into pieces. Taking advantage of the destruction of her defenses, the hero's blade reached the demoness's body, stopping a millimeter from her face. If she hadn't reacted at the last moment, she would have been dead, because this attack easily destroyed the facade of the building behind her. Looking back, the demoness realized her mistake. She had underestimated her opponent, who had been hiding his true strength all this time. The hero only smiled in response, clearly pleased by her epiphany. Then he rushed back into the battle, rapidly closing the distance between them. Clearly panicking, the demoness lost her composure, trying to stop the hero by any means available. But now he was much stronger. Dodging her attacks was no longer a problem for him. In desperation, she used a crushing attack that required a colossal amount of energy. There was a monstrous explosion at the spot where the hero was. The demoness quickly soared into the sky, trying to detect any trace of Sohan's presence from high above. Seeing nothing, she carefully lowered herself to the ground. When the smoke cleared, it was obvious that the attack had reached its target after all. The hero's body bore the marks of a hit. However, he was still standing firmly on his feet. His gaze did not bode well. He vowed to present the body of the demoness as a gift to his teacher, the demon of poisons, as a material for experiments. The frightened demoness realized that Sohan intended to make her a lab rat for the poison demon. She didn't understand how he had so much confidence in him despite his serious injuries. For a moment, she even thought she was already poisoned, though she was sure she had blocked all the attacks with her whip. Not wanting to understand the reasons for his self-confidence, she decided to do her best to kill her opponent. With her whip, she seized his weapon, intending to disarm him. This maneuver seemed naive to the hero, but the demoness, confident in her strength, yanked him sharply towards her. Sohan, holding tightly to his weapon, flew straight at her. That was part of her plan. She intended to tear him apart with her bare hands. But to her amazement, the hero had anticipated her plan. He deliberately let go of his blade, allowing it to fly free, straight towards the woman's body. The demoness, who hadn't expected such a turn, was forced to look away from Sohan. She had to keep an eye on the whip, trying to throw the flying blade in the other direction. The hero took advantage of her moment of confusion with lightning speed, shortening the distance. The demoness had obviously forgotten that Sohan wielded two blades and was not unarmed. They now converged in close combat, where dodging became much more difficult. Deprived of the ability to keep her opponent at a distance, she could literally feel death approaching. At the decisive moment, Sohan noticed her weak spot. In a swift movement, he reached out his wounded hand to the woman's face, but instead of a fatal blow, he only grabbed her neck, beginning to choke her. The demoness realized she couldn't break free, and the hero only grinned gloatingly. She had finally fallen into his trap. Realizing that Sohan had been playing with her all this time, the demoness desperately searched for a way to escape, but he wouldn't give her that opportunity, holding her firmly by the throat and choking her under the weight of her own body. In a calm, almost mundane tone, the hero informed the demoness that henceforth there were only 3 great demons, and she was obviously not one of them. Realizing her plight, she begged him for mercy, but Sohan gave her no such chance. Instead, he only tightened his grip, and soon the woman let out her last breath. Her neck was broken, and as it was, her head collapsed lifelessly on her body. The students froze with open mouths, not knowing how to react to what they saw. The hero threw the woman's body away like a broken toy, not wanting to see her again. Then the girls discovered the true picture of her death. It was truly horrible. At the moment of strangulation, it seemed that even her internal organs along with her brain had exploded. But the most frightening thing was the cold blood of the man who dealt with the demoness without the slightest hint of regret. Soon, news of what had happened reached the head of the Chanan faction. An aide bowed down and reported the defeat of the great demoness at the hands of the demon of lust, thus confirming the rumors of her death last night. The faction leader could not understand the motive for the murder. The aide said that a stranger came to her students with alcohol. He must have been caught by the demoness, after which a fatal battle ensued. The faction leader clearly doubted the involvement of the demon of lust, but the aide insisted that it was logical because there was hardly anyone else who could handle the demoness. In addition, her students, famous for their beauty, voluntarily followed the killer. The angry head sternly demanded confirmation of the identity of the killer one last time. He wanted to know if the culprit was definitely the demon of lust. The aide, smiling, confirmed his words, explaining that the woman had been killed by a young man. Apparently, the lust demon had changed its appearance. The faction head was clearly displeased. As soon as he relaxed for a moment, these brats began to sow confusion in the Unorthodox faction. In the meantime, Sohan gathered all the girls in the nearest restaurant for a quiet chat. The first thing he did was to pour himself a cup of wine after a hard fight. But before he could take a sip, he was awkwardly approached by Dam Wool. Setting the cup aside, the hero inquired as to the girl's concerns. Looking at his face with genuine excitement, she tried to understand how he became a disciple of the poison demon. Then he honestly told her about his kidnapping as a child. Dam Wool's face contorted as he realized the reason for his disappearance. He calmly explained that one of the 4 great demons had kidnapped him for experimentation. After this confession, there was a heavy silence at the table. The older sister cautiously inquired if Sohan's teacher was really as horrible as their mistress had told them. The hero didn't deny it. His teacher's obsession with experimentation knew no bounds. He experimented on living people, and the worst part was that these experiments were never enough for him. The girls' faces twisted in horror as they realized what this young man was going through. However, Sohan knew that his resistance to poisons had interested the teacher enough that he had taken an interest in teaching him, and the kidnappings had stopped. He also warned the girls to keep their association with the great demons a secret. There was no room in Jianghu for disciples of the 4 supreme demons, and the Orthodox factions would hunt them down if they found out. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the girls agreed to do his bidding. However, the first elder sister was curious about the fate of their mistress's 100-dragon whip. Sohan reassured her, explaining that he had taken care of the whip just as he had taken care of the demoness's body. She couldn't believe what she heard, knowing how powerful the weapon was. However, the hero reminded her that it wasn't just a whip, but a weapon that had taken thousands of lives, including several martial artists of the Orthodox faction. If anyone saw this whip, its wielder would be hunted by both light and dark forces. The elder sister realized the recklessness of her curiosity, and thanked the hero for getting rid of the whip. Rising, Sohan announced his departure, wishing the ladies a good evening. They saw their savior off with smiles, wishing him a pleasant rest after such a tiring day. Soon the hero found himself in the hot springs, letting the healing waters wash over his wounded body. Now that his wounds were beginning to heal, the hot springs felt especially beneficial. Immersed in the waters of the spring, Sohan pondered how his teacher would react when the news of his victory over the demoness spread. Suddenly his musings were interrupted by the appearance of 5 suspicious men, whose bodies were completely covered in tattoos. They lined up in front of him, watching closely, which caused the hero to be visibly annoyed. Soon their leader appeared among them. He was silent for a while, and Sohan was the first to break the silence by inquiring about the purpose of their visit. Bowing down, the man respectfully greeted the demon of lust, expressing his respect. This only caused a look of displeasure on the hero's face. The man was obviously certain that Sohan was amazed at his ability to recognize him. However, that wasn't the case at all. The hero had only clarified if he was indeed being addressed. And when he received confirmation, he coldly remarked that he had been mistaken for a lust demon in vain. The leader's face contorted in consternation as he realized his mistake. Sohan rose from his seat, approaching the uninvited guests. When they saw his body, their faces contorted with horror. It was all covered in monstrous scars, dissecting the flesh in bizarre patterns. Looking at these terrible wounds, the leader assumed that the warrior in front of him was a warrior who had been through many battles, and made a new guess. Perhaps it was the unstoppable demon himself. This assumption made the hero even angrier. Coming closer, he calmly explained that he was indeed not a demon, and the man still did not understand it in any way. However, the leader, unable to believe his words, only stared more closely at his features below the waist. He was obviously stunned by the size and dimensions he saw. So he was even more certain that it was a demon of lust. His unceremonious scrutiny and his insistence on seeing Sohan as one of the demons finally drove the hero out of his mind. Simple words could not solve the matter, and the hero beat up the people who came to him. After this incident, the head of the faction received very unpleasant news through his beaten assistant. Looking at the wounded subordinate, the faction leader thought that it would be better for him to die while completing the task. It was such a shameful failure that it was hard to describe. The man could only suppress his gaze and apologize to the Lord once again. The head was astonished that his man had not only figured out nothing, but had returned in such a deplorable state. The aide honestly admitted that he had politely asked the stranger who he was, but the stranger had become angry and taught him a lesson. The head tried to understand who this mysterious warrior could be. All the aide could tell him was that the many scars on the stranger's body made him look like a hardened fighter, and his explosive nature suggested the idea of a fierce demon. The head was furious at the whole situation with the great demons. First he had to deal with the first, then with the lover of solitude, and now with this madman. He was frankly angry that the dark path had turned into a passable courtyard. He ordered all the warriors to assemble, despite the aide's attempts to explain that a person's status, demon or not, didn't matter after he had defeated the demoness in a fair fight. The head couldn't believe that the aide was hinting at this man's ability to stand up to the entire unorthodox faction. It became a personal matter for him, and he ordered the order to be carried out, and the offending aide was sent to the kitchen to serve food. It was a terrible humiliation for the warrior, which he accepted, barely holding back tears. The morning came. Sohan was drinking alcohol in his room as usual when 3 girls came to him. Damwall smilingly inquired if he had rested well. The first older sister playfully teased, calling him a lust demon who must have stayed up all night. The hero gave the first elder sister a stern look, then decided to find out by asking how many times he needed to repeat that he was not one of the demons. She only laughed, explaining that she believed him and wanted to add something. But Sohan, as if reading her mind, clarified that he was not a disciple of the demon of lust either. The older sister smiled, noticing that the hero seemed to have learned to read her mind. The younger sister asked her friend to calm down and not to push Sohan so hard. She barely had time to notice her sister's unusual behavior when suddenly all the girls were wary. Even the hero realized the reason for their unease and looked carefully through the open window. At the walls of the house where he was staying, many warriors were gathered, waiting for him to come out. In front of them stood the head of the unorthodox faction himself. When Sohan did not appear, the head became furious and decided to act more radically. Addressing the warriors, he gave the order to deliver him the head of this insolent man at any cost. After the order, one by one the warriors began to break into Sohan's dwelling. The chief watched silently without giving any new orders, but he looked anxious. He was haunted by a misgiving. Soon it was justified. A suspicious sound was heard outside the walls of the house. Then, with a deafening rumble, the first warriors who entered the house flew out of the dwelling, rolling at the feet of their lord. Sohan himself appeared next, clearly annoyed that someone had dared to disturb him so early in the morning. The head looked at the young man carefully, trying to determine if he was really the same unstable demon. This assumption made the hero seriously angry, and with a furrowed brow he warned that if he was called that name again, he would indeed become something like the unstoppable demon. Sohan irritably recalled that yesterday he was called the lust demon, and today he was already called the unkempt demon. From his words, the head realized that the guy was neither of them. Sohan immediately confirmed this, noting their grave mistake. This only elicited a chuckle from the head, who finally introduced himself as Go Segyok. He demanded an explanation as to why Sohan was causing a disturbance in his territory, since he wasn't an unstoppable demon. The character identified himself as Chenyang Nightblade Jin Sohan. The name Nightblade was unknown to Go Segyoku, so he assumed it was referring to Chenyang, where the Sun Dragon Alliance and the Blood Clan were located. His guess was correct, and Sohan did not deny it. Go Segyok asked what the man from Chenyang had forgotten on his land, and if his lord was aware of his presence here. Sohan only grinned, not understanding why he should put anyone on notice, and explained that he himself was the lord of these people. These words made Go Segyok wary. He couldn't believe that such a young man could be their leader. If Sohan was telling the truth, it would be extremely unwise to attack him. After calming down, Go Segyok assumed that Sohan was the leader of the faction on the Shaanxi border, and inquired about the reason for his meddling in the demoness's affairs. However, the hero calmly made it clear that such questions should not bother him. The obvious disrespect made Go Segyok furious, but he tried to restrain himself. Pulling himself together, he offered Sohan the peaceful solution of handing over the Grand Demoness's disciples with whom he had unfinished business. At that moment, the three sisters appeared. The eldest of them disdainfully noted that these people are too bold. Which is not surprising, because before they were held back only by the presence of the mistress. All three girls straightened up proudly, standing behind Sohan's back. The faces of Go Segyok and his warriors were distorted with amazement at the sight of such noble students of the demoness. Everyone, including the head, was stunned by their beauty. Getting his emotions under control, Go Segyok asked Sohan about his connection to these girls. The hero's answer was brief. It was the past that bound them together. Such terse answers, though spoken without obvious disrespect, made Go Segyok very angry. He made it clear to Sohan that despite their acquaintance, he should hand the girls over to him to avoid any unnecessary problems. The girls were worried, realizing that they weren't close enough for Sohan to face an entire faction alone. However, to their surprise, the hero stood up for them and rejected Go Segyok's offer. It wasn't part of his plan. After saying that, the faces of the three girls visibly brightened up. They were happy to hear such a response. Go Segyok was not happy to hear such a rejection. Looking sternly at the young man, he reminded him that he was the law in this territory, as he had always been, and his authority would continue. However, his threatening words and facial expression did not impress the hero. Sohan stated firmly that the laws of the Dark Path were in effect here. It was so before he came, and it would be so afterward. These words not only enraged Go Segyok, but also astonished his warriors, who did not believe that anyone could openly oppose their leader. Realizing the inevitability of the battle, the hero asked the girls about their fighting abilities, worrying about their safety during the upcoming fight. Smiling, Damwall assured the hero that they would be able to stand up for themselves if anyone tried to harm them. The first sister shared her confidence and, taking out her whip, reminded Sohan that they were, after all, apprentices of the great demoness. Those words brought a smile to the hero's lips. Looking at the warriors lined up before him, he felt a storm approaching. The head did not fully understand the meaning of his words and strange behavior. But in just an instant, Sohan disappeared from where he had just stood. He soared into the air with lightning speed, using his inner strength to become elusive. The warriors froze in shock. This young man was displaying truly inhuman abilities. The hero had no intention of retreating. Wielding his fan, he launched an attack. It rushed towards the warriors like a hurricane. They froze in terror, not even trying to take cover. Go Segyok, who had not seen a man with such power in a long time, was also numb. But he grabbed his weapon and rushed to defend his warriors who had no supernatural power. With his blade, he produced a slashing gust of wind, hoping to stop Sohan's attack. However, instead it only split in two and continued to lift his warriors high into the sky. Looking at their helplessly flailing figures in the air currents, he couldn't realize how a human was capable of such a crushing technique. But that was just the beginning. The three apprentices of the great demoness entered the battle. Wielding their whips, they began to attack the ranks of warriors, which were gradually thinning. Looking around the battlefield, Go Segyok could not believe the incredible strength of the female disciples. Sohan's sudden appearance nearby caused him to be distracted by a more dangerous opponent. Lowering himself to the ground, the hero praised Go Segyok for managing to repel the attack, noting that his abilities were quite good. Such a condescending assessment both frightened and enraged Go Segyok. But he realized that he couldn't stop fighting. He tried to attack his opponent while he was close, hoping that the guy wouldn't have time to dodge. However, he miscalculated. Sohan easily stopped his fan attack. His gaze made it clear that such weak abilities couldn't even frighten him. Still believing in his superiority, Go Segyok continued to attack. But the hero was able to repel and dodge all his attacks with astonishing ease. Sohan scrutinized Go Segyok as he fought, trying to see if his arrogance was still intact. He considered it an outright mockery that the man called himself the law of this territory without being able to even stand up to his strength. A furious Go Segyok ordered the arrogant guy to shut up, but the hero only paused for a moment to deliver a lightning-fast fan strike. The attack was so swift that Go Segyok barely had time to notice it. His attempt to dodge failed as the strike reached his torso. It caused a deep wound and threw him back several meters with a stream of energy. He managed to slow down the fall with his blade, but his hands were visibly trembling. After only a few moments of fighting, he already felt numb and could not believe the incredible strength of his opponent. He looked back at his warriors and saw them losing hopelessly to the demoness apprentices, who were methodically destroying them one by one. He realized that he had underestimated not only Sohan, but also these incredibly strong girls. Looking at his mental torment, the hero only carelessly opened his fan to refresh his face. This kind of neglect couldn't help but anger Go Segyok. He realized that Sohan wasn't even taking the fight seriously. This was especially evident when the hero only smiled slyly, watching the man's face and waiting for his next move. Sohan soon shifted his gaze to the battlefield behind Go Segok's back. The girls were fighting 3 strong fighters who were displaying extraordinary skill. He assumed that it was the captains of the troops who were opposing the demoness's apprentices, but that didn't bother him in the slightest. With a smile, he noted that the girls were definitely up to the task. Go Sekyok was growing more and more seething with rage with each passing moment, seeing Sohan completely unfocused on their duel. Clenching his blade tighter, he reminded himself that he was Go Sekyok, the law of these parts, and he rushed into the fight, intending to show Sohan that he was not to be underestimated. However, this attack too was easily stopped by the hero's fan. At that moment, Go Sekyok's arm went into a powerful spasm, as if his sword had collided with indestructible metal. Before he knew it, Sohan began to dissolve, disappearing from his seat. Consumed with fear, Go Sekyok frantically tried to anticipate where the next attack would come from. Soon he saw the hero's hand with a fan amplified with internal energy. The attack was aimed directly at his head, and he barely managed to dodge. Sohan clearly liked his opponent's ability to avoid such a primitive attack, and he continued his attack. Go Segyoku had to defend himself with the last of his strength just to stay alive. A new series of hero attacks followed, which Go Sekyok tried to dodge. He bitterly realized that he could barely fend off even the simplest of attacks. His rage had reached its limit. He refused to recognize his weakness and swore to himself that he would not lose. Gathering the last of his strength, he strengthened the sword strike with his internal energy. The final attack collided with his opponent's fan once again, but the outcome was a foregone conclusion. The blade simply could not withstand the monstrous force of the blow, and the blade separated from the hilt. However, this was not the worst discovery for Go Sekyok. Not only was he stripped of his weapon, but he had also lost the ability to hold the sword in his numb hands due to the fracture. At this moment, looking at his helplessness, Sohan put a fan to the neck of his defeated opponent. Looking at the hero with hatred, Go Sekyok heard the order to stop the senseless resistance. He was still trying to find a way to break free and continue the fight. But when his gaze met Sohan's eyes, he saw in them something more terrifying than just a warrior. That penetrating gaze made his entire body shake with primal fear. With no choice left, Go Sekyok shouted loudly, ordering his warriors to stop fighting. The captains looked back at their lord in confusion, not understanding the reason for this order. But he only demanded even more confidently that they lay down their weapons and cease resistance. As commanded, one by one the soldiers put their swords back in their scabbards. They stood still, awaiting further instructions from their leader. The hero calmly looked around, making sure that all the warriors obeyed the order. He then addressed Go Sekyok by name, which startled the man greatly. However, there was no hostility in Sohan's voice. He had promised to continue to recognize Go Sekyok as the head of the Channan faction, but his gaze turned hard when he warned that from now on, the man must obey him. His territory was to become part of the Channan faction. With a searing stare, Sohan demanded an answer, whether the man agreed to these terms, or preferred death. The gaze was so terrifying that Go Sekyok could barely open his lips to answer. The first thing he did was to discard his broken weapon as a sign of agreement. Then he bowed down and swore to serve Sohan. After that, the hero's interest in the man vanished. He only ordered his men to withdraw and wait for him at the inn with the captains. Go Sekyok was even surprised at how quickly everything was over. Sohan, having received his oath, simply left. The hero, meanwhile, approached the girls to make sure they were well. Their smiles could already serve as an answer, but they still assured Sohan that they were fine. After that, the hero offered to go back inside, and all 4 of them headed to their residence. Soon, Go Sekyok's warriors, along with the head himself, were gathered in the inn, discussing their future service to Sohan. Go Sekyok remained silent, unable to admit to his captains the hopelessness of their situation. The captains themselves tried to convince him that it wasn't too late to change his mind. One of them had already scouted the area and knew that Sohan had no reinforcements. They believed that if he came alone, they would have a chance to overpower him, though they were willing to accept whatever the head decided. However, Go Sekyok understood very well. Sohan was stronger than all of them put together. When he fought him, the strongest of the captains, he didn't even break a sweat. All the captains froze with their mouths hanging open. Go Sekyok also said that he had noticed 2 swords hidden in Sohan's robes, but he was able to defeat him using only a fan. Even with such a seemingly weak weapon, he was able to break his arm. Besides, as Go Sekyok realized, it wasn't just Sohan. They couldn't even compete with the disciples of the Great Demoness. After realizing their failure, the captains awkwardly apologized to Go Sekyok, but he realized that they had nothing to apologize for. He was just telling the truth about the superior strength of the enemy. At that moment, Sohan appeared. He asked if Go Sekyok had had time to talk to his soldiers. He felt that he had given them enough time to make a decision. He sat down across from Go Seok next to his warriors and waited silently for a response. When there was no response, he asked the Lord himself about his decision. The frightened man didn't know what he was talking about. He had already agreed to serve Sohan. His stammering and guilty look made the hero chuckle, and he asked him where his old bloodlust had gone. He explained that he understood the change in priorities, so he gave him time to discuss it with the captains. Sohan's cunning plan became obvious to Go Sagyoku, and it gave him the creeps. He'd gathered them together to try to attack him. The hero calmly confirmed that he understood their frustration, so he wanted to give them the opportunity. Honestly admitted that he was uncomfortable with what was happening. The main reason is that he does not want to control people who are not loyal to him to the bone, considering such people useless. These words startled everyone present. After a short silence, Sohan suggested them to attack him, but no one moved. Then he asked them to be brave, draw their swords and return to him. He would wait for their attempt to confront him. However, looking carefully at the warriors, he reminded them of an important detail. All of them are still alive only because he spared them, and there will be no second such chance. His calm speech and frightening words finally convinced Go Seok completely. This man surpassed them not only in physical strength, but in everything else as well. Bowing down, he asked how they should address Sohan from now on. The answer was succinct. Like everyone else, they should simply call him Sir. Hearing this, the man rose from his seat and bowing. He announced that both he and the Shannon faction had made a unanimous decision to serve Lord Sohan. Following him, all the warriors rose, bowing and pledging their willingness to serve the Lord. Sohan watched silently, accepting their oath of allegiance. The events moved to a local inn where the warriors gathered to discuss the latest news. The fighters could not believe the rumors that their Orthodox faction had a new leader. One of those present repeated over and over again that it was true, but the others just shook their heads in disbelief. According to rumors, the new leader was a young, statuesque man, surrounded by attractive female disciples of the great demoness. The warriors found it hard to believe that all of this could have been accomplished by a young warrior who had not only defeated the great demoness herself, but also subjugated her faction. The former servant named Gusa calmly told the crowd that he had personally seen this person with his own eyes. His words caused unprecedented surprise amongst the brothers in arms. No one had expected such a turn of events. The comrades, holding their breath, demanded details. The former servant said that it was enough just to look at Mr. Sohan to understand that he was an unusual man. The young master stood out not only for his strength, but his entire body was covered with scars. Horizontal, vertical, diagonal. They were everywhere. According to the storyteller, there was no one in Shannon who could compare to this outstanding warrior. The servant continued his tale, telling how he had reported to the former faction leader about this man, though he had no idea of his true power at the time. He warned his master that the man might be a raging demon. The warriors did not fully understand why their comrade had mistaken Sohan for one of the four great ones. But he explained that the mistake was not accidental. He did not know what a raging demon looked like, but Sohan's power was truly impressive. The crowd realized that by calling Sohan a raging demon, the servant was trying to warn his master of the danger. They considered it a very wise decision. This thought clearly hurt the storyteller, for he prided himself on his ability to understand people. With a sigh, he went on with the story of how the leader had not heeded his words and had gone in search of Sohan, mobilizing their forces. Everyone present already knew how the story ended, but listened intently to the details of that memorable battle. Around the same time, two unknown warriors discovered the body of a woman on the shore of the lake, which was still warm. Looking at the defeated demoness, they could not believe that such a powerful being had met such a miserable death. One of the warriors had no way of realizing that the great demoness could have lost to anyone at all. However, they reasoned that this loss is not so significant, because now their master will be able to have a good time. One of the warriors began to discuss the great demoness's apprentices, all of whom were virgins. However, his comrade warned him, explaining that the students were not just beautiful girls. Not everyone even dared to approach them. When one of the warriors inquired about the chances of having fun with the three apprentices, his colleague abruptly cut him off. He ordered him not to speak such nonsense in the presence of the master. These words greatly frightened the speaker, who until that moment had assumed that only his partner was around. At that moment, the stern voice of their lord was heard, wanting to know if they had found the body of the demoness. The crouching warrior immediately reported the find. Not a moment later, their lord joined them and examined the mangled body himself. With a smile, he lamented that his encounter with the great demoness had occurred under such unfavorable circumstances, though his smile did not express even a shadow of sorrow. Inspecting the body, he noted that the neck had been broken when the enemy had grabbed it with his left hand. The lord wondered what weapon the assassin had used. He was informed that the man had fought the Great One with paired moon blades and had used an ash fan in his battle with Go Segyok. This information clearly interested the Lord. He began to analyze the course of the battle. Judging from the lack of cuts on the demoness's body, Sohan hadn't managed to reach her with his weapon. So he either dropped or deliberately threw the blades away to suddenly grab and break her neck. Although the Lord considered such a method to be one of the cowardly tricks used by Dark Masters in a desperate situation, he recognized that the great demoness, who had not fought Sohan before, was obviously discouraged when she lost. The man asked his aides for the name of the assassin. Upon hearing the young warrior's name, he recognized him as handsome and noted that the immortal knower had raised a true monster. At the mention of the immortal sealer, the aides began to stutter in fear. The lust demon smilingly revealed that this person was also called the immortal demon. He was the twin brother of the poison demon. Even though both brothers were considered insane, the sickly demon was far more dangerous. According to the master, if the 4 great demons were called the 4 great psychopaths, Poison Demon should have been eliminated from the list, and his brother would lead all of them. The assistant couldn't believe that the master thought Immortal Knower was more insane than his brother, Poison Demon. The master explained with a smile that he was absolutely convinced by his words, not just assuming. He told the story of how, once upon a time, the Poison Demon had been severely injured after being trapped by the leader of the Hubei Alliance. However, the opponents had also suffered. Most of the fighters were killed, and their leader was dying. Then the immortal healer suddenly appeared. He healed the leader of the alliance, which surprised his brother. When the poison demon asked why he was healing their enemy, the healer did not dignify him with an answer. Then he also saved the rest of the wounded without changing his facial expression. After which he took his twin brother and departed. It was then that the Lord realized a simple truth. Compared to the immortal, the 4 great demons were perfectly sane people. Therefore, the Lord felt it necessary to exercise extreme caution with a disciple of such a psychopath, especially since they could only guess at Sohan's true strength. Hearing these warnings, the warriors immediately bowed, vowing to be vigilant. The Lord inquired about the current whereabouts of the young warrior and the apprentices of the great demoness. Upon learning that they were staying at Song's Inn, the aides assumed that their lord intended to attack Sohan. However, he explained that he preferred to observe the boy for the time being, considering him a serious obstacle to the demoness's disciples. Haste in this matter was inappropriate. He ordered to keep an eye on Shannon until tomorrow, reasoning that if it was a trap, the immortal himself should have shown up soon. Then, turning his gaze to the demoness's body, the Lord ordered that it be disposed of. When the warriors inquired about the fate of her whip, the Lord, smiling, ordered the weapon to be buried with the body. He thought it would be a fine gift to the woman for raising such excellent students. Events moved on to the inn, where the hero and his apprentices gathered for dinner. Among the girls, the younger sister was particularly good appetite. While she was eating, she was literally glowing with happiness. Suddenly, Sohan noticed that the girl had put on a little weight. The words were so unexpected and awkward that the younger sister dropped her chopsticks in surprise. The first sister explained that the younger sister had become much happier after the death of her former mentor. The embarrassed girl awkwardly admitted that she might have actually gotten better since she had been eating non-stop for days. She said that this place was the first time in a long time that she had stopped being disgusted by food, which made her appetite improve. These words brought a smile to the hero's face. He was genuinely happy that the girls had found peace of mind. However, Sohan's attention was drawn to the frowning Damwol, and he assumed that the first sister was bullying her again. Her older sister cast a displeased look at the hero, asking him to shut up. Damwol hastened to explain that the reason for her mood was her younger sister's troubled sleep. This interested the hero, and he asked for details. She sadly told him that her sister had dreamt of their mistress, who said that Sohan had killed her by attacking her with a lust demon. This puzzled the hero, as he had definitely fought her one-on-one. However, he speculated that the lust demon might have appeared in her dream because one of the servants, Go Segyok, had asked if he was the demon. After calming down, Damwol agreed that this was indeed a good explanation for her dream. Thinking about Gusa, Sohan remembered that the man was currently working at some inn. Just at this moment, the man had finished his shift and was tiredly heading home. Soon the hero met up with and Go Segyok informed him that rumors about the gentleman had already spread throughout Shannon. It was now common knowledge that he had become the leader of the local faction of the Dark Path. However, the hero didn't seem at all interested in that. Suddenly placing the cup on the table, Go Segyok suggested Sohan take a walk. He wanted to hear the story of the victory over the great demoness. Such interest brought a smile to the hero's face, and he agreed to share the story of that battle. He remembered how unbearable it used to be around Sohan. But now he was glad that they were on the same page, especially since the young warrior still treated him with respect. Suddenly, one of the captains interrupted their conversation, his worried face making Go Segyok nervous. The captain announced the arrival of his former assistant Gu Sa, who requested an audience with the Lord. Upon hearing that name, Go Segyok was greatly disturbed, not understanding what the man could possibly want. He apologized to Sohan for his former subordinate. But the hero saw no problem with the meeting and offered to accept it. Despite Go Segyok's attempts to convince Sohan that it was a waste of time, the young master insisted on the meeting. For some unknown reason, he was willing to listen to this man. Soon the servant himself showed up, covered in sweat from fear of Sohan. At the same time, Go Segyok was madly angry at his former assistant's behavior. Not understanding how he dared to disobey, he furiously recalled his earlier instruction to stay out of sight. The frightened man began to stammer an apology, but Sohan interrupted their dialogue, recognizing him as the same fool who had come to him at the hot springs. Bowing down, the man immediately began apologizing for his foolishness that day. But Sohan no longer held any anger towards him. The young master only inquired about the reason for the meeting. It turned out that the servant had come to warn him about people asking about Sohan. Go Segyok didn't understand the reason for his concern. No wonder rumors about the gentleman were spreading at the speed of light. However, the aide clarified that it wasn't a matter of simple inquiries. A certain young man had been diligently gathering information about both Sohan and the Grand Demoness's disciples. The man had recently appeared in their tavern, mentioning the girls accompanying him and describing Sohan as overly greedy. The former servant tried to follow these people, but they instantly disappeared from sight. When he finished his story, he bowed, waiting for a reaction from either Go Segyok or Sohan. When no one said anything, fear gripped him. He thought he had come for nothing and might be punished. However, the hero quickly calmed him down, thanking him for the useful information. Addressing the man by name, which caused him surprise and fear, Sohan did not scold him. He only praised him and suggested that he go home. This praise caused immense happiness on the former servant's face. Sincerely happy for the opportunity to serve his master, he thanked him for his attention. He hurried home, leaving Go Segyok and Sohan alone. Then Go Segyok asked Sohan's opinion of what he had heard. It was strange that the unknown man had asked not only about him, but also about the girls. The young lord calmly explained that he had some guesses. Go Segyok was surprised by such cleverness of the guy, because he himself could not understand who the mysterious stranger could be. The hero recalled the existence of the faction's huge information network. There were two facts about the man who was looking for them. The first was that he wanted the demoness's virgin apprentices. The second was that he was not afraid of the Shannon faction, as he could escape at any time. Realizing that Sohan already knew the stranger's identity, Go Segyok asked directly. The hero explained with a smile that it could only be a lust demon. These words seriously startled Go Segyok. He clarified if Sohan was really sure about the presence of the lust demon, but the young lord had no reason to doubt. Go Segyok then suggested that the man he had met was probably one of the demon's disciples. Sohan agreed with the uncertainty, but emphasized the need to prepare for the encounter. The lust demon was not only strong, but also incredibly cunning, able to escape at any moment. This surprised Go Segyok. He didn't understand how a martial artist could avoid combat. However, the hero explained that he didn't care at all about pride when it came to survival. The demon could retreat at the slightest danger to attack the next day. Now Go Segyok realized how slippery an opponent this man was. The man doubted the possibility of catching such a dangerous enemy. No one had been able to do so before. Not school students, not mercenaries, not alliances. Sohan explained that although there were many people in the world who called themselves the demon of lust, none could match the real one in skill. These words alarmed Go Segyok even more, but Sohan quickly calmed him down by suggesting that he try to capture this man to personally kill him. Such determination brought a peaceful smile to Go Segyok's face, ready to obey his master's order. At this time, the still overjoyed assistant hurried home. He recalled their conversation and mentally thanked Sohan for his trust. He was weeping with happiness, for he had never heard words of praise from his master before. It was understandable. His former master had taken his tasks for granted before. When evening came, Sohan and Go Segyok strolled leisurely down the street, where they all greeted the lord with joy. Suddenly, a little girl saw Sohan and asked if he was going to leave. On hearing of his imminent departure, she was upset. She and her friend asked him to stay for a while, but the hero only smiled, promising to visit them again. The young gentleman quietly walked away to the joyful shouts of the villagers who asked him to return. He didn't even seem to notice the cunning red eyes of the demon of lust watching him closely from a nearby window. He was stalking his victim and waiting for the moment for a surprise attack. Soon after the night walk, already under the morning, the hero returned to the inn. The worried first sister looked at Sohan, not understanding where he had been missing all this time. The young master calmly explained that he had gone out to get some air, But Dumb Wool found this answer unconvincing. It was strange to be breathing air until morning. He honestly confessed that he had hoped to provoke the demon of lust, but it never showed up. As a result, the young master sat down with the girls at the table to take a little break. The youngest of the sisters suggested that he go to the restroom and get a good night's sleep. But the hero only smiled as he poured himself some tea and calmed them down, explaining that he was fine. All three sisters were overcome with sadness as they remembered Sohan coming to them with a conversation. He informed them that a demon of lust was after them. He told them that the man had shown up right after the demoness had died. This obviously caused all three of them to be very afraid of possibly meeting him. However, the young lord was able to calm the girls down by explaining that he was going to kill him with the help of the Shannon faction. With a smile, he explained that they need not worry, but warned, if the situation took a serious turn and he had to leave them, the girls should hide in a safe place and wait for his return. He promised that he would catch up with them as soon as possible. Right now, all three sisters didn't understand why he would risk so much for them. Looking at him, they remembered how he had opposed Go Segyok back then just to save them. This made all three of them feel very sad because there was nothing they could do to repay him. Suddenly, they heard a strange loud crowd noise and cheers. Also from the window came the pleasant sounds of playing musical instruments, which interested them. At this time, a man on the stage, wielding his sword, began to demonstrate various tricks and techniques. Sohan quickly took notice. He looked out the window and noticed that the performance had already started, which made him smile. The younger sister, looking at what was happening, was amazed at how many people had gathered for the performance. However, the eldest sister didn't understand why the performance had been organized here. However, the younger sister was not particularly interested in such matters. Turning to Sohan, she suggested that they all go together to see what was going on. The young lord saw no reason to refuse such a pleasure, so they went to the place of the performance. The crowd cheered as they watched the master wielding his sword so skillfully. Sohan joined the crowd and looked at Go Segyok's work and praised him for his efforts, for he'd organized the whole thing in just 24 hours. The same childlike joy was reflected on the faces of the three sisters as they looked at how beautifully everything had been organized. As they approached the stage, the crowd politely parted to greet the young head and the three sisters. They were met at the stage by one of the captains who greeted the gentleman. He cheerfully explained that he had prepared a special makeover show. This really piqued Sohan's interest, so he motioned for the man to begin the performance. Looking carefully at the hero, the captain immediately decided to apologize for what he was about to do. Sohan was clearly alarmed by these words. After all, he had no idea what the actor should apologize for and what he was about to demonstrate. In the end, the coughing captain offered to greet the new head of the dark faction, Sohan. At that moment, a warrior appeared from afar and angrily asked who dared to disturb his name. He immediately ran towards the stage. There were two assistants waiting for him, and with their support, he was able to jump up, as the real Sohan usually did, and then landed epically. The actor immediately took out a fan to cover his face and solemnly introduced himself as the head of the dark faction in Chenyang and Chanan. After which, he called out Sohan's name with feigned pride while fluttering his hair with the fan. The entire crowd immediately began to smile at the performance they had seen. Even the three sisters could barely contain their laughter at the actor's performance. The young lord could hardly believe his eyes, which made him feel embarrassed. At that moment, the captain mockingly accused the actor of lying, saying that the real Mr. Sohan could not be so ugly, for the impostor's face was an insult to all that was beautiful. Pointing his sword at him, he ordered the man to get away. However, the actor was very angry that someone dared to judge him by his appearance. Yelling angrily, he demanded to introduce himself. Then, pounding his chest, the man announced that he was one of the three great demons, namely a raging demon. After this declaration, the crowd murmured. The actor, as Sohan remarked that the demon had clearly come to avenge the death of the great demoness. However, he mockingly remarked that the man was far too fat to be a raging demon. This obviously greatly angered the demon himself, who ordered Sohan to shut up. He shouted that he had already killed his comrade, and now he had come to avenge the demoness in the name of the power of friendship between demons, to tear the offender apart and eat him with his guts. Such threats only infuriated Sohan's actor. At this moment, another person suddenly bursts onto the stage. He lands with a thud, glaring at his opponents, then mutinously declares his intention to avenge his demoness friend. It was the demon of lust, a notorious villain. Upon seeing him, people immediately started chanting, ordering this vile individual to get away. However, the lust demon had no intention of leaving the stage and rudely ordered the people to shut up, threatening to kill them. With his vulgar gestures, he tried to intimidate the crowd, causing only disgust among those present. He also threatened to deal with everyone as he saw fit. Apparently, the residents were extremely disgusted with the man's behavior and demanded that he get out. At this time, the three sisters were clearly worried, not knowing whether to provoke a dangerous opponent so openly. However, the young master was clearly enjoying what was happening on stage. The actor portraying the demon turned to Sohan and his companion, pretending to pick his first target. Eventually, he announced that he would attack both of them at once, bragging about his speed. He decided he could handle both at once and tried to get them into his bed. People started laughing at his bragging. Suddenly, Sohan felt a weapon approaching and immediately took notice. Taking off on the stage, he repelled the attack with his fan. He then began to scrutinize the area, trying to determine the source of the attack. He soon realized that the blade came from the direction of the nearest building and immediately rushed there. The young warrior quickly jumped up from his seat and literally flying through the air went in search of the attacker. At this time, the lust demon's apprentice was moving across the rooftop, trying to evade his pursuit. He was already far enough away and confident that Sohan would not be able to catch up with him. Soon the intruder spotted a house with an open window and immediately slipped inside through the vent. The demon servant seems to have acted without his master's orders. He was simply enraged at how dare his masters put him in such a light. However, what he didn't expect was that at this moment, an impressive explosion sounded behind him. Somehow, Sohan miraculously appeared in the room, having managed to track down the fugitive. The young gentleman calmly inquired what his mistake had been, for in his opinion, the performance had been too mild. His master was far worse than the caricature he had shown. The enraged assistant immediately snatched up his blade. He started swinging it around, trying to hurt Sohan. To the hero, such an attack was only a pathetic parody of martial arts. He easily dodged the blow and instantly counterattacked, causing his opponent to lose concentration. The last thing the attacker saw was Sohan's blade above his head, ready to end the fight. The blow was so swift that the man remained frozen with sword in hand. The body of his defeated opponent was sliced in two, blood gushed from his mouth, and he promptly fell to the ground. Sohan looked at his dying foe without a shred of sympathy, feeling only irritation. But at that moment, another attack came from the darkness of the room. This lunge was easier to anticipate, so he calmly dodged, letting the blow hit the wall. The force of the attack was such that if it had hit the target, it would have shattered the hero into pieces. It was the lust demon's second assistant who thought Sohan was weak and tried to kill him by sneaking up on him from behind. The young master was not easily taken by surprise, however, as he calmly blocked the attack with his moonblade, surprised by the presence of another opponent. The force of the blow was great, and after the hero fended off the attack, his opponent slid a few meters backwards across the floor. The second mate was surprised that his stealthy attack had been so easily repelled, and wondered about the true strength of his opponent. As he looked at the body of his fallen comrade, he realized that Sohan had only needed one blow to kill him. This meant that such an opponent could not be dealt with alone, so he began to look for a way to reunite with his master as quickly as possible. To do this, the intruder decided to use a more cunning weapon, throwing needles. Assuming that his opponent was unprepared for such an attack, he threw them directly at Sohan, hoping to distract his attention. However, the young warrior swept the needles away with incredible speed, using the same blade. At that moment, the second mate jumped through the window, trying to get to his master as quickly as possible. Sohan saw him fleeing, but did not seem to be in a hurry to pursue him. He was already prepared for such a development. At the bottom, Go Segyok's warriors were waiting for the fugitive, preventing him from escaping on the ground. Because of this, the demon assistant had to move across the rooftops, making him more visible to the pursuers. The demon assistant ran away from the pursuers, rejoicing at his supposed success. But his rejoicing was short-lived. Sohan landed on the roof, literally breaking it with his weight. Immediately afterward, the young warrior froze in mid-air, preparing to use one of his martial arts. He managed to speed up his body, becoming almost elusive, moving much faster than anything the fugitive had seen before. With all his being, the demon's assistant realized that he could not escape from this opponent. But suddenly, he was saved by someone's intervention. The unknown began to attack the hero, forcing him to stop. The attack was so swift that Sohan barely had time to defend himself with his blades. Taking advantage of his pursuer's momentary confusion, the assistant quickly jumped to another roof and continued his escape. He realized that his master had decided to intervene in the fight, and decided to use this time to retreat. More calmly, he made his way further up the roofs. But suddenly he did not notice something like a snake coiled around his neck, almost robbing him of breath. He was yanked sharply downward, preventing him from going any farther. As the fugitive rolled on the ground, he finally saw his captor. It was a senior apprentice of the great demoness, demanding to give up the whereabouts of his master. The man tried to resist and insult the girl, but the girl only drew her whip harder, forcing him to answer the question. The demon's assistant began to gasp. the capillaries in his eyes bursting. Suddenly, all three students heard the loud voice of the lust demon himself, mockingly declaring that he could not be caught by such a primitive method. The girls began to look around in alarm, trying to locate the source of the voice. They realized that the demon was using internal energy to hide its presence. From invisibility, the fiend began threatening to massacre the people of the town. Murder and violence against women would be the price to pay for the spectacle he had arranged. These threats strained everyone present. The gasping aide only gloated, assuring them that their master was now enraged and would spare no one. These threats clearly infuriated the sisters. However, the eldest of the sisters had had enough of the empty threats. She ordered the captive to be silent, tightening the whip even more. Like the great demoness herself, she had no intention of letting her enemy live. With each passing second, the life drained from the captured aide, and soon the final motion of the whip cut off his existence. Watching this, the demon only noted the loss of 2 apprentices, but didn't attach much importance to it. He could always find new ones. More important was the fact that Sohan, the demoness's apprentices, and the entire dark faction were after him. That sense of pursuit thrilled him, and he anticipated their disappointment when he broke out of the trap they had set. However, the villain did not notice Sohan was already behind him, as if waiting for him to finish his musings. The demon quickly detected the hero's presence and grudgingly inquired about the unceremonious intrusion. The young warrior, as cold-blooded as ever, calmly watched his opponent, waiting for him to act. The demon was amazed to see Sohan in his hiding place. He did not understand how he could find it so quickly. The hero sat down at the table with a bottle of wine as if he were in his own home. Calmly filling the cup, he began to drink, not paying attention to the owner of the room. The demon watched Sohan's actions carefully, as if he were watching the antics of a madman. Noticing his gaze, the hero inquired as to the reason for such attention. These words caused the demon to chuckle. He felt that such behavior was not befitting a disciple of a poison demon, and wondered why he did not follow his mentor's example. Sohan didn't seem to understand what he was talking about. He explained that he was referring to his mentor's frivolous lifestyle. And after placing the cup on the table, he decided to find out why Sohan had brought people from the Shannon faction with him, and most importantly, what ties him to the disciples of the great demoness. With a sly smile, the demon suggested that the hero had decided to play the noble game. However, Sohan apparently didn't care about that at all. He was interested in something else. If the demon is not too chatty for the kidnapper of the old man's staff, these words clearly hurt the lust demon, and he called Sohan arrogant. Calmly looking at the young man, the fiend could not believe that he really expected to catch him. At that moment, there were shouts from outside as the warriors announced to the lust demon that he was surrounded by the net of the Shannon dark faction and could not escape. Not realizing the threat to him, the demon became wary. Then the captains, continuing the performance, began to taunt him. This finally pissed the man off, but the actor continued his role, threatening to drag the demon of lust into bed, where he would no longer be safe. Sohan could barely contain his chuckle as he watched. But the lust demon finally lost his temper, unable to understand how someone like the young master dared to make fun of him. His rage was so great that even the table on which the cup stood began to tremble. The cup began to fall from the table, and the man instantly grabbed his weapon, which had been standing in a row all this time, preparing to engage in all seriousness. With one look, he let Sohan know that he would do anything to make sure he didn't leave here alive. In a split second, the demon drew his blade from its sheath and immediately attacked his opponent. The hero reacted quickly, arming himself with his fan to block the blow. After the collision, both of them bounced back, but before Sohan could regain his balance, the lust demon had already disappeared from sight. Then came a series of swift and precise blows, which the hero managed to dodge and fend off each time. It was not surprising. He had a special vision, allowing him to easily catch the approach of the enemy's attacks. However, the difficulty was that when the hero tried to counterattack, the demon constantly managed to disappear from under the blows. In the process of this maneuvering, the demon even managed to pick up the sword scabbard still frozen in the air before it fell to the ground. After that, he stopped near the window and retracted his sword, displaying incredible speed. Immediately afterward, a cup that had fallen from the table shattered. All of these attacks were carried out in less than a second. However, looking at Sohan, the lust demon did not relax, realizing the difference in their strength. Even though he was faster, Sohan was unequivocally superior in power. Smiling, the lust demon came up with a new plan. So he went to the window and offered Sohan a walk. Then he quickly jumped out the window, asking the boy to keep up with him. Once outside, the demon immediately noticed the 3 captains involved in the performance. He gave them a scornful look, which made all 3 of them tense up, not understanding his intentions or why Sohan had let him out of the house. Suddenly, the demon decided to deal with the people who had disrespected his person. He aimed 2 deadly attacks straight at their faces. However, Sohan stood up in time to defend the captains and repelled the blows. Immediately afterward, without further ado, he fixed his gaze on his opponent and rushed in pursuit. The captains could only stand with their mouths open, amazed at the strength of their head. They thanked the Lord for the rescue and asked him to defeat the demon of lust by all means. The actor continued his role and asked the Lord to deal with the demon of lust as he usually did, but immediately realized that it was clearly too much, with which his friends agreed. The hero began to pursue, and although a little behind the demon, did not lose sight of him. The demon was mocking him. He didn't understand how such a slow opponent even dared to insult him. He promised that this city and the entire region would choke in blood for such arrogance. Sohan continued the chase, only frowning his eyebrows at these threats. But his smile gave away that he hadn't shown his full capabilities yet. At this moment, the lust demon was rushing past nothing people, unsuspecting and intending to pass through the crowd. However, suddenly, all the residents began to bow down as if in a bow. As it turned out, Sohan had already prepared a trap. A small backpack was attached to each of the residents. As soon as they pulled the levers in their hands, projectiles began to fly out of the backpacks. They flew towards the lust demon in a hail. Obviously, this made the demon nervous. He hadn't expected such a trick. He had to stop abruptly, trying to anticipate the trajectory of the projectiles. Suddenly, he noticed the nearest open window and intended to take cover from the massive attack. However, even there he was waiting for fixed traps, which frightened the villain even more. Now a multitude of dangers literally prevented him from hiding. Immediately, the demon had to land on the ground to dodge the attacks more confidently. Instantly taking out his blade, he began to fend off the blows, realizing that he would definitely take revenge on those who wanted him dead. At this moment, Sohan, wielding his fan, had already climbed into his opponent's blind spot. The ensuing attack clearly satisfied the hero. The stratagem worked perfectly. The blow hit the target, causing the demon, twisting, flew dozens of meters forward. Quickly rising to his feet, he pushed off the nearest pole, trying to escape. At the same time, he looked around at the common townspeople, realizing what Chanan's network the captains had so proudly claimed. But even that couldn't stop him. He vowed to kill them all when the time came. Right now it was necessary to retreat, realizing he was unprepared for such a fight. Sohan watched his swift escape calmly, not even attempting to pursue. Leaving the territory of the city, the demon was able to seclude himself in a simple forest. He was already quite beaten and tired, dreaming of dealing with Sohan as soon as possible. But suddenly he heard the neighing of a horse. At that moment, he noticed the armed captain who was waiting for the lust demon in order to kill him. He calmly announced that he had come for his head. The lust demon looked closely at the man, and recognized him as Guan Yu, a warlord of the Shu Kingdom of the Three Kingdoms era, one of the main characters in the medieval novel, The Three Kingdoms. He began attacking the demon of lust to avenge Diao Chang, one of the 4 great beauties of ancient China. Looking at what was going on, the lust demon had absolutely no idea what was going on and how this person was here. In the end, the lust demon managed to repel his attack with the spear, but he was already very angry. The spear was broken into 2 pieces, but a broken spear did not mean a broken warrior's spirit. Looking at his weapon, he let the lust demon know that he wouldn't give up so easily. Then he galloped off into the distance to escape, but swore that he would return. Looking after him, the lust demon had no intention of continuing his pursuit, but he did not realize who this person was. At this moment, a surprise arrow attack was already waiting for him. He managed to notice it in time, so he jumped up and managed to dodge it. He was very lucky, because the arrow that was flying at him, when it hit a tree, it was able to chop several other trees after it. Soon, quickly looking around, the demon was trying to figure out who had caused this attack, and he saw an archer standing on the roof. He recognized the person's guise. It was Huang Zhong. He was the Chinese general of the Eastern Han Empire and the Shu Kingdom during the Three Kingdoms period. The lust demon realized that he was literally being bullied, which finally made him mad. However, there was nothing he could do as the archer released another one of his dangerous arrows. The demon of lust was no longer going to run away. Armed with his sword, he deflected this attack, cursing at how these people had already managed to get him. In the end, his attack was so fast that it was literally able to chop the arrow not even in half, but break it into 4 pieces. Obviously, such skill seriously frightened the archer, especially when the next attack was coming right at his face. However, in time, the blow was stopped by a fan already familiar to the demon of lust. Sohan, the master of the fan himself, appeared next. As the lust demon and Sohan exchanged glances, the archer quickly came to his senses, thanking his savior. Taking out one of his arrows, he was grateful for the opportunity for revenge. This revenge had to be to get even for his torn granddaughter. Sohan, listening to him speak, did not understand at all how one could know his character so poorly, for the man had no granddaughter. But looking at his seriousness, the hero realized that it was unlikely that the lust demon would notice the catch. The lust demon at this time looked away from Sohan, trying to figure out what he had arranged here, and ordered to tell those men to leave so that they could settle things man to man. However, the hero was amused to hear such a thing from the lust demon, since just a few seconds ago he had been trying to get away from him. He thought he was just a cowardly rat, which he was, and did not want to deal with him fairly. Apparently these words made the lust demon mad. He thought that even though he was the apprentice of the poison demon, he was clearly not worthy of being so proud. But at this moment, the archer saw a great opportunity to attack, and so he finally fired his special arrow. It was quite accurate, so the arrow literally passed within a millimeter of Sohan's face, and he reacted in time, so he amplified that arrow with the internal energy of his fan. Because of this speed, the specially attached ampule ruptured, spraying an unknown component. The lust demon fended off the arrow flying at him, but he realized with horror that a huge cloud of truly dangerous poison from the poison demon himself was hurtling towards him. He immediately adopted a defensive stance, hoping to disperse the deadly cloud, but the poison that hit him began to sizzle, mercilessly burning his clothes and skin. With growing horror, he realized that it was a soul-dissolving poison containing strong acids. What's more, the poison was also paralyzing. The demon instantly felt his body begin to weaken. He once again had to flee, using his last strength to preserve his life. The hero, watching his opponent's pathetic attempts, only frowned, but continued his pursuit, not letting him slip away. Along the way, the necessary traps were skillfully placed, tied to trees. As soon as the lust demon passed them, a salute would explode in their place, giving the army a clear understanding of its location. Soon, the lust demon was at Cheongmi Lake, the last point to which it could retreat. All this time, one of Sohan's aides had been sitting patiently in the bushes, waiting for the right moment. Finally, when he saw fireworks beginning to glow in the sky above the trees closest to the lake, he turned to the warriors and warned of the approach of the demon of lust and the need to be ready. Their plan was simple. As soon as the lust demon appeared, they were to throw spears at it, and then shout the names of the women they loved and wanted to avenge. In fact, it was quite an easy task, and everyone was going to prove themselves on this mission, to show all they could do. At last they saw the salute, the final signal for action. Next came the fleeing demon of lust, followed by the relentless pursuit of Sohan. The commander raised his spear, signaling the warriors to attack. All 5 men threw their spears at the demon at once, but the attack wasn't swift enough. The demon saw the danger in time, so it deftly dodged and continued to flee. The warriors continued to throw spears and shout the names of their chosen women. One by one they called out to their beloved. The names of the girls Marin, Inhai, and Nanjung were called out. Watching the continuing attack, the commander enthusiastically praised the fighters, urging them not to surrender. He himself also brought up his spear to attack, but suddenly froze in confusion. He had become so engrossed that he had forgotten that he had no chosen one. Apparently, it hurt him a lot. He was the only one who couldn't shout out the name of his favorite girl. However, he quickly found himself and threw a spear, shouting revenge for his grandmother who was 80 years old. He began to talk about how his grandmother had taken care of him. But then the lust demon suddenly stopped on a nearby branch and stared at the warrior in bewilderment. It was a turn of events no one expected. The lust demon was furious at being accused of seducing an old woman, and vowed to turn the offender inside out. Completely oblivious of the poison in his blood, he rushed after the fighter, intending to punish him severely for those words. The man was obviously terrified and tried to flee, but his attempts were in vain. The demon of lust, famous for its speed, quickly caught up with him. Not wanting to waste time chasing, the demon decided to attack as soon as he was close enough. Its strike was stopped just a meter away from its victim, but it was so powerful that the warrior still rolled on the ground until he was dead in the grass. The one blocking the attack was, of course, Sohan. He calmly rose to his feet, preparing to continue the battle. Looking at his opponent's face, Sohan was surprised to note how much the warrior's words had pissed the demon off. He reasoned that time had not spared the demon's mind to become so resentful. The hero looked at the defeated fighter, who lay unconscious, obviously from a strong fright, and decided not to be distracted by him any longer. The blades crossed again in a duel. The demon's attacks, as always, were swift and fast, but the opponents moved on par, literally floating above the water surface. At this pace, they even managed to cross the lake, and soon they were on the roof of the nearest building. The other warriors, who had been helping Sohan all this time, remained locked on the other side of the lake and could not interfere in their fight. Looking at them, the lust demon felt great contempt. He didn't understand why these people were suddenly so quiet, as if they had water in their mouths. Sohan, however, turned to the enemy in front of him and spoke of all the traps that had begun to work as soon as the demon started to flee. but as soon as he stopped, it was over. He made it clear that if the man had accepted the fight from the start, none of this would have happened. This arrogance seriously pissed off the lust demon. He called Sohan a real creature and vowed to gut him like a ravenous pig. Apparently, he intended to kill him in front of the stupid crowd, and already imagining how he would display his tortured body on top of the mountain of corpses. After saying that, he instantly rushed past Sohan, preparing for another attack. Although the hero managed to dodge with ease, he was surprised to realize that the movement was too slow. His arm was seriously wounded. This gave even more confidence to the lust demon, who continued to attack with a sly smile. Sohan readily armed himself with his blades, accepting the challenge. The clang of their blades clashing in battle was so deafening that it reached the ears of the crowd already gathered below. The battle was so fierce that not only the roof beneath their feet began to break, even the walls of the nearest building were about to collapse from the sheer force of the blows. But the fierce battle continued, and with each new clash the confidence in the demon of lust remained less and less. The building on top of which they were fighting was becoming less and less like an apartment building. Not even a minute into their confrontation, the building could not withstand such pressure and completely collapsed. The spectators frozen on the shore could not believe the incredible spectacle happening before their eyes. But even through the clouds of smoke and dust from the destruction could see the silhouettes of the two opponents, not a bit affected in this chaos. The hero, calmly approaching his opponent, decided to share a special secret with him. It was at this point in his life that the demoness paid the price. The demon of lust did not understand why he would want to know this seemingly useless information. However, Sohan nonchalantly explained that the woman, while in this place, laughed just as the lust demon was laughing now. But he reminded her. She was dying with a face contorted with horror, and her death was truly terrifying. The lust demon smiled and praised Sohan. It was truly incredible that the hero hadn't lied anywhere about killing one of the 4 demons. He even offered a round of applause for this achievement. However, he wondered if the youngster was planning to meet his master in the same way. Obviously, this question only brought a gloating smile to Sohan's face. He wasn't going to reveal his secrets to anyone yet. At this point, the lust demon asked if the young warrior knew why they were called. Lust, rage, sorcery, and poison. The hero was well aware of this, and then the demon decided to demonstrate what a raging demon could do, starting to attack as ferociously as his legendary namesake. Sohan, however, had no trouble defending himself against this attack. The blades locked in a deadly dance once more, and Sohan tried to activate his special power that the lust demon could no longer boast of. Apparently, it was the power of poison obtained from his teacher. As soon as the lust demon heard about this power, he had to retreat in fear. He was afraid that Sohan was either using the poison power or was just preparing to do so. But it didn't matter anymore, as the hero only gripped his blades more confidently. After that, he connected them in a special way, infusing them with internal energy. It was the legendary technique of the full moon, turning his paired blades into truly deadly weapons. The demon of lust did not understand what was happening, as if not sensing the energy that had begun to emanate from Sohan. He simply watched his actions, clearly expecting to see something more impressive than just the paired blades. Looking at his dissatisfaction, the hero only smiled, realizing that he was about to demonstrate something that could truly surprise his opponent. Like a swift phoenix, he soared into the sky, leaving behind a pink glow of his energy. He focused his glare on his opponent, his eyes literally burning with madness. The demon of lust could see it clearly, and his fear was obvious even from afar. The hero understood. The opponent really had something to fear, because he was preparing to show him a special attack. Twirling his poison-enhanced weapon, Sohan aimed it straight at the enemy. The latter, realizing the deadliness of the attack, tried to defend himself using his merciless strike technique. It was like a hurricane rising up for the sake of the Lord's defense, something the demoness had demonstrated similarly. However, the hero was strong enough to simply destroy this technique on the fly. After that, Sohan's punch completely struck the lust demon. Upon colliding with the ground, his blade triggered a real explosion. It was so huge that the shards of the building and clods of earth even fell on the people watching from the shore. When the smoke cleared, they saw the very weapon of the full moon stuck in the ground. Sohan calmly reached up to pull it out, watching his confident movements. Damwol didn't understand how this man had so much strength. After all, even the demon of lust couldn't fight back. At the same time, the hero calmly busied himself with disengaging his blades, turning them back into the blades of 2 moons. At this point, it was obvious to all the captains that Sohan had seriously fooled everyone. Before that, he hadn't even let them know that his power was akin to divine power. They were scared to imagine what would have happened if they and Gosegok had decided to give him a fight back then. Sohan calmly approached the lust demon who was lying on the ground, writhing in pain, stripped of his arms. Looking at his death, the hero realized that his main talent lay in the art of deception. He could talk of using poison when there was none, pass off poison as medicine, pretend to be poisoned while remaining unharmed. When the enemy believes in his weakness and stops being afraid, then the psychological battle will be over. It is important to hide your abilities from everyone and, if possible, not to use a special skill. This is the main thing in psychological battle. It is said to be the best method that gives immense pleasure, because only then does the enemy experience boundless despair and emptiness. With the most terrifying smile, Sohan asked the lust demon about the location of the raging demon. But he heard nothing but the wheezing of a dying man choking on his own blood. The hero realized the man was already dead. Realizing it was useless to interrogate him, the hero finished him off with his poison. He was grateful to the demon of lust. Thanks to him, he learned many things he shouldn't have known. When the fight was over, he looked at the people waiting for him on the other side of the river. They looked insanely frightened, and it was no wonder. The hero understood their feelings. They had witnessed the use of his special skill, and were probably worried for their lives. However, the hero only smiled, realizing that there was no point in killing the people who served him. Turning to them, he simply praised them for their excellent work. It wasn't long before Gusa went back to work in his tavern. He proudly told the story to the people who came, about how the lust demon had gotten angry at his words about his grandmother. How much it meant in battle. Although he was killed by the Lord, the person who made the demon wrong was him. However, many people didn't want to believe that the demon would have reacted to the words of someone like him. It was most likely Sohan who had pissed him off. Besides, the demon was initially enraged, so the warriors believed that everyone involved in the mission had something to do with it. They probably thought so because they had not seen that performance, because that was when the lust demon first lost its temper. This seriously angered the assistant. He even wanted to bet money that they were wrong, because everyone had seen how much the demon had become agitated. When he calmed down, he explained, if rumors were to be believed, the lust demon only preyed on young, beautiful women. Everyone shouted the names of their lovers, and the demon didn't care. But as soon as he mentioned his grandmother, who was 80 years old 10 years ago, he lost his temper. Eventually, everyone stopped talking, realizing the justice of his words, though it soon caused them to mock him anyway, which made the warrior very angry. Suddenly, an unknown person appeared and called out to Gusa to give him a message. Upon walking outside and seeing the messenger, the man inquired what had happened. But the man only smiled, causing even more anger. Gusa didn't understand the reason for such pleasure. However, to the shock of everyone present, it turned out that the Lord had decided to reward this fighter. The messenger took out a scroll and read out the message. The Shenan faction's network strategy began with Gusa's report. It was all thanks to his observation. He realized that the information he heard was extremely important. He held up well, even though it wasn't Go Segyok himself who spoke up front. For this, he would receive 5,000 nyang as a thank you. Hearing such an amount, the warrior's eyes widened in surprise. The others couldn't believe the size of the reward either. The bowed warrior accepted the thanks from Sohan, who expressed his hope that they would meet again. The letter was addressed from the leader of the Crescent Moon Dancing Sword School. After finishing the letter, the warrior literally could not contain his words of gratitude. The Lord sincerely congratulated his longtime acquaintance and held out a box containing an award. Taking it in his hands, the honored man could not find words to thank the messenger for delivering the news. But the friend only awkwardly inquired when he was going to celebrate such a generous reward. Laughing, the warrior invited everyone into the tavern for a drink. It was a sin not to drink to such a success. Soon the tavern was filled with shouts of joy, and everyone was admiring him as someone who knew the leader of Sohan's school personally. Somewhere around this time, Sohan along with his sisters had already reached the western dark road. Dam Wol, looking around, was amazed at how things had changed since her last visit. The hero completely understood her feelings, as he had once been in her shoes, having returned here many years later. With a smile, he asked the girl if she remembered a man named Dogon. She remembered him, but was surprised that he still appeared to live here. Sohan led them to the Crescent Moon Sword Dancing School, explaining that Dogon must be somewhere on the grounds. With a smile, he assumed he was either in the kitchen, on the second floor, or sleeping somewhere. In addition, he told him that the cook had gotten a little fat. These words and memories brought a warm smile to the face of Dam Wol, who had not seen her old acquaintance for a long time. The first sister noticed that the place they arrived at was like a peaceful village compared to their previous home. The younger sister could also sense this atmosphere, though she couldn't believe that this was actually the Dark Faction's territory. Everything looked like an ordinary village. Sohan explained that there were a lot more people here during the day, Plus, many people had left after he had dealt with a couple or three thugs and destroyed the Bloody Dick clan. Finally, they stopped outside the Dancing Sword School. Damn Wool remembered that this used to be the school, and Sohan confirmed that he had taken control of the place, trying to recreate what was here before. However, for some reason, Damn Wool still felt incredibly sad when looking at this place. Suddenly, the hero heard a loud and joyful cry. It turned out to be Sahek calling out to the Lord. The hero also greeted his warrior, whom he had not seen for a long time, with a smile. Sahek, however, wasted no time and began to inform his friends of the Lord's return. Moments later, the entire school of the Dancing Sword Crescent Moon was filled with excited cheers and shouts. The first sister realized that there were a decent amount of people living in the school, and the younger sister only awkwardly reminded Sohan that he had claimed as if there were hardly any people here. Even Sohan himself looked shocked, not realizing where so many people had come from, as if they had decided to multiply several times over during his absence. Soon a few more small children ran out along with Sahek. An overjoyed Sahek greeted his master. The hero could see the sincerity in his eyes, which couldn't help but bring a smile to his face. Afterward, he took a close look at the rest of the arrivals. He was surprised to note that he had not seen so many people before, and did not understand why there were so many children here. At that moment, another girl appeared, apologizing for being late. At one glance at her, the hero's eyes widened with surprise. This girl was much older than he remembered, but at the first glance, he could definitely recognize her. He looked at Unhyo, literally ready to cry from shock. At the same moment, seeing his confusion, Unhyo decided to make the first move. She ran up and hugged Sohan, whom she hadn't seen in so many years, tightly. She cried tears of happiness, happy that Sohan was alive after all. The hero began to gradually come to his senses, realizing what was happening. He responded to the embrace, explaining that he was fine, that he was alive and well. From this picture of reunion cried not only Sahek, but also the eldest and youngest sister. Damwol was literally trembling, unable to believe that it was really Unhyo in front of her. When Damwol said her name, Unhyo finally turned her attention to the stranger. At that moment, she herself cried even harder and trembled with excitement. Unable to believe her eyes, Damwol, crying, confirmed that it was indeed her. Unhyo immediately wrapped her in her sister's arms and cried harder than before. She couldn't believe her happiness that they were both alive. She wondered what had happened to them, and Damwol cried, not knowing where Unhyo had been all this time. It was a picture that couldn't leave anyone indifferent, so the other sisters cried, not hiding their sadness. A man with a kind, fatherly smile was also watching. As soon as the hero noticed him, he immediately bowed in greeting and introduced himself. The man responded to the greeting, admitting to Mr. Sohan that he had already heard a lot about him. The man's name was Jong Tai-san, formerly known as the Ugly Demon, so he warned Sohan not to be intimidated. Remembering everything he knew about the Ugly Demon, Sohan realized that this was the only person who had helped the Dancing Sword School back then. He wondered where he'd gotten to and was glad that he was with Unhyo the whole time. At this time, the children started asking Jong Tai-sang who Sohan was. The young master assumed that Jong Tai-sang was Unhya's husband, and promised that he would be as respectful to him as possible. At that moment, Sahek looked at his master and realized that it was the first time he had seen him so calm. Even the first sister froze in amazement, unable to believe that Sohan himself could sometimes be just an ordinary man. Finally, Sahek suggested that the Lord should not stand on the threshold and come inside, for it was already getting cold outside. After getting his consent, he asked everyone to go inside to talk. The children left with Jong Tai-sang, the first and youngest sisters looking around happily while Sahek admired their beauty, and Sohan looked at it all, unable to believe what was happening. The home he had worked so hard to recreate was finally filled with the warmth and comfort he had dreamed of. At that moment, Dogon appeared as well, and he honestly admitted that he had been very worried about Sohan since he had left. He wanted to know if the boy was all right, but looking at his smile, he realized he really was fine. Holding out a pipe to Sohan, Dogon offered him a smoke. Looking at the herb in the pipe, Sohan immediately recognized the herb of oblivion, and wondered how the ordinary cook had gotten it. He only smiled slyly, explaining that he had stolen this herb especially for Sohan's arrival. Obviously, this brought an approving smile to the hero's face. He didn't mind having a smoke after such a long journey. In the process, Dogon asked the hero if he had met Unhyo yet, since the school was abuzz when she showed up. In fact, Dogon was sad that out of all the comrades, she was the only one who had returned. He thought the world was really cruel if everyone else was dead. However, he realized that perhaps it was on the contrary fortunate. At least she was able to return. Listening to his words, the hero couldn't utter a word, not knowing how to react. Looking at his sadness, Dogon realized it was best not to disturb Sohan with such talk anymore. Getting up, he asked Sohan to finish his cigarette quietly and go inside. He would prepare snacks and drinks in the meantime. As a result, the hero was left completely alone outside. He reflected on the fact that he had finally managed to return home, as well as retrieve this house for them all. He had become stronger and would now be able to protect his loved ones. So he just begged that the surviving guys come home as soon as possible. Soon the hero met with Sahek, who couldn't believe that his master had killed a demoness and a lust demon. Sohan only smiled at his surprise and explained that he had also met Ghost Sahek, whom he had decided to spare. Sahek was still reeling from this news, but this explanation made him understand the reason for the Lord's long absence. After all, he was busy killing 2 whole demons. Sahek wondered what was the reason for Go Sagok's favor. He had a hunch, but the hero voiced it before, explaining that he had swept the Channon faction under his thumb. This caused even more shock to his subordinate, who didn't understand how his master could talk about it so casually. Sohan also explained that the school was planning to convene the Shanxi faction in either Chenanya or Chenyang soon, so he asked Sahek to warn the other faction leaders about it. Sahek, barely regaining consciousness, immediately said he would follow orders, but he was still stunned that the man who had killed 2 of the 4 demons and seized power in the Chenyang Dark faction was sitting in front of him. It felt as if it was no problem at all for him. Suddenly, a visitor appeared outside the door of Sohan's room. He wasn't busy, so with a smile he motioned for the girl to pass inside. Sahek immediately realized that the gentleman had more important things to do right now, so bowing, he offered to come back later. On his way out, he met up with Unhyo, so he bowed politely, saying hello to her. Once Sahek left, Sohan confessed that he kept wondering when Unhyo would finally show up at his chambers. With a smile, Unhyo couldn't believe that Sohan had been waiting for her all this time. But it turned out to be true, so Unhyo wondered if the hero was ready for her to start grumbling now. Looking confidently at the girl, he explained that he was always ready for it. Soon, over a bottle of wine, Unhyo decided to honestly confess her feelings to the hero. She was very worried about the boy. He himself should have known how dangerous the Dark faction was. So it wasn't like him. He had been a very kind boy as a child. Sohan looked at the girl, but her words seemed to pass him by. He was completely absorbed in the memories of the training sessions that Unhyo gave to the other children of the Crescent Moon Sword dancing school. She admonished them, scolded them, but she was also a great teacher. She would get angry when she saw the kids messing around again, as if it had been a long time since she had been reprimanded for such behavior. Now the girl was in the same pose, with the same expression on her face, and was indignant that the hero wasn't listening to her. However, this only caused a smile to appear on the hero's face. This made Unhyo even more mad. After all, she thought she was talking about serious things and wasn't saying anything funny. He explained that everything was fine and listened to her carefully. But at this point, his face grew darker as he explained that he hadn't been a boy for a long time, and also hadn't been so kind for a long time. This caused Unhyo to be surprised, because although Sohan sometimes quarreled with some of the children, he had never been a mean person. Sohan then explained that his teacher was one of the 4 demons, namely a poison demon. Obviously, this caused not only shock, but also consternation on Unhyo's face. Sohan, on the other hand, holding a bowl of alcohol in his hands, revealed that the day he disappeared, everyone was stupefied. It was the work of his master. He had been watching him for a long time, and so he had kidnapped him. Apparently, when the veil of secrecy fell from this situation, Unhyo finally realized what had happened. Still, she tried to explain to Sohan that just because his master was evil didn't make him the same. He didn't have to become like him. However, the hero sadly explained that this was the path he would have to take. Unhyo immediately removed her hand from Sohan's arm out of shock. She couldn't understand if the guy really wanted to become a villain, as if he was completely out of his mind. But he calmly explained that there was no other way to survive in the world. He said that he had already killed the leader of the Blood Whirlwind clan, and then came to Chenan to bring Damwall back home while getting rid of the Great Demoness and Lust Demon. Looking at Unhyo, he made it clear that this wasn't the end of his journey. He also explained that on his way back, he had cleared out 2 villages belonging to the Green Forest. He went in there to visit the viceroys of the castles who had decided to attack the Demoness apprentices. There, he saw people locked in cages who were kept like cattle. There were also many children among these people. He freed them while killing absolutely all the scum inside the fortress. Unhyo thought that the hero had done the right thing because he had punished the abusers and saved the defenseless children. However, one of the Greens told him something before he died, that the Wildwood Squad would come for his head. As of late, wounds and grudges had become Sohan's eternal companions, and after news of the demon slaying spread, the Rabbit Demon was on his trail. Obviously, this news had frightened Unhyo, and Sohan explained that if he held back and lived like nothing, there was no way he could handle all those people. At this point, Unhyo finally couldn't take it anymore. Her eyes filled with tears, she began to cry bitterly, and her body shuddered at the thought of what Sohan had gone through. She informed her that all her life she wanted him to just be happy. She was anxious for him. She didn't want him to get hurt. The hero, looking at her genuine worry, only sympathized with her. Moreover, he calmly reached out his hand to her arm and looked into her eyes with a smile, trying to comfort her. At this moment, the distraught Eun-hyo began to wipe away her tears and apologize, realizing that she definitely shouldn't have told the young master all those moralizing words. However, the pensive Sohan honestly admitted that he had missed it for a long time, which was the reason why he was smiling now. The shrewd mentor had only caught her former student in a lie. For all this time, he had been proving that he wasn't smiling at all. However, he had deceived, and now he should be ashamed to laugh at his elders. She offered to pour her wine soon. The young warrior only smiled at her displeasure, but still did as she wished. Then, looking at the filling bowl, the excited Eun-hyo decided to ask the hero about his master. Since his mentor had kidnapped him, she wondered how he had managed to escape after all. However, Sohan explained that he hadn't escaped. The master had personally let him go. The puzzled woman did not understand why or what use he had made of it. However, it seemed to the young warrior that everything was simple. Putting the wine on the table and smiling, he told her how he had once managed to defeat his master. Eun-hyo froze in consternation, realizing that Sohan had fought a third demon as well. However, the tormented hero explained that that wasn't the case. His face filled with sadness as he remembered how the poison demon had loved him so much that he simply couldn't refuse him. He explained that the poison demon had a twin brother, an immortal Znakar. After the master's experiments, his brother would remove the poison from the young man's body, curing him. While one was obsessed with poisons and the other dreamed of saving everyone around him, they were both insane in their extremes. However, the healer did not cure him at every opportunity. He only saved him when the young warrior was on the brink of death. They tested all of their ideas, helping each other save materials. It was then that the resourceful Sohan realized, if he wanted to survive, he needed them to love him, no matter what it took. Afterward, he began to support them as convincingly as he could. He tried to be nice to them, he also tried to understand them, and he did many different things, like cheer them up. After a long time, his master did succumb to these tricks. One day he hesitated. The shrewd apprentice immediately noticed that there was something wrong with the master. However, he said that he had created such a powerful poison that the hero would hardly be able to survive its effects. These words caused a shock on Sohan's face. He had never heard such a thing before. The demon smiled evilly, not realizing what nonsense he was talking about. So he simply walked away, ordering the boy to forget everything he had just said to him. The boy smiled at that moment, genuinely happy that his plan had worked. Thinking back to that day, he explained to a shocked Eun-hyo that this was how he was able to survive. Obviously, the anxious mentor hadn't expected to hear something like that. However, this wasn't the end of it. Sohan also explained that the two brothers then began to work together to make his body as stable as possible. These words caused Eun-hyo to feel deeply sad, for there was nothing she could do to make her mentee live a happier life. Seeing the change in her mood, the hero restlessly addressed the saddened girl. He explained that she should not stay here, and promised that he would prepare a safe place for her where she could take refuge with her family. But the determined mentor was determined to stay here until every member of the Dancing Sword returned home. However, the caring Sohan explained that this was exactly why he had asked her to leave, as she already had children. He asked her to imagine what would happen if any of those children were injured, and to imagine what would happen to them if Eun-hyo or her husband were injured. The confused woman clearly hadn't thought about it, which made her former student's words seem harsh. However, the sensitive warrior asked her not to be upset and promised to visit them from time to time. Besides, he also needed a place to heal his wounds. The words about his wounds were still a mystery to Eun-hyo, so she asked the hero to explain. He only reminded her with a bitter smile that he didn't just tell her about his masters. If the pure factions decided to attack them, he would have to side with them. This angered Eun-hyo. After all, these people had tortured him for years. However, the loyal disciple reminded him that despite that, they were his masters. The worried Eun-hyo decided to find out what Sohan would do if his master decided to kidnap the child again for an experiment. However, the noble warrior assured her that he would definitely oppose them in such a case. Hearing those words, Eun-hyo breathed out a sigh of relief. Sohan had promised that this would never happen, for he knew that they were no longer engaged in experiments of this kind. The astonished mentor was surprised at these words. But the hero only sadly explained that all the experiments they wanted to do had already been done on him. When morning came, the two stately men arrived at the walls of the School of the Dancing Sword of the Crescent Moon. They were met by the loyal Sahek and escorted to the master, introducing these men as representatives of the Jagal clan. The young master ordered to let them in, so one by one they followed each other into the room. After the two entered and scrutinized Sohan, they bowed respectfully. The older of the two guests admitted that he had heard a lot about the leader of the Crescent Moon Dancing Sword School, then introduced himself. The first man's name was Zuga Hyun, and the other man's name was Zuga Tang. They were both from one of the ancient clans of China. After greeting them, the cordial host understood that they had come a long way, after which he introduced himself, and then with his hand pointed to the vacant seats opposite himself, inviting them to sit down. He informed the arrivals that he had already been informed of their desire to discuss something. Zhuge Hyun was the first to explain that they had come from the Zhuge Herald that was in Shanxi. Hearing this, the attentive host became more serious, after which he decided to listen to the men. His behavior seemed very impudent to Tan, for Sohan did not even offer to drink a cup of tea to talk. However, the wise Hyun exhaled, realizing that it didn't matter to their cause. He explained that all of Shanxi belonged to them. It was one of the most important organizations in the clan north of the Yangtze River. The MANHUA clan, Zhongnan clan, Wenqing clan, Tang clan, Hubei Union, Wudang clan, and others used their services. The pure faction was also subscribed to the Herald. However, looking carefully at the people who had come, the wary hero didn't understand what they were getting at. Then the Honorable Zhuge Hyun cleared his throat and said that he had heard the news of what had happened in Shenang, and that Sohan was the valiant warrior who had defeated the demoness and the demon of lust. The young master did not dispute these words, though he still did not understand where this conversation was going. The enthusiastic Zhuge Hyun revealed with a lively gleam in his eyes that their messengers were extremely surprised when they heard this news. There was a real stir everywhere in Shanxi over the appearance of a new great warrior. The pensive hero did not quite understand such strange treatment. However, the man hastened to explain that they were conducting a so-called ranking in Jianghu, collecting news from all over the region to select the 100 best masters. And since the brave Sohan had killed 2 of the 4 great demons, they had not hesitated to include him in this illustrious 100 fighters. He understood the hero must be anxious to know where you stand. They also hoped that the illustrious warrior would share some exclusive information regarding the battle with the demons. Their readers would be extremely interested to know how these hellspawn were defeated, and what the victor intended to do now. An excited Hyung also revealed that they had already discussed the events in their newspaper and had prepared some exciting articles. He proudly showed Sohan the lead story entitled, Sohan the Great is a warrior who appeared in Shannan. How was he able to destroy the Blood Whirlwind clan and the 2 great demons? But that, as it turned out, was just the beginning. They planned to add a colorful narrative of how he had seized power in the Shannan Dark faction, and the story of how he skillfully used the Shannan net to capture the Lust Demon. The young master looked at them as if they were insane, but the simple-minded Zhuge Hyun clearly didn't understand his reaction. He only cheerfully explained that there was a lot of material for articles about the hero. Sohan only marveled at how well-informed the people who had come to see him were about his deeds. But the persistent Hyung explained that that wasn't all. He was truly concerned about whether Sohan was the incarnation of another demon. This question arose from the fact that the demon seat was now empty. Deciding to be frank, the guest confessed at once. They did not belong to either the pure or dark factions, but merely collected stories from the streets for everyone to hear about later. The attentive hero decided to find out if they were definitely not lying to him, and immediately received fervent assurances of sincerity. The hero promised that he would gladly meet them when he was bored, and suggested that they visit his house from time to time, and then maybe he could tell them something. At this point, it became obvious to the shrewd Thane that Sohan was treating them as nothing more than common merchants. Looking coldly at their disgruntled faces, the hero wondered if they wanted anything more from him. However, the annoyed Hyung clearly realized that Sohan-san didn't seem to be fully aware of the situation. He explained meaningfully that the herald had great influence in Jianghu, which was the reason why he shouldn't have treated them so disdainfully. The unperturbed hero only smiled as if he didn't believe their words. But the persistent Hyun explained that his position depended on how they presented Sohan, so he wanted to know if he belonged to the dark path. The shrewd warrior only grinned, for he couldn't understand why the men who had come were first flattering and then threatening. He calmly explained that if they so desired, they could write that he was of the dark path. A puzzled Zhuge Hyun realized that Sohan clearly wasn't taking them seriously, as if he thought they were joking about their threats. However, the resolute hero suddenly became more serious, suggesting that the people get to the point and end all this unnecessary pretense. Immediately after these words, the two guests were silent, looking at each other meaningfully. However, the prudent Zhuge Hyun did not argue and decided to do as Sohan wished. Getting to the point, he seriously said that they wanted to make the young master a favorable offer. They could help him become pure. However, The incredulous hero didn't understand how they were going to pull something like that off. Hyun, smiling indulgently, explained that with their extensive connections, it was very easy to do. And that wasn't all. They could also make Sohan into a great warrior after all. He had already killed a demon. Soon, they planned to create a powerful alliance to bring more stability to the regions. It was to include MANHUA and such illustrious clans as Zhongnan, Hubei, Wudang, and Zhuge that were close to Shanxi. On the other hand, the lands in the northwest belonged to Lord Sohan, except for the Hanzhong Dark faction, which he had yet to capture. The weary hero calmly exhaled and informed with slight chagrin that he didn't have time for that faction. Zhuge Hyun, on the other hand, with a sly smile, explained that in any case, their alliance would be advancing deep into Shanxi province towards Hubei and Henan provinces. He invited the hero to ponder on who the alliance would fall upon after annexing these lands. Experienced Zhuge Hyun said that the head of his family said that if this man killed 2 demons, then he can make a great warrior, even if he is from the dark. And since there might be some resistance in pure circles, it would be better if the whole of Shanxi learned of Sohan's true intentions. And then the whole region would hear of the birth of a new great warrior. The shrewd Sohan listened carefully and inquired what they wanted to receive from him in return in that case. Zhuge Hyun reminded him with a smile that Sohan was a rich and very generous man. A humble hero wouldn't talk about himself like that, only saying that he had some savings. Smiling even wider, Zhuge Hyun finally revealed the cards. They wanted Sohan to donate 30 million niang to the Zhuge Herald. Hearing these words, the shocked hero immediately put down the teapot he was using to pour his tea. Then he looked at Hyun sternly, demanding that he repeat what he had said. Calmly rising from his seat, the guest firmly repeated the sum of 30 million yang. However, he immediately hastened to remind him that for that money, Sohan would become part of the pure world, part of something larger and truly magnificent. And on top of that, they would place him at the very top of the master rankings. The shrewd hero was curious as to what would happen if he turned down this tempting offer. Hyun only exhaled heavily, not knowing whether to explain such obvious things to Sohan. He explicitly hinted that someone might accidentally spread the rumor that he was a disciple of a poison demon. Then the savvy hero summarized, "They want to charge him money to become a great warrior. And if he doesn't, then he will become one of the great demons." Hyun only exhaled. Even though he didn't say it directly, Sohan understood the conversation perfectly. The shrewd warrior also realized that if he didn't pay it himself, their entire alliance would turn against him. And to avoid that, he had to shell out 30 million. Zhuge Hyun, his lips tightened in irritation, began to convince Sohan that it was just a penny to him and asked the Lord not to be so stingy, as it would make him even richer and more famous. The unperturbed hero only calmly explained that he understood their terms, which caused perplexity on Hyun's face. The warrior then patiently repeated that he understood, causing the agitated man to calm down. The man happily decided that Sohan had agreed to their terms. However, the cunning hero, leisurely taking out his fan, explained that he had no such money now, so he would have to turn to his reserves in Shenan and Shenyang. While Hyun was explaining that it was no big deal and they were willing to wait, the young lord had already begun to fan the poison with his fan. Apparently, this went unnoticed to the ordinary residents, so Hyun only praised Sohan for making the right decision. He also asked that the hero tell them how he was able to defeat the 2 great demons. They wanted to hear everything in detail to make the warrior look good. Listening to eyewitnesses, they could miss a lot of things. Calmly folding his fan, the skillful master explained that he had broken the demoness's neck. This caused surprise. Hyun and Tang had expected a slightly different story. However, the impassive warrior, pointing to a spot on his neck, explained where exactly that neck had been coiled. Obviously, after this explanation, Zhuge Hyun was even more worried. But without noticing it, Sohan continued his story of how he had chopped the lust demon into small pieces. It was literally everywhere. One leg was lying to one side, the other to the other. It was a hustler. The hero's words began to scare Hyun even more. Even Tang, who was famous for his equanimity, became very nervous. He began to break out in a sweat. Paying attention to the guests, the attentive host thought that perhaps they were hot. At that moment, a pale Zhuge Hyun took out his fan and waved it in his face, explaining that he was really getting stuffy. Trying to remain calm, he asked for the master to continue his story further. The experienced warrior went on to say that he used a special technique that even bent the blades of his blade. Therefore, it was difficult to escape from this technique, and even though all of the demon's organs had fallen out, he was still able to move. The last thing the terrified guests saw was the hero's sly smile. Following that, both Tang and Hyun immediately passed out right at the table. After that, the calm Sohan got rid of the poison that was in the room. Only after that, he called out to his faithful assistant so that he wouldn't be affected by the poison. But Sahek, as soon as he saw Zuga Hyun and Tang lying on the table, came to astonishment. The wise master calmly asked him to clean up and air the room as it was getting stuffy. The understanding Sahek smiled calmly and proceeded to carry out the order. For he immediately realized what was wrong. Soon, the bound Hyung began to gradually regain consciousness in a small room. At first he could not understand anything, as he had a headache. However, he soon realized that he was in the wrong place and couldn't figure out where he was. Gradually he remembered all the events and guessed that perhaps he had been poisoned. At that moment, a determined Sahek approached him from the corner of the room, satisfied that Yuga Hyun had finally woken up. As soon as the captive noticed him, he immediately began to threaten that he couldn't even imagine the consequences that awaited him. He threatened in the name of MANHUA, but before he could utter a word, Sahek gave him a loud slap. Angry, the stubborn Hyung continued, mentioning the Udan clan, thinking he would scare Sahek more. However, the result was still the same. A loud, hard slap across his face. After which, rubbing his hand, the shrewd assistant guessed that next, Hyun would start naming the Hubei clan and Jiangnan clan, and would end up whining about his family. His correct guess only caused Hyun to laugh hysterically, for he was sure that Sahek definitely couldn't handle them. However, at that moment, the unyielding guardian hit him again, already on the head. Afterwards, he bent down to his face and explained that he didn't care about the clans, because Mr. Sohan was capable of dealing with them. The desperate Hyung, however, only began to scream hysterically, not understanding why Sahek had such confidence in his arrogant master, Mr. Sohan. Even if he killed 2 demons, it didn't mean that everything else would be as easy for him. However, the loyal servant only looked at the man with disdain, which caused even more panic on Hyun's face. At this moment, Sahek lost interest in him, and calmly looked in the direction where his master was standing, wondering if he could handle what Yuga Hyun thought was impossible. At that moment, having changed his clothes, Sohan himself approached, noticing that Sahek had clearly beaten their captive. However, the latter smiled, explaining that he had only stroked him lightly. Juggi Hyun demanded that Sohan explain what was going on here, and stated that if the amount he'd named was too much, they should have let him go and negotiated a reduced payment. He reminded them that they had not come to fight at all, and did not understand why they should do so, as they could have negotiated amicably. However, at that moment, the ruthless hero walked past him and approached a small table. There, Hyun saw many bloody torture tools. Obviously, this caused a look of horror on the man's face. However, the cold-blooded warrior chose not to notice it. The first thing he did was to walk over to a small knife and scrutinize it carefully, checking its sharpness. Such calmness indicated his determination, which frightened the captive even more. He asked the Lord in fear to stop, as he was ready for a peaceful dialogue, not understanding why such measures were necessary. However, his lack of understanding infuriated the formidable warrior. He explained to Hyun that he continued to talk nonsense, wasting precious time. He did not tolerate it. The frightened prisoner immediately blurted out the truth. When the alliance was formed, he would attack the dark faction of Shangxi. But that wasn't the only dark faction, so they needed to take care of other areas as well. This was why their clan head had come up with such a large-scale plan. After shouting out the whole truth, he was surprised to notice that Sohan didn't do anything. As he sat down on a small wooden box, the young lord realized that not only was every faction unaware that he was a poison demon disciple, but some unfortunate alliance was also sinking a grudge against him. At this point, the cunning Yuga Hyun, having decided that Sohan was depressed, realized this was a great opportunity for him. He explained that that was why they were offering the alliance, so Sohan could take the burden off his shoulders. He could think for himself what problems he'd get rid of by joining them. The wary hero asked if he was serious about this, and the captive was completely serious. He explained that they, the messengers, had only heard that Sohan was a demon's apprentice, and that the other clans were still in the dark. They were professionals after all, and this information was very valuable in negotiations. However, this only caused the fearless hero to scoff, causing Hyun to tense up greatly. He didn't understand why Sohan had such a drastic change in his face. However, the young master addressed Hyun as a strategist, ordering that the fellow listen to him carefully. Zhuge Hyun clearly didn't understand why he was called a strategist, but the hero didn't see it as strange. Everyone knew that the Zuga clan wasn't stupid. There was even a saying, if you want to start a war, hire at least one Zhuge as a strategist. Hyun was amazed that Sohan was saying such things with such a serious face, but he still decided to find out what the man was going to do. Was he really going to fight? But the calm warrior explained that the lad shouldn't care about that. He just had to do some planning. He pointed to the sheets and ordered him to write down the names of all the high-ranking people in their alliance. their special characteristics, their skill level, and the number of people under their control. But that wasn't all. He also needed information about what kind of relationship there was between the clans, who had what kind of disagreements and conflicts, whether there were any disgruntled people, gaps, or weak links. However, the stubborn Hyun clearly didn't want to do that, so he somehow tried to argue with Sohan. However, this infuriated the formidable warrior, so he immediately brought his hand up to slap the captive. But this slap was clearly much stronger than the ones Sohan had given, causing Thane to tense up considerably. The slap literally sent him flying against the wall, and the boxes behind him immediately shattered. The guy almost lost consciousness, and the formidable hero continued to approach like a dark cloud that overshadowed the sun. After which, he also lifted that guy's chair so Hyun continued to face him. Obviously, the captive's morale had taken a serious hit after such a blow, so the warrior hoped that he understood everything. The guy, whose face was literally bleeding at this time, immediately agreed to the Lord's terms. However, the cold-blooded Sohan explained that he might not have asked him for such favors, but simply got rid of him. If he was intent on deceiving him, he was better off dying right now. But Hyun only fearfully explained that he hadn't even thought of such a thing. After calming down, the overbearing lord reminded him that they divided their masters by rank, as far back as he could remember. Now he needed that list in detail. Who was strong, who was weak, who had a grudge or, on the contrary, favor with someone. He needed all the background. The frightened Hyung agreed, ready to tell the whole truth. But the stern Sohan approached him and remembered that he had forgotten to say something. He explained stiffly that he needed a plan to destroy their alliance. He expected him to take maximum responsibility. He had to write this plan as if he was writing a state exam. Juge Hyun realized that he simply could not agree to such conditions. However, the hero's gaze remained calm and cold-blooded, so the frightened captive immediately said that he would do his best. But the hero made it clear that he had no choice either way. The attentive gentleman also asked the guy to think about who would be able to influence this situation from the outside. After that, he once again made sure that he understood his order accurately. Immediately after that, Sohan started to leave the room, leaving the captive alone with Sahek. He also ordered his assistant to hide all the tools, untie Hyun's hands, and remember to feed him on time. However, at this moment, after asking the Lord to stop, an agitated Yuga Hyun decided to find out what was wrong with Tan, and if he was alive. The hero only smiled, explaining that he really hoped the man was still alive, which caused the guy himself to be incredibly scared. But as it turned out, at this time, Thane himself was fine. In his sweat, he continued his training with the warriors. He was getting seriously tired of doing this. There were a lot of fighters here that he had to fight. There were so many that he could hardly count them all. His hand was already bloody from how tightly he held his weapon, and he didn't realize how much time he'd already spent fighting. He looked up where an attentive Sohan was perched on the steps, watching their bouts. He had literally decided to use Thane as a trainer for his subordinates, and was constantly beckoning the next men up. Finally, the stronger warrior came out, whom Tan easily managed to bring to the ground, after which he continued to attack the man to finish him off. Zhuge Tong realized that he couldn't kill anyone since Hyun was still being held hostage, but he could at least break these warriors' legs. But his intentions were very quickly unraveled by a shrewd hero who decided to intervene. He took a small pebble, after which he charged towards Thane with tremendous force. As soon as this stone crashed into his weapon, it immediately shattered his wooden sword literally into splinters. All the amazed spectators froze as they watched the situation. The warrior was happy that he was still in one piece. Zhuge Tang himself was confused, not understanding how his sword could have broken in the process. Sohan turned to the Sun Dragon head at this time, displeased that Tan had already managed to defeat 3 of his warriors. Lim Hassan was clearly ashamed of the level of training of his fighters. However, the wise lord only asked him to spend more time training his warriors. Then, rising from his seat, he decided to end the lesson, realizing that Zhuge Tang had had enough for today, and suggested that he continue tomorrow. Immediately after that, he quietly started to leave to lock himself in his room. However, before leaving, he also did not forget to call out to Tang, ordering him to follow him. Obviously, this kind of attitude made the man angry, but there was nothing he could do about it. Soon they met in the hero's chambers, where he sat quietly, pouring himself some wine. In addition, watching Sohan carefully, Zhuge Tang could not understand why the guy let him keep his sword. Although he understood from the situation at the training ground that he didn't stand a chance against him anyway, this man was even much stronger than they had imagined. Calmly filling his cup, a pensive Sohan decided to ask how old Thane was. After answering that he was 25, the captive decided to ask his main question, to find out if Zhuge Hyun was still alive. The calm Sohan explained that Hyun was still a prisoner, and guessed that Tan's excitement was due to their kinship. Without holding back, the warrior said that Hyun was his older brother. Hearing this, the pensive hero calmly drained his cup and began to ponder what would happen if he did not heed their demands, and a great war broke out. He wondered who Thane thought the truth would be for. However, the man sternly informed him that there was never any truth in the dark path. The young lord was truly surprised at this fellow's opinion. However, Tang was willing to repeat his words even if his life was at stake. The noble hero respected his stance, so he fell silent. But he soon explained that Hyun and their clan as a whole were nothing more than mere extortionists to him. However, an angry Tang immediately countered Sohan that they were not extortionists in any way. The warrior realized that the latter clearly had no idea what they could do with the 30 million they were asking for, and no idea how many beggars and orphans they could help with that money. However, with a smile, the shrewd Zuga Tang reminded him that he had never once seen any beggars in Sohan's territories. The wise lord sadly explained that unfortunately, there still were. He also narrated that he was constantly receiving reports from the heads of the Dark Path organizations. These reports said that more and more orphans were being given housing, and their names were being kept. Funds were needed for all of this. When he returned from Shannon, these reports were innumerable. The incredulous Zuga Tang frowned and explained that he obviously wouldn't believe such a primitive lie. However, the calm hero looked at the man and decided to tell him his secret. He told Tan that he too had been an orphan. The young Sohan explained that he grew up here at the Dancing Sword School. This was where he ate, slept, and lived, constantly learning the school's techniques. That was why he supported the regional heads to take care of the orphans. The serious hero explained that he had ordered them to report any incident directly to the Dancing Sword School. However, the observant Zuga Tang noticed that his plan sounded ineffective at all. The hero smiled, for he understood this very well himself. However, he explained that if they made a mistake, he would kill them for not honoring the agreement. He was sure that this was exactly what the Pure Path thought a villain would do. Obviously, this made Thane tense up. The hero explained that it was all about the fact that to his subordinates he was the great evil himself, because he subjugated everyone by force. This admission clearly could not help but astonish Thane. The judicious warrior explained that Shannon's faction was richer, and he had peeked at something to infiltrate Chenyang. But to pay 30 million, he would not only have to forget about improving his life, but he would also have to take half of the funds from Shannon. In that case, Go Sagyok would have to demand money from his subordinates, and the subordinates in turn would have to demand money from their subordinates, and so on down the chain to the bottom. Thus the number of poor beggars and orphans would only increase. Zhuge Tang was clearly surprised, because he had not even thought about it before, and the shrewd hero recalled that Hyun had claimed he would be a hero if he agreed to it, and a demon if he didn't. Therefore, he didn't think it was right to allow so many sacrifices. Plus, they threatened him, mentioning the Udan clans, the Hua Mountains, and the many other clans they'd managed to implicate. But what pissed Sohan off the most was that it wasn't just him that their herald was pulling this sort of thing. He wondered how many times they had managed to pull it off with the rest of the humans. Obviously, this accusation silenced Thane. There was no way he could argue with that. The stern master ordered that Zhuge Tang should say, looking him straight in the eye, that their clan was not an extortionist. And obviously, after such accusations, it was hard for Tang not to admit the truth. Therefore, when he met Sohan's gaze, he only shamefully lowered his eyes. After that, the curious hero decided to find out why Tan had studied martial arts. He explained that he was from a side branch of the clan, and as a child he was recognized as a talent. Instead of literature and art, it was decided to make a warrior out of him. However, that wasn't what Sohan was asking about. Zhuge Tang clearly didn't understand what the question was about then. However, the shrewd hero decided to find out if the guy wanted to become the head of the clan. If he was from a side branch, then it was never going to happen for him. Perhaps he wanted to hang around the dark factions, prying money out of them, saying he was from a noble clan and offering to make them clean. But the hero couldn't believe that's why he'd studied martial arts, to be an errand boy for the nobles. Tan wanted to object, but at that moment he realized he had nothing to say. The persistent Sohan decided to ask again. When the war starts, who will have the truth? Thinking over the answer, even the young man's hands began to shake. But soon, with a bashful look, he explained that the truth would clearly not be for their clan. However, the wise hero objected, explaining that the truth would indeed be in their path. To his great regret, it would always be that way, despite his actions. He explained that the whole reason was because they were simply on the path of purity, after which he poured himself another cup of wine, but instead of drinking it, he offered it to Thane. In addition, the shrewd warrior explained that they were seriously mistaken when they assumed that he had killed demons for his own glory. He explained that he'd killed the demoness because one of her students had previously lived at the sword dancer school, and he'd killed the lust demon because he'd taken advantage of her students. Hyung said he did a good job, but it was just a coincidence that they got in the hero's way and he killed them, and they thought that was enough to make him a great warrior. However, he stated that they clearly didn't have that right. He believed that heroes are not chosen. There are plenty of people who, without a name, strength, and means, are willing to help those in need. Those were the real heroes, but certainly not those who were chosen by some newspaper, and even for money. In the end, after quickly draining the poured cup of wine, Zuga decided to ask the young master a question himself. The reserved Sohan didn't mind, so he waited silently. Zuga then bashfully asked why he was studying martial arts. The experienced swordsman's answer was as simple as always. He just wanted to survive. This seriously surprised Zuga, as he didn't expect to hear something like this. Without saying anything else, the guest simply drained his cup of wine. Following that, the attentive schoolmaster looked towards the door and called out to his assistant Sahek. As soon as he entered, the master asked that Sahek take Hyun to his room. He was to be locked up and fed like a martial arts master. Immediately afterward, Sahek stepped closer and, addressing the man politely, motioned for him to come through. The Thane immediately drew his sword and began to walk away towards the door. Suddenly, however, he stopped before reaching the door. Without turning around, he admitted to Master Sohan that he was curious about something. The young master was curious as to what the man wanted to ask him, and the man, trembling, decided to find out why his sword had not been taken away. Then the schoolmaster remembered his principles. He never drank with people he didn't respect. He explained to Zuga that even though he was a prisoner, it was still his weapon. This brought a smile to the guest's face. He realized that Sohan really saw him as a warrior. At these words, he walked away, leaving the young lord alone, and he was finally able to enjoy his alcohol in the midnight silence. Some more time passed, and soon the swordsman came to meet his captive. The latter was clearly agitated as the calm lord looked over his work. Sohan himself, as he reread the sheets, realized that the work had been done quite well. He was even surprised that so much had been done in 3 days, and realized that the reporters had been useful after all. But suddenly, Zuga Hyun spoke up to find out if Zuga was still alive. He knew that his brother was honest to the core, so he asked not for himself, but for him, so that the young master would be more favorable to him. He knew that Zuga only had himself to blame for following him. The captive was even willing to fall on his knees to beg for his brother, but his legs were bound. Looking at this guy, Sohan realized that he wasn't that hopeless. So he consoled him by explaining that Tan was better off than he was right now. Hyun literally couldn't believe it. However, the calm master didn't mind explaining. He explained that Tan was treated with respect as a warrior. However, Hyun didn't understand why he didn't deserve such treatment. Then the attentive master gave him a serious look and reminded him that he was still here as a criminal. This caused incomprehension and surprise on the guy's face, but he still didn't say anything. Hero Prowler looked through the lists of the unrivaled martial arts master, and Zuga Hyun explained that in their clan, such titles were given to masters who were in the top 10. Sohan was genuinely surprised, for he didn't even think that there were top 10 masters in the alliance. However, Hyun realized that there were many masters in the alliance. Seeing even one of them, the hero was in no hurry to start a war. Looking through the lists, he saw that there were also masters of the highest category. He wondered how many categories there even were. Although the hero realized that it was basically quite expected, Hyun did not understand these words. However, the experienced swordsman didn't explain anything. Looking through the stacks, Sohan saw that there was only one unrivaled master in the Manhwa and Wudang clan. Hyun didn't understand how the schoolmaster could be so calm, as if it didn't scare him at all. But the young master was more interested in where the information about the unrivaled martial artist was, because Hyun had written a whole poem on some fluff, and had forgotten about the main point. Hyun just asked him to give him some more time, and then he would add the information. However, the calm gentleman realized that the guy just wasn't trying hard enough, apparently deciding to play games with him again. However, Sohan reminded him, even though the guy had the information, it didn't mean he wouldn't be killed. Seriously startled, Zuga Hyun stammered and explained that he didn't have such a thing in mind. However, the attentive master decided to ask the guy if he remembered whose disciple he was. Apparently, he was the apprentice of a poison demon. Sohan recalled that because of this, he could make the captive absolutely tell everything. Zuga Hyun frightenedly didn't understand what the young master meant. It became obvious that the latter was able to stuff him with something to make him spill the whole truth. However, the schoolmaster looked at the boy unhappily, realizing that he had scared him a lot. Hyun asked Sohan not to do anything, as he was already ready to tell absolutely everything. However, the experienced swordsman warned the guy, if, despite the information about the enemy, he loses, the prisoner himself will die. This frightened him. But Sohan explained that if he and all his subordinates died, the prisoner would have no one to feed here. This place would be difficult to find for an unaware person. The frightened Hyun immediately realized what the young master was getting at. He calmly explained that Hyung would be his military advisor until the war was over, and that this prison would be his quarters. At that moment, suddenly, Sahek began to enter through the open doors. Through the open doors, the master of the school heard a familiar voice. Soon, Sahek showed up and explained that the master had a senior student arriving. Puzzled, the young master did not know whether he should let this woman in or not. However, the elder sister had already entered on her own. Dressed up in new clothes, she wanted to ask Sohan what he was doing here and why he had been missing. However, the calm lord still had the same question for the first sister. She grudgingly reminded him that he hadn't been in sight for days. So she decided to come take a look at him herself. Juj Hyun, looking at the girl fearfully, didn't understand who she was and why she allowed herself to speak to the schoolmaster in such a tone. The experienced master didn't seem to understand. Did the girl really have absolutely nothing better to do since she was following him? She admitted that this calmness was weighing on her. She felt like it might be causing her energy to deviate. Sohan explained that in that case she could meditate for a couple days. Before the girl left, he warned that there was a small room on the top floor that belonged to the previous owner that she could use. This obviously pleased the first sister. So bowing, she thanked the master. The young warrior was clearly surprised by her manners. He only smiled quietly, explaining that it wasn't worth thanking. But at that moment, the older warrior's attentive gaze fell on the bound captive. The young master explained that he was a journalist from the Zuga clan messenger, and at the same time, an extortionist of 30 million. The young master explained that he was a journalist from the Zuga clan herald, and that he was an extortionist of 30 million. The young master explained that in return for the money, he was offered the title of Great Warrior, and if he refused, he would become another great demon. This finally pissed off the first sister. She understood everything perfectly. Immediately after that, the girl gave the captive a crushing blow, from which he fell to the ground. The first sister called him a sick bastard, not understanding where he even got such a huge amount of money from. She looked at him angrily, and wondered why he was still alive, and suggested that the young master kill him to end it. However, the captive fearfully began to explain that he still had a lot of work to do. He begged for Sohan to spare his life. The older warrior clearly did not understand what the man was saying. However, the captive, trembling with fear, told her that he was working on a war strategy for the young lord. With his help, he would be able to defeat the alliance. The girl was not sure of the truth of his words and turned to her master, but seeing his silence, she turned to the captive again. His confession only brought a smile to her lips. It became obvious that this man was simply a traitor. He didn't understand why the first sister was calling him that. But she reminded him that he was a member of the Zuga clan after all. The captive only fearfully confirmed that she was right, but clarified that he belonged to a side branch. This didn't bother Big Sister at all. She understood that he had decided to help her master defeat his own clan, and was therefore a traitor. Zhuge Hyun obviously couldn't accept this. He thought he was just forced to do it under threat of death. But he suddenly realized that it was unlikely that his clan would believe him and forgive him for this forced act. In the end, he simply couldn't answer anything, seemingly fainting from fear already. The young master only smiled as he looked at his reaction. Soon the young master asked his older sister to go back upstairs, for he still had some things to discuss with the captive. Turning around, the warrior was calmly about to leave. But at some point she stopped and spoke to the prisoner. She looked at Hyung with a cheerful smile and asked him not to try to escape. The Shannon net that had caught the lust demon was working from above. The frightened Hyun immediately remembered the demon that was famous for its elusiveness. He realized that in that case, he didn't even have a chance to escape. Realizing his helplessness in this situation, the captive began to stammer, trying to explain that he understood everything. The young gentleman warily and firmly took the lad by the shoulder, returned the chair to its former place. He grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and demanded that he explain what he had understood. The lad, stammering, was unable to explain anything, so he only apologized. Then the lord ordered the strategist to listen to him as attentively as possible. He explained that the prisoner did not need to know the number of all his subordinates, but he wanted to tell about the strongest of them. The girl who had just left could handle a consummate master. Obviously, Hyun couldn't believe it, however. The young master was extremely serious. At least the hero realized that she should be able to handle him, judging from her strength. The lord also explained that it wasn't him who caught the lust demon at all. He said that in Chenan there was a master named Gu Sa, whose equal is neither on earth nor in the sky. He was a skilled warrior with lightning-fast techniques, the best of the best in Shanxi. The frightened Zuga Hyun couldn't believe it when the master explained that the lust demon didn't even have a chance to escape from him, a Shangxi gem hiding in the guise of an innkeeper. Hyun fearfully heeded every word, but the young master wasn't finished. He asked if the strategist had heard of madness and lust sorcery. When he answered in the negative, the Lord explained that it was a gradation of the 4 great demons. If he was in danger, his master would stand up for him. And in addition, Go Segyuk and the other dark factions should also be considered. So he calmly explained to Hyung that he didn't care about the numerical advantage. The only problem was Wudong's holy sword. Hyun was in agreement with this. After all, if the holy sword entered the war, their defeat was imminent. So the Lord ordered him to write down everything he knew about these fighters, their fears and preferences, where they were hiding. But to begin with, he ordered an act of declaration of war to be drawn up. This frightened the prisoner very much. Looking anxiously at the young master, he asked if he had heard everything correctly. After receiving confirmation, Sohan ordered him to describe everything in detail. Why he was forced to declare war on the Zuga clan. He was sure that Hyung would be the best person for this task, because he knew all the reasons. However, Hyung decided to clarify whether the Lord really wanted him to be the one to draw up the act of declaring war on the clan. However, he explained that it was logical. Zuga Hyun was his strategist now. It was his job. From the Lord's menacing gaze, the captive immediately obeyed, bowing his head and promising that he would prepare everything. As he left the captive, the young gentleman indicated that he would look forward to the act. Finally, the door closed behind him and the lad was left all alone. He couldn't believe that he would have to declare war on the clan with his own hands. He remembered the words of the stern girl who had called him a traitor. And now unnecessary thoughts were popping into his head, reminding him of his stigma. Soon a young lord came into the room with the heads of the Sun Dragon Alliance and the Wolf Swordsman and Eagle Clan. All 3 bowed to greet their lord. Sohan calmly approached the dais and motioned for everyone to sit down. The head of the Eagle Clan was amazed that the young lord had defeated 2 demons and congratulated him, admitting that he had never doubted him for a day. The hero, however, gave the man a disgruntled look and reminded him that he had not allowed him to speak, because of which the latter immediately bowed guiltily, apologizing. Sohan then turned to the others to find out what was up with the troops. The swordsman Wolf spoke up and explained that, as the Lord had ordered, he had chosen the best fighters, but wanted to ask why Sohan had gathered them. Why the urgency? The young lord calmly explained that the Zuga clan had offered them to go to the light side for 30 million nyang. Upon hearing this amount, all the commanders went wild, considering it a true robbery, and wondered what decision their lord had made. He calmly explained to the gathering that he had refused such an offer. They had expected such a thing from Sohan, for even by their standards it was out of line. However, the young lord explained that this was why he had decided to come to the bright side in a different way. He would act in their own ways, and this really excited everyone present. The lord then explained that they had to strike at the weakest one first, namely the Zuga clan. Lim Hassan excitedly asked the lord if they were really going to have a war, but he sternly explained that they were already at war. Ever since the head of the Zuga clan dared to threaten him, he had warned his men that he would now use the methods of the light path. However, they didn't understand what that meant. The master explained that they would be brainwashed, and since they would have to fight on both the battlefield and the information field, it was necessary to create an alliance. This would be the next step in preparing for war. The Crescent Moon Sword Alliance would be the name of their alliance. The swordsman Wolf then decided to find out if it would be the Murim Alliance. However, the Lord only reminded them that from that moment on, there was no more school or their clans. They were to forget about it. Lim Hassan awkwardly reminded him that it was usually necessary for an alliance to be recognized. He wondered how the Lord was going to accomplish that. However, Sohan explained that he didn't need any recognition. He had money. Sooner or later it would be reckoned with anyway. For starters, he wanted to help the weak and disadvantaged. He was going to exterminate the Green Forest slave trade in the name of the Sword Crescent Alliance. Those bastards were so cruel and ignorant that they kidnapped children and kept them in cages like cattle, and they had to end them once and for all in the name of justice. This brought a smile to the head of the Eagle clan, for they could hardly be called followers of justice. He barely restrained himself from laughing, but it didn't work in the end. When he laughed, all 3 of them froze, staring at him intently. So the head of the Eagle clan bowed down and apologized. Sohan explained that in addition, they needed to capture the Dark Hanzong faction, as they were now speaking from the position of light. Obviously, this caused everyone gathered to be perplexed. They couldn't believe that the Lord was seriously talking about speaking from the position of light, even though they were on the dark path. But the young Lord explained that they would later spread the news that it was their alliance that defeated the 2 demons. They would also let everyone know that the three captains had rescued orphans in their regions. If the pure ones want to attack them, they should make it look like a confrontation between two orthodox sects. This meant that they must surpass the light factions not only in the arts, but also in many deeds. Now Sohan had a great goal. He would help all the underprivileged, protect the weak, and save people. Other light factions do good only in words, but he intends to confirm these words with actions. All three captains froze in a daze. Lim Hassan was the only one to inform Sohan that they understood his order. But the Lord recalled that the last time he had shed so much blood, the head of the blood vortex had been destroyed. He also recalled that this clan belonged to the Dark Path. Right now, he planned to deal with the Zuga clan, and it would be up to the world to decide which one of them was right. The master explained that if all these people opposed him, he would simply destroy them. Everyone unanimously declared that they would follow their master everywhere. Sohan warned that the best thing to do would be to capture the head of Zuga, and through torture and intimidation make him realize all his crimes. He wanted this clan to be trampled into the mud. He realized that this way they could undermine the people's trust in the bright path. Lim Hassan thought it was a splendid idea, but the hero warned that otherwise they would have to kill almost their entire clan. And then, a war with the light path would be guaranteed. That would be when the time would come for the Crescent Moon Alliance, where all the organizations that had been deceived by the Zuga clan would join. Therefore, the Lord insisted on acting quickly. He wanted to capture the leader, and his subordinates would be entrusted with the rest. As a result, Lim Hassan decided to find out what their instructions would be now. Master ordered them to send letters to all those who had been harmed by Zug. He would give them a list of these people. Together, they would take down this clan both in battle and in print. All three of them immediately became serious and set off on their task. In the end, the Lord was left alone in his room. Until late at night, he scrutinized the papers, studying the lists of strong martial artists. One of them was Yugi Il of the Wudang sect, a consummate swordmaster, the best swordsman of his region, and a huge weight in the organization. Rumor has it that he didn't become the head because of his love for a binge-drinking lifestyle, though it's said that it's because he drinks that he doesn't want to be the head. A man the current sect leader dislikes and shuns. He chased the yin-yang sage all the way to the desert, where he finished off the old man. After reading such a characterization, the Lord realized that this was not a bad person. But he wondered, was this the light path? He pondered over it, speculating about the master, wondering just how strong this man was. The young master realized that even though he might die, he didn't care. He really wanted to meet this man. At that moment, the first sister entered the room uninvited and realized that Sohan was going to die by this man's hand. The young master was clearly displeased, not understanding what the older student had forgotten here. However, the first sister could safely ask Sohan the same thing. She couldn't believe that he was seriously going to die at the hand of Swordmaster Wudang. From her words, the Lord realized that the older apprentice seemed to know him. However, the latter grudgingly explained that everyone knew the man. The young master then began to ask for details. What kind of person was this person? However, the first sister only explained that this person was someone the lady tried to stay away from, just like all the other demons. Sohan was surprised that this witch was so afraid of him, and so were the other 4 demons. The older apprentice thought Sohan's surprise was strange, but he only smilingly explained that it was fine. A master who put fear into the 4 great demons themselves. Fighting him was truly worthy of his respect. However, the first sister clearly did not understand such joy. The master then explained to the first sister that they were about to have a confrontation with the Zuga clan, and invited her to join. She only smilingly suggested that Sohan was afraid that he wouldn't be able to handle it without her help. However, he honestly admitted that she was strong, and her help clearly wouldn't be superfluous. However, they would be constantly on the road. The sortie promises to be challenging. Besides, after the battle with their leader, the Lord would hardly have any strength left. The older apprentice clearly liked this suggestion, as she was just dying of boredom, so she offered to deal with this clan as soon as possible. Her determination clearly pleased the Lord, for this was what he had expected. Looking at the first sister, he realized that her outfit was perfect for their outing, as she looked like a demoness. She immediately realized that Sohan was trying to pay her a veiled compliment, but this already angered the man, so he ordered the first apprentice to get out of her room as soon as possible. She immediately bowing decided to leave. Though in the end, the 2 of them couldn't stand it. They both still laughed. Looking at the departing first sister, the master wished her good night. The older apprentice reciprocated, hoping that the master would get some sleep. Eventually, the young lord was left all alone, contemplating further events. He looked at the tents pitched under his window, realizing that he could soon become an enemy of the people. Also, he could die altogether and maybe also lose his men. This worried him greatly. However, the upcoming battle made his heart beat faster. Soon, under the Lord's orders, the first news had already been sent out by his assistants. The first news came to the Songwon clan. Soon, the news came to the other clan heads as well. As soon as the heads realized the gravity of the situation, their faces contorted in fright. The young lord wrote in his letter that he was not going to pardon the one who had offered him the title of Great Warrior and promised to bring him into the canon, asking for a ridiculous amount of money in return. At this point, Sohan had already killed a lust demon and a demoness, 2 of the 4 great demons, and he wasn't even looking for glory. The Zuga clan, on the other hand, decided to use this event to their advantage. At the same time, they threatened him. If they didn't pay them a certain amount of money, he would be vilified before the great matter. The Lord had all the evidence to prove the guilt of this clan, and he urged all those who had suffered from these extortions to help him. If they were also trying to stupefy them, they should join in. But he realized that it was okay if they didn't want to fight. So he asked to at least spread the word. He wrote this letter as a man determined to take a stand against this injustice. He, an orphan who grew up on the streets of Chenyang, had to put an end to the Zuga clan no matter what it cost him. At this time, as everyone was receiving his letters, the Lord was already in the Zuga clan's territory himself. He was asking his warriors if war had been declared on Zhongnan, Hubei, and the Wudang clan. Sahek informed the Lord that they should have received their delegations by now. But by the time they read them, their ally Zhug clan would already be defeated. The Lord only smiled at the thought of this. He never thought that some orphan from Chenyang would put an end to the great Zhug clan. The warriors admired his words and determination, ready to help the Lord. But the young master informed his warriors with a smile. The leader of this clan was his prey. Everyone immediately nodded in agreement with the Lord, and he, with a smile, illuminated by the moon, motioned for his men to move out. As a result, they all broke off at once on cue and headed straight for the clan walls. When they were close enough, Sohan gave a signal to let the warriors know that they should spread out. After that, everyone immediately armed themselves and took special formations. Everyone was as serious as possible, remembering the words of their master. He said that the main task was to rush inside as soon as possible and start a fight, so they could compensate for the lack of numbers. After that, everyone put on masks to remain unrecognizable. However, the head of the Sword Wolves did not understand why the gentleman did not put on a mask. However, the young lord smiled, explaining that he wanted the people who lost to him to remember his face better. Thinking back on it all, the warriors only had to watch as their master outran them and went ahead of them. After which, he instantly climbed over the fence where 2 warriors were now keeping guard. They had hardly noticed Sohan before he was out of sight. Following him, the head of the Sword Wolves and the Dragon Alliance burst into the territory and immediately killed the men. The group reunited, and they continued onward towards the next gate. Near the next gate, they saw the 2 sentries again. They had already spotted the enemies in time, so they grabbed their weapons and began to raise the alarm. However, this only made Sohan even angrier, so he grabbed his moonblades. After that, he dealt with these enemies in a second and moved on. However, at this moment, they had already been spotted by a guard who was standing near a huge signal pipe. He also honked that horn, causing everyone to realize that an attack was underway. In the rooms where people were resting at this time, the lights immediately came on. They had obviously started preparing to go out, so the Lord became alert, watching the events carefully. The warriors reacted quickly enough. After a moment, a whole crowd of attackers gathered around them. But the young lord didn't care. Even though it was a myriad of enemies, his warriors were strong. Sohan rushed forward while his men dealt with all the attackers, clearing the way for the Lord. Soon the young lord himself came face to face with the guards of the clan leader's house, but he didn't even want to smear his blades on their bodies, so he flew high above their heads, scrutinized the fight, and he didn't like it. His eyes were filled with dangerous lights. Then he began to control his internal energy. The internal energy attacked. Just one blow with his palm triggered an explosion, killing many warriors. Immediately after that, he lowered himself to the ground, clearing the way for his warriors. At that moment, there was another explosion behind his back as the door to the clan leader's room was blown open. So the small team immediately calmly went straight there. As they entered, the Lord could clearly hear a voice that was displeased with the presence of people who dared to invade the Zuga clan's domain. The young lord walked deeper into the building, which was literally imbued with a palpable energy of rage. Soon, the head of the Jugpyo clan himself appeared before him, a statuesque tall man surrounded by his warriors. But the young lord only gave the man an attentive glance. Not the least bit frightened, he continued walking until he came close enough to him. After which, he silently armed himself with his moon blades, and his smile became almost devilish. However, Jugpyo didn't panic. He ordered his warriors not to stand still, but to go around and catch the intruder. Immediately arming themselves with blades, they ran into the battlefield. There were far more warriors here than the Lord had expected to see. The same number of them met them outside as well. But that still didn't frighten him, so he rushed forward like a hurricane of blades. He wounded every enemy that came in his way. The Lord was followed by his warriors who joined the battle as well. The hero relied on their help as he began to clear a path to get closer to Zuga. This path was not an easy one, drenched in sweat and blood, but the Lord had to overcome it. Zuga calmly watched the battle of his warriors. He did not even move, but the rage in his blood continued to boil. At some point, it reached its limit, and he himself decided to intervene in the fight. Armed with his blade, he strengthened it with his inner energy, sending the attack straight at Sohan. However, the young lord was able to see the attack in time. He then defended himself against it using his moonblades. He didn't realize whether or not he should parry this attack, but he decided not to reveal all his cards at once, realizing that hiding his strength for now was the best option. So he pretended that this attack was serious enough for him, and let himself be thrown back a few steps. This caused all the warriors to look at the Lord excitedly, not understanding why he was giving in now. This only caused the clan head himself to smile. He ordered his warriors to stop resisting, causing them to immediately freeze in place without moving. The Lord's warriors also stopped fighting. After that, Sohan and Zuga once again looked at each other attentively. The first to break the silence was Zuga himself, who stated that he was truly surprised. Sitting down on his throne, he ordered the hall to be vacated, the gates to be closed, and to line up outside in the shape of a mystical turtle. The high-ranked warriors were to stay with him, the rest were to leave. Immediately after that, as everyone left, the doors behind Sohan and his company's back were closed. Zuga himself turned to his right hand, angered that Sohan and company had entered the palace so quickly. He didn't understand how the man dared to allow such a thing to happen. The man could do nothing but apologize. The young master watched their squabble without obvious interest. He didn't understand how the man could reprimand his subordinates in such a situation, as if he was completely unconcerned by their presence. Soon, Zuga gave Sohan himself an attentive glance. He considered the guy to be a rather daring person since he had decided to attack him. The head suggested that the guy introduce himself before he killed him. However, such loud words only elicited a condescending smile from the young master. Zuga clearly didn't understand how the guy dared to laugh in front of him, the head of the Zuga clan. Although he didn't know who this person was, however, he immediately sharply stated that he was clearly someone who didn't know his place. After which, he turned to his left hand, and the latter understood the order. He had already started to bare his sword. After which, he stepped out to fight Sohan one-on-one. The young lord looked at the man carefully, waiting for his next actions. The man immediately bowed and introduced himself as the left hand of the clan head. Sohan didn't care about his words. He only suggested that the man attack him as soon as possible. This angered the warrior. He realized that his opponent had obviously not been taught manners, which meant that he was definitely one of the bastards of the dark path. However, the Lord only smiled at such words and decided that it would be easier to attack first. His movements were fast. His left hand barely managed to react, but thanks to his precision skills, he was able to defend against this attack in the last instant. After that, the young master didn't stop and continued the fight. He continued attack after attack, gradually still catching the man and hitting him with his blade. At some point, the hero was seriously bored with the fight, so he gripped his weapon tighter. He swung with all his might, aiming for the man, but he managed to duck at the last moment. Now he was under Sohan. He thought it was the perfect moment to attack, so he tried to stab the lord. The young lord defended himself in time with his moonblades. The warrior also tried to demonstrate the flexibility of his body by hitting the lord with his leg, but this proved to be his weak point. The hero took advantage of this and chopped his leg, after which he made his opponent less maneuverable. Now there was only one last move left, so he used his blade to hit the man in such a way that he literally flew back to his head. The blow was strong, so much so that it even broke through the wall behind Zuga throne, which began to crumble. Only then did the man pay enough attention to his opponent's weapons. They were paired blades. In addition, his skills largely surpassed the abilities of his left hand. The man realized that the price of 30 million was probably too high for Sohan. There was no other way he could explain his decision to come here. The hero only smiled happily when the head finally managed to call out his name. Zuga still decided to agree that he had indeed clearly overpriced, but he felt that this was still no reason to come to him. After looking around at the guy's companions, he realized who it could be, and assumed that Go Segyak, the head of the Sun Dragon Union and the swordsman Wolf, must have come with him. He didn't name the others since he didn't know, but it didn't matter. What mattered was that all the most important people of Shannan and Shenyang were gathered in his house. The clan head only grinned as he looked at the gathered people and asked if they knew that Sohan was only turning 25 this year. The head didn't understand how they weren't ashamed to obey such a weakling. He thought that these warriors had pride, but it seems that wasn't the case. Zhuge Pio had proposed a good plan for them to take 50 people from his elite and kill this kind of arrogant asshole. If they were to cut off this arrogant brat's head, he was willing to pay 100,000 yang in gold to each of them. Obviously, such an offer shocked the people present. The clan head laughed, realizing that the young warrior was just a foolish child if he didn't know that money was more valuable than loyalty on the dark path. However, none of the warriors did anything after this offer. Sohan even smiled at the old man's arrogance, but still thanked him for the opportunity. With his help, he was able to test the loyalty of his subordinates. On top of that, the young master now understood how the old man thought. He decided to demonstrate something to him and ordered his soldiers to put their weapons away. In response, no one even looked back. Their eyes were only on their master. After that, each of those present complied with the commander's order. All the warriors stood behind their leader's back, ready to carry out his next order. Even Zuga Pio couldn't believe that the warriors had put away their weapons while surrounded by their enemies, not realizing where they had gotten so much loyalty from. The young warlord only smiled, considering it a good answer to the old man. Now it was his turn to make suggestions. He offered the man to fight him one-on-one, believing that there was no need for them to have a bloodbath here. The clan leader wondered what would happen if he refused, and Sohan calmly warned him that he would kill everyone. This seemed impossible to Zuga Pio, so he ordered his warriors to join the fight. It only took a moment for the young master to get angry at such carelessness. The same instant was also enough to kill each of his warriors. A force as thin as a thread and just as imperceptible to the eye cut their bodies apart. The rest of the warriors began to retreat in fear, unable to believe that a crowd of comrades had just lost their lives so easily. The skillful swordsman, on the other hand, displayed his blade and tried to show Zuga Pio that all these deaths were completely useless and were all his fault. The warriors stood there hoping that the clan head would change his mind, but they were out of luck. Sohan looked at them carefully. Then his blade was the last thing all these people saw in their lives. Slowly, the young warrior massacred the warriors. This was still happening before the eyes of the already not-so-confident Zuga Pio. Sohan was truly like another death-carrying demon. The young master, while killing these people, explained that their leader was so cowardly that he was willing to let them die simply because of his arrogance. Therefore, all these senseless deaths were only due to the leader's cowardice. The frightened warriors looked at the leader, not understanding what he was waiting for, and begged him for help. Zhuge Pio himself was angry that people were clearly unsure of his decision. But it was not strange. They did not want to suffer the same fate as the others. But in the end, even those who simply did not act were still killed. The experienced fighter looked at the clan head and didn't understand. Did he really intend to just watch him slaughter his subordinates? At this moment, the man had already completely lost his temper and grabbed his sword. His arm was wrapped in lightning as he charged straight at Sohan. The young master stopped momentarily, distracted from the other warriors, then held out his blade, preparing to take this fight. As the deadly weapons clashed, there was a loud explosion. Even Sohan's subordinates were slightly pulled back by such a wind. But at this moment, the bloody battle continued. Zuge Pio was leading this battle. He was forcing his opponent to dash around the room and dodge. Even so, the young master had already managed to slightly wound the man, causing small splashes of blood everywhere. When the old man got tired of this, he used the Thunder Dragon Breath technique, striking the enemy with lightning. However, this did not scare the young warrior. He only armed himself with his blades. He began to wield them so quickly that they were ready to repel any attack. At that moment, the hero was able to get close to his opponent, but the old man noticed him in time to deliver a devastating blow. Sohan didn't seem to have time to dodge it, causing his body to hit the huge steel door, knocking it open, and he fell outside. The old man was only contentedly showing off his strength as he headed towards his defeated foe. As he passed by the warriors and captains of the various clans, he looked at them with disdain. He believed that they were idiots who should have accepted the terms of his deal while they had the chance, and promised that they would definitely regret their choice. However, the three clan captains were sure that they would be the ones to watch who would regret first. At this moment, the young warrior sent another poisonous attack straight into the opponent's face. He managed to fend it off, believing his opponent to be already defeated. But Sohan, admiring the effect of the attack, only asked how long he could wait for the old man. This obviously pissed the man off, so he headed outside. His body literally exuded internal energy and readiness to fight. However, when he stepped outside, he froze in amazement. Absolutely all the warriors who were outside had already been killed. It wasn't Sohan who had done this. It was all done by the first demoness apprentice who had come along with him. The girl was genuinely surprised that the old man still dared to come out to them, and even praised his bravery. The man himself was frightened, not realizing how many people the young warrior had brought with him. They had already suffered enormous losses, which could have been avoided if not for his self-confidence. But right now, the main problem was the boy himself. He was mad and had to punish the insolent bastard. As a result, the fight continued. They moved fast at the same time, wielding their weapons. Under their feet, even the ground was slowly turning into craters under this kind of force. However, the battle continued as none of the opponents had been mortally wounded yet. Filled with rage, Zuga vowed that this time he would definitely finish off the impudent youngster. He began to draw movements in the air, creating his strongest technique, the previously invincible hidden dragon lunge. An attack in the form of a golden dragon of internal energy immediately traveled towards the opponent. However, as soon as this monster opened its mouth, the young master immediately chopped it into 2 pieces. But even that didn't stop the attack. It began to transform, after which that dragon turned into 2 smaller dragons. This really managed to scare Sohan, who didn't expect such a turn, after which both of these dragons attacked him. They started gnawing through his flesh. The grip was so strong that the young warrior didn't even manage to break free from that grip. The dragons carried him to the nearest obstacle, a solid wall, which began to crumble under the force of the attack. When the smoke from the attack cleared, the wounded warrior, covered in blood, sat with his eyes closed against the wall. The first sister and all the captains, who had seen their leader in such a state for the first time, could not believe what they had seen and that Sohan had lost. Jugpyo smiled happily as he raised his hand for another final strike. However, he didn't expect that it was all just a trick devised by a skilled fighter. When the clan leader's hand met the ground, the young master was no longer there. He instantly, within a second, soared into the air before landing behind Jugpyo's back. His entire body was bleeding, but he was still able to firmly hold on to his legs. Looking at such a battered, wounded opponent, Jugpyo only smilingly let it be known that he had underestimated the strength of the Zuga clan, and now had to look at what had become of him. Rushing into battle, the man intended to chop off his head first, and then abuse his corpse to avenge his fallen comrades. However, the young warrior did not let this happen. He also swung, and wounded Jugpyo's arm, which he clearly did not expect. After which, the demon disciple pointed his moonblade straight at his face. The clan head didn't understand what had happened, for he didn't even see Sohan's movement. It was true, because the young master, smiling a sly smile, looked at his opponent. It seems that everything he had seen earlier and his condition did not frighten him. Out of frustration, Jugpyo began to attack even faster, thinking that the fighter was just lucky, but that was clearly no reason to grin and grind his teeth like that. However, the injured warrior, despite his injuries, easily dodged all the attacks. Afterwards, he prepared to fight back against the arrogant old man as well. He sent his attacks straight at the enemy, and they hit their target. He barely managed to defend himself with his sword. The attack threw him back a couple of meters. At that moment, the clan leader realized the obvious. Sohan's movements had changed dramatically. Coming closer to the man, the young master calmly and respectfully addressed the head, wondering why he could not shut his stinking mouth. Looking at the experienced fighter, it was obvious to Jugpyo that he had been hiding his true strength all this time. But he couldn't let some brat treat him like this, so he decided to repeat the effective attack using the golden dragon's power. However, this time, the young warrior already knew what he needed to be prepared for. He once again defended himself with his blades, allowing himself to be pushed back against the wall once more. At this moment, Jugpyo was only glad to see such primitive behavior from his opponent as he thought. The first sister was only perplexed as to why he was back to his own behavior. After Sohan hit the wall, a heavy fog once again rose up. However, coming out of it, the skillful swordsman, with a sly glint in his eyes, noticed that the old man's attack was much weaker this time. Realizing that the opponent was still alive, the clan head continued to attack. He first used the dragon's energy, and then decided to chop the young man in half. However, this was also unsuccessful, as he avoided the attack in time by flying into the air. The man, who could not put up with such tricks, decided to get the young fighter and on high. So he began to draw his sword, creating attacks, sending his internal energy flying. Sohan, however, had no problem fending them off with his lunar-paired blades. The old man kept up his pace, giving his opponent more and more trouble. The old man kept up his pace, gradually fending off the attacks and sinking to the ground. The young master calmly stood in front of Jugpyo as his loyal subjects began to whisper. They all realized what was happening to the clan head at this moment. The poison began to take effect as soon as he was shot in the shoulder. The man had actually been poisoned at that very moment. He felt the effects of the cutting poison and realized that he wouldn't be able to contain it with his strength for long. And besides, no one would let him. As he came closer, the experienced warrior asked why Zhuge Pyo needed to extort the bloody 30 million from him. The man even roared in anger, unable to believe his ears that this was what his opponent had decided to discuss. However, Sohan didn't hesitate and continued to attack at this moment. Barely able to see a glimpse of the attack, the clan leader immediately blocked the blow. However, his strength was obviously not enough to withstand such a monster. The young master was pleased with the young clan leader's performance, but he was obviously not strong enough to withstand such a monster. The young master was pleased that the man was still fighting so well, even under the influence of the poison. But he wondered what the head could have accomplished if he had practiced instead of writing heresy in his stupid newsletter. After which, the skillful fighter pushed on, using a bit more strength that Zhuge Pyo could no longer resist with. Gradually, his body was covered in small punches, but he still wasn't going to give up. Sohan, on the other hand, as he continued to attack, decided to ask the clan head if he knew that the poison demon disciple in front of him. Zhuge Pyo knew this, and realized his mistake, as the young warrior had made him forget about it. Now he had fallen for the same trick again, and was distracted while answering questions. This allowed the experienced fighter to deliver a decisive blow that struck his opponent's leading arm. Soon the arm, along with his weapon, flew away from the body. The man could hardly track such a swift movement. But it was too late. The young master had impaled him with his 2 moonblades. The clan head was bleeding and still couldn't believe his defeat. However, the winner said goodbye to the old man, promising that they would definitely meet in hell. In his last breath, the man confessed to Sohan that he had lost and asked him to spare him. But instead, the young warrior rudely pulled the moonblades from his body, without even giving him a chance to heal. After that, the man collapsed like a rag doll. The warriors, who by this point had rushed to the head's aid, realized that he was dead. The victor realized that surely all these loyal soldiers intended to rush into battle. But he warned that those who wanted to live must pass through the main hall, or they would follow their leader. The warriors, whose lives had become expendable, obeyed. Immediately afterward, they began to carry out the order, and all the helpers gathered around their leader. The frightened first sister tried to ask the young lord if he was all right. However, with a smile, the young master reassured the aide. Following that, he asked his subordinates to organize some of the people to gather all of the Zhuge clan's useful possessions, but not to take anything bulky. He also asked the others to go to the school. Everything was already prepared there. From there, they had to get to Cheonan, so Go Sigyeok had to see to it. The leader explained to the man that he didn't have to do everything himself. The most important thing was to make sure everyone could get there safely. He ordered the others to wait for him at the school. If he wasn't there in 2 days, they were all to leave for Cheonan. However, the assistants clearly did not understand this order. The young master explained that once everyone knew what had happened, the side branch masters and union masters scattered around the area would leave no stone unturned to get to him and his assistants, among others. The masters from the Wudong and Hubei clan were especially dangerous. Besides, they were the closest to the others. An experienced warrior would try to deal with them just like the Zhuge clan and then escape. But Lim Hassan didn't understand. Was their master really going to attack them alone? His answer stunned everyone, so everyone immediately tried to reason with Sohan. However, the young man smilingly explained that he was no longer Sohan. From now on, he would call himself Zhuge Sohan. Obviously, this further confused the already uncomprehending assistants, who clearly needed clarification. Soon, the new clan head, having changed his clothes, walked around the captured mansion. He looked at the warriors who were still restoring the grounds after the battle, but they all immediately fell silent, turning around fearfully at the sight of their new lord. At one point, the young lord saw some sort of quarrel going on. Zhuge and nameless warriors continued to argue, proving where one's place was. The aide immediately reported to Sohan that tensions had begun to actively rise here recently. However, he explained with a smile that it was expected, as the conflict between the masters who bore the name Zuga and the ancestors had been brewing for a long time. He was just giving them an excuse to blow off steam. The aide realized that the nameless masters were angry, and the Zhuge clan members seemed to be wondering what the problem was. The young warrior understood. After all, they were always the best, so they considered their arrogance to be the norm, which made the nameless masters even angrier. The servant agreed with his master's opinion, but he wondered if he had thought it all through. He couldn't imagine the limits of the new head's intelligence. The young master only asked with a smile that his assistant gather everyone near the main hall, both the nameless and those who bore the name Zhuge. Everyone gathered in the plaza, and the warriors surrounded the tables set up in 2 rows. These tables were divided for ordinary martial artists and Zhuge martial artists, with the former having much better food, money, and clothing. This clearly caused the Zhuge martial artists to resent them. They didn't understand why they had different food. Furthermore, they soon noticed the difference in payouts as well. causing them to lose their temper altogether. The nameless martial artists only smiled, unable to understand why the name masters seemed to dislike being in their shoes. Apparently, the nameless masters liked the fact that they were now being treated differently. In order to interrupt this buffoonery, the new clan head struck the wooden floor with his sword loudly. Then he gave all the warriors an attentive and contemptuous look. Apparently, the entire crowd immediately fell silent as they looked up at the young lord, and he only asked the masters of the arts if they felt the difference he showed them. They only fell silent, looking at their new lord unhappily, as if they didn't understand what he was talking about. But the skillful warrior only calmly explained that he thought such a division was unfair. A couple of days ago they had all died equally from his blade. He didn't care what name they had, what their lineage was. They were nothing more than his enemies. He didn't understand what difference it made. Because when an enemy stood at the gate, it didn't matter if they were Zhuge or not. In hard times, they were one. So he didn't understand why there was a need for these divisions if they risked their lives equally. In this clan's army, payments were only supposed to be received according to rank and combat experience. However, Zuga's martial artists were even much more infuriated by his words. The new clan head continued. He had been observing them for a few days and was indeed a bit surprised. And then a thought crossed his mind. Were the Zhuge martial artists really stronger than the nameless ones? He would like to see a fight between them and ask those willing to come out. And the first one of the nameless ones immediately showed up. The assistant introduced this man. His name was Kang Guichang, and he openly condemned the difference in payment between masters. Apparently, the opposing group of warriors became angry at the sight of him coming out. And the young master calmly asked who wanted to come forward from their side. At this moment, a male Zuga Wumyong showed up and decided to come out to fight him. The new head agreed with his choice, and suggested that the warriors switch to wooden swords. However, both refused. They wanted to fight on real ones. Finally, as soon as everyone drew their swords from their sheaths, the young lord suggested that they begin. The nameless warrior immediately lunged at his opponent with a deadly attack. He managed to deflect it, though it cost some effort. The man was clearly displeased that the insolent nameless bastard wanted to die. After that, a fierce battle ensued between the two as they alternately attacked and fought off each other's attacks. The experienced master watched their battle closely, trying to see who would emerge victorious. But at some point, the warrior from the Zuga family slipped. The nameless warrior was stronger and was able to knock him down. After that, the man was not immediately able to orient himself to get to his feet and continue the fight. The last thing he saw was his opponent's sword above his head. And at that moment, the new leader ordered the battle to stop. The nameless warriors immediately began to cheerfully praise the man who represented them, while Zhuga's warriors were disappointed at the loss of their named warrior. Looking at the beardless man, the latter was furious, realizing that the man had indeed intended to kill him. However, it didn't matter. The judge awarded a well-deserved victory to Kang Guichang for his display of martial arts. But obviously the warriors were perplexed. Was this really all their new master was going to do to demonstrate that they were supposedly equals? Looking at them, the young master remembered that he had also heard that the Zuga clan had an excellent martial formation. As he made his way towards their fallen leader, that was the first thing he was worried about. If they spotted him a little earlier and formed up, it would be a problem even for him. He wanted to see that famous formation in action, so he asked how many people were needed to make a formation. 28 men was the minimum to line it up. The new head asked that in that case, they divide into Nameless and Zhuge and line up in the required formation. These formations were similar, but still differed in the smallest details of the arrow figures. Seeing this, the young master ordered them to start fighting. Already from this formation, the warriors immediately charged at each other, showering their opponents with hard blows. Each fought fiercely, defending his right and his name. The skilled master, watching this, realized that it was indeed a beautiful performance. Soon, the young master was already on the border of Zhuge and Hubei. He decided to settle down for a while at the Tavern in order to have a bite to eat. As he sat at the table and listened to the noise of the chattering crowd, his mood was quite different. He was immersed in memories of the battle of these very builds. Watching them fight haphazardly as the formations scattered and each began to just fight on their own, he was finally disappointed. So he walked away, realizing that these people were nothing more than invalids in the world of martial arts. Now the traveler was finally brought his order: lentil soup, seafood tofu, and roast duck. After thanking him, he started to eat, but he heard a conversation that war was about to break out in Shangxi. These warriors had already heard rumors that the followers of the dark factions had already started this war. They wondered when alliances would be formed to defend against them. The warriors were also worried that they might find themselves in the thick of the battles. The mysterious guest watched these men closely and overheard their conversation. He realized that the warriors were not at all like the Udan warriors and assumed that they were from Hubei. Soon, one of the warriors turned his attention to the stranger. Rising, he walked over to his table and decided to greet the man from the Zuga clan. The hero, still chewing his food and not even releasing his chopsticks from his hands, bowed as well, greeting this man. However, this seemed really piggish to the fighter. He didn't understand how Zuga's men could be so rude. One of the warriors, however, ignoring this, decided to ask what had brought the traveler to Hubei, suspecting that the reason might be a message to the head of their clan. The mysterious guest, meanwhile, instead of answering, quietly drank his tea. After which he rinsed his mouth well, making people very embarrassed by his manners. Without even wiping his mouth after eating, he explained that he wasn't a messenger. He had an errand from his leader, so he couldn't reveal the details. The man only awkwardly informed him that he wanted to offer him a drink with them, but realized how busy the man was. It was actually awkward for him to sit with such a person at the table, but he only awkwardly remembered that Zuga and Hubei would soon fall under the same banner, so he wanted to make friends. However, the traveler, clearly not understanding his hint, immediately sat down at the table. He only explained with a smile that they would indeed become brothers soon. It was impolite to refuse them, so he smilingly offered them a drink. Following that, he immediately called out to the tavern owner to ask him to bring his food here. After that, the men took turns introducing themselves. The first was Jae Hong from the Hubei clan, the second was Jang So-duk, and the last was Go Won-sol. The stranger smiled calmly and introduced himself as Han from the Zuga clan. However, all three fighters looked at him and agreed that he was a true ignoramus, and spoke to him in a very demeaning tone already. The young man, ignoring their displeasure, inquired what kind of liquor they were drinking. They immediately poured him a bowl of wine, after which all four of them decided to have a drink. However, the guest was clearly unhappy with the taste of the wine, thinking that it tasted terrible, like urine. He only hoped that everything in Hubei was not as vile as the wine tasted. Then, turning to the owner, he decided to see if he had a bottle of Shifei liquor, but there was none. The disgruntled visitor then decided to find out what the host had at all. Of the expensive drinks, they only had Luzhou Laojiao, which the traveler asked them to bring. However, his drinking companions awkwardly explained that they couldn't afford such an expensive drink. But the young man, continuing to eat his food, explained that money was not a problem for him, for Zug was not stingy with his friends. All the warriors immediately became wary, for the guest's words sounded like an accusation that they were cheapskates. At last, the master has brought the wine. Looking at him, Jang So-duk realized that, as expected, they really had a lot of money, and thanked him for the treat. The hero calmly poured him a cup of wine, explaining that it wasn't a problem for him, and decided to find out how things were going with the alliance. For once he had left the main lands, he hadn't heard much news. The man told him that they were to be gathered at Mount Udan, as the Grand Elder had arrived. From the context, the boy realized that the man must have been referring to the Sage of the Sword of Udan, and he became wary. He appeared to be right, and the warriors were not happy that, as usual, everyone would flock to him and offer their place, and he in turn would refuse. And then in a couple days, the leader of the alliance would be chosen. The young man was surprised that he was missing such a performance. There he would be able to look at the power of the clan leaders and see the Sage of the Sword in person. Still, he just decided to ask the warriors who they thought would win. They hoped that their leader would win, but Zhongnan and MANHUA had only fought amongst themselves, so no idea how strong they were. The warrior also explained that Zuga and Wudang were almost like brothers, so it was unlikely that they would fight each other. He didn't know if the elder might decide to nominate someone at all. However, as he grudgingly placed the bowl on the table, Yang So-duk realized that everything was already clear without this election. He realized that the leader would remain the head of the Zuge clan. The traveler didn't seem to understand at all why the warrior suddenly decided so. However, the latter explained that the reason was because he had a lot of money and a lot of resources. In addition, he kept everyone on a short leash at the expense of his messenger. Obviously, such frankness caused shock among that warrior's friends. However, he remained serious and explained to the stranger that the head of Wudang was friends with the leader of Zuga. In addition, he was the one who decided to create an alliance. In general, it was already clear where he was going. The young man listened attentively to his words, but he was wary. It was clear that the warrior did not like where this was going. Still, the hero said that it was a very likely event, and this clearly made the man wary. However, the traveler reminded him that he was merely confirming his own words, and suggested that he not look at him like that, especially considering if he thought he was one of those messenger riders. Sensing the tension, the young man immediately tried to dispel it by reminding him that they were allies, and apologized for the misunderstanding. However, Jang So-duk was already angry, and told the guest that he was very much like a scribe and could hardly do anything about it. The friend tried to calm him down, but the man was still offended. He only sternly, looking at the traveler, explained that he was already tired of putting up with this Zuga face at their table. The hero only calmly drank his wine and simply admitted that he had spoken too much. After which, putting down the bowl, he thumped it loudly on the table. He said loudly that he didn't understand what was wrong with his drink, because it tasted like monkey shit. At that moment, Jang So-duk laughed even louder, but soon he became more serious, and said that he couldn't believe that everyone in his clan was as bastardized as this guest. The young man only smiled as he addressed Jang So-duk by his first name, but becoming more serious, he explained that he would have tolerated an insult towards his leader, but insulting an entire clan was overkill. He warned the man that he simply wouldn't allow it. However, the warrior didn't seem to be intimidated by this. He merely asked the stranger to continue what he had to say. However, the young man remembered that he had a role to play, so he only awkwardly coughed and decided to remain silent. This only caused the warrior to smirk. He realized that this asshole obviously thought he could act arrogant while hiding behind the name of his clan. At this time, the mysterious guest called out to the host to ask how much the drinks came out, in order to pay. He loudly stated that his new friends couldn't afford such a thing, so he would have to pay for it. At this point, the warrior couldn't take it anymore, and immediately lashed out at the stranger with his fists. The young man pretended that he did not expect the blow, so he backed up and immediately flew a few meters away. Immediately after that, the faces of all the visitors and the other Hubei warriors were distorted in fright. The Zuge clan's supposed representative was displeased that such a Hubei scum had decided to attack him underhandedly. This insult seriously angered Jang So-duk, who immediately went into action to beat up his opponent even more. However, at this moment, the agile guest no longer just let himself be beaten up. Instead, he dodged. At that moment, a plate flew up from behind the table that the warrior had hit. The hero immediately grabbed it and smeared the entire contents of the dish directly on the enemy's face. This really pissed the man off, especially since the food had gotten into his eyes and was stinging. The hero continued to stand in the middle of the crowd laughing at Jang So-duk. His friends tried to twist their comrade, asking him to calm down. However, he was determined to teach this scumbag some manners, and then personally hand him over to the disciplinary pavilion. However, the supposed Zuga clan member only grudgingly remarked that it was the warrior who needed to learn manners, because he was literally acting like a mindless monkey. The rest of the warriors did not understand why the Zuga brother continued to provoke their friend. However, the cunning guest grudgingly reminded that it was not him who provoked. He was attacked with fists. They and also everyone around could confirm this, so trying to blame it on him was useless. Vaughn immediately started stuttering fearfully, but he couldn't say anything in his defense, and the hero only reminded him that this Jang So-duk was furious that he offered to pay for their drinks, and on top of that, he started insulting his clan. At this moment, throwing his comrade aside, the warrior ran at the stranger, ready to literally let his guts out. The young man stood calmly in his place, as if preparing to attack. However, at some point, instead of taking the fight, he just turned around on the spot. After which, he also quickly began to run away from the tavern. Apparently, Jang So-duk immediately chased after him, and his brothers also ran, trying to stop Jang So-duk. The tavern owner didn't understand who was going to pay for drinks and food. However, one of the customers suggested that these warriors get lost. He would get their money later when he reported everything to the disciplinary pavilion master. Obviously, the situation was the fault of the Hubei people who were waving their fists left and right because of a couple words. He considered them a true disgrace. Apparently, the news soon reached the disciplinary pavilion as well. The man went back and forth and was perplexed as to how such a situation could have happened. The master was especially angry that they still hadn't found that warrior from the Zuga clan. The warrior only awkwardly apologized to the master for failing to find him, but promised that as soon as they found him, they would immediately report it. However, the disciplinary pavilion master knew that such people from this clan were not to be trifled with. He didn't understand what these fools who had first started the fight were thinking. The man tried to explain to the master that it wasn't like that, and that the boy had provoked them, but he ordered the warrior to shut up. Everyone in the tavern had seen who had struck first, and everyone said they were the ones who had started the fight. He ordered him not to lie. He then threatened the warrior that he would report everything that had happened to their head, which scared them very much. The master explained that they had attacked a member of another clan, and not just anyone, but Zuga. So they would have to apologize to their leader, and their head disliked it very much. The man sternly explained that it was all entirely their fault. Obviously, all three of them were scared shitless already, and at that moment, the master ordered the three warriors to be placed in solitary confinement cells. However, the frightened warrior explained that they were told to leave for Shangxi tomorrow. The master didn't understand how they dared to fight despite being so drunk. For that, he punched Jang So-duk. The blow of what seemed to be an old man was so strong that even his friends were numb with fear. After hitting the wall, the man literally lost consciousness in the same seconds, and the master continued to scold the vermin, for whom the disciplinary pavilion was like a joke. Meanwhile, the nimble fugitive, unharmed, continued his journey. He was passing by some abandoned building when he sensed something wrong. So, stopping, he ordered his pursuers to get out. Right after that, 5 shadows appeared from behind the bushes. They all lined up in front at once. The experienced warrior looked them over without any fear, and to their surprise, it became clear to the spies that he had known all along that they were watching him. Though his behavior now was different from what they had seen earlier in the tavern. But that wasn't so important. Snapping out of their seats, they began to attack, for they needed to accomplish this task. The skillful fighter dodged all of their attacks, seemingly fueling the fury of these warriors even more. He quickly armed himself, but not with his paired moonblades, but with a less notable and recognizable sword. He then began to quickly confront these warriors in battle, but realized that they were not from the Hubi clan. Likewise, their blades were not from the Zuga clan. Furthermore, they moved in a coordinated manner, as if they were assassins. Finally, after pushing them all out in one fell swoop, the experienced master stood in front of them. Even at this moment, the warriors analyzed their opponent. They quickly realized that this guy was not from the Zug clan. His aura and swordsmanship techniques were completely different from these warriors. However, the head of this gang didn't care. They just had to kill him and make it look like he was from the Zuga clan. Sohan, their killing intent only caused him to smile. He felt sorry for the naive thoughts of these people. With just one simple attack, he had already decapitated one of the fighters. The young master did it so quickly that his comrades didn't even notice what had happened. Immediately afterward, using his sword, Sohan dealt with 2 more. Finally, there were only 2 fighters left in front of him. The experienced warrior gave them an attentive look, as if giving them a chance to survive. They looked at him fearfully, not knowing what was going on. In the tavern, this guy had behaved completely differently, and now his movements, his aura, his gaze were completely different. They wondered who he was. Finally, Sohan rushed back into the fray, so they scattered, not letting themselves be killed at once. But the skillful swordsman first pursued one of the fighters. With a light attack, he sliced his body in 2 without even giving him a chance to defend himself. Another of the mercenaries saw this as the perfect opportunity to kill the young warrior. But he was wrong. Sohan easily evaded this seemingly accurate attack. He then brought his own blade to bear, severely wounding this fellow in the head as well. He lay there, his whole body convulsing, his eyes beginning to blur. The last thing he saw in front of him was Sohan's face. He thought he was going to die. But suddenly, late at night, his eyes opened. The first thing he saw was that he was still in the same place, but the young master had made a fire for them. The mercenary didn't understand how he was alive at all. The mercenary did not understand how he was alive, but he realized that he would be tortured and interrogated. Sohan didn't even bother to take away his weapon. He still had a chance. However, the experienced warrior ordered him to get up, which frightened the man, because he immediately realized that he had woken up. Eventually, seeing no point in resisting, he got to his feet and came closer. He let go of his knife and decided to ask Sohan directly why he was still alive. However, the young master did not answer his question in any way. The mercenary tiredly wondered if Sohan was going to ask him something, such as who he served and who he was. But instead, the skillful swordsman wanted to know how many years he had trained in the art of the blade. This question clearly surprised the man. However, with a glance at Sohan's seriousness, he realized that the question was completely real. So he awkwardly explained that he had been trained in the art for 15 years. However, the young warrior noticed that his technique was rather weak for such a long time. The man wondered how many years Sohan had trained, and Toth replied that he had only trained for 20 years, though the mercenary noticed that the young master looked no more than 25, and he could not believe that he had been trained in swordsmanship for 20 of those years. The man only made it clear that the world was full of surprises, and he was obviously not a walking encyclopedia. At this point, the mercenary himself had one question. He didn't understand why Sohan had fled after this skirmish with the Hubei warriors. After all, it was obvious that he wasn't from Zuga. However, the young master only smiled slyly after such a question, amazed at this guy's boldness. He didn't understand how he dared to ask him such questions, but the mercenary calmly explained that he had nothing to lose. He realized that he was going to die anyway. Sohan was surprised that this guy was not afraid of death at all. However, the man knew as well as anyone that they would all die one day. Some a little earlier, some a little later, and he didn't see any difference. Exhaling calmly, the young warrior only smiled, and the mercenary explained that he and Sohan had similar goals. They were both trying to drive a wedge of enmity between Hubei and Zug. He offered to tell the truth since they were on the same side. However, upon reflection, The skilled swordsman realized that it wouldn't be interesting at all. Sohan suggested that the man tell him something more interesting that might cheer him up. The man clearly didn't understand how the young master could be so disinterested, but he only explained that if the mercenary told him something interesting enough, he would survive. If not, he would die. So he had to think before he said anything. The man didn't understand why he would act as Sohan said. However, the experienced warrior warned that otherwise he would simply die. This seriously alarmed the mercenary. He realized that this guy had serious problems with his head if he was going to spare him. However, he was excited by the possibility that the young master might actually let him go. As a result, the first thing the mercenary decided to reveal was that he was a believer. However, Sohan was not interested in this at all, and he offered to tell him something else. The frightened man then immediately revealed that they worshipped an absolute being, the Orthodox factions. Their sect was on the side of light, and they were doing so with the best of intentions. But suddenly, he realized that he had blabbed absolutely everything to the young warrior due to excitement. Sohan smiled and invited the man to continue his story. Then he explained that it was about an ancient who had helped them more than once. He was a hero, their leader, and their god. However, the young master asked him to stop. Fanaticism was not interesting to him. Eventually, the mercenary realized that he couldn't say anything to Sohan and simply asked him to spare him. However, the skilled swordsman didn't understand why he would spare the White Heaven demon cult freak. The man frightenedly didn't understand how the man was able to figure him out. However, Sohan only laughed, and his laughter was hysterical. It seemed to the mercenary that the young warrior was literally playing with him. Looking at his sword, he wanted to kill himself, realizing that he would die at his hands anyway. Suddenly, Sohan asked him to go and find some wood, otherwise he would throw it into the fire. The man was clearly displeased, but the young master began to prod him, reminding him of the possibility of becoming kindling himself. Although he didn't like such orders, he had no choice. So after a while he returned with a large amount of wood. Glancing at Sohan, he decided to see if he could just let him go. However, the skilled swordsman reminded him that the mercenary had something interesting to tell him. It seemed to the man that this guy was completely crazy, and he didn't understand why he had to tell him these interesting stories. He could even ask any questions he wanted, and the mercenary was ready to answer anything. But Sohan repeated that he needed something interesting. Then the mercenary reminded him that he obviously needed to know who Sohan was before he could pick an appropriate, interesting story for him. The young warrior only grudgingly turned to the man, saying that the man was blind since he couldn't see that he was a master from the Zuga clan. The mercenary was well aware that the man was nothing more than a liar. However, suddenly a bright idea popped into his head, so he even assumed that this guy was a disciple of the fierce demon. Bowing down, he apologized for his ignorance if he turned out to be right and asked to kill him. Sohan was clearly wary of the man's words, but asked him to start by bringing the kindling again. As he left, the mercenary realized that it was absolutely certain that this was the apprentice of the raging demon. He was young, green, and definitely insane. There was no other option. But he didn't believe that the last thing that would be waiting for him in life would be kindling. Though the mercenary thought it was a well-deserved death for a lowlife like him, soon he brought back some brushwood. Upon returning, he realized that he did have an interesting story for Sohan. To begin, he took off his blindfold and introduced himself. His name was Ryu. His late older brother's name was Ryu. The young warrior was clearly interested in what he said, so he was wary. The man then revealed that he had joined the White Heaven demon cult on the recommendation of his older brother. This cult had been rampant in Hubei for over 1,000 years, and was led by an 8th leader who led his followers like a shepherd of lambs. However, Sohan knew even that, which really surprised the mercenary. He didn't understand how he knew about it. However, the young master didn't understand who this warrior thought he was, and reminded him that he was from the Zuga clan after all, and knew everything around him. The man then decided to find out if Sohan knew that Hubei had already formed an alliance to fight them. It had been so powerful when it was first created. Back then, it included all the masters of China. Their cult had been defeated 14 years ago, and they had been preparing a comeback for years since then. But of course, their first target was Hubei. Thanks to them, their clan had been reduced to the ruins of its former greatness over the past 10 years. After destroying the Hubei and Shangxi clans, they were going to give battle to the entire world in the south of the Yangtze River, to eventually unite the entire Celestial Empire. However, Sohan thought this was just fanaticism. He didn't understand why they kept getting beaten up, and they kept coming back again, as if they loved eating that shit so much. They were brainwashing the people with this religion, teaching them useless demonic techniques that no one cared about. However, the man could argue with the young warrior's words. He explained that they didn't touch the ordinary people. Their goal was to purify the martial arts world. Sohan clearly disagreed with his words and thought it was some kind of nonsense. But the mercenary was sure. Their god was capable of doing this. The skilled swordsman then asked the logical question. If their man was a god, why didn't he do it himself? The flustered mercenary explained that Sohan simply hadn't met the Lord Cult leader. He was willing to swear that with the abilities the young master possessed, he would have been granted one of the highest positions. However, Sohan calmly explained that when the time came, he would meet the man, but as an opponent. At that moment, the mercenary realized that it was over. The young warrior didn't care about his story at all, which meant he couldn't escape. So, crying, he only asked the man to spare him. Looking at the bonfire, Sohan calmly explained that he couldn't stand fanatics. Moreover, he couldn't stand idiots, and their leader was a crazy charlatan who was brainwashed. The martial arts world could not be purified, nor could the human world. The very idea of controlling every person in this world with a cult was stupid, and he didn't like fools who believed in nonsense. Therefore, this mercenary would have no way to die with poison, and he was not needed as an assistant. For to the young master he was more useless and even worse than trash. But the man could not accept his fate. Falling to his knees, he begged the master for mercy. Embracing his sword, Sohan only explained that the man had managed to amuse him. Because of this, he would give him a quick death. But the mercenary could not comprehend the fact that he would actually die like that. Suddenly, he didn't understand why he was afraid of death. Only a couple of minutes ago it hadn't bothered him. But now he was gripped by actual terror. He looked at the young warrior approaching and realized the point. It wasn't death he feared at all, it was him. He decided to tell Sohan one more thing before he died. It was his last wish. The young master, without refusing, offered to let him try to tell him. Looking death in the face, the mercenary realized that nothing made sense. His religion was a collection of idiots, the cult leader was a mad charlatan, and he was a fool who believed in all sorts of nonsense. And it was true. He was useless and worse than trash, but he begged Sohan to let him be better and serve him. Looking at the young warrior, he wondered what he would tell him. But Sohan only asked calmly, did the man want to become his servant in order to survive? The mercenary tearfully explained that he was willing to do anything as long as the man did not kill him. And that brought a genuine smile and interest from the young master. Immediately bowing, the man thanked Sohan for giving him a chance. After a while, the young warrior reached the territory of the Mount Udan clan. Many people greeted the master, realizing that they had not seen his face, which meant he had arrived recently. However, this only made Sohan angry. He had walked around the entire territory of Mount Wudang, and he was infuriated by this place. Everyone here looked very carefree. The young master even began to turn into such a carefree person as well, and worse, his ambition began to fade away. Many people approached him, seeing that he wasn't from around here, and just wanted to talk to him. When Sohan would silently walk away, people would only realize with a smile that he probably had a lot of things to do, and didn't consider him ignorant at all. One day he even met a man who turned to him to ask when it was going to rain. The irritated young warrior declared that he did not know that, and the man, also smiling, realized that it really wasn't known to anyone. Looking at this man, it even seemed to Sohan that all the people in this place were simply mentally retarded. Therefore, he could now conclude that this place where all 5 elements, water, wood, fire, earth, metal, were gathered together did not please him at all. The atmosphere here was quite strange and very unfamiliar. So he realized that it was time for him to return home. Anyway, it was already crazy to be here alone. He realized that the saying was right. Shaolin was strong in the north and Wudang in the south, and he had had enough. Soon the young master's path was already through fields of flowers. Suddenly something lying on the ground caught his attention, causing him to become alert. It was a small praying mantis, waving its legs, trying to attack Sohan. The young warrior was amazed that it was the only creature that showed hostility here. He even wanted to crush it, but soon stopped. He realized that he would gain nothing by crushing this insect. Soon Sohan, observing the mantis, was himself surprised that he had just shown mercy. He thought it was because of that fucking mountain. But after extending his finger, he tried to say hello to the master mantis. He was glad that the man was not like those Udan fools, and hoped that he would honorably accept the title bestowed upon him, Great Bug of Martial Arts. Watching all this was a man who realized that Sohan had clearly found something interesting in these parts. The young warrior only looked awkwardly at the man, whose approach he did not notice. He then awkwardly pointed his finger at the mantis. The elder explained that normally people did not look at the mantis with such curiosity, so he wanted to know what the young master was thinking at that moment. Sohan admitted that he thought that the mantis was very brave, and gave it the title of Great Beetle of Martial Arts. This caused the elder to laugh good-naturedly. The young warrior already found this old man very strange. It was also disconcerting that he didn't sense his presence until he got close to him. The man, looking at the flowers, told him that these flowers were called beach roses. Most of them were red, but occasionally there were white ones. He wondered if Sohan knew what they smelled like. However, it seemed to the young master that all the flowers smelled the same. The old man explained that beach roses had a distinctive scent. It didn't matter if it was a rose or a person, each would have its own scent. However, such wisdom was clearly incomprehensible to the young warrior. Suddenly, as if at one man's command, a wind arose, fluttering the petals. As these petals swirled around them, the elder watched Sohan carefully. But he soon realized with a smile that the young master didn't seem to have any intention of attacking. For that reason, he suggested that he just walk and talk. Sohan didn't mind and responded with a good-natured smile at this suggestion. Their journey was a long one. On the way, they met a family of ants who continued on their way. The elder jumped over the ants to stop them from building their nest, and the young warrior followed the old man's lead. They also stopped at the river, where the old man decided to feed the local inhabitants. By now, the kindness of this old man was really beginning to impress Sohan, and not in a good way. Soon the old man himself noticed that the young master was becoming more and more disgruntled with every meter. This only caused him to smile good-naturedly. However, Sohan clearly wanted to know why the old man had suddenly laughed so much. He explained that he was amused to see someone from outside the area, for the young warrior was like a white crow to him. Sohan understood what he was saying, and he calmed down considerably, for he also had the same opinion. The elder thought that the young master was special, as if he was not from this land at all. He motioned for the boy to come through, to show him a place where they could talk more comfortably. Soon they came to a mighty waterfall that was crashing down from above with an unattainable force. The old man explained that the waterfall created huge surges spreading around it, and eventually this flow created a depression in which a pond was formed. This picture reminded him very much of Sohan for some reason. The elder wondered why the young warrior had not killed the mantis. However, Sohan felt that there was simply no need to do so. The old man remembered that this bug apparently had more rights to life than the head of the Zuga clan. However, Sohan was clearly alarmed by these words. Still, he calmly explained that this person was indeed far worse than a mantis. After which, the two of them both laughed good-naturedly. The old man himself was well aware that Zhuge Pyo was willful and knew the power of words more than anyone else. On top of that, he hypocritically believed that he could do justice. The old man was surprised that Sohan had dealt with him so easily, because it would have been difficult for him. It would have resulted in a confrontation between the Wudong and Zhuge clans, and it would not have ended well. The young master understood this very well. The elder asked the young warrior if he had ever seen the Tai Chi symbol. Sohan himself knew that it was black and white. And then the elder told him a story. If the mantis killing his wife is the dark side, then we can say that the moment of his satiety, and therefore his survival, is the light side. If we follow the same logic, killing is darkness, and keeping the Zuga clan warriors alive is light. This balance of actions was what was called Taiji. The man believed that killing without saving a life would color everything black, which was the dark path. If anyone dared to kill a single praying mantis in his path, he would bear his blade, for that was the destiny of their art, to kill the man who disturbed the peace. That was the philosophy of the Udan clan. Sohan listened intently to the man's words, and the old man told of how Zhuge Pyo had once shown him how powerful words could be. Because of this, it had been hard for the Wudong clan to eliminate him. One murder that could turn into thousands of victims, and then he would be the one to disturb the peace. That was his bright path. Suddenly, however, the man asked Sohan a question he hadn't expected. Namely, the question concerned how his masters were doing. Then the young warrior realized that the man had already guessed who he was. But he honestly admitted that he hadn't seen his masters since he'd gone out into the world. The man told him that Sohan was special to them. The poisonous demon hadn't killed in about 12 years. The young master could make him change, and the elder thought it was amazing. However, Sohan himself did not understand how the old man knew all this, or how far his gaze extended. The old man said that for his masters, the young warrior, their apprentice, had become Taiji in the flesh. One killed, the other brought back to life, and Sohan was the only one who survived. He was just fighting for a place in the sun. But to them, the fact that he is alive is something special. If you think narrowly, you could say that the poison demon lost to his brother. But if you take a broader view, they can see how he brought his mentor back into the stream. The man hoped Sohan understood his message, and he was right. The elder himself explained about the stream and that it was not roses plucked from the roots. Flow is life, death, everything is a flow, and everyone is born a part of it. When the natural elements circulate in the flow without any fluctuations, it is called harmony. It was in its name that the flow existed. In general, flow, Tai Chi, and harmony were one, and the path led to the realization of this fact. Pensive, Sohan recalled all the events he had already experienced in his history. He tried to realize what his flow and his harmony had been like, and he realized that his harmony was in order. The elder himself understood this perfectly well, so he only hoped that the young warrior would remember his philosophy from time to time. This was his gift to Sohan as well, and a request to him. Bowing, the young master thanked the sage for his help. The man only explained that since Sohan had met him, it was already tantamount to having visited the Udan clan. Shortly after this meeting, Sohan was already hurrying home, moving quickly through the branches of the dense forest. A peaceful smile was on his face as he recalled his farewell to that strange elder. After his instructions, the young warrior bowed down and sincerely thanked the master for all he had done for him. The man himself, smiling sincerely, was glad that he had been able to meet Sohan, and he hoped that they would meet again. In the end, smiling at each other, they said goodbye. Before the young master could even blink, the man who had been in front of him only a moment ago had disappeared. Now Sohan came to the conclusion that flowers were flowers, wine was wine, and Udan would always be Udan, even in spite of his oddities. Still, the skillful warrior had to hurry, so he decided not to linger in these parts, and picked up his pace to get home as soon as possible. The noise didn't stop after he bounced off another branch. From where he had just been standing, a multitude of dark-armed shadows jumped out and chased after him. They were following him at his heels, and the experienced swordsman knew very well that they were following him. So he only looked back carefully to see exactly who these people were. It was hard to tell from their clothing which unit they belonged to. However, these people had brought identification with them. They had flags with the name of the Wildwood Squad tied to their backs. It was a punitive Green Forest slave trading squad, and Sohan immediately realized that they must have come to avenge his interference, killing and freeing the child slaves. Now in pursuit of the young warrior, the enemies realized that they could hardly catch up with him, so they decided to use throwing knives. They all, as if on the captain's command, threw the throwing knives straight at Sohan, but he easily managed to dodge them while still in the air. But the experienced master knew that now was not the best time to fight them, as they were not far from the settlement. In such a case, people could appear, and innocent victims could not be avoided. So the young warrior rushed onward, to take these warriors to a quieter place without people. He sped up considerably, breaking away from the squad that had been on his tail the whole time. As he flew past a few more trees, however, it appeared that an entire army was already waiting for him to appear. Sohan quickly noticed the whole army of people rushing towards him. He tried to move to the other side, but there was also a punishment squad waiting for him on that side. So he had to quickly change his direction and go in a different direction than he had originally planned. As it turned out, he was being chased by 3 squads at once. It was a squad of vipers, wolves, and tigers from Wildwood. Looking around, the young master quickly realized that these people were trying to surround him to prevent him from escaping. And now, reflecting on his encounter with the old man, Sohan tried to figure out, was this attack also part of Tai Chi? And if so, where did the flow and harmony lie? Suddenly, more armed men appeared right in front of the skillful warrior's face and ordered him to stop. Unlike their counterparts, these warriors were not armed with knives, but with throwing spears. Therefore, all the warriors charged their spears to try and wound the enemy. However, it was hard to catch Sohan with such a simple attack. So he quickly stopped on the nearest branch, letting most of the spears fly past. After that, he had already begun to gallop away, pushing off the spears themselves which were stuck in the trees. His movements were barely perceptible, causing the spears to easily support his weight. Next, the young master decided to climb to a higher elevation to make it harder for his opponents to hit him on the fly. They were seriously frightened when they saw the warrior's skill, and the fact that their attack was pointless. Sohan stopped and looked at the men with an attentive gaze, as if warning them that they would die for their attack. But this place wasn't suitable for fighting yet. So he also quickly slipped away from these people and climbed further into the depths. Immediately afterward, the forest was filled with the shouts of warriors who were trying to catch up with the fugitive. They could not let him out of their sight. In the meantime, Sohan himself had reached the edge of the forest, where the foliage ended and the rocky cliff began. The warriors who had been chasing him all this time had also found this place, so they moved closer to surround him. However, the young master without the slightest fear on his face drew his sheathed sword to arm himself. He then calmly turned around to look at the invading army, still in his thoughts. He found it funny that no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't find even a hint of balance in this situation. The punishment squads were clearly not interested in the ramblings of a near-dead man, so they just started attacking. A hail of arrows, spears, and throwing knives rained down on Sohan in a barrage. However, even such a rain of arrows he managed to stop, armed with his sword. He twirled it in his hands, turning it into a kind of shield that allowed him to deflect every attack. All the warriors watching him marveled at such skill, as he managed to do all this without even taking his sword out of its sheath. As soon as the attack stopped, the experienced master looked at the frightened warriors who did not understand what they should do. Sohan, on the other hand, ordered the head of the green forest to show himself, for he sensed that the man was somewhere nearby. The young warrior's voice, amplified by his internal energy, was so loud that the warrior's ears were literally ready to burst. But still, as surprising as it was, no one came to his call. Instead, the warriors, even more enraged, began arming themselves to attack. Sohan watched them approach. He even felt somewhat sorry for these people. He realized that the head of the Green Forest had chosen to send these warriors to certain death instead of personally resolving their differences. After these words, the skillful warrior only needed a glance to roughly figure out the trajectory of the battle. Immediately afterward, many warriors who were struck by his attack began to drop dead. But even among such a crowd, there were some who were still willing to fight despite their injuries. They still rushed into battle against Sohan, even though they realized how strong he was. Obviously, they had to pay with their lives for such recklessness, and they did. The experienced master was opposed by an entire crowd of warriors, but many of the more intelligent fighters realized that they could not survive such a hurricane of blades. In addition, their resolve clearly diminished as they saw their comrades, who had previously performed well in battle, drop dead one by one. However, there were also still captains who ordered their units to fight their enemy to the last drop of blood. This expression already looked much more believable when they saw what the young master was doing to their troops. Sohan continued to draw out the designs with his blade, pondering the harmony. He realized that perhaps killing these people was the darkness, and wondered if his survival and return home would be the light. He also realized that the green forest wreaking havoc in the neighborhood was darkness. Therefore, it would be light if a skillful warrior got rid of them. If, however, the young master misinterpreted the wisdom of the holy sword, perhaps then an impenetrable darkness would fall upon this forest. But Sohan was willing to shoulder that burden, because the only thing he wanted to achieve was for the children to stop being kidnapped and kept like beasts in cages. As it turned out, the head of the green forest was still watching from afar. He was satisfied with the combat abilities of the experienced swordsman, believing that he was indeed a good warrior. However, he realized that even someone like him couldn't fight forever. Therefore, the head of the Greens signaled to his fighters. The warriors clearly did not want to go into such a meat grinder, but they had no choice. They could not disobey the head. Therefore, an even larger horde of the punitive squad immediately went in the direction of the young warrior. He only looked carefully at these fools with his gaze, even though he realized that they had no choice and could not go against the order of their head. Because of this, he decided to grant them all a quick death by his blade. None of the fallen were in pain. It turned out that this wasn't all the meanness the head of the Green Forest had devised. He had also constructed a net, which he tried to throw over the skillful warrior. Although Sohan noticed it too late in the heat of battle, he still paid attention to it. Therefore, he strengthened his internal energy and sent a slashing attack towards the net to cut it. As it did so, the net immediately shattered into shreds and was no longer a threat. However, this seemed to be the expectation of the Wildwood warriors, who approached with their swords at that moment. But their lunges were too primitive, especially for someone who had already defeated 2 demons and the head of the Zuga clan. Therefore, the young master had no problem dodging the attacks, and then finding an opportunity to counterattack. He applied the same technique he used against the net, and as a result, the bodies of these warriors literally split into an upper and lower part. Their faces were filled with fright, but there was nothing they could do, for the attack was swift. They wouldn't be able to escape or hide. This only brought a smile to the experienced swordsman's face, for he wanted as many of these troublemakers to die as possible. After realizing the effectiveness of the attack, Sohan also decided to deal with the other warrior units, so he sent similar smashing attacks in different directions. And each time the result was the same. The bodies of the soldiers simply disintegrated, leaving behind bloody paths. With all this, the young warrior didn't even seem to be tired. He was still full of strength, and it was obvious that he was ready to repeat this technique 100 times. Therefore, the frightened warriors, looking at the approach of such a monster, did not know how they should stop it. It became obvious that they were no match for such a man, and only their leader could deal with him, so they asked him to speak. The man clearly didn't like the attitude of his men. However, the skillful warrior also thought it was a much better solution than just continuing to kill his subordinates, who even attacked unwillingly. As a result, while waiting for the decision of the head of the Green Forest, Sohan crouched down on the nearest rock in front of him. Obviously, this kind of recklessness caused the warriors to be bewildered, and the headmaster to misunderstand. But the young master didn't care. He just wanted to take a breath and think about what had happened. At that moment, the image of Wudang's sword of light appeared before him. It was as if he had heard his instructions, and the elder was suggesting that Sohan simply run away from the battlefield. He knew the lad was strong, yet he felt like there had already been too many deaths for today. The old man doubted whether the young warrior could handle the burden, and he himself was in doubt. The wildwood warriors in the surroundings had no doubts. They thought that the experienced swordsman was weak and tired after the battle. However, even these warriors had honor. When they approached and there were a few meters left to the skilled warrior, they stopped, calling Sohan to join the battle. Then the lad, leaning on his sword, rose from his seat. Standing before the old man, he apologized, explaining that he had no other way. Armed with his moonblades, he decided to massacre all these troublemakers. His decision seemed to cause sadness on the old man's face. He was unhappy that the young master had chosen this path. However, the young warrior was already firm in his decision. When wielding his paired moonblades, he was literally invincible, for these weapons were an extension of his body. Even the simple attacks he drew with his sword became deadly with the help of his blades. And he, even more confident in his abilities, rushed at the best fighters. Obviously, the same fate awaited them as their brothers. However, the skillful swordsman did not kill these men. He simply deprived them of the ability to move and hold his sword. After that, he calmly lined up in front of an even larger army of warriors of Wildwood. They didn't want to retreat and left him no choice, so he did his best to kill every single one of them. Right after the next wave of fighting was over, Sohan sat down on the same rock to think about everything. The image of the old man appeared in front of him again. It was as if he was his conscience, following him everywhere. But this time the Sword of Light was simply silent, as if waiting for the young warrior's choice. And without thinking long, he decided to ask the old man's opinion. How could he stick to only the light path? He believed that the road to hell was paved with good intentions, and did not understand how one could give something without taking anything away. Even as they passed by the lush roses, they involuntarily touched their petals, being picked up by the wind. If one constantly walked among the flower fields, one could hardly know the pain and suffering of this world. Therefore, the experienced master let the old man know that he was going to stick to the dark path. This didn't seem to upset the old man at all. He smiled. The complete freedom of his choice and the fact that he did not meet with any judgment, but only received complete acceptance, added confidence to his actions. Now, he stood in front of the same fighters without any mental anguish. They were clearly wary and immediately drew their weapons, ready to fight back. However, the skillful warrior gave them a chance at life, ordered them all to get out of the way. The warriors, who had already seen many deaths today, began to hesitate. Soon, however, they dispersed, letting the young master pass. The obedience of the fighters clearly angered their head, but their human feelings were understandable. Before moving closer across this road of living humans, Sohan decided to hide his paired blades. Neither the warriors nor even the head of the green forest understood why he hid his weapons when he was surrounded by his enemies. However, the young warrior had already found himself right next to the head in just a moment. If he wanted to, he could have killed him with such speed, but he didn't, which caused a look of surprise on the man's face. The experienced swordsman gave him an attentive look and decided to find out who the man was. He was clearly angered by such a question from such an arrogant guy. However, Sohan only moved a little closer, looking more closely at the man's features. After that, his face became even more serious, and he repeated his question. The man only laughed in his face, calling the skillful warrior a puppy. However, the young master calmly explained that even by his best estimates, this man was not worth his attention, so he wanted to know why he had decided to attack him. Did this man really hope that he could defeat Sohan simply by sheer numbers? Seriously angry after this assessment of his strength, the Green Forest leader immediately grabbed his weapon, trying to attack the young warrior with it. The skillful swordsman, despite seeing the attack coming, didn't even move, allowing himself to be attacked. But at the last second, before the spear reached his face, he stopped it with just one hand. Obviously, this had horrified the head of the Green Forest. However, Sohan only gripped the spear tighter, infusing it with spiritual energy. As if it was burning from within, it burned the hands of anyone weaker than the young master, and the head of the Green Forest felt it perfectly. So he quickly let go of the spear, stepping back a few steps. The man realized that this guy's strength was several times greater than his, but the experienced warrior knew very well. This man realized his failure too late. So Sohan quickly grabbed him by his fur collar and then brought his hand up to give him a good slap, which was strange in the current situation. However, this slap was so strong that the Green Forest head's face literally turned into a bloody mess in the same second. The young master was able to knock out even his teeth with such a simple palm strike. However, even that wasn't enough for him. Since he hadn't killed the man, he intended to show him the difference in their strength. But even though his entire face was bleeding from those blows, he continued to laugh. The skillful warrior could not forgive such impertinence, because this kind of insolence only made him angry. So he struck the man's skull with all his might, shattering his bones and turning his brain into mincemeat. It was apparently an instant death, after which he sagged in Sohan's arms, bleeding and bleeding from the contents of his head. The warriors froze in consternation, unable to believe that their head, whom they revered, was so weak in comparison to this fighter. The young warrior, in order to show the wildwood fighters whom they obeyed, tossed their head to the admiration of the crowd. After everyone was horrified and a sigh ran through the crowd, the seasoned master took the man's place on the throne. He looked so confident that it seemed the throne had always belonged to him. After that, Sohan gave the fighters the order to depart for Cheonan immediately. They did not move, but the skillful warrior gave them a murderous look, forcing them to move. Immediately afterward, the warriors quickly harnessed the horses and followed the young master's wagon as his escort. However, one man never left the scene of the battle, scrutinizing the slain head. Looking at the blows dealt to him, he realized that this fellow, despite his age, was indeed very strong. He knew that Sohan was a disciple of the demonic twins, and they had done their best. The young warrior had a part of the poisonous demon and a part of the witch doctor, which made him a unique specimen. And what made this man so happy was that it gave him pleasure. So he decided to follow the rest of the fighters to see their onward journey. But when night fell, the experienced master did something unexpected. He poisoned all the accompanying squad fighters with his poison. Then he quietly got off the wagon, as it was no longer needed. He got up from his seat and started counting the fighters. Now there were about 30 of them left, and he had already gotten rid of those fighters who had not been able to cleanse their bodies of the poison. Suddenly a man meditating nearby caught his attention. This warrior had survived the poison longer than the others. Perhaps it was because of his inner energy, or perhaps it was because he was farthest away. Sohan looked the man over carefully, and from the looks of him, he was a mid-level commander. Using his sword, the young warrior pulled the man aside and saw that the man had a letter behind his sinew. Taking it out and unfolding it, the skilled swordsman began to read. The letter spoke of a rallying point, which was to be the main road between the demon leagues of Gale and Shanyang. The order stated that if Sohan was to be accompanied by his subordinates, it was necessary to kill them first. If the warriors lost him, they were to go to Shanyang and wait for further instructions. The experienced master realized that in that case, the rest of the squad would already be waiting for him there. After the young warrior learned everything, he killed the man without hesitation. Following the given coordinates, he realized that the head had not just followed him to the cliff. It was clearly part of some plan. But it didn't matter now, because he had to see absolutely everyone who was now poisoned. Among the really poisoned fighters, the man who had been the last to join the squad woke up. He had not been poisoned, and was amazed that Sohan was truly insane, determined to kill everyone. He knew immediately that things were bad when the skilled warrior told them to camp in an obscure place. As soon as they complied with his request, he sprayed some kind of soporific poison. Now the young master was walking around and, like a maniac, killing absolutely everyone around him. Now it didn't seem so entertaining to the man anymore, but he pretended to the last that he was also poisoned. He hoped that Sohan would come to his senses and really not kill absolutely everyone here. After all, he had originally followed him because he wanted to get to Cheonan. When literally a meter away from the man the skilled swordsman killed another person, the warrior's patience was already running out. He realized that he had met with a true maniac. Literally trash that had been bred by the same kind of nakedly repulsed lunatics. Therefore, he considered Sohan to be nothing less than an inhuman monster. When the young warrior tried to attack him, the man stopped his blade millimeters from his temple. Looking closely into Sohan's eyes, he realized the guy knew from the beginning that he was faking it. Therefore, he immediately bounced away from him to a safe distance to remain unharmed. After that, he attempted to attack the skillful swordsman using only his hands reinforced with internal energy. Sohan responded to his strike with the same technique. From the collision of their forces, there was a huge explosion, testifying to the power of this master. The young warrior recalled his conversation with the poison demon, who told him that the unstoppable demon used the Vajrayana martial art. They had once casually had a drink with him, and at that time, he had also revealed that he used the Akala style. At that moment, the man thought that the four demons were a group of longtime friends. So Poison Demon thought that this lunatic had a complete mess in his head, causing him to be completely unpredictable. Also, Poison Demon warned that this person had a chance to kill Demoness on the trek, but he let her live. Therefore, right now, the experienced master suspected that it was the poisonous demon who was fighting. After this attack, the man was clearly tired of pretending to be an ordinary green forest warrior. He began to take the true form of his body. His body began to increase in size, and his muscles began to swell, causing his clothes to tear. And the closer he got to Sohan, the more clearly the scars that adorned his body became visible. indicating long hours of battle. However, the closer he got to the young warrior, the more he realized that the lad was faking it. He wasn't injured by such an attack, so the unstoppable demon ordered Sohan to get up, for such a trick wouldn't work on him. The skilled swordsman exhaled, realized that his trick had been figured out, and still rose to his feet. However, as soon as the man saw the young master in all his glory, his face contorted in surprise. He realized that Sohan's entire body was also decorated with scars. He thought it was very beautiful, and praised the boy. However, it only caused the latter to be perplexed. He realized that his clothes were useless, so he simply tore them off and calmly decided to ask his opponent if he was an unstoppable demon. The man laughed, not understanding where Sohan's manners had gone, because he thought that he had finally met a worthy successor. But that was not the case. So the angry man immediately tried to attack the young warrior. This attack threw the skillful swordsman back to the throne he had been sitting on a couple hours ago, causing it to shatter. The fierce demon looked at him and noticed that Sohan had been very rude to him, after which he asked that the guy stop hiding his true power from him. The man realized that Sohan had already killed 2 demons, and that took strength. Even though he realized that the young warrior's essence was to constantly lie to people, but still, he should have strength as well. The experienced master looked at this man and realized that he was just like what his mentors had said. The one was clearly pleasantly surprised that Immortal Mark and Poison Demon had mentioned him. Sohan didn't bother to reply, instead choosing to arm himself with his blades. Once he had them in his hands, the young warrior immediately adopted the technique of 2 dissecting blows. Looking at the approach of such a fierce force, the demon began to hastily strengthen his body with internal energy. After that, he folded his hands in a special way, and a strange light appeared between them. It was like a sphere of energy, and as soon as this sphere became strong enough, it immediately exploded. This explosion was able to disperse Sohan's attack, but it also raised dust that allowed him to suddenly approach and attack. As a result, the 2 martial artists met in battle. Even though the skillful swordsman was armed with paired moonblades and his opponent with only his hands, they fought equally. However, that wasn't all the techniques the young warrior could demonstrate. Leaping into the air, he used the True Moon Radiance technique, sending multiple attacks straight at the enemy. Instead of trying to avoid them, the unstoppable demon readily accepted the attack. His internal energy that radiated from his body caused these attacks to reflect off of him and act against their own master. Seeing this kind of skill, Sohan only sank to the ground, realizing that even this technique was useless. But the unstoppable demon, smiling slyly, couldn't believe that this was all the young master was capable of. However, his face did not express such joy. He became much more serious. After which, the experienced swordsman put one of his paired blades back behind his belt. The unstoppable demon was clearly not happy about this, but it looked as if the skilled swordsman had something in mind. Sohan was well aware. This man had a colossal amount of internal energy, but his speed still couldn't match the unstoppable demon's agility. The young warrior realized that by using his advantage in swiftness of movement, it might be possible to wear down his opponent. But suddenly the man, displeased with the young man's musings, turned to him, calling him Zasone. This name instantly struck Sohan like a lightning strike. When he came to his senses, he imperiously demanded that the man repeat what he had just said. The man smiled wryly, but he did not understand the reason for his surprise. Everyone called him that. He knew that for a fact. The skilled master was eager to find out exactly how the unstoppable demon knew this nickname. In his eyes flashed sinister lights, which the demon rejoiced. At last, he saw the true creation of his fellow creatures and their murderous gaze. The demon explained. All those experiments and tortures Sohan had been subjected to, all those efforts were aimed at creating him. He was the possessor of an immortal body, the embodiment of a pipe dream. The young warrior was well aware that his mentors had endeavored to create an immortal body, but he had no idea that this plan had a special name. He could not fathom the connection between his nickname and this monstrous experiment. The indomitable demon had explained to Sohan with a sinister grin that immortality was impossible. When he first heard about these ambitious plans of his mentors, he could not contain his laughter, but decided to check the result of their labors. The demon was eager to see what would happen to the skillful swordsman if you tear him apart, so he rushed into battle with Sohan, wanting to see if he would suffer after such a severe injury. However, the young master, as he watched his opponent approach, did not forget his chosen strategy. Instead of counterattacking, he began to masterfully dodge, forcing the unstoppable demon to chase after him. In an instant, the experienced warrior vanished from the enemy's sight before materializing a few meters in front of him. With a wry chuckle, he noted that the venerable unstoppable demon was not keeping up with him. Or perhaps he was not taking him seriously at all. Such barbs did not anger the man. They only made him more eager for battle. In the next instant, he was lightning fast near Sohan, determined to show his true potential. The young warrior was truly taken aback by such incredible speed, barely managing to dodge the deadly lunge. Even so, without releasing his opponent from his grip, the demon continued to attack, making the now skilled swordsman seriously worried. For a moment, the man realized that Sohan had been careless. He could now grab him. However, the skilled master had discerned his intentions in time, so he displayed his blade, thus repelling the sudden attack of his opponent. The monstrous force of the collision of their blows caused a deafening explosion, but both of them remained unharmed. Looking at the young warrior who was kneading his arm as if nothing had happened, the unstoppable demon was amazed at his resilience. However, he wanted to see how long he could last in a fight. A devastating series of attacks followed, each leaving deep craters in the ground. All this time, the fierce demon smiled. He had not met such a worthy opponent for a long time, and thought that he was about to be able to turn the tide of the battle. However, the skillful swordsman was inventing something new each time, not allowing the man to get close enough. At one point, Sohan even managed to hit his opponent with a blow to the chest, forcing him to retreat a few meters. After this palm strike, the young master only grudgingly stretched his slightly stiff wrists. With a faint chuckle, he recognized that the unstoppable demon did indeed possess impressive strength. Obviously, these words were said to enrage his opponent even more. And it worked. Finding Sohan to be too impudent, the demon once again rushed into battle. Watching his technique, the experienced warrior realized that he was facing the strongest of the demonic four. He suspected that this warrior is even superior to all the other demons combined. However, the young master not only successfully resisted his attacks, but also did not miss the opportunity to let go of sarcastic remarks about the unassuming appearance of the unstoppable demon. Even in the heat of battle, he began to speculate on what he would do if he had such a face, and concluded that he would probably go mad with longing. Sohan asked his opponent not to take his words to heart though. He was not speaking out of spite. He was clearly off balance, and his attacks became more reckless. The skillful swordsman laughed at his reaction, not understanding why the unstoppable demon had chosen to settle in the green forest, as if he was plotting something. Furthermore, he had no idea why he was dressed in the garb of a simple bandit. At this moment, while distracting his opponent with talk, the young warrior managed to deliver a masterful strike with his moonblade. After that, the unstoppable demon himself had to dodge his attacks. The man realized that no matter how close he tried to get, Sohan would always find a way to slip away. At long range, he was truly unrivaled. Eventually, tired of the endless jumping, the demon began to control his internal energy to repel all these attacks. Watching him, the experienced master finally realized the reason for his nickname. Perhaps he was named Unstoppable because of his love of jumping around his opponent unrestrainedly. However, the unstoppable demon imperiously ordered Sohan not to go too far. If he valued his life, he should definitely watch his words. Otherwise, he would punish him severely by tearing his mouth in half. But the young warrior asked him not to take offense, for he was speaking the pure truth out of the best of intentions. He added with a sly smile that the man's face was so unsightly that he found it difficult to take his threats seriously. Completely enraged by these words, the fierce demon decided to reveal his true colors. He tore off the mask and wig that had been concealing his true identity all this time. Then in a blaze of anger, he ordered Sohan to stop this senseless verbal duel. However, when the skillful swordsman saw his real face, he pretended to be even more horrified, which of course, led the demon to indescribable rage. He immediately rushed to the attack, intending to tear the impudent warrior into small pieces. As a result, the two once again clashed in a fierce battle. While the unstoppable demon was ruled by blind anger, Sohan kept his cool, calculating every move ahead. After the next explosion, when they were thrown 10 meters apart, the demon warned that the young master should have held his tongue in time, because now he had truly enraged him. But the young warrior only grinned slyly, swearing that he had said nothing, and even suggested that perhaps the strange voices in the demon's head were whispering nonsense to him. But Sohan soon bowed courteously and apologized to the man, acknowledging that he clearly shouldn't have joked about his natural ugliness. The fierce demon only rubbed his forehead in frustration, not understanding why the skilled swordsman was behaving so strangely, as if his mentors had not educated him at all. This was extremely surprising to him. He explained that he preferred fierce battles, where blood and flesh were flying around, where the opponent was equal to him in strength, rather than this. So he asked that the young master simply follow these rules so that they could continue a decent fight. However, suddenly something completely unimaginable happened. The experienced warrior simply turned his back on his opponent and began to fulfill his natural need. Such incredible nonchalance caused a real shock on the man's face. who was completely confused, not knowing how to react to it. After he finished his business and put his clothes back in order, Sohan turned to the demon as if nothing had happened, wanting to know what he was saying. However, the unstoppable demon, still in a deep state of shock, could not utter a word. The skillful swordsman only grudgingly repeated his question, reminding his opponent to answer when asked. He didn't know how to react to such unheard of insolence. He had previously thought that he was the epitome of insanity, but it seemed that he had been outdone. In the end, the man could find no other words but to say that the young warrior had lost his mind. However, Sohan only nonchalantly explained that he didn't think so. The demon had earlier inquired about the reason for his strange behavior, but he was clearly not the one to pass judgment, for it was not Sohan who had decided to pretend to be one of the green fools. He thought that if the unstoppable demon had been a real master, he would have challenged him at the very beginning, because the skilled swordsman knew that he was not a weakling and should know how things worked. But what struck him the most was that the strongest of the four demons was a pathetic human. Sohan thought that even the last vagrant from the back alley would not do such a thing, hiding like a rat in the mud and then sneak attack. It was completely unlike the deeds of one of the legendary four. The young warrior reminded the man that he was probably mistaken about his identity as one of the four villains. He was the unstoppable demon, the greatest evil, and so on. Sohan, on the other hand, had single-handedly managed to subjugate all of Chenyang and Chenan. He was curious as to what the demon was doing at that time. Was it just eating stubs with those green fools from the wild forest? He longed to know where the enemy had been all this time. Was he trying to regain his former greatness? Or was he sowing confusion among all, forcing them to fight each other? But the skillful swordsman didn't understand why the unstoppable demon hadn't touched the Wudong clan and the MANHUA sect back then, as those clans really had impressive power. He could bet that all the man was doing was killing and then hiding. Sohan considered such machinations unworthy of the title of demon, and only worthy of ridicule, for which he was ashamed. The fierce demon couldn't believe that the young man wasn't going to shut up at all. It was the first time he had ever met such a talkative, impudent man. But he realized that even if he attacked, the young master would probably dodge the attack. The experienced warrior explained that unlike the demon, he had many advantages. He could dodge its attacks for about 200 days in a row. Besides, he had nowhere to rush. He still had a lot to say to the unstoppable demon. However, the man threatened that he could kill all of Sohan's subordinates, which caused Sohan to laugh contemptuously. He had originally thought that the unstoppable demon only fought those of equal strength, but now the man was talking about attacking his subordinates, who were many times weaker. Therefore, the skillful swordsman told him to shut up and finally decide on a worthy opponent. With sadness, he noted that Chenan would probably be the grave for all demons. He had already destroyed the demoness and the lust demon, and the unstoppable demon could join them. And considering that the young warrior was much faster, even if they headed there at the same time, he would arrive first. So he made it clear to the man he wouldn't get to his subordinates in time, and suggested that he think his threats through better next time. At first he wanted to object, but soon realized the futility of doing so. He squatted down and told Sohan to leave, for he could no longer tolerate his idle talk. But the skillful swordsman did not move. The demon was surprised that he did not want to take such a chance. But the young warrior calmly put his blade away, only wished the unstoppable demon the best of luck, and then nonchalantly left. The man was truly astonished. He had expected Sohan to continue harassing him, but he guessed that he was probably heading to the green forest to finish what he had started. He realized that he had to be more careful with this warrior. The experienced master, meanwhile, saddled one of the horses he had left behind and galloped away. He knew that the unstoppable demon would definitely show up in Shangyang sooner or later, and since he wouldn't have a horse, Sohan would definitely be there first. Soon the young warrior did indeed arrive in Shenyang, and the first thing he did was to take a healing bath to help heal his wounds. After that, he put on fresh clothes and strolled leisurely through the streets, knowing that the unstoppable demon should appear soon. And so, in one of the taverns, he did indeed spot the man, but it caused the skilled swordsman only a chuckle. He realized that he would certainly regret that he underestimated him. The unstoppable demon himself sat quietly, enjoying his noodles and not disturbing anyone. But then Sohan appeared, cheerfully greeting the big brother of the unstoppable demon. Immediately afterward, he took a seat at his table, and all the visitors began to whisper, not believing that the legendary fierce demon was really in front of them. The young warrior wondered why the man was eating alone like an old man and decided to keep him company. However, the demon himself was clearly unhappy with Sohan's behavior, but he smilingly explained that he only wanted to share a meal with him. After all, they were good acquaintances. He then asked the tavern owner to bring him a portion of noodles and the most expensive wine. The fierce demon assumed that the skillful swordsman was trying to poison him, but warned him that such a ploy would not work. Sohan awkwardly reminded his elder brother of his principles. He would never stoop to such a low game. Then he said in a deliberately loud voice that he was extremely hurt to hear such a thing from the strongest of the 4 demons. Hearing this, the visitors scattered in horror, not even finishing their meals. Realizing that this was done intentionally, the fierce demon only sizzled the young warrior with a fierce look. But soon he calmly exhaled, recognizing how tired he was, and continued his meal. Sohan, on the other hand, expressed his displeasure at this point, not realizing where his food was, and demanded that the tavern owner hurry up. Because he hit the table too loudly, the soup and broth from the unstoppable demon's plate ended up on his face. The skilled swordsman pretended that it was an accident, and awkwardly apologized. However, the man understood that the young warrior was deliberately trying to piss him off, so he offered to finish his meal quietly, and then go to settle the matter in a fair fight. The young martial artist happily pounded his fist on the table, offering to fight right after the meal, as befitting a real man. Sohan thought that there was no better place than the tavern. It was cozy enough. Apparently, such a rush of emotion had once again tipped all the food onto the man's clothes, which couldn't help but anger him. The disciple of the demonic twins only looked at him with a smile, acknowledging his clumsiness, and offered to order a new portion as an apology. At that moment, the waiter brought noodles and the most expensive alcohol. After thanking the servant, the Moonblade wielder immediately started eating under the gaze of the unstoppable demon. He had just arrived in the city, and the unruly apprentice had already had time to wash and rest. The demon did not realize whether he could defeat this defiant young man in such a state, because unlike Sohan, he had not yet regained his strength. At this moment, the unrivaled swordmaster drained his glass in one gulp. He loudly put the cup on the table and asked the man to stop looking at him, as he was spoiling his appetite. This disrespect angered the fierce demon, and he gave in to the provocation, attacking the impudent opponent. The attack was so powerful that everything in the tavern went up in smoke, but when the smoke cleared, it turned out that the hand of the fierce demon had been pierced by the chopsticks wielded by the cunning Sohan. The young Chenan ruler calmly explained that he was trying to eat, and asked the demon not to cause chaos and disorder here. However, the latter, even more enraged, ordered his former apprentice to follow him. Sohan only grinned slyly, asking where his older brother was inviting him to go. He glumly remarked that he would take him to the tomb. This interested the skillful swordsman, so he stood up and asked the unstoppable demon to show him the way, and then actually followed him. The Moonblade Lord knew that after what happened in the tavern, rumors of the presence of the unstoppable demon in Xiangyang should spread throughout the country. Therefore, he had to wait for reinforcements. However, the man suddenly quickened his step, swiftly soaring to the nearest rooftop. The disgruntled Sohan followed him, as he had no choice. The unstoppable demon himself was puzzled. Did the impudent young man really think that he had not figured out his plan? However, he could swear that his opponent would not succeed. This Blade Master's smile proved that he was willing to do anything to thwart his plan. However, when the demon looked back, he realized that Sohan was no longer behind him. The fierce demon moved on, realizing that this was even better. He could use this time to regain his strength. Finally arriving at the nearest inn, the exhausted man was able to lie down on the bed. He was eager to rest, as he had not slept for about 2 days because of that annoying enemy. Suddenly, however, there was a loud knock on the door. The demon was puzzled as to who could have come to him, but the knocking did not stop, and he did not hurry to identify himself. Rising, the man imperiously ordered the guest to introduce himself, and the voice outside the door suggested a drink together. From the timbre of the voice, it was not the master of the Moonblades, so the demon was curious as to who had come to him. The man repeated the demand, to introduce himself first, and then he would think about drinking together. But the man behind the door continued to remain incognito, which made the enraged demon think that it was again the pranks of an impudent student, who now decided to change his voice to provoke him. Sohan, who was lurking outside the door, couldn't hold back a smile and, with a theatrical sigh, admitted that he had been exposed, calling the Lord incredibly clever. However, he ordered the skillful swordsman to stop pestering him and leave him alone. But the young warrior did not stop, insistently offering a drink, which made the man more and more angry. Lord Chananya had already frankly pissed him off with his abuse, but the unruly apprentice continued his game. He explained that he just wanted to inform all of his subordinates had already arrived from Chennai to meet the unstoppable demon. According to him, there were about 100 warriors gathered there, and they were all eager to drink with the legendary demon. Sohan allegedly tried to subdue them, but they insisted that the man leave. However, the demon, looking carefully out the window, was perplexed. When did they have time to arrive? And where is this lauded 100 people? After all, looking around, he did not notice a single soul. As if reading his thoughts, the master of the blade explained that there was no one on the street. Everyone was waiting on the first floor. He also said that among them there was someone named Go Segyok, a man who was very impatient, eager to drink with the demon. And to make sure that he would not escape, the demon twins' disciple added, they had set up Shannon nets, the same nets that had already caught the lust demon. The lust demon instantly recognized that Sohan was trying to intimidate him, but he wasn't afraid of some useless net. But the young master calmly pointed out that he would never know its true power until he experienced it, and reminded him that the lust demon was much more agile, but the net still caught him. This finally enraged the man, and he decided to test the words of the impudent adversary with his own eyes. He broke through the wall with his bare hands and found himself on the street, vowing to destroy the net himself. When he returned to deal with the people on the first floor, however, he found it completely deserted. As he began to look around, he only frightened the random passers-by more. Eventually, the demon realized that it was all just another hoax, and the Lord of Moonblades, who looked out of his room, only wondered why the unstoppable demon was causing mayhem again. It was then obvious to the man that Sohan had once again decided to play a joke on him. He ordered the skillful warrior to come down to earth to settle things man to man. However, the cunning master with a smile suggested a drink for starters. Jumping up to reach the recalcitrant apprentice, the indomitable demon vowed to drown Sohan in his own wine for all the torment he had endured. His attack was so devastating that it destroyed half the building, but Lord Channan remained unharmed. The young warrior wondered if the fierce demon really lived up to his nickname. He only wanted to have a drink with him and didn't understand why the man had so much rage in him. Sohan wondered why they should fight, as they were old friends who had met by chance in the city. They could drink wine and reminisce. The exhausted man realized it was better not to argue with this restless young man, so he agreed to share a cup of wine with him. The skillful swordsman was genuinely pleased with this decision of the Lord, and the fact that he finally heeded his request. Soon they were on the lower floor and settled down at the table. Over a cup of drink, the disciple of the demonic twins shook his wine glass unhappily, complaining that drinking wine with the unstoppable demon was such a problem. However, the sleep-deprived man only reminded him that no tricks would work on him, so one could not even try to use something like that. But the Blade Master was annoyed that the fierce demon would not stop messing things up. He had no intention of poisoning him. After draining his wine, the man decided to have a serious talk with Sohan. He begged Sohan to stop torturing him. But the impudent warrior pretended not to know what he was talking about and acted surprised at the words. He didn't know how to react. If these innocent pranks were already torture for the fierce demon, then he even found it difficult to name what he had done in the past. With a frustrated exhale, the demon realized that he could hardly argue with those words, so he chose to remain silent. At that moment, Sohan suddenly heard familiar voices arguing amongst themselves about who had gotten there first. Lim Hassan only laughed at Go Sagok, pointing out that he was much more agile in his preparations, which was why he was the first to arrive. These new arrivals were being watched closely by the unstoppable demon, while Sohan seemed to be only slightly displeased. As they approached their table, both warriors bowed, reporting their arrival to the Lord and apologizing for the delay. The young lord was pleased to see the men and offered them a seat at a neighboring table. In the end, it appeared that at the next table, they were still continuing their argument over who had the faster speed and who had been more diligent in their preparations. At that moment, the tavern doors opened again, and a multitude of warriors, led by their leader, the wolf swordsman, poured in. They all entered at once, talking animatedly among themselves. The wolf swordsman and his men also approached Sohan, apologizing for being late, but he greeted them with his usual calm smile. The Eagle clan also arrived next, respectfully greeting their master. The unbridled demon, as he watched the people arriving, realized that they were all martial artists. In addition, they had all come here at the mere call of Lord Shannan. Finally, the first demoness's apprentice also appeared, and after greeting Sohan, she remarked that he looked great, as if the air here had a beneficial effect on him. The young master greeted the girl cordially, also inviting her to sit down. The fierce demon didn't know who she was, but he could sense a powerful aura emanating from her. When everyone had gathered, Sohan nonchalantly filled a cup of wine, explaining to the unstoppable demon that he had messed with them for nothing. Looking around the neighboring tables, the man could feel the power emanating from all the fighters. He decided to go back to drinking, realizing that the skilled swordsman had once again managed to trick him. However, the demon reasoned that since everyone was gathered, it was time to start their party, where he could bury them all alive. However, Sohan, calmly looking at his determination, asked him to wait, after which he measuredly filled the demon's cup as well, explaining his actions by the fact that if this battle turned out to be the last for one of them, which meant they should definitely drink first. The fierce demon was enraged by these words, but realized how he could use the situation to his advantage. Raising the filled cup, he urged the other fighters to join in the libation, for this wine would be their last as well. But to his amazement, none of the warriors moved. Sohan then rose up and commanded them imperiously to fill their bowls with wine. Immediately afterward, everyone immediately stood up with alcohol in their hands. The young ruler, standing in the midst of his loyal fighters, offered the unstoppable demon a drink to his health. The man at this time was figuring out which of the fighters he could definitely handle. He could eliminate about half of them. However, he could see that in the eyes of each warrior was absolute loyalty to Sohan. He also remembered the young master's words about what the unstoppable demon had been doing all this time. And now he realized that compared to Sohan, he was just wasting his years. Looking at this young warrior, he actually began to envy him. Soon, laughing, the demon praised the warriors for being truly true fighters, and decided, as an unstoppable demon, to recognize their bravery. Sohan was surprised by these words. However, he decided to support the man. So he offered the warriors a drink to their ideals, and the bravery they were willing to give their lives for. The faces of those present lit up with approving smiles. But as soon as the unstoppable demon and the young ruler drained their bowls of wine, they immediately smashed them in their hands. The rest of the warriors did the same, thus showing their determination to fight. The first to enter the street was the unstoppable demon, ordering Sohan to follow him. However, as soon as he was outside and looked around, he froze in amazement. There were countless fighters waiting for him on the street. This sight caused the man to chuckle. Referring to these warriors as children, he doubted whether they would definitely be able to withstand a battle with him. However, they all maintained the utmost seriousness. At that moment, Sohan's commanding voice rang out, ordering them to disperse. This was to be the battle of the leaders. All the warriors immediately bowed down, obeying his will without question. Immediately after that, the huge mass of people came into motion, making room for them to fight. The fierce demon was amazed at how even these fierce fighters obeyed Lord Shan'an with such devotion. Sohan also addressed his captains, warning them that they must not lose. After all, they were not the only ones he had sent for backup. Still, the enemy was extremely strong, so the young master warned that this battle might take longer than usual. The warriors immediately realized what their master meant. He was trying to warn them not to be alarmed. However, Sohan explained that whoever survived would become a scapegoat for the Orthodox factions. He intended for the light clans to take out their anger on their warriors after this battle. The fighters understood the Lord's intent and immediately obeyed. Then all of them followed their leader as one. As soon as the skillful swordsman was outside, his gaze fixed on his opponent. The two of them literally snapped out of their seats at the same time and began a furious fight. However, the unstoppable demon was surprised by Sohan's behavior. All this time, he had just been dodging. But now he had decided to engage in hand-to-hand combat. The demon grinned. It was his specialty, so he thought that the young warrior had asked for his own death. A series of crushing attacks followed. The ground beneath them gradually crumbled, turning into a deep crater. Even the trees and windows of the nearby buildings began to shake and crumble. The remaining warriors stood not far from the battle scene, fully confident in their master. At some point in the battle, the unstoppable demon began to realize the incredible power his opponent possessed. He had to retreat, but he could see that Sohan's eyes were filled with unbreakable confidence. The men behind him stood behind him with the same confidence. Suddenly they began showering the demon with attacks, confusing and distracting him. This sent the man into a furious rage. He rapidly strengthened his body with internal energy, then released it to counter the captain's attacks. However, even at this moment, unwavering confidence did not leave the young Shan'an ruler's face, as if everything was going exactly as he had planned. The young warrior got close enough to his opponent, but the latter managed to stop the attack of the paired blades with his bare hands. However, at this moment, the demon did not expect an unknown snake-like weapon to attack his neck. It was the demoness's senior apprentice. She began to gradually strangle the man, giving him less and less chance of victory. However, suddenly, the unstoppable demon jumped into the air, thus pulling both Lord Shan'an and the first apprentice with him. Already in the air, he decided to fend off Sohan's attack by forcefully kicking him in the stomach. Following that, he immediately unraveled the whip that was wrapped around his neck. Looking at the girl, he realized that she must be that witch's apprentice, which meant he could kill her without any hesitation. However, when it seemed that the girl was already staring into the face of her death, a skilled swordsman stood up to defend her. Sohan was able to shatter the whip, thus allowing the demoness's apprentice to escape. Immediately after that, they moved into an aerial battle against each other. But one attack the demon clearly could not have foreseen, causing him to be hit directly by the young master. This attack caused him to crash into the nearest building. the upper floors of which instantly collapsed. Immediately afterward, Sohan was surrounded by his fighters, trying to find out if the master was all right. However, he remained perfectly calm and ordered his warriors to maintain formation. At this rate, the unstoppable demon would sooner or later escape from their surroundings, so they had to close ranks. Everyone immediately formed up at their master's command. Everyone who specialized in speed followed Sohan in pursuit of the unstoppable demon. The man was actually fleeing. His arm was badly wounded and bleeding. He himself did not understand why he was retreating after such a weak attack. He realized that this battle was one of the few battles that could give him real pleasure, which pleased him immensely. Suddenly he saw a salute explode not far from him. Following that, salutes began to soar into the sky one after another, indicating his location. At this moment, several more warriors stepped in to stop the unstoppable demon. The man himself immediately recognized the 3 Jongnan elders, but he didn't understand what they were here for. As it turned out, there were many more warriors. There were also Hubei Union fighters among them, and the man was truly amazed that even these warriors had joined the battle. Eventually, the fierce demon found himself surrounded, with nowhere to go. But he was at least relieved that Sohan was out of sight. He calmly approached the 3 elders, wanting to know how they dared to oppose him. He warned them that he would not stand on ceremony with them today. However, they were serious about proving the unstoppable demon wrong. The man himself also approached the Iron Cavalry squad leader, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. The man himself recognized that many winters had passed since their last meeting. However, he wondered how the unstoppable demon had found himself in such a hopeless situation. The commander admitted that he hadn't thought of actually meeting him when he read the letter. At this moment, the demon realized that the message was also the work of Sohan, who had warned them. However, he only laughed, not realizing if these people thought that they had actually caught him. After that, he strengthened his body with internal energy, ordering the fighters to move closer. Everyone also released their internal energy, showing their determination to fight. The young ruler and his group were watching from afar. Go Segyok, looking at what was happening, didn't realize whether to help in this battle. But Sohan ordered them to wait, for that was his plan. Soon explosions began to sound. The worried Lim Hassan knew that the unstoppable demon was fighting there, and it seemed insane to him as he realized that they were nearby. However, Lord Channon realized this was the demon's way of showing them something, and that was to show them what he was really capable of in his rampage. Soon enough, the fierce demon stood alone, alive in the middle of the battlefield, with many blades stuck into him. He was exhausted and bleeding from the battle, but he was still alive. The last to catch his attention was the still-breathing commander of the Iron Cavalry. The demon was surprised that he had such a face, as if he had not expected such an outcome. He didn't think that they would lose. There were so many of them. However, he realized that life was a place where one couldn't predict one's future. Laughing, the unstoppable demon recognized his absolute rightness. Then with a smile, the captain ordered the demon to finish what he had started. However, he reminded that the commander had already lost, so he had no right to point anything out. Immediately afterward, the man walked past him, which sent the captain into shock. He demanded that the unstoppable demon kill him. However, he asked that the man return to the Alliance if he survived, for they were soon to fight the celestial demon cult. Rising to his feet, the captain ordered the sky demon to stop. If he wasn't going to kill him, then let him kill him himself. However, the demon calmly continued on his way, explaining that he was too tired and just wanted to sleep. Such a primitive desire in such a situation caused the captain a real shock. He thought that it simply could not be said seriously, and assumed the man to be completely insane. Soon after reaching the nearest river in the forest, the indomitable demon stopped to wash his wounds. However, he quickly smelled something wrong when he smelled the odor of poison. He bitterly realized that he had never met anyone as treacherous as Sohan in his entire life. However, at that moment, he had already collapsed. The young master who was watching him realized that if the unstoppable demon was so tired, he really should have rested. The guy lay on the ground. One eye finally opened. The consciousness was slowly returning, as if after a long sleep on the verge of life and death. Suddenly he jumped and climbed to his feet, not fully realizing where he is and why he is still alive. A man was quietly sitting near him, not looking at the fire, waiting silently until he came to his senses. The only question that turned in the boy's head: why didn't you kill me when he had a chance? The answer was cold and clear. You have no right to indicate me what to do. These words hurt the memory. He had already heard them once during a fierce battle. One could only guess. Did he then listen to and understand more than he showed? Looking at the flame, the guy realized with horror, it could easily become one of those who would never wake up. But at the same time, he did not understand. Why did this man not join the light? Did not stand on the side of the obvious? The answer was made as a sentence. I was the next goal. Hubi is weakened, Junin lost 3 strong ones, and Zhugi remained without a leader. Chaos is coming. This explanation made the guy ask again, Udan and Hua Mountain are the last ones who are still afloat? In response, he heard, Udan will not interfere. They will keep away, despite the threat. Earlier, a man met with an elder, known as an immortal sword, a true legend. Hardly hearing this name, the guy exclaimed in surprise, How is you still alive? He is incredibly powerful. Silence has fallen for a few seconds. The silence was more difficult than any answer. Then he quietly added, Do not forget, I am also one of the demons, and I have my own rules of the game. The curly again suggested that only Hua Mountain remains. But the blue-eyed did not understand. He has not yet encountered them. Then the curly changed the question. Honestly, why did you save my life? The answer was straightforward. Enough chat. Now you have only one task, to honestly answer all my questions. Do you understand in what situation you find yourself? Hearing it, the curly calmly said, I'm not afraid of death. And if you are so sure of yourself, let's solve everything right here and now. He barely offered to fight. The curly instantly tensed. The instinct suggested that it could end badly. The problem was that he could not use his internal energy. The body was not listened to. The strength was raised at the worst moment. The blue-eyed calmly advised to calm down, and asked if he realized what would happen if he wanted to kill him. And then he added rigidly, I will undress your corpse and throw in the gate of the Orthodox sect. These words immediately made it clear, before him. A daring scum that is not afraid of anything and has no limits. In the implication of all this, one was felt. Keep your life while you can still. Blue-eyed even threatened. After your death, everyone learns that you were frightened and committed to yourself not to get to me. And even if it is a lie, you will not be able to refute because the dead do not say. So, it is better to behave more calm. Your life is now kept on the hair. The curly clenched his fist. He understood that this type knew all his weaknesses. I didn't want to believe. But he began to think, does he really lose him? And then he realized the terrible truth. Does not lose in the future. Because he lost. All he had to do was ask, what exactly do you want to know? And he began to explain. The cult of Heavenly Demon is fanatics that worship the former absolute property. Their doctrine is allegedly based on his teachings. 8 leaders have already changed, and if they return to Jiango, they took out lessons from the past. The next question is, what do you do if a war with a cult begins? Will you stand on the side and watch? The curly replied briefly, we will live, we will see. But the blue-eyed immediately voiced your desire. You have to be in the vanguard. If the conflict between the cult, the south of the Yangtze, and the 10 strongest masters, it was in this case that he wanted the curly to lead the force of the avant-garde, and became the first in the battle. You have to die there, said the blue-eyed, as if declaring the sentence without the right to appeal. The curly calmly replied that he would decide where and when to die. The voice in response was terribly cold. Who gave you such a right? He explained, here and now you will give up on your own behalf, and I will be happy to help you. I will spread the hearing of your death using all my relationships, and your masks will only play in your hand. The world knows you as a cruel leader of dark factions. Both Chanan and Shannan know what you are capable of. In all this, he saw something even fun. 2 against the whole world. After all, his enemies are everywhere, because there is a dark trail. And if the curly joins, he is waiting for many clashes with the strongest masters of Django. And each of them will have to go without a mercy to himself, just forward, only in battle. In the ears of Curly, it sounded as if they wanted not to recruit it, but to tame it, to make an obedient tool. The alternative was simple, to be destroyed right here and now. There was nothing fun about this, and the whole situation annoyed more than frightened. But nevertheless, he advised him to accept this proposal. She was better than death. The conversation pressed. The curly put his hand to his head and asked, what about the antidote? I will give when time comes, he replied cold. I gave you a new life, so I will give a new name. From now on, you are Il-Singi. For Curly, it sounded almost like the promise of something great, new, scary. Blue-eyed added, this is your last chance to live a little normal life. In the evening in the tavern, the mustachioed bartender calmly wiped the glass, preparing for the conversation. A man sat in front of him. The bartender asked, do you think if I'm working here, I am some clown? The interlocutor only looked silently, without breaking a word. There was neither fear nor curiosity in the look. What are you silent? Aren't you mute anymore? Irony Leand, asked the mustache, trying to cause at least some reaction. Without waiting for the answer, he sighed, and began to roll his sleeves, as if preparing for something more. When his left shoulder was exposed, the tattoo was visible, both on earth and in the sky. This is what made the client finally talk. But in his usual manner, the mustachioed replied cold. "You should not worry." The client insisted. "What, do you really consider yourself worthy of heaven?" This question immediately removed the mustache out of balance. Nervously fell as a wounded beast. He threw a cloth on the table and ordered to remove everything from the table. The look became difficult and threatening. "Yes, I was down to the rank," he roared. "But do not forget who before you. Remember your place." Even a few words from a stranger caused an irresistible irritation in him. He boiled from rage. He seemed to be shaking his eyes with his eyes now. But he stopped himself in time. "I explained it simply. I just restrained because I do not want to pollute everything here with your blood." And yet, for all this time, he did not notice that the client blinked at least once. "Happy goat." He muttered a mustache and finally asked, "How is your name?" "Il-Singi," a calm voice sounded. And it was at this moment that it became clear who was hiding under the mask. Il asked in response, "And your name?" "Gu. I am a subordinate Mr. Gina Shan. Once I was just a geese, but now my name means one who is close to death." In the head of the mustache suddenly happened, Il-Singi, Gu-cha. Together it means to walk on the blade. And at the same moment he remembered that John Shan once almost killed him. And at the same time a clear awareness came. Before him a real monster of strength. He slowly lowered his finger on the table and began to wipe the surface, and a smile appeared in his mouth. More terrible than any fear. Usually such as he do not live for a long time. But something still allowed him to hold on, like a shadow on the border between life and death. Il thought about it, and then the phrase came in memory. Walking on the razor blade. An accurate description of his current state. Jin, damn it, Sohan. This dull freak. Did he make me a partner just because it sounds beautiful? But it didn't make sense to merge. Il just sighed and asked, "There is something to drink here?" Ji-yu answered with irony. "A strange question, given that we are in Tavern." "Of course there is," he smiled. "And not only for the soul, but also for memory." In a few minutes, they sat at the table, and Ji-yu lively told how he blocked the root of the demon. The demon had just seen him as if he were fossilized. Although only for a second he stopped, and then rushed on how he was hung. But he caught up with him, and did not give any chance to escape. His history was endless. He seemed to be talking forever, not stopping for a moment. But suddenly he froze. He was stunned by the reaction of the interlocutor. Il suddenly exploded with a loud, uncontrollable laughter, and it thundered in the hall. Yes, this part of the story is really funny, everyone who hears. But Il laughed so crazy that he just fell from a chair without holding back tears from laughter. It made the Goda think, something with this guy is definitely wrong. Maybe he is not okay with his head, and his eyes are strange, he thought, not looking at. But at that moment, a man came to the tavern and solemnly announced he had a message from the owner of Gin. He reported that Mr. Jin invites both to hot springs, without jokes, with respect. Ji-yu, the hearing it, did not hide joy. His face shone like a child on a holiday. But the news was not so joyful. Jean was not invited. For the Ji-yu, it was a blow to self-love. Meanwhile, the owner of the Jin himself rested in hot springs. The naked body is covered with numerous scars. Il came to him, and Jean asked his condition. He replied, "The wounds healed recently." Seeing his torso, Jean noted himself. The body of Ilya was covered with no less scars than his own. "Of course, you gave me a poison. Thanks to it, the body recovered faster," Il explained. Gin saw excessive frankness in this. It was possible to remain silent. Not everyone is divided. But Il did not just come. He had one straight and simple question. "I'm quite alone here, and without weapons. Maybe you want a beat?" And as if in passing added, "Are you not afraid of me at all?" But the Jin also had a question for him. He understood that Il was in this position. "Say, aren't you afraid of me a little?" But it seems that the answer was obvious. There was no fear between them at all. They made such a world. These were brought up by battles, betrayal, and survival. However, Il suddenly shot the question, "Why did you send me there?" But Gin did not understand immediately what was meant. "Where?" "In Tavern. There was some type there seems to be a CA, it looks like a weak, but the tongue is bone without bones." He did not dig my eyes. What, local crazy? He called me a freak, I behaved strange. So tell me, why did you send me there? Well, Taverna seemed to me quite cozy. And even away from the city bustle, Jean replied calmly. But Isle did not quench. "Do you know that if we combine our names it turns out, walk on the razor blade? And what do you mock me?" added, looking intently into his eyes. Jin did not see the reason for the abuse, and instead decided to find out what Ile was thinking about Ji-yu. "As I said, he is quite weak. Apparently you want to put it side by side to keep track of me. But his tongue, like a whip, is not surprising that he was reduced." Gin explained that the appearance is misleading. Yes, Gu is a master of martial arts, not the strongest, but enough not to die. And his tongue is unrestrained, especially when he is afraid. Is this now such a level of martial arts masters? Il asked with sarcasm without restraining. But Gin appreciated another. Despite the fear, Gu dared to come to him with the news about a student of a demon lust. He remembered how, while hunting for a demon, he instructed Gu at a crucial moment to throw a spear to force the goal to change the direction, and himself, to hide and not glow. But Gu got carried away. He began to throw the spears after the demon, and shouts flew behind the spears. However, it was he that he managed to win time, and to help the team when it was the most need. At that moment, Gu belonged to the Unorthodox faction, which was then out of the rules. Jin still remembers the expressions of the face of the warriors of Shan'an when he killed a demon of lust. They all wanted his death. Even by their moral standards, the demon did not deserve life, but the skill of the warriors did not restrain the thirst for blood. At that moment, they were a real unorthodox fraction, just as Jin always imagined them. Il could interpret these words as you like, but he made the essence clearly. But now, Gin asked to focus and listen carefully to what really matters. There is someone who wants to meet me, and he is also dark. I plan to combine all the dark fractions of Shanyi, but they are allegedly too busy fighting the light. But they still agreed to the meeting. The meeting was scheduled in Hanchun, a city where they play, not with words, but intrigues. They clearly want to show their strength. A formal meeting is just a cover. Obviously, they prepare an attempt. They stated that the number of my people in the suite should not exceed 10. Il, listening to all this, only sighed. I do not surprise if these scums attach the whole clan with them. But in dark fractions, it seems that everyone brains. Traps, poison, hidden weapons. Everything will be included. Il just didn't understand. Do they really think that Jin does not see it? However, Gin considered differently. He knew that they were sure. He already understood everything. They think I will come, realizing that it is a trap. And I will do it all the same. And most interesting, they will bring with them more clearly than 10 people, Gin added. That is why he suggested going to the 2. We are just 2, against the whole Hanchun, he said with crazy confidence. Il looked at him. Now Gin looked like a real psych who rushed towards death with a smile. Because of this, Il suggested, maybe it's better for you to go yourself. And suddenly you just decide to betray me and kill me in person, added with a cold smile. They looked into each other's eyes. Ilya's gaze is serious. Gina's gaze is even more serious. I said, Gin repeated, we go there together. So the naked freak, thought Il, a little annoyed. He sighed deeply and finally asked the main question. And what will you do then after this meeting? If they are the same creatures as the Green Forest, I will kill them. But if it's just unorthodox warriors, I will allow you to join myself. Il did not understand it. Why? At best, there are a few dozen people and only partially strong. But Gina was indifferent. He was not concerned with the skill. He had a goal. There was a sage. There were those who developed, and those who gave up for a long time. But if the moment comes, Jin will raise his sword without hesitation anywhere. And it is then that everyone who belongs to the unorthodox faction will do the same thing. They will raise their weapons with it. All. And it is indifferent. It will be a treatier, or a simple bank. Gin asked Ilya to seek to look at the world's eyes. This is a path doomed to defeat before the beginning. I do not force you to join the dark faction or be my subordinates. Just become those who are worthy of the name Il. And look at the world through the eyes of this person. In the Hanchun soldiers, try to see real husbands. But if you notice the fraud, destroy them. If you find those who deserve death, kill. And only then, if such a road gets bored and the soul desires to return to the path of the demon, go. No one will restrain. Il listened carefully and asked, do you really let me do it? Jean just smiled in response. Do you think I have resources to restrain you? After this conversation, Il only strengthened in his opinion. Jin is some strange, but Gin himself never hid it. He had something superhuman and insane at the same time. Getting out of hot springs, Il said calmly, let me know when you go to a meeting. The next day, they were already stepping on the shore, the path closer to a place where a new story had to begin. Il, noticing that time was not waiting, offered to rush, but Jean, walking past the water, forgot about the goal. He enjoyed its appearance and sound, the look focused in the wave. Do you know how to swim? He asked unexpectedly. Fought more than 100 times in the mountains, 50, underwater. And there were battles in a poisonous fog, where even your own nose is not visible, Il said proudly. Gin was silently listened to a boast. I asked if you were able to swim and not how cool your eggs have, he replied calmly. The replica came ridiculous and immediately knocked down the arrogance from the too inflammatory Ilya. But he said, I wonder what Jin will be when they will finally get to the meeting place. You can no longer trust, Il grunted. And though he said it jokingly, the offended tone did not hide. Yes, Jin waved. Jokes are jokes, and they were already approaching the stairs. Both began to look carefully at the environment. The place looked too calm. At first glance, it seemed that no soul was around. But Il noticed. 5 men stood in front. Did they send the best? Hardly, Gin said calmly. If so, others are no worse than the faction leader. Or even stronger. Gina Il's prophecies decided to ignore. It is better to see everything alone and draw conclusions. They approached the 5. The atmosphere immediately thickened, as before the storm. The first spoke one of them. My name is Zhong's Dream, he introduced. He confessed that he had been waiting for this meeting for a long time, but was surprised. Why came only 2? After all, the condition was to come for 10, but Zhang calmly pair. You also seem less than they negotiated. Junhu's Dream decided to start a dialogue and asked, and you in general, where? Il only looked at him in silence, a look firm, like a cry. Without burning words, he just sat on a chair, ignoring the questions. Deep breath, slow exhalation. The voltage in the air thickened. The crazy red mana wrapped around, wrapping the space with a threatening halo. Jin smiled and addressed the interlocutors. Don't pay attention to him. Squat. And then he added, I will submit it later when it goes away. Il breathed deeply, as if trying not to explode. Really? Can you already without circus? Jin couldn't stand contacting him. Then he switched to the guests. By the way, did you bring wine? Wine? What else to the hell wine? He reacted in surprise, not understanding what it was here. Because Il, Gin explained. He calms down only when he gets drunk. Yes, you will shut up, Il couldn't stand. Follow the words, Sohan. Well, good. Get drunk and be silent, Gin crushed. Their conversation looked so strange that the guests began to look at each other. Most of the dream was surprise to another. How can these 2 talk about wine quietly, without fear that it can be poisoned? Well, where's the wine? Jin asked again, a little impatient. One of the guards immediately was ordered to leave and bring it. The dream explained. They agreed in advance with a local treatyman that he would serve them outside. He hopes it would not bother anyone. On the contrary, Jin replied happily. A great idea. I would suggest that myself. It was impossible to note. The meeting place was chosen perfect. Open terrain, no ambushes, and the sky is bright, as if it approved this event. We must admit, Gin thought, the day for the meeting really turned out to be wonderful. Only the faces of the audience did not respond at all. They were not joy about them. Il did not pretend to be polite. We came to negotiate, not admire the scenery. It is enough to already take a Buddha. Jin apologized for his companion and explained that he just got up from that leg today. His dirty mouth cleans only alcohol. The dream, without wearing it, asked Gina to present his companion. This is my satellite, personal guard. He has a hot temperament. Do not be offended. Times are now that unnecessary protection is only a plus. But he did not have time to treat it, as Ile glanced at him. Who said I was your guard? And what, no? Well, be sure, Jean waved his hand. Their conversation looked so strange that it was impressed. This is all a play. And the worst part, no one understood that. To the hell, it was happening at all. At this point, a boy with wine appeared. He kept her carefully like poison. The wine was alerted by all those present. It was too easy. Jean, without losing his self-control, asked, Poor. The dream had already imagined how everything would go even better than he hoped. Fools. They don't even suspect that the wine is poisoned, he laughed mentally. But here, the servant heard a sharp, rough shout which made him sway. Who was the first to pour? He asked, looking nervously. Immediately apologized, the voice that was heard broke into the bones. And at this moment, the chair on which the Jinn sat, with a roar falling down. Jin stood up sharply, grabbed his servant by his neck, and asked formally, Do you generally understand who you talk to? Frightened, he began to stutter. I know. Then my name is named, the Jin burned, squeezing the grip. You are Jean Sohan, the head of the School of the Dance Moon, the servant squeezed. And knowing that, did you decide to pour my first guard? Jin thundered, and then gave a slap. He could not stand. He fell down and began to ask forgiveness, admitting his guilt. But he is your subordinate. Did you say he's a treatment? Realizing that he said unnecessarily, he began to get confused in the words, T-exact. I am a tract. I work nearby. He did not have time to contract. Another blow, like lightning, dropped it back. The servant fell on his back, banging with pain, not understanding what is so cruel. Jin came closer, kneading his shoulder. You think, to be a treatise, is it so easy? He choked with blood, wiping his cheek with a trembling hand. Jin looked into his eyes, and he saw them all. Rage, a thirst for blood, anger. I'm ready to argue with any of you, he said quietly but clearly. This is the look of the killer. He has the eyes of the one who has already killed. And more than once. He struck his head as if he wanted to argue that it was not. But the atmosphere has become so tense that the air seemed poisonous. Disappear. The order came. And he immediately left the meeting place. Il, watching all this, did not understand. Why this performance? And I decided to ask Gina. Drink your own. We will check whether it is poisoned or not, he cut off. Il smiled lightly. The smile was barely noticeable, but with her accepted the order without any objection. He reached out to the glass, keeping it calmly, but with internal tension. Then he lifted and poured fluid into his mouth. The movement was smooth but confident. The dream watched closely at each of his sip, without taking a close look. Okay, one drank. It is necessary to force Gina to do the same, he thought. But at that moment, Jean himself turned to Sun. Why did you call me here? I heard that you want to combine the dark fractions of Shani. So I decided to make a visit first. As you may know, we have never kneel in Kanchun before someone, he added proudly. Gin nodded and picked up. And right, dark fractions should not bend in front of anyone. Maybe you have specific proposals, he continued. I'm all at your disposal. Listen carefully. Squeezed, Il intervened. But he has nothing. They just want to live as usual, to bite in Kazan until the handful of the stronger. Continue for a few minutes, interrupted his dream. And why do I have a mouth if I can't speak? Il replied boldly. The dream was barely restraining. He had already clenched his teeth deep in his soul. In an instant their views crossed. The tension thickened. Il immediately recognized this view. They are hesitant. They think or not, he realized. In the air it smelled blood. He swallowed another glass, watching the enemies coldly. His hand tensed, his fist clenched. Readiness for battle in every muscle. From the palm of hand to the shoulder, the hand covered the bright green veins. The force began to awaken. From the fist of Ilya, a thick green liquid began to drip in the glass. He clenched his hand like a cloth. It became obvious that it was a real poisonous poison from his own body. Seeing stunned all those present. Some even kept their breath. The realization that he literally squeezed out the deadly poison made others alert. In a glass, the liquid pulled, emitting threatening power. Too strong cooking, even in appearance. Il returned to 5 and said coldly, One of you has to drink it. A couple came from the glass. The poison was so concentrated that it evaporated. Jin joined the game. So tell me, Sleep, did you really try to poison us? He was interested not only in objection, but also what justification would give a dream. However, there was no answer. Gin smiled and said, Don't look at the poison. Let's talk better. I have 3 questions. The first thing is, what if the Alliance, having defeated the Chanan faction, invades the land of Hanchun? But the dream was shocked not by the question itself, but by the fact that Gin, after all this, really wants to say. The answers did not sound again. Gin just shrugged. Well, let's go. Personally killed the leader of the Zigi clan, arranged the death of 3 elders, got rid of the Iron Cavalry Hubi. I won a little time. And he heard that the cult of Heavenly Demon was also activated. Imagine. The cult attacks the Chanan faction, wins, and then it invades your lands. What do you do in this case? It was the second question. And again, silence. No words in response. Then let's move on to the third, Gin said cold, losing interest. Given everything that is said, sect or union will not be attacked in the first place, not on me, but on you. How do you act then? The dream fell silent, but he thought it was not a joke. The chance that they attack them is very likely. Not having heard any of his questions, Jean decided to ask one more. The last, not related to the previous ones. What if Hanchun meets a powerful enemy? When not only warriors but also innocent people are injured, the homes will burn, the ships will drown, the children will remain orphans. Who do you then turn for help? Are these 3 sitting next to you? Gina's gaze was cold like a cry. He immediately saw their reaction. These 3 are also the leaders of their factions. And it does not matter what exactly. The essence remained the same. Then Gin turned directly to one of them. From the beginning you sit here with this blunt mask of indifference on your face. You look as if you are only interested in money. Disappear from my eyes until I pulled the spine. You have no right to be here. The man did not answer, only silently rose from the chair. The only option was the attack. In his sleeve, he kept a hidden cane. Thin, sharp, like a blade. A strong body made a lightning jerk. The goal was clear. He directed kunai just on Elijah and Gina. But this is over. The hand was blocked lightly. The compression was so strong that the kuna fell out of his fingers and fell on the ground with a rattling. The whole body of the man was shudder. He was punched by convulsions. Il, without any effort, showed how deadly one of his grip can be. But this was not over. He grabbed the enemy by the neck, as if a bony branch which was about to break. Everyone who saw it was blinking instantly. The voltage in the air became unbearable. It became obvious, Il is several times stronger than each of those present, and possibly all combined. He took a glass of green liquid from the table. The same. Deadly. "Congratulations," he said coldly. "Now you are my sob." The animal broke his dirty mouth and poured his poison just inside, without chance of resisting. "Scale freak," he added instead of toast, not hiding disgust. The chances of surviving after that did not have any. It was a death, not a warning. I wonder how others respond to it. Their turn is about to come. Jin, quietly watching everything, advised everyone else. They will be preserved. "The meeting has not been completed," he added with the icy peace. None of the audience realized that these two were so dangerous. "Mr. Sleep, you are more and more disappointed," Gin said to him. "With every second, your value is falling to me. Do you understand that? Because there are no irreplaceable," he said calmly, but with a hidden threat. Then he looked straight into the eyes of the sun and clarified, "Do you know what I lead to?" The dream only guessed. Jin hints that it could easily capture Hanchun and plant his puppet there. And though the assumptions are accurate, nothing but the question that Jin offers to do them, he could not utter. In the eyes of Elijah, he looked pathetic now, a weakness that he does not pull on a man. Jin's words floated in the head of Ilya. "Stop looking at the world's eyes. This is the loss from the beginning." And again, "In the warriors of Hanchun, look for real men. And if you see the fraud, destroy. You will meet the scoundrel, kill." And with these thoughts in your head, is it really thinking of Il now, to kill him? After all, Jean rose slowly and approached the poisoned man lying on the ground, barely breathing. "You would have chosen fear better, not money," he said, looking from above. The man was still alive. He asked the Mercy hostile, assuring that he was from the Sichuan Tang clan. "Why did you put them in danger?" Jin asked coldly without changing the tone. No discussions. Jean did not pity him, shaking his head with his foot just in place. Then he returned to the remaining three and ordered, "Name, and tell which fractions you are." "I am Chun Muzun, the dark faction of Seohova. Makagul, the dark fraction of the fingerboard. Jiajani, the dark fraction of Shitan." "I congratulate on this gathering," Jin said. "It could give you great opportunities, but you have already made two mistakes. Poison and murderer. Well, I accept it. After all, such a path is the fate of unorthodox clans. Let's see if you make a third mistake." He quit the call. "Give those who are hiding that time to get out. Immediately." The dream swallowed saliva. There was nothing left to obey. "It is interesting that he will say next." He shouted loudly, "Go out!" From all corners began to jump out, armed, like a shadow army. There were so many of them that it was not possible to list. Each of them kept a weapon that he clearly knew. Everyone was ready for battle. "Too much for the agreed 10, Il stated with a smile. And Jin just stood silently, no shadows of fear on the face. The dream, a little awkward, explained, "These are everyone who was hiding. No more." Jin slowly wrapped his head and said coldly, "All on his knees. The question is, will they break now? Will they face the ones in front of those who previously managed?" For the majority, it was too humiliating. Their ego opposed such an order. Even Aile could not understand Gina's logic. Although, to be honest, he rarely understood it. But this time, Gin seemed to him just funny. One of the four rose, the look is sure. To remove the swords, he calmly ordered his subordinates. Everyone undoubtedly obeyed the order. Their authority did not raise doubt. "If I lose," he said, "the Fonor's clan will obey Gina Shan." These words were clearly heard. They were heard by each of those present. And then he added, "If I lose, but I stay alive, I kneel in front of the owner Jin." It was exactly the act that Jin expected. So the real warriors of the dark path should act. Il unexpectedly interrupted, "Let's go first." But the man politely asked for permission to fight later. "Today I want to call Mr. Gina himself." And it really pleased. Jin was satisfied. Finally, at least one of them showed true dignity. Il smiled too. The day is undoubtedly not in vain. Jin slowly went to the center. It was time to act. Everyone around them parted, forming a makeshift field for a duel. Jin, turning his head, calmly gave the opponent the first move, a gesture of confidence. The enemy immediately grabbed the sword. His eyes flashed with determination. The vagina touched the earth as he rushed forward. The blow had to be devastating. Lightning, dazzling incision of air cut with a terrible whistle. But the blade hit the ground. Jin has shifted to a fraction of a second. The opponent continued the attack, showing honed movements and combat skills. But his every blow Jin was incredibly accurate and elegant, as if dancing in the air. From the collisions of metal in the air, sparks flew. The voltage increased. The enemy's face tensed like a hot steel. It burned anger, and the Jin was indomitable. He was already dominated by this battle. He only had to go on the offensive. Everything changed. With one blow, his leg threw away the opponent's hand, as if a spring was stretched. And even in this situation, the enemy believed that he could still hit Gina. No matter how funny it sounds, but he really thought, how can you reach the one who moves before you like an illusion? At first, Jin showed what a real speed was. He disappeared and appeared at one point. And then, the force. The shot struck the opponent just into the rib, knocking out the spirit. And this is exactly what this scene seems to come to his climax. Usually, after such a blow, the eyes are simply closed. But this man was still alive, though he was barely breathing. And suddenly, just his head is flying through his head. What was it? It was a sword. A regular sword that could just pick up his life. Oh, you probably swallowed, Jin joked with an unreliable smile. Then he turned to the lying Maka. Lift this sword. He did everything as it was said. He handed Gina's weapons and thanked the fact that he saved his life. Do not rush to the conclusions, Gin said calmly. Mac clearly realized his defeat, and accepted it without humiliation. He looked over his shoulder on his subordinates. But the word is a word. It should be kept, and he knew it well. Listen carefully, the warriors of the Unorthodox clan of the Funds. From this point, he broke his Jin, getting up and looking straight into his eyes. You don't want to join me? The Poppy was shocked. The idea that Jin wants to see him among her stunned. I, Makigul, are happy to be on your side, Master Jin. His warriors did not hesitate. One by one, they also expressed faithfulness to Gina. He immediately warned, from now on, your enemies are my enemies, and I gave you a word, and my word is the law. Poppy mentioned the words of Gin, who had sounded earlier when he asked, if Hanchun collides with a powerful enemy, whom they will seek help. And now, looking at Gina's back, Mac understood. He was wrong. Then he could not give a decent answer. But now everything changed. Gin turned his gaze on the three, who still silently stood. Representatives of Kanchun, Seochwa, and Shitia. The three remained as if nothing, but Gin clearly understood who they were. You are absolutely useless for me, because even poisoned me tried, he said with contempt. But even after that, they did not dare to go to battle. Gin seemed to give them a chance. He acknowledged that the leaders could have his own pride. But you still believe you can win me, really? At this point, Il could not stand, laughed so loudly that even silence shuddered. He first looked at the Jin completely differently, but who described him? Cold, majestic, invincible. And he laughed even louder, enjoying how three of them looked as if they were already bent into their pants. Shut up! The Jin was thrown briefly and started getting something. He pulled out a box, slowly opened her lid. Then he put it on the table, with a quiet, clear sound that heard like a sentence. Il did not hold back and asked what it was. His look was overflowing with curiosity. And how do you think? Tooth for a tooth. The eye for the eye, Jean replied calmly. Il laughed again. Now he was clear. It was a pay. But the three also finally realized, poison for poison. The retribution came. You must accept it, Gin said firmly. But to be honest, he added, I will take your poison too. If you survive, let's talk further. When Jean poured a glass of poison himself, everyone was just numb. But still shocking was that he was the first to take a sip. The dream could not stand, fell on his knees, trembling. I dream, and the whole fraction we swear in loyalty, he exclaimed. But it was late, too late to save your dignity. Treaty, Jin said dryly and bent a glass. The only thing that could think of everyone around, this man is a real crazy. His peace and strength, when he crushed a glass with his bare hand, caught horror. Now you're either drinking or breathing, the team sounded, calm and merciless. And although the chance of surviving was scanty, they knew there was no different choice. Trembling hands reached the pills. Their palms are covered with sweat, and the face of one was already cold sweat. Fear literally penetrated into the pores. Jin sat on the edge of the table, saying cold, You will get antidotes later. And now, let's continue. They stood in front of him, as the students in front of a strict teacher on the day of the first bell. The first Jin turned to Chun. It was only necessary to say his name, as Chun had tensed and froze. He was ready to listen. You have 60 days. Collect all the warriors of the Dark Path from Hans, and bring them to the vat. No matter how, if necessary, kill, get, humiliate. Who will not come, doomed. I listen. He shaved in a trembling voice as if a frightened girl. The next was Ju. You, along with Poppy, go to Sichuan. Suppress the local clan and bring me all their leaders. Term, 60 days. Both, without hesitation, answered at the same time. Listen, finally the final task for you, Sleep. I killed the head of the Ziggy clan. Soon the struggle for power will break there. You have to influence the result so that they all eventually target the blades. You also have 60 days. Gin hasn't finished yet. After the missions, one more. After returning from the tasks, find out what happened to the Zhunan sect. I'm not one of those who dump their subordinates, he added. It's cold. Il leaned to him and asked if the Jin wanted to attack the sect together. What I want is no matter. The main thing is to make everyone around you understand. It is better not to contact us. On this note, their conversation ended in that hall. On the way back, Il asked if Gin saw the expression of their faces during that scene. But Gin only reminded, "Did you see your face a few days ago?" "Huh, you do not argue with it," Il admitted, rubbing his chin. He was more interested in another. "Jin, you really plan to go to the sect together?" "What is the question?" Gin asked the counter. "I just do not consider the dawn of some deaf province." "So why not enter them?" Gin smiled. "Mountain is not their property. We buy some material for masks, grab swords, and the aliases should be invented. I will be a traveling warrior Mangwal. It sounds beautiful. A dreamy moon." Il, listening to all this, asked interestedly, "What about me?" Gin did not hesitate, and immediately invented the illness of the alias. Guangwol, that is, a mad moon. Il laughed. "So we will really attack the sect? Pretend to be travelers and call the duel the strongest?" But Gin stopped him again. "It is enough to think like a demon. This sect is one of the most powerful in a chance, constantly competing for influence with the Hua Mountain sect." He stressed that the main goal is to gather information. Although Ilya's gaze spoke completely another. He did not suffer a fight. And he also thought, as if to betray Gina in time, to give his name and to escape. Irony. Both thought about the same thing, just silently. They soon got their destination. Jin pulled the mask on his face and began to check his voice. "How?" asked Ilya, changed. "Ideal. You don't look like a drop." He smiled. "Shut up," threw Gin in another voice. "Shut up, you're too loud." Il jokingly blamed that the time would learn to choose the words. But Jin, playing with his voice, repeated the phrase again, only tougher. Il decided to clarify. "Do you really want to keep this legend?" Jin did not see anything wrong with this. A character who accidentally came across secret technique in the mountains and remembers nothing about himself. But Ilya annoyed his role a loser brother, which even parents did not convey any technique. "And this is honest?" Il grunted. "Absolutely," Gin replied with a smile. And not wasting time, they moved forward. Standing in the middle of the street, Il glanced at the terrain. 4 combat pavilion was visible. The place is perfect. "It's time to fall a little in the eyes of people," Gin said with a smile. "For starters, you need to earn money." Il was surprised, but Gin assured, "Just listen to instructions." After all, a real man is not afraid of dirty work. 5 red apples flew into the air. In every hand, Jin is on a sword, lightly blinks. "Throw more!" he exclaimed to Elijah. Il gave. Jin juggled, incredibly skillfully possessing swords. No apple was cut. 6 apples were hung in 2 rows and, with one sharp movement, Jin flew them in half, everyone with perfect accuracy. Junana was interested in the combat pavilion. One of the warriors came. "You behave well with the sword, a stranger." "I'm Mongvol, the 18th champion of an unsurpassed duet," Gin was proudly introduced. For tricks, this name sounded too loud. Jin told the crowd his legend. He mastered the art of the blade, the older brother, a fist and palm. And he also possesses the technique of an immutable enmity that makes the body super sinev. He then asked if someone wanted to check the strength of his brother body. And from the crowd one will void. But Gin warned, they are only travelers. They travel all over the Celestial, surviving thanks to their arts. So he asked to support them. Even travelers have to eat. The coins fell to their feet. The audience was delighted. Jean bowed immediately. "Thank you, good people." And then he turned to the older brother, proposing to show true unbrokenness. Il just clung to his eyes. He did not understand what he got into. Meanwhile, Gin came to a large wooden stick. "And there is no smaller," murmured Il. "Shut up," Gin said traditionally. "Look, this is an extremely strong stick," he said. And hitting it on the ground, he proved his words. "No tricks. Everything is honest." The crowd died down. Everyone was watching closely. The Jin swung, and he almost watched Ilya. He miraculously evaded. The audience took a breath. It was too realistic. "I'm kidding," Jin exclaimed. "But to show true unbrokenness, you need to beat the head." "Get ready, older brother." "Did you hear me right?" Jin smiled. Il sighed deeply and took a few steps forward. He stood in a battle rack, gathering all his energy. "I count up to 4, Gin said solemnly, approaching. But he only reached the 2, as he suddenly cut his stick on his head. The stick cracked in half, and the crowd, just fever from shock. When smoke was already coming from the head, Gin finally said, 3. He lifted the stick up, a spectacular pause. Vajra, he solemnly added. The audience was watching. The blow was serious, not just show. However, someone grunted. Did he suddenly break the stick in advance? Who said it? Gin said and already pulled the next stick. Slowly moved to a man who threw suspicion. Did the stick bend to him? Are you ready to answer for your words? Oh, what a hot. I'm already trembling all, guys, he joked nervously. And from where we know, maybe really a stick is broken. But it looks cool. Jin proposed to prove again that the stick is real, and he summoned the skeptic himself to go forward. It angered the man. He did not expect such a turn. Do you know who I am? He exclaimed. I'm indifferent, Gin said calmly. If your words are true, this stick will not affect you. The crowd was lost. Respond to your words. He had no choice, but he still found a way out. He turned, gathered his own and left. Apparently the great master was scared, Gin threw after. This phrase forced the opponent to stop half a step. What did you just say? He asked. She was angry. There is no street trick to afford to throw such words. Call him a coward? It's already outside. But the trick in the mask, Jin, did not even look. On the contrary, he calmly asked to admit fear. And it became the last drop. The man rushed to the attack. At first, the Jin was a little confused, but in a moment he smiled. Smiling, he took a blow, but not as expected. The attacker flew away and glowed on his back. He felt something warm on his cheek. It was blood. But he hid it, how is so? Then he saw. On the edge of the stick, Gina reads a bloody footprint. Meanwhile, the trick rose calmly and asked for forgiveness with courtesy. But he stood, all trembling with anger, could not even answer. Jean wait, as if it was a pure accident, which was surprised. Il just wandered. If it is an accident, he is a dancer with a beard. Meanwhile, other guys responded lightning and immediately approached him, waiting for instructions. One pulled out a real sword, confidently sent him to Gina. You are the first, he sounded boldly. If you like to play with sticks, let's go to the combat pavilion. We play on a worthy field. Jin thoughtfully bowed his head, weighing the situation. But suddenly he turned to his older brother. They say. What do you say? Il did not expect such a question. He was squeezed from surprise. However, without thinking for a long time, Gin made a decision. He accepted the call and agreed to go with them. But before that, he looked at Elijah to say something else. Don't forget the money, he reminded softly, but with a hint. And collecting things, they moved forward, leaving the crowd behind. People escorted them, and they also shouted after the bullies of Junin, so that they would not overdo it. Jin, smiling, reassured everyone. They say, don't worry, because the whole crowd has already believed because of their legendary, unsurpassed duet. The wishes were heard. Come back alive. Il, however, noted himself as a Jin won the confidence of the common people in a matter of minutes. And here, after a while, they had already stepped inside the combat pavilion. Finally, that guy introduced himself. A second-grade student of Junin sect, a Junin tire. He politely suggested that Gina choose his sword. There is no need, the Jin replied, and slowly pulled out a knife. But instead of the battle, he began to calmly tweak the stick. This caused genuine surprise on the faces of all present. Seeing such a scene, the tire said to stop the circus and admit why he actually came. It is bold, as for someone who himself got into another's performance and provoked a conflict. Gin calmly. The tire set the condition. If he wins, strangers reveal their personalities. If he loses, let him go without any question. Jean, without blinking, repeated his fictional name again. The mention of the unsurpassed duet was again sounded, and the look stopped at Elijah. He understood the hint, and without hesitation called his nickname. However, the tire did not seem. He confidently stated that he would recognize fake, because foreigners often seem for someone. He added that most of these imposters have long lost. The Jin, meanwhile, finished the tape of the stick and moved it several times. But the battle never started. A man with mustache ran into the hall. He was confused, and clearly did not understand what was happening here. As it turned out, it was the owner of the hall. The tire briefly explained the situation, remembering everything that happened. The owner warned, if the trick loses, the noise will rise for the whole sect. Don't worry, I'm careful, the tire assured, but he did not have time. Jin hit him sharply on his head. One powerful blow, and the stick flew into pieces and the opponent fell down. Jin did not stop there. He threw an abusive phrase, hinting that his father's father should think twice before approaching his mother. It was like a thorn in the heart. A depressing silence, changed by a wave of anger, reigned in the hall. Many blushed with anger and instantly grabbed their weapons. Although they have recently said that real weapons are forbidden here. Someone justified, they say, the tire was simply not ready. And I was, Gin said calmly, looking around. And he added, the tire behaved as if he was incredibly strong. Who knew it was just out? After that, He threw the wreckage of the stick to the floor. "The eldest brother," he said to Ilya. "I think it's time to disappear." And without waiting for consent, he rapidly rushed to the exit. Il did not understand first, but quickly reacted and rushed. Carrying him up, he could not realize for a few more seconds what was happening. He ran after Jin, and all around them were stunned by their reaction. The pavilion's boys were shocked from the speed of these two. Having caught up with a friend, Il did not sincerely understand. Why are they running away? After all, to defeat everyone seemed to be simple. Jin just waved his hand. He was going to explain nothing. "The most important thing now? I'm hungry." He threw anything like nothing happened. The majestic mountain of Zhenan, a real pearl of nature, spread in front. Finally, breaking away from the pursuers, they returned peace again. Il could not calm himself down. Jin filled with questions about the meaning of all this circus, referring not only to the last trick. "I am sure that the best warriors have already followed us, but I do not think that because of a blow to the head of the elder or the head of the sect we will rush to catch. I propose to split. Let's deal with the pursuers alone. Not to kill, just to disable it," the Jin suggested. Il listened carefully and agreed with the plan. "But keep in mind, if you really want to shed blood, do not restrain. I only use a stick, the sword, only as a last resort. Remember, it is important not how much we will win, but that everyone will think." The sect of the Junin humbled two circuses from a non-renovated duo. Not demons, not Sohan, it is circus. Jin knows exactly what Orthodox clans are afraid, and he can rap it against them. "Yes, now I understand," Il remembered. "I used to recognize Gina as one of the demons, the strongest among them. And I acknowledge that he has exceeded me now, but it did not bother him at all. To be honest, it was indifferent." Jin emphasized that there will always be an immortal witch next to the poison demon, and their strength scares more than any name. "And if the masters go against the world?" Il asked. "Do you stand for them?" "Even if the whole world is against it, I will still fight for them," Gin answered without any doubt. "So better don't get us in the way, because I will kill you." He is so devoted to a pointed demon that even experiments on himself forgot. Is this the impact of the old man or such a Sohan? Il could not understand yet, but one thing was clear. He envied the bile cry. And the words of Gina said just, he decided to remember forever. They reached a place with a powerful current that was noisy like a thunder. "The perfect place for training," Gin smiled. "Let's stay here and wait for the guests." "What other workouts?" Il was surprised, but the Jin was just scratching. "Don't pretend to be a fool. A non-rented duo always trains near the waterfall." Feeling the power of the flow over their heads, they gradually reassured their tumultuous thoughts. "You seem to overheat again in the sun," Il grunted, looking at Gina. But no, jokes, and both were already sitting under a waterfall in a lotus pose. It really reassured. Jin confessed that he was the first time on the gunman on the mountain. Il wondered if it was different from the Udan mountain. "It is harder to relax here. Too many performances, everything is alarming," Jin replied. "What about Udan?" Il did not stop. "Incredible. It seems that the mountain itself is the immortal blade of Udan." There I remembered what a bright way was. "And what was he? This blade?" Il continued. "He is the embodiment of the light itself." Jin rarely praised someone, and Il understood it perfectly. Gina really was interested. Would Il stand against him? You may not know, but there were two strongest in my youth, Yin and Yang. Everyone was attacked, the sect of the ages, the head of Emi, Kunlun, the masters, but even the group could not win. When the immortal blade learned of them, he went down the mountain himself. They say to destroy them. It took 3 years. After that, no demon, even I, dared to get closer to Udan. And you met him, and survived. However, Gin did not consider it special. Il believed that the master saw something well in Gin, but Gin confessed that he did not try to deceive him. The old man saw him through, but their conversation was interrupted by the swearing somewhere nearby. "And here's the guests," Gin smiled. It was interesting how Il would behave, although he did not quite understand what was happening. Jean did not explain for a long time. He just quit. If Il intervened, they would all die. But now he is not Il. He is a Gwalwol of an unsurpassed duet, and he was ready to act only at the instructions of his younger brother. It was at this moment that Gin offered a game. Paradaus, the first to laugh, lost. When a crowd of strangers was in front of them, they did not shudder. They looked straight as if they were waiting for this moment. Not the slightest emotion. They sat quietly, immersed in meditation, not paying attention to the threat to themselves. The man who brought them out loudly introduced Vona Deva, a first-grade warrior, a representative of the sect. He asked sharply whether they were the same, from the legendary duet that staged a mess in their yard. In response, there are no words. Both sat silently, as if the words were below their dignity. He raised his voice, demanding the answer. The silence was no longer considered polite, and at this point one hand slowly rose up, as if breaking the silence with a gesture. Jean began to move his hands in the air, describing strange signs, similar to the symbol of infinity. Even Il did not stop what he was doing. The movements looked mysteriously and had no explanation. After that, Gin stood quietly, stepping forward. In the lower abdomen, he formed a sign of yin and yang with his hands, concentrating energy. It seemed that nothing happened. He silently gathered and said, "Forgive for the delay. I am a younger duo, which is my older brother." Low bowing, Jean apologized for appearing on the mountain without permission. However, he suddenly drew attention to numerous scars on their bodies. Each of them had its own history. Gina's manners were restrained, serious, not like the image of a bully which he was told. But the conversation had to go to the main thing, the incident that happened in the pavilion. Gin explained that everything happened because of an unfortunate misunderstanding that had fallen into battle with the master of the pavilion. However, he heard another. They say, Jin attacked the first, even in a dishonest way. He demanded explanations. The battle just started under the roof of the pavilion. The enemy had to be prepared, but instead of defense he decided to talk to others. I perceived this safety as a manifestation of self-confidence. So he attacked the first, and there was nothing dishonorable. One thought. His gaze was overshadowed. Gina's words made sense and he just didn't find what to answer. Jin continued calmly. If he offended his act, he is ready to repeat the duel again. He has taken the call, but with the condition. Now he will be an opponent of Gin himself. Hearing this, Jin bowed his head. He considered it a great honor and thanked Lon with all respect. Since there was no wooden sword with him, he asked for permission to fight the sword in the vagina. At this point, Il began to breathe out loudly, as if preparing for something important. His movements seemed incomprehensible. Strange positions, strange facial expressions, like a ritual. Hands were throwing in the air some weird gestures, as if he were trying to scare the wind. The breaths and exhalations alternated in a bizarre rhythm. It looked as strange as possible. Jean was just looking at him, as if wondering who was crazy with their company. But it seems that it was a form of quiet revenge, or just a way to dispel tension. Il solemnly turned to Gin as a younger brother, as if hint at seniority. But did he mean something deeper than just a family hierarchy had to guess? Returning to the audience, Il politely apologized for the delay and introduced himself. Although he named the name fictional, one was surprised. Did this weirdo heard something before? Il has repeatedly introduced, emphasizing that Jin is his younger brother. He stated with dignity that he would be an honor for him if the Jin has a match with the master of their sect. Once Il spoke, he immediately felt, a real master lies in the ordinary appearance. She and Ilya's views met, a short but eloquent exchange full of hidden meanings. But more attention should be paid to the battle, because it had already started just before them. Jin became an unusual battle rack, calm but focused, ready for the first blow. Jin is quiet, but he said that he was completely ready, both body and spirit. Damn, was it sure that it was in such a bizarre posture? Il also thought the same thing, slightly clenching his lips so as not to give a smile. Did the Jin decide to act dirty? This style was only surprising. But despite the funny movements, the aura broke out. He felt it immediately. Although Jin looked silly, it was a serious mistake. The eyes were determined, and every step spoke of concentration and peace. In this pose, Jin began to slowly but confidently approach the enemy. And suddenly, he disappeared from the place as if he had dissolved in the air. He did not attack, only kept in defense, cautiously exposing the sword. Jin appeared just in front of him, quickly, like a shadow without any warning. But the hell, he still began to stammer, as if a ballerina on stage. Il almost lost his self-control. A little more, and from his nose would go blood from restrained laughter. No one around could understand Gin's style. He was too mysterious and illogical. The representative of the sect of the last forces restrained laughter because he did not want to disgrace his older brother. In the meantime, it has changed tactics. Now he went on the offensive. But will he be able to touch this magician with bizarre but agile movements? The battle was gaining momentum, and the fun style suddenly stopped being a joke. Everything was serious. Every movement of Gina was accurate, sharp, without excess. Real martial art. He quickly understood. Now he has to evade the last forces, because the attacks fly one by one. Still, Vona managed to evade a stroke of a stick, though at the last moment. But from an unexpected blow to the elbow in the back, it was no longer possible to escape. Il was barely holding on. The tension in his body was boiling like a kettle on the border of an explosion. Jin stepped sideways and started dancing his weird gardens again. These meaningless movements looked especially absurd because of his absolutely serious face. He still could not understand it. Every step was a mystery. Another moment ago, he stood behind, and now he suddenly found himself just before Vona. However, the new attempt to attack again ended in failure. The Jinn disappeared from the impact zone. With the speed and grace of the acrobat, he performed attacks, as if he were on stage for thousands of years. The swords crossed in a confused rhythm, but both clearly controlled each movement. These lightning, honed to the perfection of action, it was difficult not to notice. They were amazed. Il looked at all this with such a face, as if he was ready to kill someone now. It seemed to him that the battle was a sophisticated art, but something dark began to move inside. Jin added loud battle screams to the attacks, and Il shouted even louder, "Louder! Put it in!" The boys seemed to be about to break from the inside from the emotions that were rolled uncontrollably. Deep in the soul, everyone laughed as loudly as it allowed the imagination. But in reality, no one could make a sound, holding back laughing at pain. Il specifically tried to laugh Gina to break his focus. He still held down, but looking at these two fools which almost flashed from laughter, it became difficult for him. Between all of them, its invisible battle began, not swords, but restrained hysterics. Now the main thing is that the first will not stand and laugh in a full voice among this serious battle. This was reminiscent of challenge, which Gin jokingly suggested before the fight. He heard perfectly as everyone around the laughter around, watching his clumsy movements. Although Gina's movements looked funny, the blows were scary. They were hiding behind them. And now he clearly realized, in front of him is not a clown, but a warrior, not worse than himself. And indeed, whom you will not meet in this crazy world of Muram. However, it is enough entertainment. Vaughn decided to end this duel. He struck the sword into the ground, lifting a powerful wave of energy that rolled forward rapidly. Jean replied. His body shone, and he released even more, concentrating. The radiant ray escaped from his hand and flew just towards the shockwave. He managed to repel the attack, extinguishing the energy of energy before she got it. It struck it. He did not expect such a rapid and accurate protection. Moreover, Gin used it as a trap to get the opponent out of balance, and in the next moment his leg is cut into the stomach with such force that it twists from pain. The body of the master flew back and hit the stone with a deft blow. Silence hung in the air, and only a weak moan came from the place where it fell. The boys were suddenly not laughing. The situation lost all the humor sharply. But the Jinn did not restrain here. At the end, another fool was stuck with an unmoved face, and the boys could not stand. Laughter broke through when they came to help his eldest brother climb. Il, smiling, made a compliment. His reception Raz Scorpio really became even more spectacular. But in response, Il heard, "I am still far from your brother. And I didn't know if you are happy or merge. Damn, draw a draw," they thought, almost simultaneously twisting. At the same moment their views faced. Lightning swept between their eyes as a sign of an unspoken competition. The man who watched them immediately realized, these two hide true strength, and they cannot be released. He came closer, introduced himself as a bomb, praising the battle with his brother. The technique was extremely sophisticated and impressive. "It's just lucky," Gin replied modestly, and sincerely wished his brother Bomb to recover as soon as possible. In fact, Bomb brought this conversation to the main thing, the official invitation to himself in the monastery. Gin did not deny. On the contrary, he looked interested, but first wanted to know his brother's opinion. Il cast a quick look at Gina, they say, decide himself, but still nodded. Silent consent. He is so kind to us. It will be bad to refuse, Il thought, choosing courtesy. So our heroes were in the Junin sect. A new stage of their journey has just started. They opened wide gates that led to the inner court, a space of rest and strength. At the entrance, they were greeted by a young student named Lim, a representative of a sect who performed the duties of the conductor. Before him, the brothers introduced in fictional names, continuing to hide their real persons. Lim explained that he would now accompany them instead of his older brother, who was seriously injured after recent events. He also told about a terrible misfortune. 3 elders recently died, and this was a big blow to the sect. The brothers exchanged views. They both knew that the tragedy was standing for these words. Yes, it's a matter for the hands of Ilya. He remembered how they once shed their blood, calmly, without regret. But now Il did not say a word, neither recognition nor repentance. It may not matter to him. And Lim continued. He heard about them. 2 travelers who improved their martial arts around the world. However, Lim considered otherwise. In his opinion, these 2 purposefully studied prohibited techniques. He coordinated to hear their explanation. What would they say in their excuse? But instead of words, only a short look between the brothers, the silent arrangement. Gina's smile was widening. Her eyes were burning with fire. He conceived something new. I'll only guess that this time he had on his mind. Nothing good for sure. Suddenly, Jean began to tear from his cheeks a stuck scar as if he were throwing a mask. Then he reached for a sword that was near. But he did not pull it out. He just showed, and then called the real name. Jean Sohan, he sounded clearly and loudly. The atmosphere has changed instantly. Il just rolled his eyes. What are you doing, a fool? One thing in his head was an unpredictable freak. That's how Il would describe it now. Lim knew that name. Ginshan is a participant in the Dark Faction, the winner of 2 demons. Now Lim was just surprised. If it is Sohan, then who is different? And it was at this moment when the Jinn opened. Il kept his breath, hoping that he would not betray him. But in vain he hoped. Gin just turned everything. He gave out every detail. It was visible. A powerful master of martial arts. But Lim has never heard of the Union of the Dance Moon. Gin said he was ready to be explained only before the head of the sect. And at that moment a loud voice came. A clear, powerful, "You can talk!" Behind Lima appeared the figure of the head of the sect, silent, but instilled honor at first glance. His appearance was eloquent, harsh, cold, dangerous, just as it looks like a true leader. He did not have a long ceremony. He briefly introduced himself. Ladies Anail, the head of the sect. Ginshan also repeated his name, this time with a direct look. I knew about him, but he wanted to hear why this man appeared in their possessions. The goal was simple. Jin wanted to fight, without explanations, without conventions. His intentions were surprised, even in some places in the eyes of the older students of the sect. The ladies could not understand. Does the army be behind the back of this barbarian? But no. Jin honestly said that there are only 2 of them. Il did not believe. Did this crazy and really decide to tell everyone the truth? Now it is only necessary to watch where this story would go. Are you serious? Come with a soul guard to call us to fight? Why is this you? Without answering at once, Gin took some confident steps forward. Judging from your point of view, you think, what is this barbarian from the Unorthodox faction here? Then to the hell of the chat. I came to dispel the sadness. Let the blade say for me. And after that, let's talk, if there is strength. An intense silence reigned in the hall. All the views froze in anticipation. Suddenly the lady laughed, loudly with his soul, discharging the atmosphere. But the brothers did not laugh. They stood silently, waiting for the final decision. And the head nodded. He was struck by the direct language of Gin. In it, the words of a man of action sounded. He ordered everyone but the elders to leave the hall immediately. The students silently bowed their heads and answered unanimously, "Yes, the master." The gate is closed. Only those who were supposed to remain in the hall. The atmosphere has become difficult. The ladies did not hide. Jin really cheered him. He was happy about this unexpected meeting. Going closer, he said, "Speak what you want. I'm ready to listen to you. But on one condition. No bullying over our sect." "We found the bodies of your elders," Gin said calmly. These words were really surprised by the lady. His eyes narrowed. Where does the hell come from? The Dark Faction can know about their dead. Gin reminded him that the ladies himself knew. The elders died in battle with an unrestrained demon. Why does he tell you where he leads? The head asked himself mentally. Jin then added that this demon was injured by him before the fight with your elders. In addition to the elders, there was a Hubei clan. They all died at the hands of a demon. And so, the demon overcame them. Without help, he dispersed the whole group on his own. After that, we fought with him for 2 days. Both are exhausted, but no one could win. Then I summoned my people to surround him, and finally managed to inflict wounds. But when I was chasing after him, our elders and Hubei were gone, and they were the first. I listened carefully and suddenly asked, "Didn't you?" "Yes, I didn't," Gin confirmed. After that, the lady changed sharply. Cold anxiety appeared in his voice. He was waiting for the answer with a dark look that pierced to the bones. His energy thickened suffocatingly. It seemed like a moment, and he would arrange a slaughterhouse here. "Because they looked at me just as you do now," Jean replied calmly. It was his explanation, straight as a blow and at the same time bitter, as it is true that cuts deeper than the blade. In any case, not only the elders but also the Hubei clan fought against the demon. They had a numerical advantage. Jin was convinced that even if he wanted, he would not be allowed to intervene or help. The elder finally understood everything. Jin had no chance to reach for help. But despite that, I admitted, he was tormented by a sense of guilt that the Jin did not even try. Perhaps having intervened, it would be possible to save the masters of the bright path. Such a brazen son of a dog still need to be searched. Il thought with a bitter smile. After all, he saw the situation differently. He believed that Jean deliberately directed them against the demon. Then Gin explained that the head could send people to the scene and ask the head of the Iron Detachment. He survived. And then, almost indifferent, he added, "By the way, I forgot to say, I killed a fucking demon." The head of the sect struck for a moment. This news knocked out the soil from under his feet. Yes, I killed him, Gin confirmed. And no, I'm not boasting that he did it myself. Probably, after the fighting with the elders and the detachment, he was exhausted. When I found it, I was barely breathing. It was no longer difficult to kill. I would understand. If the Jin is telling the truth, it is a feat that others would sway. But Sanhan, on the contrary, humiliated his merits, honoring the brothers and a detachment. And now knowing this, I will feel he's debt to Jin. What do you want in gratitude? He asked. Jin said simply, be honest with me. Of course, the ladies said. It seems that you have gone all this path. Don't be shy. Ask. Jin thanked him for his readiness for dialogue. As you may know, I recently killed Zhu. He blackmailed me. He suggested creating an image of a hero for a reward, and I will refuse. Will make me a thief. I also recently visited the UDAN sect. The ladies immediately remembered. The heads of these two sects were called brothers. However, Gin explained that the meeting was not with the head of Udan, but with the most immortal blade. This shocked the lady even more than any previous news. He did not even resist and asked, why didn't I kill a Jin? Only he knows why, Gin said calmly. He was surprised that he remained alive. The Jin then turned to his guard. Such an appeal was for Ilya new. He was not accustomed to such respect. He was silent. Gin just looked at him, without pressure, but persistently. A few more seconds of silence, and finally, yes, my master Jin, said Il. It made Gina smile lightly, but without superficiality. Then he briefly told him, they say, he was one of the strongest warriors he met. The past name Ilya was buried, and now he officially became part of the alliance. Jin calculated everything in advance, skillfully, though Ilya thought it looked a little different. When Gin introduced Ilya as a member of the Alliance of the Dancing Month, it was most interested in the lady. That's right, Gin confirmed. Recently I control all the fractions of the Dark Path in Shanis. Chenyan, Hanchun, Sichuan, and Siwa have already been conquered. This is just the beginning. My goal is to combine the Dark Path into one alliance. Then he asked a direct question. Have you heard about riots in these territories lately? The lady shook his head slightly. No rumors came. That's exactly what it should be. All in the alliance follow my rules. There will be order in the Dark Path. Lady listened carefully. Gina's words sounded confidently, carefully, without aggression. I do not promise that we will instantly become part of the Bright Path. But if the Junan sect accepts us without prejudice, and I will lead the Dark Path, then you, and the whole Bright Way, you can get rid of the demonic threat once and for all. It was a loud and bold statement. It was not expected to hear from the mouth of a Dark Path. And at that moment it became unclear. Is the Jin really belonging to the Dark faction? However, the ladies answered firmly. He would not enter the alliance. But while both sides adhere to the martial arts path, there will be no war. He gave the word as the head of the sect, and this word was solid as a stone. In addition, he and his people officially congratulated Gina to form an alliance of the Dance Moon. For this Jin sincerely thanked them, with respect, without pride. The boys dine in the pavilion of 3 elders. On the table are a pair of appetizing dishes with a spicy aroma that fills the hall. A bearded man burns with anger. A veil, a look focused on a guy, squeezes on his neck from anger. All because Jean Shan humbled him in front of everyone, and that did not give him rest. He was especially angry that he was introduced as a guardian of bodies. But he is not one of those who will keep the bodies. Sohan tries to reduce the tension, they say. He is not the only fate. But is someone else? The beard nods. Yes, there is another one. But he is not close to him. If he is not a level to him, then he does not reach Gin. He is sure of it. Eyes are determined. He wants a duel. Let the fight decide who is stronger. But Gin is calm and confident that only more annoys the enemy. He squeezes the bottle in his hand with anger. Suddenly, a little girl runs to the table and asks if they are really a legendary duo. Hearing the confirmation, she smiles happily and says she has a question. She is interested in who is stronger, these two or a sect of Junan. The question paralyzes both. The boys do not understand why it is so important to a little girl. She explains her older brother studies in the sect, in the 3rd grade. It causes a smile to Jin. He replies that the sect is much stronger than their duo. A glowing smile appears on the girl's face, and in the eyes, pure happiness. The hero adds that they are convinced of this in their own experience. The girl thanks and runs happily. Her joy is so great that she seems to take off. But she should disappear, as the beard boils again. The face becomes red from the rage. If I was still a demon, I would cut the whole sect to the last, he grumbles, squeezing his fists. Even the brother of this girl. It seemed that the beard was exhausted. He did not understand what nonsense was already saying. Fatigue took the mountain. Gin poured him a drink and said calmly, his demon died today, on Mount Junan. Now he is Il-Singi, or Guangwol, does not matter. It is important that the monster inside him is dead. The Zhunan sect can be stronger than their duo, but still inferior to the alliance of the Dancing Month. The man thought silently. Then he took a glass and looked at him without saying a word. The atmosphere was noticeably softened. After a moment, both silently drank. Silent reconciliation. At that time, the young gentleman was informed that they found the person he needed. She is now in the Zhunan sect. He did not understand how such a person could be on the way of light. In addition, it became known that there was only one subordinate with him. The gentleman ordered him to be held immediately. But despite it, he was not planned to kill him. He was too important, even if the whole shadow walks under him. One of the men warned, "It is not necessary to rely on its support, not the type. Their plan is to create a large, icy circle. After all, that guy is a peer of a young gentleman." It played them in their hand. At that age, it will be easier to understand. One bottle is enough, and they are already friends. At this time, Jane Sohan and Il returned to Chenan. They did not go up Hua's mountain because they knew they would end with a fight. Il was convinced that if the Sohan was not afraid, then there is another reason not to go there. The hero only sighed, but he is abnormal, he just let him be hit with someone. If we go, the war will begin. Udan, like water, Zhunan, like earth. Marapped Il, not believing in this beacon. But Jean Sohan was angry. He did not like such a brazen tone. Follow the tongue. The tension between them began to grow. The hero was ready to regard his words as betrayal. Suddenly, 3 strangers appear behind their backs, and everyone is looking for Gin Shan. The protagonist looked closely at the strangers. But though he tried, he could not understand who they were and what they wanted from. Without waiting for the events, Jean Sohan confidently stated that he was the one who was looking for, and was rudely asked to introduce himself. Surprisingly, Ji Chunjin was not offended. On the contrary, he exploded with a sincere laughter, as if he had heard a good joke. His reaction was unexpected. The guy immediately offered to drink together, like old friends. But Jean was not going to joke. He said that he had to apologize to him. In response, JJ rapidly shortened the distance, approaching the hero almost close. He seemed to be about to repeat his request. But in a second, he was filled with loud laughter. It was just a joke. He did not think to get around. Il only shook his head, lately too crazy, and it is unclear where they get from. Hearing this, Jug Chenjin became angry, and asked with a cold smile to scratch the brazabs. "If you have enough strength, do what you want," Gin replied. There was no desire to drink with him at all. The guy immediately realized, this type is clearly not one who easily comes in contact, and if he does not understand the usual words, then the language of pain will probably perceive better. Then the stranger began to provoke. "They say what to do with your assistant?" It frankly annoyed Gina. Ju ordered the illness to get along with his people. They say a real conversation will be only with the owner. It angered Ilya. He was barely restraining, not to give his fists and not start a fight right now. But in a moment he turned around, went sideways, and threw the enemies into his back. "Go here, meat! I will tear you!" Ju looked after him, thinking that a real psych was not here. Ginshan immediately caught the accent. This guy from Hubi. And Ju clearly wanted him to understand it. But the Jin did not have that they turned out to be like that. The reality did not coincide with ideas. If the head of the Alliance Jin refused to drink with him, it means only one thing. He is ready that his face will soon become meaty. But Gina did not impress the enemy's self-confidence. Ju heard that he was beating with Wedge's locals, and it was intriguing. He wanted to see these blades in action. But since the hero ignored his words, Ji could not stand and rushed. But Gin easily took a blow, just put his hand forward, absorbing all the force of the attack. Suddenly the whole earth around was covered with a thin layer of crystal ice, with sophisticated patterns that spread like a web. He used icy martial arts. It was now clear how he managed to conquer the whole Shad. At that moment, Gin realized what Ju was achieving. He wants to force him to conquer and pass on Shani. But Ju himself suddenly realized, this style belongs to the cult of Heavenly Demon. Suddenly he pulled a red pill out of his pocket and swallowed it without hesitation. His eyes flashed a bright pink, his look became a predatory like a wild beast. It even scared Gina. The enemy suddenly became unpredictable, but Gin calmly got a fan. Is he going to use it as weapons? He did not answer the enemy, only slowly unfolded the fan without his eyes. Realizing that there would be no answers, Ju decided to act and no longer waste. And in a moment he launched a powerful energy attack just at Jin. But the hero was not confused. In one wave a fan blocked the blow, as if he had repelled a light gust of wind. The angry Jug rushed into the melee, but Jin was skillfully evaded and answered accurate counterattacks. After several exchanges, they were again at a distance, waiting for the moment. Ginshan was much stronger than Ju, but that was still a hidden trump. And so, he gets a blue pill, swallows it in one movement, preparing for a new level of battle. Immediately after a sip, the pill from the jug began to produce a powerful energy that filled everything around, squeezing the air. His body glowed as if from the inside. He no longer seemed human, but rather a real monster. Without a second, the guy went on the offensive. One by one flew attacks. Ju wanted to check how much Jin will stand. But the hero skillfully blocked every blow, despite their lightning speed and frantic power. Ju didn't give up. He attacked again and again. At least one of them had to hit. Bright blue rays with frantic force flew straight into a Jin. Will he have time to reflect? The hero tried to react instantly to block a powerful volley. But he did not have time. His shoulder and chest were covered with an ice crust that was moving. Ju was already celebrating the victory. He was convinced that it would be enough to end with him. But Gin gathered inner strength and with a crack, crushed the ice that covered his body. The power of the enemy was astonishing. It is especially deep, explosive internal energy. The next moment, Jin was rushed forward, rushing into the melee with a lightning attack. A series of accurate blows began, from which Jui skillfully evaded. The struggle was flat, but Ju noticed that Jin had begun to slow down. The chance came, and he was not going to lose him. Gathering force, he struck a powerful blow to his chest. He knocked out the hero out of balance. The Jin began to spread on the chest. The cold grid clasped the body, freezing the movement. Ju has already accumulated energy for the final blow. He had to destroy the enemy once and for all. And so, his whole strength rushed forward. The powerful outbreak of the attack struck Jin, but he was not going to give up. Having straightened everything that remained, he set out the protection. The next moment, the explosion shook everything around. The dust rose into the sky. The battlefield was delayed by an impenetrable haze. Gina Shan's body was increasingly covered with ice, and the fan fell out of his hands, falling straight to the ground. Ju has confidently lifted his fan, is convinced that now the enemy is finally defenseless. Laughing, he believed in his victory. Ginshan seemed to be no longer able to do anything. But the battle has not been over. Suddenly, Shan spit out something from his mouth just towards the enemy. It was a little pill that hit Jui straight into the throat. He began to graze and cough, and it was at this point that Jin destroyed the ice shell that stuck it and rushed forward. The blow was devastating. Ju flew a few meters ago like a doll without will. The Sohan was completely freed from the ice. He was following an opponent with a calm step. JJ panicked. His strength was scattered like sand, and he tried in vain to gather it. His body was no longer listened to, and magical energy melted just in his eyes. The pill that Shan spit out was the sphere of fading that blocks the flow of internal force. Now it became clear why the hero was silent all the time. He kept this area in his mouth. Jin was ready to show what a real lesson for self-confident fools was. The new blow was no less powerful. Ju flew again, falling further. In a moment he crashes into a tree, hardly holds on his feet, breathing is beaten. The Sohan grabs him for his hair, but Ju is desperately trying to hit his chest. But it just angered Gina. He squeezes his hair even more, bending his head down. And in the next moment, it beats him in the face, sharply, without regret. But this does not stop there. The blows will pour one after the other, distorting the enemy's face. Ju chokes, begs to stop. But his face is already covered with blood and resembles more meat porridge. A little time has passed. Ju was completely beaten, and Shan finally released him. But it was only a beginning. The next moment, the hero got his blades. The look is cold, the heart is without regret, and in a second, he plunged them directly into the enemy's feet. The scream of pain cut the air, JJ fun from blood loss. Sohan grabbed him by his foot and pulled him down, dragging on the ground. Meanwhile, Il continued the battle with his subordinates. All sides were exhausted, but the forces still remained. The battle was tough. Il and enemies, in the blood, with wounds, but with unwavering determination. Their duel suddenly interrupted the Sohan, which appeared, pulling the bloody body with sword in their legs. Even the enemies were seen. They could not believe their eyes, and Il just laughed. Sohan carelessly rejected the almost dead G sideways, and was in surprise to ask why others are still alive. Going closer to the enemy, he leaned over him, not looking. Without a shadow, he came to his hand. A characteristic crunch of the bone came. Then the Sohan took the sword from his leg and put it on his neck. The intention was clear. Cut the throat. But the faithful subordinates were attacking the owner. But Shan was waiting for it. His blades were already ready for a lightning answer. And in a moment, both enemies were cut into pieces. They did not even have time to wave their weapons. Subsequently, Sean explained the illness that these abominants belonged to the cult of Heavenly Demon. It surprised Ilya. He was convinced that they used the techniques of the Bright Path. He carefully asked if he was still alive after everything they had done with. The Sohan replied with a smile. He left him alive intentionally, for a slow, painful punishment. He is a master because he has experienced the same and knows how to turn suffering into art. The time has passed. Ju was stuck in a dark room, arms and legs tightly tied. The body is exhausted. He was approached by a harsh mustache with a shrewd look and a difficult step. Ju looked at a stranger in confusion. He explained, "They are in Shan'an, and Gin Sohan brought him here." The man introduced himself. The leader of the detachment of the sect of the Heavenly Demon, which operates in the Union of Hubei. Ju thought that he was a traitor, but did not hear the answer, only the order. Mr. Jin ordered him to bring him personally. Tied, beaten, Ju couldn't even move, he had to pull it. The guy broke into a cry, begging not to pull him like a soulless load. Meanwhile, men have dinner in the dining room, gathering groups at different tables. Sohan introduces everyone to Il. It is not just a security guard, but a personal defender of the alliance of the Dance Moon. From this day, everyone should obey him, so it is not discussed. And in a moment all present are bowing in the bow before Ila, greeting a new lord. Il replies with a smile. They say, "Glad to meet with such respectable people." Sohan asks everyone to sit down. They need to discuss an important business. It is at this point that the room comes to the room, dragging behind the bloody Jew. Sohan orders, to plant a mummy at the table and join yourself. Everyone is silent at the demolished guy, trying to understand who is in front of them. In a moment, Jew is already sitting opposite Shan, and Mustache takes up a place on the side. Without saying a word, the Sohan pours into a glass of liquid, cold and accurate. He says rigidly, "Drink." He wanted to drink together. The frightened Jew immediately changes the tone, begs to discuss everything peacefully, and promises that the cult will never encroach on Shan. Jew promised that the cult would not steal on Earth, the Alliance controlled, and in gratitude he offered 1 million nujag. It was a fee for a preserved life. All present are frozen. The amount is striking, but Ginshan drank further without saying a word. He did not even respond. As it should be expected, money is worthless for him. But Jew didn't stop. He stated that he could talk to higher and increase the amount. Sohan finally asked his name. He introduced himself, Ju Kunjin. The hero immediately realized, before him the son of the head of the cult. And it turned out to be true. The conversation revealed that there were 3 more brothers. Then Gin called one of his people and ordered the captive to be questioned. It was necessary to extract all the information. Hierarchy, the best fighters, their strength and weaknesses, and the sects of the light path that joined the cult. The subordinate nodded with respect. Everything will be done. All the information will be delivered. Weapons, poisons, antidotes, explosives, and, most importantly, storage of money were added to the list. It was the last order. Sohan said nothing more. Then he looked at Ju and said with a cold smile, "I have wonderful subordinates, right?" He was deadly scared. All this looked like a game, but a game with torture. But Ju still had hope. He was sure, as soon as the brothers get to this place, the Sohan would regret. But the mustache struck him in his face without warning and dropped from his chair to the floor. Ju's body flew several meters. He shuddered with pain. The blow was rigid. The subordinate already wanted to cause the next one, but Shan calmly stopped him. That's enough. But in the eyes of JJ buried rage. He boiled with hatred and wanted to reveal these vicious freaks. The main character allows the subordinate to do with the captive everything you like, the main thing, not to kill him, so that you can then be cured. But even if he accidentally die, nothing is wrong. There are 3 more brothers in the cult. They can also be caught. After these words, the Sohan gets up and wishes to the subordinate good luck in this matter. His invincible duo silently leaves the room, disappearing in the hallway. Left alone, Ju opens his mouth again, but a mustache closes it with one blow. The blow was so strong that blood remained on the fist. Now the situation is quite clear. Ju has to be aware of it is not the cult of the Heavenly Demon, and there are other rules. Meanwhile, Il goes to bar. The bartender silently wipes the glasses, watching the guest. Behind him is closely watching the mustache. He suspects that this guy is a spy dry. From Ilya, he blows a deadly aura. He is silent, calm, but something worries. The bartender is nervous. He is not happy with the appearance of such a guest. Il turns to Guca twice without asking any question. It annoys the bartender, and it explodes with a cry, switching to rudeness. But suddenly the hands of Ilya flash up with extraordinary energy. The air shrinks. He wants to escape for a moment, but something breaks something in his body. After a second, he had already bowed in the bow, assuring that he was ready to execute any order. Il wants to find a quiet place for training. There should be no people, and it should be close. Gu Sa immediately remembers one such. A reed lawn near the pavilion Lazurna Plum, just on the shore. Since there are no visitors now, the bartender asks for permission to go there with Ila. Il agrees with a smile. Let him go with him. Gu Sa assumed that Il was probably very close to his head. Yes, Ilya was annoyed with such an assumption. He did not consider himself a special one. Mustan just smiled and said that the situation was similar. Il did not understand what he was, and why he talks about himself. It turned out that it was the CA who helped to catch the demon of lust, for which he received gratitude from the Alliance leader himself. Moreover, he was the first to meet Shan and Chanan, and the first received a blow. Il was surprised when he learned that this weirdo was proud of being beaten personally, and he just snapped his nose and proudly stated, yes, it is an honor. Because everyone who was fighting with the head is already dead, and he is alive, and works. Suddenly the CA confesses that he advises the illness. He can speak with Sohan daily. He does not shine anything himself, only Tavern and jugs. Asks to pass the head of the head. Il is not sure that he generally remembers this boover, but agrees. Suddenly SA recalls that Shan ordered not to offend him. Shocked, he fades. His eyes are moistened, the cheeks turn red. He is sincerely moved. The hero remembers him. Il does not understand such a dramatic scene and looks somewhat tired. 3 men come to the tavern. Everyone is like a serious mission. They are silently sitting at the table and asking what you can drink here. Gu Sa sharply replies to them, as if they themselves do not see that it is a bar. He was not going to change the tone, because he is confident that he was in front of him. Men were alert. The tension was hanging in the air, and their views became cold. HU, only larger than his nose, was delighted with his own progress. Il noticed his efforts, but the intelligence of the guy, to put it mildly, did not impress. One of the guests grunted roughly so that he would shut up and bring something to drink. He went to pour, but asked to wait a little. Not a robot, after all. 3 strangers decided to stay. They needed to develop a plan for the release of the third. But the attention of Il, who stood aside, was silent but focused. Gusa turned to him and asked if he wanted to drink. However, Il refused, and the employee went to the collar. But suddenly a strange order came. Not to leave the collar, so it would not be. After that, Il slowly moved to strangers like a death blow to the thunder before the storm. Gusa barely looked out of the door, not understanding what was happening. When Il ended up, he dropped coldly, "Attack." Without any issues, the freaks got the swords immediately. Il was lightly evaded and struck 1 foot in his chest. He flew back, punching a window like a cloth doll. The other 2 did not wait. They immediately rushed. But Ile was not as simple. He grabbed one just by the face, and in the next moment he smashed his head against the table, which was scattered on the piles. The last! He pulled the sword and rushed into the attack. Il stopped his blow with one hand. He did not even shudder, as if he stopped the pen, not the blade. A predatory smile appeared on the face of Ilya, and his other hand hit the enemy directly into the face. The sword was in the hands of Ilya, and the enemy, among the debris of a broken table. Without any hesitation, Il threw his sword back, in the direction of the enemy fallen. The blade accurately hit the target, piercing the body through. Smiling boldly, Il threw the phrase, "Congratulations in the alliance of the dancing month." Gusa stood stunned. He knew that Il was strong, but did not imagine that so. Il, as if nothing had happened, asked him to organize something. Gusa was quietly worried. Why did he kill these strangers? Il did not understand why it worries it. Does it matter? He explained that these 3 were stinking with blood. Their intentions were obvious at first glance. The next moment of GU, the CA fell on his knees, thanks to the illness for saving his life. Without him, he may have already been lying in his own puddle. Il tried to lift him, but the guy insisted. Respect should not have limits. These words made Ilya smile. He poured him a glass. The night was deaf and quiet. 3 shadows appeared in the empty room. They were looking for something, thoroughly inspecting the floor on the floor, and they did not find anyone. Only the basement remained. Carefully, like predators, they began to descend the stairs down. Something was a voice. Their leader was ordered to stop. All instantly pulled the swords. Strained to the limit, they stared into the darkness of the basement, and the voice continued, "Go down." It turns out that they were already waiting, and even if they manage to save him, the way back will be a little worse. In a few seconds, the whole group ran into the basement. On the floor, they saw a bloody man. It was none other than Ju, the 3rd gentleman. His body was mutilated. He lay in his own blood. At the table sat Sohan. He reported that the worst thing for Ju has already passed. Sohan even allowed them to check the victim, to make sure he was still breathing. The guy's gaze was full of horror. Torture left a cruel mark on it, physical and mental. The chapter of the group took a small box with a pill and asked if it could be given. But Sohan was in no hurry to allow. At first, he himself wanted to check it. Taking the pill, he remembered that he saw it earlier. Ju used one during the battle. This stimulator only acts on divine-level fighters. And, without hesitation, the Sohan swallowed it himself. The guests were shocked. The brazen spoiled everything. But it was too late to change something. It was definitely not poison, and no one allowed the strangers to feed him the prisoner. Suddenly, the group leader sat right on the floor, lowering his head in honor. Other warriors followed his example, descending before the Sohan to his knees. He asked quietly what they should do to pick up the young gentleman. Sohan did not answer. He rose and slowly approached them. After a short pause, he extended the head of an empty glass. He took it, and the Sohan poured a liquid inside, ordered to drink. Without hesitation, the warrior swallowed everything to a drop. It is impossible to deny. From the moment Ju showed weakness, their fate was resolved. And so, the leader twisted the convulsions. He began to cough and spit out blood. Drink clearly for him to benefit. A few seconds and coughing. The body of the warrior was powerless to the floor. It was dead. The remaining three were frozen. They were well aware that they were waiting for the same fate. But Sohan calmly, almost with a smile, greeted them in the ranks of the Alliance of the Dancing Month. Subsequently, the hero returned to his people with news. The other 3 soldiers ended in suicide. The soldiers reported that 10 enemies were caught, another seriously injured. It is unlikely to survive. Those who went to the Alliance are probably already dead. Sohan addressed everyone and said, "Who wants to die is now the best moment to do it." To his surprise, there was no one who dare. Although he expected several deaths, he ordered Kar to make a list of their names. Now these people belong to them. A prisoner should be given a poison that requires permanent antidote. Himself to keep the antidote with him. Head Lim Sohan ordered the analysis of all the information they learned from Ju. He then asked Gon's head whether Zuga's clan was still keeping money. The answer was affirmative. Sohan had the idea. To use these funds to pressure on Janana. They have expensive battle pavilions. They need to tell them 3 million new jags, and hint that the cult has already started acting. In addition, he ordered the sect of Udan food, tools, and a beach rose as gifts. As for Hubei Union, they decided not to get involved, just warn them of the threat of cult. Hua Mountain sect, hearing about the cult, will start acting, so you should not spend strength. Now the cult will start hunting for Sohan, and it becomes dangerous in Chenan. It threatens the peaceful population. Therefore, women, children, and older ones should be evacuated. They will be met by allies there. The idea came to everyone. On their faces ran cunning, satisfied smiles. Sohan was convinced that they would surely like the new place. It is safe and cozy. But in a moment, the room exploded with sincere laughter. These people were not afraid of even the cult. It was too late, and the hero suggested that all his soldiers drink together. Now that the prisoners also served him, this invitation also concerned them. Sohan ordered everyone to get up. The prisoners were much tensed without knowing what to expect. It has passed for a while, and everyone gathered in the dining room. The tables were broken from food and glasses, from alcohol. During the feast, Shan said that he grew up at the school where he was taught to dance. It sounded incredible, but it was true. From childhood, he combined dance and martial art. And if no one believes, let them put a rhythm. In a moment, everyone started knocking, creating a rhythm. It looked at him with distrust, not understanding what everything was going to. Even the SA tried to help. Knocked the wand in weight, catching the pace. Sohan noted his efforts. And Gusa, ashamed, he shined with joy. From such praise, he began to reflect the rhythm even more actively, as if the wings grew. Then Shan looked at Ilya and invited him to join, either to dance or rhythm. Il refused, but Shan just smiled, and actually put him before the fact. In a moment, Il struck his fist on the table so that Gusei had jumped with surprise. The blow was so strong that the plates flew into the air with a treat. Sohan called everyone to a common rhythm. The dining room was filled with noise, laughter, and unity. And so, without hesitation, the Sohan began to dance. His movements were graceful like a bird's flight. Everyone was passionate about how he was moving, enjoying every moment. And suddenly one of the men raised his hand. He also wanted to dance with him, and in a few seconds, they danced together, giving the soldiers a sea of laughter and good mood. He watched with curiosity and seems to have wanted to join, but he was ashamed. Sohan noticed his eyes and called to himself. The guy immediately jumped and twisted in the dance. He was moving fun and free, like a rhythm born for this. He even got compliments, talent, no matter how cool. He also suggested that the SA suggested that the eldest join, but he just thundered and expelled him with a cry. Without waiting for a real invitation, Gu SA immediately rushed back to Shan. And now, 3 dancers were moving in a frantic rhythm, while the rest had fun on the tables and laughed. Shan suddenly introduced himself. Jean Shan from the surrounding one. Maybe not the strongest in the world, but the most fun. Gusa did not resist and announced that he was working in Tavern, but in his soul, a real warrior of the dark path. Sohan approved this. Once you dance and drink with a sword, you have the right to call yourself. Other warriors happily supported, shouting the same words, and the tavern was lost. Meanwhile, the estate of the cult of the heavenly demon gathered around the round table. They have already learned that the third is held captive by some organization of the dark path. It may not be scary, but at the same time there is a complete chaos and a mess. Suddenly the door opened. The hall came with their people who pulled heavy boxes. It was Zhou Chonbei, the deputy head of the cult. No one understood why he was here. Greetings to the attendees. Chonbei sat down with a light smile. One of the elders asked if he did not, he did, decide to hold this meeting. Chonbei did not argue. He came to ask for one service. If the head does not appear, then he will have to leave the advice himself. It is disrespect when you collect everyone, and you do not come. Chonbei does not respond directly, instead shows the boxes in which there are 10 million nujags. He came because his father did not hear his words. And now everyone knows that his brother was captured. This money is for the head of the Sohan, and if the brother returns alive, he will add another 10 million, 20 million, during his brother's life and the death of the enemy. They have no right to mistake or delay. Otherwise, the brother will die. But even if he dies, Gina Shan's head should be brought. And that's not all. The performer will receive the title of Chapter Shadzi. Chonbei cannot go himself, because the cult is preparing for the great massacre with the clans that opposed them in the past. In case of refusal, he will have to send himself or his second brother, which will destroy strategic plans. Someone mentioned that Shan was a student of a poisonous demon, and he, by the way, ignored his father's order. But as far as you know, the demon is indifferent to the students. It will not interfere. However, the situation has changed. The student is alive, executes orders, and if the demon intervenes, the price will increase more than 20 million. Some already advised Chonbei just forget about his brother. But he left the hall silently. In the end, he politely thanks to the attendees for listening to him. Some of the warriors believe that money is not enough. The fee is small for such risks. Then Chonbei proposes to send her second brother with them. Then there will be more chances. But this is a dangerous thing. If the poisonous demon appears, they are doomed without a second brother. If someone is not ready to save the third son, it is better to confess now. And at that moment, the door to the hall opened sharply. The room includes a gray, silent man with an icy look, the poisonous demon itself. The gray old man sits in his place and asks why they gathered this council. Chonbei immediately goes to the substance. He says that his student, the same, grew up and became dangerous. The old man looks at the face of the audience, not understanding why everyone is so tense. A heavy silence reigned in the room for a few seconds. Chonbei confesses that his student is held hostage by his brother. But the old man is not at all surprising. The young man explains that his brother was in Shanus until Shan was grabbed. It just causes laughter in the old man. He seizes. Should he ask his student for pardon? Chonbei in irritation asks to convey such disdain for his father when he arrives. But the poisonous demon is just waiting for the head. He is not interested in listening to the arrogant boy. He hoped to discuss important things, and instead, the child is playing adult policy. Chonbei is affected by the old one still sees small in it. When the poisonous demon sees the boxes with money, he asks why they are. He explains, this is the price for his brother's liberation. The old man laughs. Does he think he can buy like them like cheap prostitutes? Chonbei denies feverishly he meant completely different. The old man quit. What if his subordinate suggested to kill the old man for the same money? The guy passionate about martial arts does not understand how the world is arranged. The poisonous demon again requires the presence of the father. And just at this moment comes the head of the cult of heavenly demon, Jangol. With a calm voice, he asks his son to leave the room. He goes obediently. The head turns to the old, strictly demanding explanations. Why did he speak to his son? The old man replies calmly. He wanted to order the murder of his student. The head suggests that the poison demon appeared for fear of his student. But the old man just smiles. If he was afraid, would not be demonic. Now the cult takes care of his student. Seeing a poisonous demon, the head begins to take the situation seriously. But the old man does not try to interfere with anything. And it is this indifference that annoys him most. The poisonous demon asks whether the fear that is read in their eyes will be discussed today. He looks at each of those present, as if they saw their souls through. Meanwhile, Chonbei discusses with his second son, Ju Chongam. He agrees to go to the task. The first brother also decided to fight to the end, and given the presence of a poisonous demon, Probably an immortal divination also joined Shan'an. The situation is unpredictable, so the guy will go there, and Chombi will persuade his father to allow destroying a poisonous demon. He is convinced that he will receive consent, but everyone is afraid of a poisonous demon. Does he not see how others are silent, fearing to speak? Chombi is angry. When he asked for help, the warriors only turned his eyes. They do not care that they are not them, but the young man is not going to stop. He is full of determination. Meanwhile, in the Hua Mountain sect, in the Repentance Cave, a bearded man is dormant. Suddenly he is awakened by someone's voice. The door appears in the door. What does he need? The man rejoices. Maybe he was finally kicked out of the sect? But no, not this time. It is rumored that the cult of Heavenly Demon is about to attack Shan'an. Their sect also received an order, and now Borodin is appointed responsible for the execution of the order. He is not delighted. He chose him again, and it annoys it. The first brother threatened, "You will not go. You will sit here by the end of the year." But the man suits it. Suddenly, Chok remembered that his brother knew the head of the unorthodox faction of Chenyan. It turned out to be true, but anyone could not be told. The guy hinted that this man was the purpose of the cult. The news shocked the beard, but this is a master's order, so he has no choice. Without options, he is preparing to go down. Everyone was already waiting for him. When he was left alone, a quiet smile appeared on his face. This person is still alive.